Chapter 241. In the blink of an eye, half a year has passed. Half a year ago, humans and the Silver Wings signed a civilization race contract, and the Earth Federation once again had another civilized race. When this happened, many of the Wanderer civilizations that were trading in the market proposed to join the Earth Federation. However, Xiang Qian ignored those Wanderer civilizations, who cried and shouted to join the Earth Federation. But on the second day after the Silver Wings joined the Earth Federation, the Earth Federation government received a lot of inquiries, most of which were sent to the federal government website by young people. The content was really ridiculous. It basically asked whether humans could marry the Silver Wings with their body structure, and whether the DNA of the two tribes could produce children. At first, the federal government staff didn't care, but half a month later, Xiang Qian was alarmed. The reason was that the website run by the Silver Wings actually posted the dating information of young humans, and the amount of information was quite large. Facing the aggressive humans, Silver Wings. No, Sephiroth personally found Xiang Qian to seek a solution. It's not that the Silver Wings have any bad views on humans, but the young people on Earth are too enthusiastic, so many Silver Wings dare not enter the virtual community. Once you enter the virtual community, you will be surrounded by a lot of young humans, all kinds of people looking for friends, inviting you to dinner, giving you gifts. Anyway, there are all kinds of requests. Faced with such a large group of humans, the Silver Wings are like a group of little white rabbits falling into a pack of wolves, and they never dare to go to the virtual community again. After Xiang Qian learned about this, he was also very helpless. You said those people did something bad, but they really didn't do it. After all, it's not illegal to make friends with people, and it's not illegal to invite people to dinner. There's no way to blame them. After all, they didn't violate the principle of friendship and free communication between the two tribes. But who made the Silver Wing tribe leader look too much like the protagonist of the second dimension? No matter whether it's a man or a woman, any one of them is prettier than humans. Facing such a race of male gods and goddesses, the handsome men and beautiful women of humans really can't afford to hurt the Silver Wing tribe. Finally, there was really no other way. Xiang Qian and Sephiroth jointly announced that because the difference in the NDA of the two races was too great and their requirements for living environment were different, they could not survive in the same environment at all. Therefore, the members of the two races could only make friends in the virtual network and could not get married in reality. After the order was announced, most people were able to accept the reality, and the initial commotion was over, and they all regained their rationality. However, there were still some individuals who still held the idea of waiting for biotechnology to be developed, and directly changing the DNA of both parties, so that they could be together. Xiang Qian and Sephiroth are powerless to change the existence of such people, and can only let it go. Anyway, biotechnology does not allow the existence of gene modification technology in the civilian world, and there is no fear of someone secretly changing genes. If the Silver Wings really fall in love with humans, if they can persist for 1,000 years, then Xiang Qian may be able to change their genetic structure and let them live together. But if it is only popular for a few years, then forget it and don't waste resources. In the past 6 months, apart from this incident, most of the things were related to the Silver Wings. The most important thing was technology. After the Silver Wings joined the Earth Federation and shared the technology tree with humans, Xiang Qian realized that the Silver Wings were not only the most powerful in mechanical expertise, but also in the application of various force fields. In other words, the Silver Wings technology was a race-specific technology system developed with mechanical manufacturing and the grand unified theory in quantum mechanics as the core. After learning about this, Xiang Qian did not think for long and directly decided to separate all the human mechanical dynamics experts and set up a scientific research center with the Silver Wings. At the same time, because the Silver Wings' ultra-precision mechanical construction technology was very advanced, humans sent 20 million equipment manufacturers who specialized in parts manufacturing to the Silver Wings to learn. As for the scientists of the Silver Wings who studied quantum field theory, they all came to the Academy of Sciences to study. Although the Silver Wings are better than humans in the precise use and control of various force fields, compared to humans, who can use various force fields to move planets, the Silver Wings cannot do it. So under such circumstances, humans have to add mechanical dynamics to the main trunk of the future main technology tree. In this way, the development direction of mankind has become the 5 major categories of technology specialization: energy, matter, machinery, biology, and force field. If a general evolutionary civilization dares to directly set 5 main disciplines, it will inevitably slow down the development of civilization. But humans are not afraid. Because among these 5 major disciplines, biology is mainly carried out by Green Star civilization, and human scientists assist in research, so humans do not need to spend energy. Material science itself is the strength of humans. When all technologies have not yet broken through the 4th level, material science has already broken through, which also means that humans have more potential in this regard. Although the energy discipline is very large, it is also involved in the 3 disciplines of high-energy physics, basic materials, and quantum mechanics. Driven by these 3 disciplines, the energy discipline of humans has also developed relatively fast, especially after Reglos joined the Earth Federation. Many problems in the energy and material disciplines were solved from it. Moreover, scientists have analyzed that when Reglos breaks through the 4th level, dark matter energy or antimatter energy may be generated in its body. At that time, humans will not have to work hard to find these material energies, but can directly extract them from Reglos. It is unknown how much time is left for humans. The remaining mechanics and quantum mechanics are jointly studied by humans and Silver Wings. To be more precise, the Silver Wings study mechanics and humans study quantum mechanics. With this arrangement, humans didn't actually spend much effort to expand the main science and technology to 5 major disciplines, which also increased the human science and technology foundation again. However, there are advantages, but there are also disadvantages. That is, humans who could have become a 4th level civilization now have to first climb mechanical technology to the peak of 3rd level civilization, and then integrate mechanical technology into the unique scientific and technological system of humans before they can break through the 4th level civilization. According to the current research speed, if humans want to break through the 4th level civilization, it will take at least 10 years of accumulation. Boss, the Malchui tribe sent a message saying that the scientists are ready. Starry Sky prompted. Really? They are finally ready. Tell them that we need to inspect the goods before we agree. The specific method is as I said last time. Let the Academy of Sciences set the questions directly, take out some of the problems they encounter, and let them solve them, just as waste recycling. Xiang Qian said with a smirk on his face. Okay, boss. At this time, hundreds of thousands of large transport spacecraft in space, under the protection of 2 million warships, were docked outside the star system 120 billion kilometers away from the trading market. Master, they said they need to inspect the goods first, I'm afraid. After receiving the news from Shinkong, the chief of the Morty tribe, Tate, said respectfully to the screen. Let them inspect the goods, and you don't need to report these things to me. What I want is the result. A cold voice came from the dark screen. Yes, master, I will definitely get it done. Tate replied immediately after hearing this. In fact, this is the effect he wanted, just to wait for the master's words. With this sentence, he can handle this matter with full authority, and no one can interfere. When the communication was disconnected, Tate turned around and said coldly to the representatives of more than a dozen races, Did you hear that? The master said that I will handle this matter. Do you have any questions? Don't be complacent. It's just that you arrived here first. If you mess up this matter, you know the consequences. After listening to Tate's words, a representative of a humanoid race snorted and said, You don't need to worry about what I do. From now on, all your civilization's race flagships and fleets that arrive here will be under my command. If anyone disobeys orders, don't blame me. Ted said nonchalantly. With the master's order, he is not afraid of anyone now. After hearing Ted's words, representatives of more than a dozen races left the Malchui race flagship and returned to their own race flagships. Only idiots would be angry here. Notify scientists of all races and ask them to answer the questions well. If they fail to complete the master's orders, they know the consequences. After Tate connected to the trading market network, he saw Shinkong start to ask questions and immediately said to his assistant. He was afraid that the questions asked by the Earth Federation were too difficult, and the scientists themselves did not want to be sold, which might lead to them letting the Earth Federation off when answering the questions. Deliberately let the Earth Federation not choose them. If such a problem occurred and the Earth Federation did not agree to the transaction, then he would definitely bear the wrath of his master, and then the entire Multi-Eye tribe would be destroyed with him. So he absolutely would not allow such a thing to happen, and he had to tell the scientists in advance, otherwise he would die rather than let those civilizations have a good time. Soon, the questions from the Earth Federation were passed on to scientists of various races, but when they saw these questions, almost all scientists were confused. Why? Because the questions from the Earth Federation were too difficult. Some of the theories mentioned by civilizations were something they had never heard of. How could they answer them? When Tate learned about this situation, he immediately contacted Xiang Qian, hoping that the questions from the Earth Federation could be simpler. After all, many scientists are still at the level of the third-level early civilization. It is too difficult to answer these civilizations. Faced with Tate's request, Xiang Qian agreed generously. However, it was not to reduce the difficulty of the questions, but to give those scientists time to study. Let them study while answering questions. As long as they can write the correct conclusion ideas within the specified time, they will pass. Faced with Xiang Qian's request, Tate agreed without thinking. This time, 80 million scientists instantly became free labor for mankind, and they were working day and night to study the problems that mankind is currently facing. Chapter 242. Ever since Xiang Qian used this group of scientists as free labor in the name of assessment, Tate basically asked every 3 or 5 days when the assessment would end. But a month later, Tate asked at least a dozen times, and all of them were dismissed by Xiang Qian with the failure of the assessment. Facing the strength of the Earth Federation, Tate could only worry in his heart, and there was no other way. The only consolation was that those scientists also learned a lot of new knowledge while being assessed. If the Earth Federation teaches all these scientists in half a year or a year, and then there is no trade, it is you Earth that will suffer. Tate can only use this kind of spiritual victory to comfort himself. In fact, he knows that the master has never thought about developing technology. Even if all these scientists are at the top of the third-level civilization, they will still be sold. Compared with Tate's anxiety, Xiang Qian is very happy, and the scientists of the Academy of Sciences are also very happy. Although the 80 million scientists may not be as good as human scientists in mastering technology, they can learn from others' experience. Sometimes science does not necessarily look at how much knowledge a person has mastered. Scientific thinking and wild ideas are also very important. So in this month, scientists of different races, under the threat of racial extinction, burst out with unimaginable creativity. Many research difficulties that the Academy of Sciences was helpless with were quickly overcome with the ideas they provided. After learning about this situation, Xiang Qian also secretly said it was a pity. If these scientists were not all controlled by the Avengers, he really wanted to accept these scientists. However, no matter how beautiful a time bomb is, it is still a bomb, and Xiang Qian is not prepared to keep it by his side. Another month passed in the blink of an eye, and Tai was almost going crazy. An assessment took so long, isn't this playing tricks on people? Tai also threatened Xiang Qian, saying that if he didn't trade immediately, he would take his people away. In the end, facing the strong Tai, Xiang Qian only said one sentence, "Go slowly, I won't see you off." This attitude completely made Tai give up. Go, where to go? If this transaction fails, he will die when he returns, and even his race will not be saved. With no other options, Tate could only hide his head and hope that the Earth Federation's assessment would end sooner. At the same time, he regretted it very much. If he had known that this would happen, he would not have taken on this matter. Now he has not gained any benefits, but has put himself in a dilemma. A full half a year has passed. Tate finally received a notice from Shinkong, saying that the assessment was completed and the transaction could be carried out. When he heard the notice from Shinkong, Tate almost jumped up. He was too excited. He had not eaten well or slept well in the past 6 months. He was afraid that his master would ask him about the progress of the work, and he had lost 2 circles of weight. Today, the hard work finally paid off. The work was finally done. Why did Xiang Qian suddenly agree? It was not because he was kind-hearted, but because the potential of those scientists had been squeezed dry. Now the questions raised by the Academy of Sciences were so difficult that they could not come up with any ideas even if they racked their brains. So after learning about this situation, Xiang Qian decisively gave the order to end it, and prepared to start the second phase of the plan. Dear leader of the Earth Federation, when can we start the transaction? When Tai and Xiang Qian met in the virtual space, Tai couldn't wait to say, "Don't worry, we have prepared everything in the Earth Federation. We have basically figured out the level of the scientists you brought through these few months of testing. Although these scientists lag behind our Earth Federation in terms of knowledge reserves, their scientific thinking is still good. So after consideration, I decided to make this transaction. But before the transaction, I have a small problem. I hope you can solve it. Otherwise, it will be bad if this small problem affects the transaction, don't you think?" Xiang Qian smiled and said slowly, "What problem? No matter what problem, I will solve it." Tai said hurriedly. He was afraid of Xiang Qian's delay. As long as the transaction can be carried out, he will say anything. "Okay, I want to know how those scientists of the Black U civilization were captured by your civilization. Where is the Black Sky civilization now?" Xiang Qian said seriously. We met them outside of prehistoric ruins, and then They were defeated by us, and only the race flagship escaped. These scientists were captured by us at that time, and now we don't know where the Black Sky civilization is. What is the relationship between the Black Sky civilization and the Earth Federation? Tai was stunned for a moment, and immediately made up a story, and then carefully asked about the relationship between humans and the Black Sky civilization. Is that so? That's a pity. The Black U civilization has a grudge against a subordinate civilization of our Earth Federation, so when I saw the Black U civilization, I thought if you knew, I would just send someone to destroy the Black U civilization's lair. Since you don't know either, forget it. I can only use the memory extraction method to check the approximate location of the Black U civilization. Okay, since you don't know either, I won't force it. Let's make a deal. Xiangqian said indifferently. Okay, but can we wait a few days? There is a problem with our transport spaceship. It will take 2 days to repair it. Can we trade after 2 days? Tate said to Xiangqian, suppressing his mood of collapse. 2 days, okay, no problem. If you want to trade, just tell the system directly. After Xiangqian finished speaking, his figure disappeared directly in the virtual system. Tate saw Xiangqian leave, and he also exited the virtual space. Call all civilizations to a meeting immediately, especially the people of Heiyu civilization. They must show up. Hurry up. After Tate exited the virtual space, he said angrily. Seeing that the task given to him by his master was about to be completed, he never thought that such a thing would happen. How could the idiots of the Black U civilization not be destroyed by the affiliated civilization of the Earth Federation? If they agree to the transaction now, and the Earth Federation really has a memory extraction device, then the existence of the Avengers will be exposed. Tate knows better than anyone what the consequences will be. As for whether the Earth Federation has a memory extraction device, Tate really doesn't dare to bet, just in case. After a long time, a large group of puppet civilizations of the Avengers Alliance arrived. Now let's talk about what to do about this matter. When did your Black U civilization provoke the affiliated civilization of the Earth Federation? You can tell me yourself. After Tai finished speaking, he looked at the Black U civilization angrily. What does this have to do with us? Who knows which affiliated civilization is the Earth Federation? Besides, our Black U civilization is the first civilization to follow the Master. Even if we have provoked the affiliated civilization of the Earth Federation, it was to protect the safety of the Master. The representative of the Black Universe civilization said excitedly. Then the matter is now messed up because of your Black Universe civilization. You should go and explain to the Master. Tate was ready to push the responsibility at this time. This matter was given to you by the Master. What does it have to do with our Black Universe civilization? I don't think it's the Black Universe civilization's fault. Maybe it was the affiliated civilization of the Earth Federation that took the initiative to attack the Black Universe civilization. Now they just want to cut the grass and wipe it out. Everyone is trying to survive in the universe. Who dares to say that they have never been attacked? Can they not fight back when they are attacked by others? This time, it was just the bad luck of the Black U civilization that they encountered the affiliated civilization of the Earth Federation. Who dares to say that they have never encountered a hostile civilization? Another civilization may be too upset, and after the Black U civilization finished speaking, it also helped to speak. Humph, no matter whether it is the Black U civilization's fault, but now it has delayed the Master's business. If the Black U civilization had not been discovered, this matter would have been completed long ago. I guess the Earth Federation is making things difficult for us because they saw the people of the Black U civilization. Otherwise, the matter would have been completed long ago, and there would be no need to drag it on until now. Tate is not a pushover either. He directly put the Black Universe civilization on the opposite side of many civilizations, and also pinned the Earth Federation's assessment on the Black Universe civilization. I don't care which of you has the problem. Anyway, this matter has nothing to do with us. We only send scientists. You, Tate, will handle the specific matters. Even if there are problems, you and the Black Universe civilization will solve them. Why are you looking for us? Other civilizations are not stupid. When something happens at this time, no one wants to get involved. Since it is your business, you should solve it yourself. Yeah, you two civilizations should solve the problem. Don't drag us into it. Just like that, they argued for a long time, all trying to pass the buck, and no one proposed a solution. It's not that they can't think of a solution, but it's better not to get involved at this time. Anyway, this matter has nothing to do with their civilization. Why bother with this trivial matter? Tate's purpose of convening many civilizations to hold a meeting was also achieved. He didn't want these civilizations to find a solution, but wanted these civilizations to isolate the Black U civilization. Even if something happened, he and the Black U civilization would bear it together, which would be better than him alone. Stop arguing. Since there's nothing we can do, I just contact the master and see what he has to say. Feeling that it was almost done, Tate walked to the control panel and started sending communications. The representative of the Black U civilization looked at Tate's actions. His eyes were full of anger, and he wanted to eat him. Is the matter done? A faint questioning voice came from the dark screen. Master, the matter was almost done, but something went wrong during the transaction. The affiliated civilization of the Earth Federation has a grudge against the Black U civilization. The Earth Federation plans to search the memories of the scientists of the Black U civilization after the transaction is completed. I was afraid that if the Earth Federation had a memory extraction device, the Avengers' affairs would be exposed. So I found an excuse and delayed for 2 days. I didn't know whether the transaction should continue, so I wanted to ask the master. Tate said respectfully. No deal, come back. Don't let any Avengers fall into the hands of the Earth Federation. Yes, master. Chapter 243. After Xiang Qian left the virtual space, he asked Shin Kong to monitor the movements of the Avengers. He was sure that Tate would find an excuse not to trade next. He was afraid that the Earth Federation would get the news of the Avengers. If humans had memory extraction equipment, he would have ordered it to start immediately, and would not have waited until now. With the current strength of the Avengers, the Earth Federation can directly defeat them. But unfortunately, the Avengers are still in the latent period. In addition to the races of these scientists, which have been determined, Xiang Qian does not know which other civilizations belong to the Avengers. But it doesn't matter. I don't know about other things. Let's eliminate these civilized races first. Half a day passed, and Shin Kong informed Xiang Qian that there were frequent small spaceships coming in and out around the spaceship where the scientists were. Seeing this situation, Xiang Qian knew that they were transferring scientists. However, these things were all calculated by him, so there was no need to worry. If they could escape, they would be great. Sure enough, 3 days later, Tate found Xiang Qian again. Dear leader of the Earth Federation, I'm sorry to have delayed you for so long, but I think the price of the transaction still needs to be discussed. Tate said confidently when he saw Xiang Qian. What is there to discuss? If you don't want to trade, just leave. Xiang Qian smiled disdainfully. He didn't know what Tate was up to. He just wanted to propose a sky-high price, and then make me disagree with the transaction, so that they could leave here. In that case, there is nothing to say. I think other evolutionary civilizations will be happy to trade with us. Goodbye. Tai Te left the virtual space after he finished speaking. Xiang Qian looked at Tai Te's disappearing figure and smiled disdainfully. Shin Kong, are you ready? Xiang Qian did not leave the virtual space and spoke directly to Shin Kong. Boss, everything is ready. Tell them that the prey is set off, show the virtual image, and I will watch it here. Xiang Qian nodded and said. As soon as Xiang Qian's wang fell, the conference room disappeared instantly, and the surrounding scene turned into the void of the universe. In front of him was the Avengers transport ship, which was slowly leaving the trading market. Let's use you to test the various weapons that the Earth has developed over the years. Xiang Qian looked at the virtual scene in front of him and thought to himself. Master, we are leaving the trading market, and the Earth Federation has not made any moves. Tai Te said to the dark screen. Go separately, don't come back, wait for my order. Yes, master. Tet turned off the communication and said to the adjutant, check whether the curvature engine can be turned on. Chief, the surrounding space is still blocked, and the curvature engine cannot be turned on. Check the curvature engine status at any time. Once it is out of the space blockade, turn on the curvature engine immediately. Tet said seriously. Before entering the curvature navigation, Tet will not be careless, although he is also very surprised why the Earth Federation let them go so easily. He does not believe in rewarding integrity. In the face of sufficient interests, what is integrity? In the universe, only strength is fundamental. Without strength, no matter how reasonable you are, it is useless. However, as the fleet was getting farther and farther away from the star system, E.T. looked at the results of the detector scan, and was a little unsure of the Earth Federation's thoughts. Did they really let them go? Did the Earth Federation care so much about the integrity of the trading market that they were afraid of affecting their reputation and watched them leave? Patriarch, the curvature engine has returned to normal, and the fleet has left the space blockade. Do you want to proceed with curvature navigation? Don't enter, but don't turn off the curvature engine. Make sure you can enter the curvature navigation state at any time. Tet thought for a while and said, if you enter the curvature navigation, you will lose contact with the fleet, So before the Earth Federation takes action, he is not going to start the curvature navigation and run away. At this time, the Tet fleet did not notice that a fist-sized object was sticking to their spacecraft. Because the size of this object is too small, the outer armor of the battleship only regards it as cosmic dust and does not care. Generally, the exterior of warships is cleaned uniformly every once in a while. Now is definitely not the time to clean the exterior of warships, so no one cares about the cosmic dust on the armor. The gravitational channel has been constructed, the error does not exceed 3 degrees, and the super electromagnetic railgun is ready. Notify Zhao Ming and tell him that we will open fire in half an hour. Send him the coordinates and let him get ready. Yang Guang heard the operator's report and said to the communication personnel, "Yes, General." At this time, Zhao Ming, who was hundreds of billions of kilometers away, was sitting in a strange spaceship. The spaceship had a sphere in the middle, and a 5-kilometer-long metal cylinder on each side. There was a huge bearing between the sphere in the middle and the metal cylinders on both sides, which connected the two parts of the spaceship together. There was no gun port on the outside of the spaceship, and the hole was sealed. There was not even a trace of welding on the metal cylinders on both sides. General Yang Guang sent a message saying that they will start in half an hour. The enemy's coordinates have been sent. The staff officer said to Zhao Ming, who was bragging to Reglos. "What? Finally here, great. I've been waiting for so long that the flowers are withered. Reglos, get ready to take action," Zhao Ming said happily. He had been here a few days ago, and had been waiting until now, which made him feel very frustrated. "Okay, after I'm done, I'm going to eat at the star system next door," the spherical image of Reglos said on the screen. In order to facilitate communication with it, the Academy of Sciences has developed a device. As long as Reglos carries this device, he can communicate with the spacecraft of the Earth Federation. "Okay, I take you there when the time comes. Notify all warships to turn on the magnetic field superposition and prepare for curvature navigation." Zhao Ming took charge of everything and gave orders to Reglos. Following Zhao Ming's orders, the metal cylinders on both sides of dozens of strange spacecrafts around him began to rotate. The speed of rotation was getting faster and faster. In the end, only the ball and bearing in the middle of the spaceship could be seen. The cylinders on both sides could not be seen at all. Only a shadow rotating around the ball could be vaguely seen. 10 minutes later, dozens of strange spaceships formed a strange shape in the universe, with Zhao Ming's spaceship as the center and Reglos above Zhao Ming's spaceship. Other spaceships began to revolve around Zhao Ming's spaceship at a high speed. Dozens of spaceships actually formed a miniature star system. Reglos start. Zhao Ming looked at the big screen, and when the surrounding magnetic field strength climbed to a certain level, he immediately said to Reglos, "Got it." After Reglos finished speaking, the super strong magnetic field in his body exploded, but this explosion did not spread outward, but contracted inward. When the radiation coverage of Reglos and the magnetic field range of dozens of spacecraft overlapped, they slowly formed a hole, and the magnetic fields of both sides were mutually connected, and the frequency was actually the same. At this time, Zhao Ming said loudly, "The curvature engine is turned on." As the curvature engine was turned on, dozens of spaceships and Reglos slowly disappeared into the void of the universe, leaving only the surrounding space with the fluctuations of curvature navigation. Zhao Ming breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the curvature navigation state. Such multi-spaceship curvature navigation technology is currently the most advanced scientific and technological achievement of mankind. Although mankind does not have curvature navigation technology yet, the race flagships of the Green Star Civilization and the Silver Wing Civilization all have curvature engines. With the help of the curvature engine, the super strong magnetic field of Reglos, and the radiation coverage, the Academy of Sciences came up with a brainwave and developed a technology that uses a curvature engine to pull multiple spacecraft to travel in curvature. Although the spacecraft that can use this technology must be such a special spacecraft, ordinary spacecraft cannot use this technology. It seems to be a bit useless, but the accumulation of technology requires such a process. However, these weird spacecraft are not just for show. Their combat effectiveness has reached the technological level of quasi-level 4 civilization, and the entire spacecraft also uses a lot of special rare metal materials. It can be said that the cost of this spaceship can build more than 1,000 ordinary warships. Half an hour passed quickly, and a super electromagnetic railgun in the second defense circle outside the Earth began to charge. The current super electromagnetic railgun is completely different from the previous one. In front of the muzzle, there is a huge iron pot like a satellite launcher. If you look from a distance, it looks like a 50,000 kilometer long iron pipe with a huge pot cover, which looks very unsightly. However, this ugly-looking thing was created by the combined efforts of humans, the Silver Wings, and the Regtros. The effort was simply unimaginable. The energy buffer load has reached the critical point. Turn on the gravity generator and penetrate the gravity tunnel. The space in front of the super electromagnetic railgun began to distort, and a dark channel appeared in front of the muzzle, less than 100 kilometers away from the muzzle. The gravity channel is penetrated, and the super electromagnetic railgun is fired. On the side of the 50,000-kilometer long barrel, a white light rushed quickly from the end to the muzzle, just like a flash of light. The super electromagnetic projectile has been launched, but this projectile did not fly in the universe, but flew directly into the gravitational channel. At this time, 300 billion kilometers away from the star system, where the Earth is located, the space behind the flagship of the race where Tet is located suddenly distorted. What happened? Why did the alarm sound? Where is the enemy? Tet asked nervously. Chief, for some reason, the space of the race flagship in the later period was distorted. Tet saw the gravitational channel gradually forming on the screen, and immediately shouted, "Start the curvature engine, enter the curvature navigation immediately, hurry up." Chief, the curvature engine cannot be turned on. The super strong gravity interferes with the space. The engine cannot be started. It's over. This is Tet's last thought. Less than 10 seconds later, he saw something flash past in the gravitational channel on the screen, and then his eyes went black and he lost consciousness. Chapter 244. The flagship of the race that Tet was in was blown up by a super electromagnetic railgun, and even the protective shield could not block this attack. The projectile made of degenerate materials, 0.88 times the speed of light. These two things together directly ended the myth of the invincibility of the protective shield of the civilized race hull. Under normal circumstances, the flagship of a race is difficult to be blown up. Unless the energy is exhausted, there is basically no precedent for being directly blown up under normal circumstances. However, those are all in the energy field. The real powerful attack is still a physical attack. However, as technology becomes more advanced, spacecrafts become faster and more maneuverable, and kinetic weapons such as electromagnetic weapons are no longer able to play any role in space wars. It is because the speed of physical attacks is too slow, and before you can hit someone, they will dodge. This also means that no matter how strong the attack power of kinetic weapons is, they cannot play any decisive role in interstellar wars. As for making kinetic weapons turn, that is something that only idiots would say. What kind of propulsion force is needed to change the direction of a projectile traveling at more than 0.7 times the speed of light at will? But now we have the gravitational channel technology, which allows the projectile to directly pass through space and achieve the effect of beyond visual range attack, solving the problem of insufficient attack speed of kinetic weapons in one fell swoop. However, such an attack is strong, but it consumes too much energy and cannot be miniaturized. Therefore, it can only be installed on the super electromagnetic railgun, which is powered by the planetary energy core. The spacecraft cannot provide the energy to form a gravitational channel at all. After the flagship of the race where Tet was located was blown up, the surrounding transport ships and warships all opened their protective shields in an instant, and then flew irregularly to prevent being locked. However, these ships were worried in vain, because the super electromagnetic railgun far away on Earth was sparking at this time, and could not launch a second attack at all. The reason was that the energy output was too large in an instant, and the energy buffer device was overloaded and had been scrapped. So in the eyes of those ships, the death-like gravity channel did not appear again. Instead, in front of them, the space fluctuated, and dozens of strange ships and a strange satellite appeared in the void of the universe. Regtros, control them, don't let them go off tune. Zhao Ming shouted at Regtros immediately after simply exiting the curvature engine. Look at me, space confinement. After Regtros finished speaking, a burst of light and intense radiation burst out from its body. Soon, the surrounding space was fixed by Regtros, and those spaceships that wanted to turn around and escape were also as if they were stationary. Well done, it's our turn now, all warships, attack freely. Zhao Ming finished speaking and rushed towards a warship. The warship could only watch Zhao Ming coming, and there was nothing it could do. Even if the engine power was turned to the maximum, the spaceship did not show any signs of activity. At this time, Zhao Ming did not care what the other party thought. Xiang Qian's order to him before coming was to cut the grass and root out, leaving no one alive. So he did not care whether this attack method was a bit suspicious of beating children. Anyway, as long as he could kill all these spaceships, his mission would be completed. Zhao Ming asked the operator to stop 50 kilometers in front of the enemy warship, and the stop position was still a blind spot for the enemy's weapons to attack, or more precisely, the position of the engine nozzle, commonly known as the chrysanthemum. Turn on the magnetic weapon, 60% power, Zhao Ming said to the operator. Following Zhao Ming's order, the metal pillars on both sides of the spacecraft began to rotate rapidly. As the metal pillars rotated, invisible magnetic field vortices began to form. After more than 10 seconds, when the metal pillars turned into a round of afterimages, the super strong magnetic field could be seen with the naked eye. As soon as this powerful magnetic field vortex touched the enemy's shield disappeared instantly. This disappearance was not broken by a powerful attack, but by fundamentally dispelling the enemy's shield. The shield of the third-level civilization uses super strong magnetic force to bind ionized particles to the surface of the spacecraft to form a shield. Now the super strong magnetic vortex emitted by Zhao Mingfei fundamentally destroyed the formation of the shield. The magnetic field of the enemy's spacecraft's binding shield was unable to bind plasma particles in front of the magnetic vortex, let alone form a shield. As the protective shield disappeared, the hull of the warship was still deformed. First, the outer armor was twisted, and then the main structure inside began to twist. From a distance, the warship began to crack from the engine nozzle, and then was twisted into a twisted shape by the super strong magnetic field. A minute later, the 3-kilometer-long warship turned into an extremely twisted steel flower roll, with layers of steel stacked together, thousands of layers more than a flower roll. After seeing this, Zhao Ming's mouth began to twitch. No one knows what the power of magnetic field weapons is, and the scientists who study this weapon have only given theoretical data. But watching a spaceship slowly twist and finally turn into something like a flower roll, the shock can be imagined. Now Zhao Ming wants to go back and ask those scientists if they are twisted and perverted. If they kill people in one go, Zhao Ming won't feel anything, but now that he is like this, he has no appetite at night, and basically he will say goodbye to things like flower rolls in the future, because he really can't eat them. Regtros, go ahead. Kill them all, I can't stand it anymore. After dealing with the first battleship, Zhao Ming stopped and said to Regtros, "Okay, I've wanted to take action for a long time, your attack is too slow. That's why those scientists designed such a useless thing. If I hadn't confined the space, they would have run away long ago," Regtros complained. For more than a minute, Regtros was performing. I saw its dozen tentacles constantly attacking, and each attack could blow up a spaceship or warship. It can be said that Reglos is now more powerful than before he was injured. At least his control over energy is many times stronger than before. Notify Earth, tell them that this wave has been resolved, and tell us the location of the next wave of enemies. Zhao Ming looked at the countless warship wreckages in the void and said to the communicator, General Yang Guang sent the enemy coordinates, but they can't provide support. The super electromagnetic railgun has malfunctioned. Gather immediately and prepare to go to the coordinates. Tell Yang Guang that he doesn't need to help, Regtros can handle it alone. When Zhao Ming flew towards the second wave of enemies, the Avengers were already arguing. Many members of the Avengers had not left the trading market at this time. These races still thought that they were not exposed, so they stayed in the trading market fearlessly, and informed the races who left at any time. But just now, when they contacted Tet, they found that the other party did not respond at all. If it was just like this, it would be fine. After all, this would happen when the spacecraft entered the curvature navigation. They thought that Tate had already entered the curvature navigation. But after they sent information to other spacecraft, they received an extremely shocking news, that is, the flagship of the race where Tate was located had been blown up. That was the flagship of the race, not an ordinary warship. It was blown up just like that. Why was it so cruel? At the same time, when they saw the strange spaceship led by Zhao Ming destroying other warships, they were instantly horrified. The killing method was so terrible that it twisted a warship into a flower roll. You can imagine how painful it was for the people inside the warship before they died. So after learning about this situation, they began to discuss solutions. They were supposed to tip off the enemy, but their own fleet was destroyed. They realized that this was definitely their dereliction of duty. If that was the case, it would be fine, but now they are not sure whether they have been exposed. If they are exposed, the Master will definitely abandon them, and may let them launch a suicide attack on the Earth Federation before they die. Now they dare not leave, because they are not sure whether those powerful strange spaceships will directly kill them all. At least if they stay in the trading market, the Earth Federation will not attack them directly for the sake of credibility. But some people want to take the opportunity to leave. Anyway, they are scattered, and there will always be a few who can escape. It's all about luck. After leaving here, the The Master will not let them sacrifice in vain. So now half of the remaining puppet civilizations of the Avengers support leaving immediately, and the other half will not leave even if they are beaten to death. Chief. Master, there's a call. The voice of the announcement calmed down the group of people who were arguing so hard, and the chief who received the call from the Master looked as if his father had died. Master, what do you want me to do? The Tate have been eliminated. Have any of them been captured? Master, I don't know. We are sending people to investigate, but there is no news yet. Hearing the Master's words, he was so scared that he broke out in a sweat, but he still answered carefully. One day later, start spreading rumors that the Earth Federation killed the Wanderer civilization for profit. Then you encourage other civilizations in the trading market to attack the star system together. I don't need to teach you how to do it. Yes, Master, we know. The communication was closed, and everyone in the room looked as if their father had died, with a dead gray face, as if they were not the ones who had just quarreled. Let's go, the last day, go back and enjoy it, and then go to die. The patriarch of a civilized race said. What does it mean to encourage other civilizations in the trading market to attack the star system? That's to go to die. The Master gave this order, which means he has given up on them. Chapter 245. Boss, General Zhao Ming sent a message saying that they have eliminated all the enemies. Shen Kong said to Xiang Qian. Well, let them come back. After Xiang Qian finished speaking, he continued his work. Originally, he was watching the actual combat effect of the new spacecraft in the virtual space, but after seeing a warship being twisted into a flower roll, he no longer had the mood to watch. Xiang Qian was very speechless about this magnetic field weapon. He had originally placed high hopes on it, but he didn't expect that the final result would be like this. Although the effect of this use is not ideal, it is not only because of the shortcoming of cruel attack, but also because the output power and equipment time are very long, the attack distance is very short, and the energy consumption is also high. Generally speaking, the current magnetic field weapon is not very mature and needs to be further developed. However, it is good to achieve the current effect. After all, according to the level of technology, magnetic field weapons are the technology of the 4th level civilization level. With the current level of human technology, it is already very good to be able to produce the prototype of magnetic field weapons. When Zhao Ming returned triumphantly and Xiang Qian prepared materials for the Avengers, some rumors began to spread in the trading market that were unfavorable to the Earth Federation. In the free trade zone, where many procurement personnel from different civilizations gathered, several people of different races gathered together and were talking about something. Do you know that the Earth Federation seems to have destroyed 3 civilizations in one day? Although those 3 civilizations were all Wanderer civilizations, destroying 3 civilizations in one day is really too terrifying. I don't know how those 3 civilizations offended the Earth Federation. Why did they offend anyone else? They must offend the Earth Federation. That's courting death. Passerby said. Huh, you don't know this? Your information is outdated. I'm telling you, but don't spread it. It's not that the 3 civilizations offended the Earth Federation. They brought many scientists to make a deal, but the Earth Federation kept the price very low, and they didn't reach an agreement in the end, so... You know? Passerby said mysteriously. At this time, some people were secretly listening around. Seeing that there were people around, Passerby suddenly said, You are talking about the large transport ships that stopped next to the trading market half a year ago. I also heard that they came to trade scientists. When purchasing here, I also saw their purchasing staff, who looked rich and powerful, as if they wanted to buy everything back. At that time, I was very curious about how a few Wanderer civilizations could have so many resources. Now I understand that it was because they had scientists. But it was fine for half a day, and I heard that the deal was about to be completed. How come it turned out like this? After Passerby finished speaking, more people gathered around him. I really know this, and since you asked, I will remind you that we are all small races, and cannot compare with those evolved civilizations, so I will not hide it. Even if it is to help everyone, if you encounter danger in our civilization in the future, please help us if you can. In fact, the transaction was just as this friend said, it was carried out immediately, and the negotiations were completed half a year ago. Why did we have to wait for half a year? That was because the Earth Federation wanted to assess the level of those scientists, so it took half a year. But a few days ago, when the assessment was completed and the transaction was ready, the Earth Federation suddenly proposed to change the price. The reason was that those scientists did not have enough scientific literacy, and they needed to undergo a long period of training before they could take up their posts in the Earth Federation. So the Earth Federation required the transaction price to be traded at 1/10 of the original price. That is 1/10. Do you know how many resources that is? According to the information I received, the original trading plan was for the Earth Federation to offer 10 complete sets of Level 3 Civilization Peak Technology trees and 20 billion tons of special rare metals. But when the transaction was about to take place, the price was suddenly reduced to 1/10. Who can bear it? So the three Wanderer civilizations had no choice but to refuse the transaction and prepare to trade in the trading market opened by other evolutionary civilizations. But everyone knows what the final result is. Passerby started talking again at this time. At this time, many people were gathered around, and most of them heard what Passerby said. Although many people didn't believe it, they couldn't help but believe it when they saw the worried expressions of the people around them. As for the unreasonable parts of this information, they all subconsciously ignored it. For example, why did Passerby know so much information, why such a secret matter could be discussed on the street, etc.? They didn't think about it carefully. Okay, let's all go. If we are discovered, no one can escape. Just let everyone know about this. Don't let it spread. Let's go, let's go. Seeing that things were almost done, Passerby began to disperse the crowd. At this time, everyone realized that this was a trading market, the territory of the Earth Federation. Discussing the faults of the Earth Federation here was courting death. Instantly, a group of people scattered like birds and beasts, but the news spread more and more. By the afternoon, basically all the civilizations trading in the trading market knew that the Earth Federation was exterminated by the Earth Federation yesterday, because the three Wanderer civilizations did not sell the scientists to them. After the transaction was completed, the dumber civilizations left in a hurry without taking a break. The smarter civilizations, knowing that there were problems, were unwilling to wade into this muddy water, and also evacuated after the transaction was completed. In just one day, less than 20% of the civilizations remained in the trading market. Some of these civilizations had just arrived, and didn't know what was going on. Some civilizations were ready to fish in troubled waters, and the rest were puppet civilizations of the Avengers. When Xiangqian knew about this, it was already noon. At that time, the news had basically spread, and it was useless even if he wanted to stop it. Instead, it would make those civilizations think that the Earth Federation was looking for an excuse. Xiangqian had no good solution to the sudden attack of the Avengers. Things like the trading market are originally a business, and you can't force others to buy. So after those civilizations left, he didn't try to keep them. Although Xiangqian opened the trading market for collecting resources, he dared to say that as long as the civilizations that traded technology trees here were definitely much stronger in future technological development than those that had not traded here. So if they did not trade with him, both sides would suffer losses, but the losses of the Earth Federation could be said to be minimal. With the current resources of the Earth Federation, it was enough to be promoted to a 4th-level civilization, and there were still many surpluses. It didn't matter whether the trading market continued or not. As a result, that night, when Xiangqian finished his meal, the Avengers began their final frenzy. Please note that all civilizations that are trading please stop trading first. As an ally of the Malchui, I am here to ask the Earth Federation for an explanation on behalf of the 3 civilizations that were destroyed by the Earth Federation yesterday. Why did you destroy the 3 civilizations? Is it because they did not choose to trade with you that you brutally killed the 3 civilizations? Friends of all civilizations, I will fight to the death with the Earth Federation today. Please leave immediately. Of course, if there are friends who can't stand it, I also welcome everyone to join me in attacking the Earth Federation. As long as the Earth Federation is destroyed, all the resources of the Earth Federation will be divided equally among everyone. A puppet civilization of the Avengers began to broadcast to the surroundings. Destroy the Earth Federation and divide the resources. This is our share. It is also our share. We have been suppressed by the evolutionary civilization, and have been hiding from here and there. Today we are going all out, and fighting the Earth Federation to the end. That's right, count us in 2. I don't believe that we, with so many Wanderer civilizations, can't conquer the Earth Federation. Conquer the Earth Federation. In an instant, the puppet civilizations of the Avengers all expressed their intention to destroy the Earth Federation. Their race flagships all launched a concentrated attack and attacked the trading market. At this time, the Wanderer civilizations around them all ran away in a hurry. If they didn't run away at this time, they would be misunderstood by the Earth Federation. Do you still want to live? As for those civilizations talking about conquering the Earth Federation, that was a joke. No one knows what the hell these wandering civilizations are thinking of. They actually want to conquer the Earth Federation with just a few civilization race flagships. They are just dreaming. Boom, the trading market, which had no protection to begin with, was directly blown up by the concentrated energy of several race flagships. The wreckage of the trading market and the special rare metals in the warehouse were scattered all over the universe, flashing with light. "Boss, General Sunshine has applied to take the fleet to destroy the enemy," Shin Kong said to Xiang Qian, who was watching the big screen. "No, tell him to rest assured, there is no need to send out warships for this matter." After Xiang Qian finished speaking, he said to Shin Kong, "Start the defense system immediately and charge the satellite fortresses. It's just right to use them to test the power of the defense circle." "Okay, boss." Xiang Qian has not explained anything until now, because at this time, no one will pay attention even if the Earth explains more. Only when the Earth Federation destroys these race flagships with the thunderous power of autumn wind sweeping away fallen leaves, then it will be time for the Earth Federation to speak out. Following Xiang Qian's order, the outermost defense circle of the star system began to charge. Countless metal planets and satellite fortresses' fortress cannons began to glow, and the super-strong magnetic field fluctuations around the defense circle began to spread outward from the star system. The solar wind of the star was also affected by the super-strong magnetic field and advanced outward by tens of billions of kilometers. At this time, the puppet civilization of the Avengers also arrived outside the star system and immediately entered the top layer of the sun. Dozens of civilizations outside the star system started live broadcasts to watch this completely unequal battle. Chapter 246. Shin Kong, check the highest attack peak of the defense circle. Xiang Qian said to Shin Kong immediately after seeing that the other party was actually within the attack range of the defense circle. "Okay, boss, do you want to open the absolute shielding field?" "No, just maintain the interference magnetic field." The absolute shielding field is a superimposed magnetic field that completely shields energy attacks by combining the super-strong magnetic field generators inside all defense devices inside the defense circle. In the ultra-high-intensity magnetic field, any energy attack will be interfered. The energy beam that could attack 100 billion kilometers away can only reach 100,000 kilometers at most in the absolute shielding field. Beyond 100,000 kilometers, the force field of the energy beam itself can no longer bind the energy to form a beam. However, the energy consumed by using such an absolute shielding field is not a small number. For the flagships of the civilization races in front of us, there is no need to use the absolute shielding field. If it is used, it will be like using an anti-aircraft gun to hit a mosquito, which is a pure waste of energy. As a result, before Shin Kong launched the attack, the concentrated energy attack of several civilization race flagships had already arrived. 5 thick beams of light directly blew up the protective shield of a satellite fortress, and even a deep pit appeared on the protective armor on the surface of the satellite fortress. But the next second, hundreds of thousands of beams of light were fired from the defense circle. Since these attacks could not form a concentrated energy attack, all the beams hit the protective shields of several flagships individually. The flagships of the civilization races were forced to retreat helplessly. This was not because they wanted to avoid the attack, but because the impact of these energy attacks pushed them backwards. You should know that energy weapons are not kinetic weapons. The impact force carried by energy weapons is very limited. If there are hundreds of energy attacks, the race flagship will not feel anything at all. But now hundreds of thousands of energy beams, relying on the continuous explosive impact force, have pushed the race flagship backwards. You can imagine how powerful the attack force is at this moment. But the first round of feeling is over, and before the flagships of the civilization race can catch their breath, the second wave of hundreds of thousands of attacks has arrived. Surrounded by endless energy attacks, several race flagships could not change their positions, let alone dodge. Now the only thing they could do was to hold the shield, hoping that after this wave of attacks was over, they would have a chance to counterattack. Although they knew that even if they launched several attacks, they would not be able to cause any damage to the Earth Federation. Even if they destroyed a few satellite fortresses, it would not be a big deal for the Earth Federation. But they just didn't want to be destroyed by the Earth Federation with 0 casualties, without being able to blow up even one satellite fortress. Unfortunately, their idea was shattered. The Earth Federation's attack seemed endless, and they didn't have any counterattack plan. They could only watch the energy reserve displayed on the screen decrease every second. 100%, 80%, 60%, 20%, 5%. In the end, when the energy reserve was only 1%, they chose to self-destruct the race flagship at the same time. 5 huge fireworks exploded at the edge of the star system, and the scattered debris was also covered by the endless attack and vaporized. In the end, the only debris left in the void of the universe was the equipment made of special rare metals, and some technological equipment left by prehistoric civilizations. 10 minutes, less than 10 minutes, several civilization race flagships were destroyed. The price paid by the Earth Federation was that a deep pit was punched out of the outer armor of a satellite fortress. The trading market was blown up, and a little energy was consumed, without any additional losses. Several of the most powerful race flagships for the Wanderer civilization could only hold out for 10 minutes in the outermost defense circle of the Earth Federation. Such a result made the civilizations outside the star system that came to trade tremble all over. Although before the war, all civilizations knew that the Earth Federation was strong and would eventually win. But those civilization race flagships did not put any pressure on the Earth Federation at all, and were easily and happily destroyed by the Earth Federation, which was also unbearable for them. Because the Earth Federation could destroy those race flagships so easily, it also meant that the Earth Federation would not spend much effort to destroy these civilizations. Now staying outside the star system, even if they can start the curvature engine at any time, they do not feel safe at all. In order not to be regarded as an ally of those civilizations by the Earth Federation, they could not just run away now, and had to send a congratulatory message to the Earth Federation. An hour later, the trading market was once again established by the Earth Federation, and many civilizations that had not completed their transactions just now began to continue trading. When the original trading market was blown up, the special rare metals in the warehouse were also found back by many civilizations. The Earth Federation did not waste any energy, and all the materials in the original trading market, except those that were destroyed, returned to the trading market without any difference. Xiang Qian did not express any opinion on such civilized flattery. In his opinion, this was the most normal thing. The principle in the universe is very simple: whoever has the bigger fist is the boss. Now the Earth Federation has shown its fist as big as a sandbag, which directly suppressed other civilizations. Shinkong, how are the test results? Boss, the error between the test results and the theoretical data is no more than 1%, and the defense circle is working well. Shinkong said while displaying the data. Well, transmit this data to the Academy of Sciences, and then use the gravitational wave communication method to spread the information about the Avengers throughout the large Magellanic Cloud. Since they want to trick me, they should be prepared to be tricked. Xiang Qian nodded, and then said with a cold light in his eyes, "Okay, boss." Half an hour later, a piece of information about the conspiracy of the Avengers and the most evil civilization in the universe was received by all civilizations in the entire large Magellanic Galaxy. Compared to the Avengers' method of disgusting the Earth Federation and slandering the trading market, Xiang Qian's move was really ruthless. He directly cut off the source of the fire, alerted all the Wanderer civilizations, and made the Avengers plan to absorb a large number of Wanderer civilizations, like in the previous life fail. However, Xiang Qian also knew that neither side gained any benefit from the conflict with the Avengers this time. Although the Earth Horn did not suffer any losses, the trading market can continue to operate. However, the strength shown by the Earth Federation in this battle will also make those evolutionary civilizations vigilant, and it is very likely that they will use small actions against the Earth Federation in secret. The losses of the Avengers are greater than those of the Earth Federation. After all, the foundations of the two sides are different. If the Avengers cannot continue to control a large number of Wanderer civilizations, this decision will be a serious blow. It is basically hopeless to develop to the level of the previous life. Sure enough, in the following month, Xiang Qian obtained information from the trading market. The Avengers also began to take action, recruiting a large number of Wanderer civilizations, and put the civilization race contract on the table, which clearly stated that the Avengers only resisted the oppression of the evolutionary civilization and the pioneer civilization, and would never use control methods against the civilization within the alliance. At the same time, several relatively powerful evolutionary civilizations also put up signs of the trading market, and the entire large Magellanic Galaxy began to dance in chaos. For a time, it was extremely lively, and even the wars between races were much less. Everyone is either focusing on development or expanding the fleet, or mining resources to exchange for scientific and technological information in the trading market, and vigorously upgrading the level of technology. But hidden behind this prosperity, there is a more turbulent torrent, and when it breaks out, it will definitely sweep across the entire large Magellanic Galaxy. Faced with such a situation, Xiang Qian also has a headache. After all, this is just when everyone arrived at the large Magellanic Galaxy, and it has not been 100 years. The large Magellanic Galaxy, which should have been in chaos, is actually a bit closer to the form before the decisive battle in memory. Faced with the chaos, Xiang Qian's memory was no longer useful. 3 months later, a message reached Xiang Qian's ears. A Wanderer civilization found the true use of special rare metals in prehistoric ruins. But not long after this wanderer civilization left the ruins, it was destroyed by a pioneer civilization. Before the wanderer civilization was destroyed, the true use of this special rare metal was broadcasted throughout the large Magellanic Cloud by that wanderer civilization. Now, the special rare metals, which were originally considered rare, have truly become strategic resources for the race. Those civilizations that used to use special rare metals as currency in the trading market to exchange scientific and technological information with the Earth Federation are now confused. Those civilizations that traded all the special rare metals are now regretting it. However, they have no way to run back to the Earth Federation to ask for them, so they can only swallow their anger and swear never to come to the Earth Federation to trade again. However, this news, driven by those who care about it, quickly spread throughout the universe. According to preliminary statistics, the Earth Federation has collected at least 20 trillion tons of special rare metals through the trading market, not counting the planets with special rare metal veins within the Earth Federation. In other words, the Earth Federation currently has at least 50 trillion tons of special rare metals. This number is even crazier than an Earthling owning 50 trillion in assets. You have to know that some wanderer civilizations, the total amount of special rare metals in the entire civilization, does not exceed 10,000 tons. As soon as this news came out, the entire Earth Federation immediately stood on the opposite side of the many civilizations in the large Magellanic Cloud. Chapter 247. Shinkong, send a message to the entire large Magellanic system, that is, the Earth Federation will officially close the trading market from today. Xiang Qian said to Shinkong with a gloomy face. Boss, what should we do with the civilizations that are trading? After the transaction is completed, let them leave, and then send the things in the trading market warehouse back to the Defense Circle warehouse, and destroy the trading market. Okay, boss. Xiang Qian's mood now cannot be said to be bad, it can only be said to be depressed. Why? Ever since the true purpose of the special rare metals was exposed, the Earth Federation became the target of envy and hatred of all civilizations in the entire large Magellanic Galaxy, and the trading market has not received a gram of special rare metals since that day. What made Xiang Qian collapse the most was that many civilizations came to the trading market in the past half-month. They did not come to trade technology at all, but to exchange technology information for special rare metals. Faced with such a situation, there was no improvement in half a month, so Xiang Qian simply closed the trading market. Anyway, humans have accumulated enough special rare metals. Even if it is the amount needed for the Green Star Civilization, Silver Wing Civilization, and Regtros to upgrade, the current stock of special rare metals is more than enough. So facing this situation, Xiang Qian no longer has the intention to continue to open a trading market. But Xiang Qian knows that this is just the beginning. At present, there are still many special rare metal minerals in the large Magellanic Cloud, and the major civilizations have not yet reached the critical point of the 4th level civilization promotion. Therefore, although many civilizations began to pay attention to special rare metals, they only regarded special rare metals as materials for making genetic nuclear armor, and did not connect it with breaking through the 4th level civilization. This is not their fault. In fact, except for the members of the Earth Federation, all civilizations do not know how huge the special rare metals needed to break through the 4th level civilization are. The Wanderer civilization before the extinction only talked about the method of making genetic nuclear armor with special rare metals, and the fact that genetic nuclear armor is needed to break through the 4th level civilization. As for the conditions for breaking through the 4th level civilization, they themselves may not know. So for special rare metals, many civilizations just think that a little bit is enough. As long as they can create genetic nuclear force weapons and reach the peak of the 3rd level civilization, they can break through the 4th level civilization. They don't know that in order to become a 4th level civilization, at least 50% of the evolvers in the entire civilization must have genetic nuclear force weapons made of special rare metals. Evolvers without genetic nuclear force weapons cannot become 4th level evolvers. You can imagine how many special rare metals are needed to push all of these evolvers to the level of level 4 evolvers, given the current 7 billion evolvers on Earth. Although 80% of these evolvers are ordinary evolvers without any special abilities. But these ordinary evolvers are the main force of future cosmic wars, and genetic nuclear force weapons are the backbone of future cosmic wars. So now many civilizations are just envious and jealous, and it is not time for them to go crazy. When the madness came, even though their power was no match for the Earth Federation, they were also encouraged by people with ulterior motives to rush towards the Earth Federation. Facing the crisis that was about to happen in the future, Xiang Qian thought it was better to make plans early. In terms of the technological level of the 3rd level civilization, the Earth Federation was the undisputed first. However, no matter how strong the third-level civilization was, it would always be a third-level civilization. If there were more than 1,000 wanderer civilizations, they would bring tens of millions of warships to attack the Earth Federation. Even if we can repel this group of people, how can the Earth Federation resist the next group? Sometimes, when the number reaches a certain level, it is unstoppable. So the top priority is to make the Earth Federation's strength achieve a qualitative breakthrough before the crisis comes. In terms of quantity, the Earth Federation's strength cannot compete with the many civilizations in the entire large Magellanic Galaxy. So if you want to win in future wars, you must work hard on quality. The only way to make a breakthrough in quality is to improve the level of technology, and let the civilization level break through the fourth level of civilization. Use absolute power to crush the endless number. Shinkong, notify the Green Star Civilization and tell them that I am going to meet their leader. Xiang Qian thought of this and stood up and said to Shinkong, "Okay, boss." Xiang Qian put on his individual armor and took a small spaceship to attack the life planet where the Green Star Civilization was. Although the Green Star Civilization could not allow all its people to live on the life planet at the same time, the qualification to live on the life planet as a reward was the highest honor of the entire civilization. As the leader of the Green Star Civilization, Lucen must live on the life planet. Whether you call it a privilege or the corruption of the ruling class, as the highest authority of a civilization, it really has to be established on the life planet to be worthy of the level of this institution. Welcome Mr. Xiang to Green Star. On behalf of all the people of the Green Star Civilization, I welcome Mr. Xiang. Lucen, along with a group of senior officials of the Green Star Civilization, stood at the berth of the airport waiting for Xiang Qian. As soon as Xiang Qian left the hatch, Lucen and the others came to greet him, and said very happily. In fact, within the Green Star Civilization, the recognition of human civilization is very high. After all, without the help of human civilization, the current Green Star Civilization, let alone living on a planet with life, is a problem for the entire race. Therefore, the Green Star Civilization basically regards humans as benefactors. Hello, Chief Lucen. Hello, all the senior officials of the Green Star Civilization. Xiang Qian, wearing armor, greeted everyone. Xiang Qian walked and talked with the high-level officials of Green Star Civilization at the airport. Since the living environment required by Green Star Civilization is completely different from that of humans, Xiang Qian can only talk to them here, and even the dinner must be eaten with them through glass in a special restaurant. So after being polite for a while, Xiang Qian said that he had something to discuss with them, and there was no need to waste time on any welcoming ceremony. As a result, Xiang Qian's request was opposed by all the high-level officials of Green Star Civilization, including the head of the Green Gisan tribe. Mr. Xiang, it's a rare opportunity for you to come here, so we must let you feel the love of our Green Star people for you. Lucen said to Xiang Qian seriously. Yes, you don't know that your prestige in our Green Star tribe is even higher than that of our elders. That's right, everyone has been looking forward to your coming. A group of old guys from the Green Star Civilization began to surround Xiang Qian and speak, each tone more serious than the other, as if Xiang Qian would be sorry for their Green Star Civilization and look down on their Green Star tribe if he didn't go to feel the welcome ceremony. Okay, then I go meet the Green Star people with you. This is my first time to officially show up in the Green Star tribe. Xiang Qian saw that things had gotten out of hand, and a small matter had been turned into a matter of racial harmony. He couldn't refuse to go even if he wanted to, so he had to bite the bullet and go. As a result, Xiang Qian was stunned after following Green Gisan and the others on a huge monster. What does this mean? They don't ride in a car, but ride a monster directly. Mr. Xiang, you may not know. The giant beast under our feet is called the Weird Beast, the patron saint of our Green Star Civilization. In fact, with our current biotechnology, we can already create a giant beast that is more powerful than the Weirmon, but the Weirmon has been the patron saint of our Green Star Civilization for more than 7,000 years. So even if we have more powerful biological weapons now, the Weirmon is the only spiritual symbol of our Green Star Civilization. Only the most distinguished guests can stand on the Weirmon. Green Gisan explained to Xiang Qian. Xiang Qian nodded and smiled. What else could he say at this time? He was standing on the back of someone else's patron saint, so he could only obey their arrangements. Soon, Vermin left the airport and appeared on the main road. Welcome the leader of human civilization. Welcome Mr. Xiang Qian. Welcome the benefactor of Green Star Civilization. When he left the airport, a shocking shout came into Xiang Qian's ears. Xiang Qian looked at the endless crowds on both sides of the road in front of him, holding up all kinds of flowers, he had never seen before, shouting wildly and in unison. To be honest, even the military parade of the Earth era did not have as many welcoming personnel from the Green Star civilization on both sides of the road in front of him. Xiang Qian roughly calculated through the system built into the armor that there were more than 12 million Green Star people in front of him. There were people everywhere, as far as the eye could see. The population of the entire Green Star civilization was only 190 million, which means that there were only 37 million Green Star people on the entire Green Ming Star at most. So the number of people he saw was 1/3 of the total population of the entire Green Ming Star. To be honest, it was impossible for Xiang Qian not to be moved at this time. Even if all this was arranged, this scale was the first time in history. Whether the Green Star civilization wanted to use him to promote friendship between the two tribes, or to reassure humans and tell Xiang Qian that the Green Star civilization will always be a friend of humans and will never forget the kindness of humans. Xiang Qian's favorability towards the Green Star civilization will be raised by 1 level. This is human nature, and no one can avoid it. Finally, when Xiang Qian's hand was limp, Wirman finally walked out of the welcoming crowd. Leader Greengissen, please notify me first if there is such an arrangement next time. I will come after dinner. Xiang Qian said to Lugissen with resentment. Ha ha ha, Mr. Xiang, do you feel the enthusiasm of our Green Star people? Yes, don't be too enthusiastic, I'm almost merged. Xiang Qian said unhappily. Coming to the room specially prepared for him by the Green Star civilization, Xiang Qian turned down the dinner, took a shower, and changed into clean clothes. After eating something casually, he came to the conference room. At this time, Lugissen and others were waiting for Xiang Qian in the conference room. I wonder if Mr. Xiang has anything important to do this time. After Lugissen said a few polite words, he asked Xiang Qian. After all, if there was nothing important, Xiang Qian would at most hold a meeting through the virtual space, and would not come to Green Star to find them in person. Well, it is a relatively important matter. I want Green Star civilization to break through the 4th level civilization first. Xiang Qian did not hide anything and directly stated his purpose. Chapter 248. After hearing what Xiang Qian said, Lugissen was stunned. He really didn't expect Xiang Qian to come to Looming Star specifically to discuss this matter with them. Mr. Xiang, why are you so anxious for us to break through the 4th level civilization? Lugissen asked in confusion. You know, more than a year ago, when the Green Star civilization took the initiative to break through the 4th level civilization, Xiang Qian personally stopped them and told them to lay a good foundation and not to break through in a hurry. But today Xiang Qian suddenly found them again and asked them to break through the 4th level civilization, which made it difficult for them to understand. Something went wrong. I didn't expect that we could make so much money in this trading market, and the real purpose of special rare metals was exposed at this time, and our Earth Federation was pushed to the forefront of the entire large Magellanic Galaxy. For now it's okay. With the strength of our Earth Federation, we are not afraid of some people with ulterior motives. But when all civilizations realize the true value of special rare metals, our days will be difficult. At that time, many wanderer civilizations and pioneer civilizations will go crazy because they cannot break through the 4th level civilization. If they don't break through the 4th level civilization, they will be eliminated, and the consequence of being eliminated is only death. To break through the 4th level civilization, they must have a sufficient number of special rare metals, and the special rare metals in the large Magellanic Cloud are limited, so they can only rob everywhere. And all civilizations in the entire large Magellanic Cloud know that the number of special rare metals in our Earth Federation is the largest. At that time, under the instigation of some people, the Earth Federation will be attacked by thousands of civilizations. Can you imagine it? Xiang Qian said seriously. Suck. After Xiang Qian finished speaking, Greengissen and a group of Green Star civilization leaders realized how serious the situation they were facing now was. It seems that the Earth Federation is in a great position. It has all the resources and technology, and is absolutely invincible in the entire large Magellanic Galaxy. But this invincibility can be offset by numbers. When the number reaches a certain level, they are no longer invincible. Is it really that serious? Green asked in a deep voice. It's more serious than imagined. At least the real strength of the Avengers is not much worse than our Earth Federation. It's just that they don't dare to surface yet. When they really surface, they will attack the Earth Federation with countless wanderer civilizations. Xiang Qian nodded and said, Okay, in that case, then our Green Star civilization will start to break through the 4th level civilization. Green Jerson said without any nonsense. Well, I will notify human biological scientists and Silver Wing biological scientists to help. At the same time, all resources of the Earth Federation will be tilted towards your Green Star civilization to help you break through the 4th level civilization. Although your Green Star civilization can break through the 4th level civilization with its technological foundation has not yet reached the level I mentioned, which may affect your Green Star civilization's continued advancement in the future. So I decided to let all the evolvers of your Green Star civilization have genetic nuclear power weapons. Instead of breaking through the standard of the 4th level civilization, 50%, this is the compensation for the sacrifice made by your Green Star civilization for the Earth Federation. If the Green Star civilization has any problems in the future because of this breakthrough, the Earth Federation will definitely do its best to help the Green Star civilization overcome the difficulties. Xiang Qian said firmly. Our Green Star civilization is also a part of the Earth Federation, and if the Earth Federation is destroyed, how can our Green Star civilization be good? So there is no question of whether to sacrifice or not, and in the entire large Magellanic Galaxy, apart from human civilization and Silver Wing civilization, which civilization can be stronger than our Green Star civilization in terms of technological foundation? So early breakthrough or late breakthrough should not have much impact on the future, and our speculation may be groundless. Greengeson said at the end, and even made up an idiom. Okay, then I won't say much. From today, your Green Star civilization will start designing the race flagship of the 4th level civilization, and at the same time determine the future development direction, and then gather the power of the entire Earth Federation to help you break through the 4th level civilization. Xiang Qian didn't hesitate anymore, and was ready to leave after he finished speaking. He still needed to communicate with the Silver Wing civilization. After all, no matter what era it is, there is an iron rule, that is, it is not the lack of wealth that is worrying, but the inequality of wealth. If all the resources of the Earth Federation are tilted towards the Green Star civilization when it breaks through this time, then when the Silver Wing civilization breaks through, should the Earth Federation still help it with all its strength? If you don't help, the Silver Wing civilization will definitely have some ideas. But if you help, does the Silver Wing civilization rush to break through the 4th level civilization for the safety of the Earth Federation, risking the loss of racial potential? Why should the Earth Federation help with all its strength? What will the Green Star civilization think? You should know that the full support of the Earth Federation is just a concept, which means endless resources for them to squander, and there is no upper limit to the investment in scientific experiments. All disciplines that involve projects related to breaking through the 4th level civilization will be given unconditional priority. Such support is a test of the foundation of the entire Earth Federation at any time. The resources consumed and the waste are unimaginable. The implicit investment is even more incalculable. If it is carried out several times, even with the foundation of the Earth Federation, it will not be able to bear it. To a certain extent, this is to slow down the scientific research speed of human civilization and Silver Wing civilization in order to accelerate the technological explosion of Green Star civilization. Therefore, Xiang Qian must greet Silver Wing civilization before Green Star civilization begins to break through, and vote on it at the Supreme Council of Civilizations before it can be implemented. Now there are only 4 civilizations in the Earth Federation, among which Reglos has little presence. Its breakthrough method is different from that of technological civilization, so it will not cause much conflict. But if there are more civilized races in the Earth Federation in the future, then we can't just make decisions on a whim. We must have a formal system. Otherwise, sooner or later, the Earth Federation will be torn apart, and that's not what Xiang Qian wants to see. The next day, Xiang Qian convened Sephiroth, Ludgerson, and Regtros for a meeting. Since Xiang Qian had communicated in advance, this meeting was mainly to unify ideas and conduct a formal form. Xiang Qian also wanted to tell them through this meeting that the Earth Federation is not dominated by humans, nor is it a one-man show by Xiang Qian. He will also strictly abide by the contents of the civilized race contract. The Earth Federation is everyone's Earth Federation, and through the Green Star Civilization incident, we also told everyone that the Earth Federation will not treat everyone unfairly if they contribute to the Earth Federation. In short, this meeting was very successful, and 4 votes agreed to the Earth Federation's decision to support the Green Star Civilization. After the meeting, Xiang Qian personally issued a mobilization order, and all the work of the Earth Federation in the next few years will be carried out around the Green Star Civilization. After the mobilization order was issued, the Earth Federation's extremely large machine began to start, and the star system that had been silent for decades once again burst out with vitality that frightened all civilizations. One by one, the The resolutions related to the Green Star civilization were quickly passed, and all the people of the Green Star civilization started working selflessly. The scientists of the Green Star civilization did not disappoint. After integrating all the scientific and technological information of the Green Star civilization and combining the existing resources of the Earth Federation with the development trend of the entire Earth Federation, the scientists of the Green Star civilization proposed a path of civilization development that can be said to be crazy. Why is it crazy? Because the scientists of the Green Star civilization are going to go to extremes this time, and it is not just an ordinary extreme, but an extreme that is no turning back. When Xiang Qian saw this plan, he also thought that the scientists of Green Star civilization were crazy. If this path of civilization development is not successful, then there is only one way to go. But when Xiang Qian repeatedly asked Green Star civilization to reconsider, I don't know if Green Star civilization has taken the wrong medicine. All the high-level officials of Green Star civilization, including Lian Lusen, have firmly believed in the master Xiang Qian. The future of Green Star civilization is gone. After getting the reply from Green Star civilization, Xiang Qian sighed heavily and said nothing. He just told Xingkong to mobilize all resources and give full support. Why did Xiang Qian do this? It was because the future discovery route of the Green Star civilization turned out to be a pure plant-based biological civilization, and it was an extreme auxiliary civilization. When talking to Xiang Qian, Lugeson said, the Green Star civilization itself is not suitable for fighting, and with the Earth Federation as a backing, there is no problem if they do not develop offensive means. As long as they can break through the fourth-level civilization and solve the crisis of the Earth Federation, the future path of technological development can assist the Earth Federation in impacting a higher level of civilization. This does not mean that after the Green Star civilization breaks through the fourth-level civilization, its attack power will be worse than that of other fourth-level civilizations. Rather, the development direction of the Green Star civilization is to cater to the development trend of the Earth Federation. The evolutionary route of the pure plant-based biological civilization of the Green Star civilization is also very powerful to a certain extent, but this power is based on the development of multiple disciplines. A single biological discipline cannot support the development of the Green Star civilization to a higher level. However, when Xiang Qian raised this question, Lugeson was very open-minded. Anyway, the Green Star civilization is naturally suitable for studying biotechnology and has no experience in other technologies. As for the development at a higher level, with the assistance of multiple disciplines, there is still the Earth Federation. For information on other disciplines, they can just ask the Earth Federation directly. Why are they wasting time on research? They just need to study biotechnology well and reach the strongest level of civilization. After the technological development route of Green Star civilization was determined, in less than a month, the future race flagship of Green Star civilization had been designed. When Xiang Qian saw the design of a seed that was larger than the Earth, he just said, extreme development route. Even the civilization race flagship is very extreme. Chapter 249. No matter how extreme others think the Green Star civilization is, they are full of energy. For the race flagship of the fourth-level civilization, the Green Star civilization also fought hard. Apart from other things, just the fact that 10% of the tribe members were genetically modified and allowed to merge with the future race flagship can show the determination of the Green Star civilization. The race flagship of the Green Star civilization was not prepared to be equipped with any equipment other than biological science and technology, including the equipment in the civilization race hall. So, after the race flagship was built, its mobility was pitifully poor. It was estimated that whether it could catch up with the speed of the spacecraft of the second-level civilization was a question. However, the Green Star civilization did not intend to use this race flagship to escape. In the design of the Green Star civilization, this race flagship is not a warship, but rather the core of their civilization. Just like the shape of this race flagship, it is a seed, a real seed. With the technological progress of the Green Star civilization in the future, this seed can also germinate, bloom, and even bear fruit. But that is a long time in the future. It is not easy to make this seed at present. Since this is a real seed, it must be organic and full of vitality. It cannot be cold and lifeless like a planetary fortress. So many scientists are about to collapse for the core of this seed that is larger than the Earth. Because according to the assumptions put forward by the Green Star civilization, the core of this seed must be made of organic matter. At the same time, these organic substances are the energy core of the entire seed. To ensure the future growth of the seed, there must be the possibility of growth. Once these requirements were put forward, many scientists were worried. With the current technology, it is not difficult to complete a single requirement. The difficulty lies in combining these requirements and ensuring the possibility of future growth. As a result, in order to find the energy core of the seed, all the biologists in the Earth Federation worked together to solve various problems in 3 months, leaving only one problem, which made everyone dumbfounded. You have to know that the core of a planet must have sufficient density, because density represents mass, and mass is linked to gravity. With the current technology of green star civilization, it is already possible to cultivate cell tissues that are similar to degenerate matter. But the only thing is that this cell tissue stores energy, not nutrients. Pure energy cannot make life grow, and various nutrients are required for life to grow. Moreover, this cell tissue was extracted from reglos. Therefore, the energy provided by this kind of cell tissue is not suitable for plants at all. This is just like the fact that plants cannot grow without water. Nutrient solution can replace water, but electricity cannot replace water to make plants grow. These are two completely opposite routines. After a long time, the energy core that was finally made could not provide any help for the growth of plants. This is undoubtedly a huge irony for the green star civilization. Should we abandon the evolutionary route of plant civilization and change to the biological evolutionary route? In that case, this energy core is very suitable. However, the green star civilization is also stubborn. They said that they would take the direction of biological evolution. Isn't that the same as reglos? Then what's the point of them breaking through the 4th level civilization? When many scientists were at a loss, Xiang Qian put forward an idea. That is, since the energy core cannot be converted into the energy required by plants, it should be allowed to cultivate special organisms. As long as the green star civilization can transform that kind of organism into the nutrients required by plants, then the problem will be solved. It's not to mention that although Xiang Qian's method seems a bit like taking off pants to fart, it feels redundant. But it is the only way now, although it is very troublesome. Many times, scientific research is not afraid of experimental errors, but afraid of having no research direction. After many scientists have a research direction, a special creature was cultivated. This creature is called grain worm by them, which means a worm that increases grain for seeds. It is hatched in the energy core, and then killed by special plants outside the energy core. After this worm is killed, its corpse will become the best nutrient and be absorbed by special plants. After absorbing these nutrients, the special plants provide nutrients to the seeds through the veins that cover the entire seed. The last problem has also been solved, and the manufacture of the race flagship has also been put on the agenda. This is also the time to test the foundation of the Earth Federation. The difficulty of manufacturing a race flagship of a level 4 civilization is simply beyond imagination. Since the entire race flagship is organic, that is, plant cell tissue, then the manufacturing method of manufacturing steel battleships cannot be used to directly process parts and then assemble them. The manufacture of the entire race flagship must be carried out in nutrient solution, otherwise the cells without outer protection will be exposed to the universe, and it is estimated that they will never be able to build this race flagship in this lifetime. So at the beginning, the first thing to be manufactured is a huge culture tank that is 3 times larger than the Earth and has a diameter of 30,000 kilometers. In order to ensure the speed of material transportation, this huge culture tank was directly placed in the middle of the 3 steel defense circles by Xiang Qian. After all satellite fortresses were withdrawn, a huge culture tank began to be built in the middle of the 3 defense orbits that cross 39 planetary fortresses. Now, the Earth Federation has no shortage of steel. There are countless planets with refined steel in the star system. After being refined and processed, these steels were quickly built into culture tanks by industrial spacecraft like building blocks. In less than half a month, the culture tank with a diameter of 30,000 kilometers was completed. Even on Earth, you can see this giant, of course. This is also because it is too close to Earth. But no matter what, it can be built in half a month without the participation of any evolvers, relying solely on the industrial foundation of the Earth Federation. At this point, the technological strength of the Earth Federation's 3rd level peak civilization was revealed. The simplest culture tank was manufactured, and the next step was to fill it with nutrient solution, which was the biggest thing in the entire manufacturing process. Although this matter did not have any technological level, it was a test of the Earth Federation's foundation. To fill a 30,000 kilometer culture tank, the amount of nutrient solution required was simply unimaginable. Even if the Earth's seawater was filled in, it would not be more than 1/10 of the entire culture tank. From this, it can be seen how huge the nutrient solution required is. When Xiang Qian saw this request, he almost scratched his scalp. If I had known earlier, I would have let the Silver Wings break through instead of the Green Star civilization. This is really too much of a ripoff. But now that it has come to this point, it is impossible to give up halfway, and I can only bite the bullet and do it. Xiang Qian waved his pen and looked for life planets, ice balls that can gather water elements, and all substances related to nutrient solution. Find them all for me, and then use the planetary power engine to move all these things back for me. At one time, the Fortress of the Forward, the flagship of the Greenland race, and the flagship of the Silver Wing race all set out with a large number of warships and probes, rushing to the surrounding star systems. When opening the trading market, Xiang Qian had collected the star map of the large Magellanic Cloud. Now they all go to the major star systems based on this star map, to confirm whether the information on the star map is correct. While sending personnel to find supplies, the Earth Federation was not idle either. On the 5 life planets, a large number of small culture tanks were built. Of course, this small refers to the huge culture tanks in outer space. On the life planets, those culture tanks are not small. In order to make these culture tanks work as quickly as possible, the water resources on the 5 life planets were drawn in large quantities, and then mixed with various substances to form nutrient solution. In this way, after a month and a half, the sea level on the 5 life planets dropped by at least 5 meters. If it weren't for the fact that continuing to draw seawater would affect the internal circulation of the planets, it would be a problem how much seawater would be left in the oceans of several life planets. 2 months later, another life planet was transported to the star system. However, this life planet was not as lucky as the previous ones. Within a week after being transported to the star system, the water resources of the entire life planet were drained, and then the entire planet was dismembered. A large amount of soil was made into space terraces, and countless plants were planted under the protection of the radiation-filtering glass cover. When Xiang Qian saw these space terraces, it was hard to imagine that the power of technology was so powerful. All the land of a planet is divided into 3-meter-thick layers, and spread out in space. What a spectacular sight it is! If the angle is not adjusted properly, the light on the Earth will be affected. Looking at the reflective terrace glass in space, it is like a huge wallpaper spread in space, which can be said to be covering the sky and the sun. However, to build a race flagship of the 4th level civilization, such space terraces must be built 10 times. In other words, there will be 10 or even more life planets that will be dismembered and turned into nutrients to support the construction of the 4th level civilization race flagship. At the same time, in order to increase the construction speed, the Earth Federation's industrial power was fully activated, and a large number of water atom manufacturing equipment was produced. These equipment were placed at the edge of the star system, where the hydrogen wall was located. Then, pure water atoms were directly produced by means of element synthesis. After these water atoms were produced, they were sent to chemical engineering to fuse various trace elements required for cell growth, and turned into barrels of nutrient solution, which were poured into huge culture tanks to contribute to the construction of the flagship of the 4th level civilization race. However, when other civilizations in the large Magellanic Cloud saw the Earth Federation working hard, they were thinking about how to hinder the Earth Federation. Chapter 250. What is the Earth Federation doing? It suddenly closed the trading market and started crazy construction. Many civilizations were very curious after seeing the strange behavior of the Earth Federation. However, as time went on, most civilizations realized that the Earth Federation was going to break through the 4th level civilization. Facing the Earth Federation that was breaking through the 4th level civilization, many civilizations felt a deep sense of powerlessness. While they were still working hard to develop technology, the Earth Federation had already opened the trading market and frantically collected resources. While they were still collecting resources, the Earth Federation had already begun to squander resources to prepare for a breakthrough to the 4th level civilization. Many civilizations wanted to say, "Do you dare to slow down? You are developing so fast, how can we catch up?" Just when the various civilizations were full of envy and hatred towards the Earth Federation, a rumor spread in the large Magellanic Cloud. What the Earth Federation will unify the entire large Magellanic Cloud after breaking through the 4th level civilization, and all civilizations will become affiliated races of the Earth Federation. Although this rumor is widely spread, not many civilizations really believe it. No one is stupid. To provoke the Earth Federation at this time is to seek death. Moreover, the large Wanderer civilization is just envious of the Earth Federation's breakthrough to the 4th level of civilization, and has no other feelings. Anyway, even if the Earth Federation does not break through the 4th level of civilization, it is not something they can contend with. So even if it breaks through the 4th level of civilization, it has nothing to do with them. Those who are really worried about the Earth Federation breaking through the fourth level of civilization are the Evolver civilization and the powerful Pioneer civilization. They are the ones who are really afraid. Especially the Avengers. If they were not weak now, they would have wanted to destroy the Earth Federation immediately. Given the current situation of both sides, it is basically a fight to the death. If the Earth Federation breaks through the fourth level civilization, they, the Avengers, can also go to bed. So under the pressure of the Earth Federation, the Avengers finally took action. For a time, the Avengers appeared in the trading markets opened by major evolutionary civilizations, and plans and information appeared on the desks of the leaders of major evolutionary civilizations. These materials fully list the resources and technological level of the Earth Federation, and point out that with the current foundation of the Earth Federation, as long as they are given time, the Earth Federation can definitely break through the fourth level civilization. At the same time, in that plan, the Avengers pointed out that they can help the major evolutionary civilizations slow down the development of the Earth Federation, but they need the major evolutionary civilizations to provide resources to the Avengers. In short, you are afraid that the Earth Federation will break through the fourth level civilization and pose a threat to you. No problem, we, the Avengers, can help you and harass the Earth Federation. But you have to pay a little bit for the service. We are trying our best to delay the retreat of the Earth Federation. It is not too much for you to give us some resources. It is true that the Avengers' plan really hits the point of the major evolutionary civilizations. Originally, they were a little anxious when they saw the rapid development of the Earth Federation, but they had no way to deal with the Earth Federation. They definitely cannot win by fighting. Moreover, the distance between the several evolutionary civilizations is too far. If ordinary warships are deployed, the Earth Federation will probably be a level 4 civilization just after they fly to the star system, where the Earth Federation is located. However, if only the race flagship is deployed, it is no different from seeking death. The star system, where the Earth Federation is located, has a defense power hundreds of times higher than the nests of the evolutionary civilizations of all parties. Even if the planetary fortress of the Pioneer civilization is trapped in the defense circle of the Earth Federation, it will be beaten to pieces without leaving any residue. So they could only watch the rapid development of the Earth Federation, and there was nothing they could do. At most, they could discredit the Earth Federation, but that had no effect on the Earth Federation. Now the plan set by the Avengers gave them hope of slowing down the development of the Earth Federation. However, the major evolutionary civilizations were not fools for the Avengers' Lion's request. They could not agree to it at the first time, but rejected it one after another. After being rejected, the Avengers did not give up and continued to send a second plan, but this time the compensation they needed was much less than what was mentioned in the first plan. However, this plan was rejected by the Evolver civilization, because the resources mentioned in the plan still exceeded the bottom line of the major Evolver civilizations. They wanted to slow down the development of the Earth Federation and consume the war potential of the Avengers. Instead of using resources to help the Avengers attack the Earth Federation, the development of the Earth Federation would indeed be slowed down, but the Avengers would benefit from it, and they would consume a lot of resources, which would not be cost-effective at all. But the Avengers didn't care, and sent the third plan again. They were ready. Even if the third plan didn't work, they would send the fourth plan, and so on until the evolved civilization agreed. In this way, the Avengers began to play a tug-of-war with the major Evolvers, sending one plan today and one plan tomorrow, constantly testing each other's bottom line. After all, after having a unified interest demand, the two sides have the possibility of cooperation, and the current negotiations are just to strive for greater benefits and reduce their own losses. They all knew that they would reach a consensus in the end, but it was just not the right time yet. Anyway, judging from the current actions of the Earth Federation, it was not so easy to break through the fourth level civilization. Apart from other things, the huge culture tank alone would not be completed in a short time, so they were not in a hurry. While the evolutionary civilization and the Avengers were thinking about the Earth Federation was developing rapidly. Although the giant culture tank in outer space would not be completed in a short time, the work in the culture tank could be put aside for the time being, and other preparations could be done now. So when the major evolutionary civilizations felt that the Earth Federation was stagnant due to resource constraints, the pace of breaking through the fourth level civilization was advancing rapidly within the Earth Federation. 3 months later, the first plant that could devour special rare metals was born in the Green Star civilization, which also meant that a huge difficulty in breaking through the fourth level civilization had been overcome. Unlike other civilizations, biological civilizations can directly process special rare metals into parts for use. Why do biological civilizations have to integrate special rare metals into their technological systems? Just like the Green Star civilization, the plants they have cultivated now can devour special rare metals, and then give their bodies the properties of special rare metals. After this plant was cultivated, Xiang Qian looked at the special rare metals in the warehouse that were rapidly decreasing every day. It would be a lie to say that he didn't feel sorry. Think about the fourth-level civilization race flagship with a diameter of 28,000 kilometers. All the plants need to fuse special rare metals. How many special rare metals are needed? And you will understand why Xiang Qian felt sorry. Every day, countless special rare metals are swallowed by plants, and the fruits are sent to large and small cultivation tanks, and finally form universal cell tissues similar to Tai Sui. This kind of cell tissue is the main material for the race flagship. They are called universal cells because they can be converted into any plant cell in the Green Star civilization technology system. They are the same as the proteins in the human body. They are the basic substances for the various cell devices of the race flagship. Due to the different properties of special rare metals, such as the eternal blue gold has the property of isolating energy, the purple star stone has the property of ignoring gravity, etc. All these cells have different properties, and cell tissues with different properties will be composed of various devices with different functions. Just like the hull of the race flagship, that is, the shell of the seed, it needs to be composed of cell tissues that combine the properties of eternal blue gold and obsidian. The super energy attack resistance of eternal blue gold is indispensable for any warship, and the solid property of obsidian will allow the future race flagship to ignore ordinary physical attacks. Of course, although obsidian can resist physical attacks such as super electromagnetic railguns, it will also be damaged, but the damage it suffers is far less than that of degenerate material. It can be said that with the shell composed of eternal blue gold and obsidian, the future flagship of the Green Star civilization basically no longer needs a protective shield. The dual attribute defense characteristics of energy and physics make the attacks of the third-level civilization basically ineffective against it. Only other forms of attack can pose a threat to the flagship of the race. However, the third-level civilization does not seem to have mastered other forms of attack, so the fourth-level civilization is, to a certain extent, an unsolvable existence for the third-level civilization. Of course, this can only be a unique defense system of biological civilization, and other civilizations cannot imitate it. You can't fuse eternal blue gold and obsidian together, so that the fused blue gold obsidian has two properties. That's simply impossible. This is only the cell tissue of biological civilization that can achieve such a perfect effect, and industrial production is simply impossible. Of course, you can also wrap the outer shell produced by biological civilization on the outside of an ordinary warship, but what can you use to ensure its activity? At the same time, the warship is wrapped inside, how can you attack? Will it leave you a gap? Isn't that equivalent to leaving a weak spot on the warship? Only biological civilizations have cell tissues, such as sphincters. Before the attack, the entire race flagship is completely closed. When you want to attack, you will find that the entire race flagship can have gun muzzles anywhere, attacking you in places you can't imagine. Another half-year passed, and after the Earth Federation had transported back 4 life planets, the Avengers and major evolutionary civilizations reached a consensus. Although there are still some small details that have not been refined, seeing that the huge culture tank of the Earth Federation has been filled halfway, they are a little impatient. For this inter-universe war, if there is no preparation, the time required from war preparation to war outbreak is calculated in years. However, the Earth Federation transported back 4 life planets in 1 year. If they still hesitate here, there is no need to continue the negotiation. Because when they finished the negotiation, the Earth Federation already had enough resources, so even if both sides suffered some losses in some places, they quickly ended the negotiations and let the Avengers start the action against the Earth Federation. Under the pressure of the Earth Federation, the Avengers got the resources they needed and also gained time for development, and were not surrounded by the major evolutionary civilizations. It can be said that the smooth development of the Avengers was really the credit of the Earth Federation, which is ironic. Master, all the evolutionary civilizations have agreed. Now they want us to sign a civilization race contract. This matter. Let the Black U civilization go. The plan failed last time because of them, and the loss was so great. Let them sacrifice this time. Okay, Master. But the Black U civilization has more than a dozen Wanderer civilizations under it. Should we first cancel the racial contracts of a few civilizations? Otherwise, if they are all sacrificed, our losses will be huge. No need. If there are not so many subordinate civilizations, those evolved civilizations will not believe us, so they must be sacrificed. Yes, I understand, Master. Chapter 251. The total mass of the planet is 147.29 billion tons, the diameter is 8,273 kilometers, and the water resources account for 67% of the total mass of the planet. It meets the standard of resource planets, said the report. The information has been sent, the star map has been marked, and we will continue to move forward. After the Greenland race flagship discovered this standard water resource planet in a star system 21 light-years away from the Earth Federation, it sent a report and continued to fly towards the star system ahead. And this marked planet will be equipped with a special spacecraft equipped with a planet-level gravity engine in the next few months to bring this planet back to the Earth Federation. But during this period of time, the Greenland race flagship cannot stay here, otherwise the time will be changed. If the Greenland did not leave after discovering the planet, but waited here for the arrival of the transporting planet ship, then the time it takes for that ship to arrive here will be equal to the time it takes for the Greenland to arrive here. But if the Greenland leaves here, then the time it takes for the transporting planet ship to arrive here is the distance divided by the speed. Simply put, A's speed is 50 meters per hour, and it took 20 hours to walk 1,000 meters. At this time, B starts from A's starting point and wants to reach A's location, but B's speed is 100 meters per hour. At this time, if A stops at 1,000 meters, then even if B's speed is 100 meters per hour, it will take B 20 hours to walk 1,000 meters and reach A's location. In other words, B's speed has not changed, but time has been slowed down. However, if A does not wait for B at 1,000 meters, but continues to walk forward, then when B reaches 1,000 meters, it only takes 10 hours, which means that the time taken by B at this time is normal. But the most terrifying thing is that this time is only for A. B is moving at a speed of 100 meters per hour to reach A's location, and it takes 10 hours to reach a distance of 1,000 meters. However, in these two cases, only A can feel the change of time, and the time taken by B is the same. The complex relationship between them is difficult for people to imagine on Earth, because it involves the rules of time. As to why this bizarre situation happened, scientists of the Earth Federation also made many speculations, but with the current level of technology of the Earth Federation, they still cannot understand the reason. As the Greenland civilization moved forward, half a month later, they came to a new star system. But when the Greenland was about to scan all the planets in this star system, a wave of fluctuation suddenly came from the space not far from the Greenland, and a flagship of a civilization race withdrew from the curvature navigation. When the Greenland discovered the unknown civilization race flagship, it immediately opened the shield and locked onto the race flagship, but did not activate the weapon system. After discovering the Greenland, the race flagship that had just appeared also immediately locked onto the Greenland and activated the weapon system, and the main gun obviously began to charge. Li Chung was also very surprised to see this situation. Logically speaking, two unknown civilization races would not attack each other if their strength was similar. Because neither side can do anything to the other, it is very likely that other civilizations will take advantage in the end. In this case, both sides basically remain vigilant until one side leaves. But the flagship of the civilization race in front of him, after seeing the Greenland, directly began to charge the main gun, as if to start a war. This really made Li Chung confused. Did the other party take the wrong medicine or not? When Li Chung was thinking about whether to leave first and go to the next star system, the other party's main gun had already launched an attack on the Greenland. Fight back. Li Chung got angry when he saw this, and immediately ordered a counterattack. In Li Cheng's opinion, the other party was a mad dog. Both sides were flagships of civilized races, and both were wanderer civilizations. There was no point in fighting like this. But the other party came up without saying anything and started fighting directly. Isn't this a problem? Turn on the gravitational wave scan to see if there are any ambushes around. Li Chung still commanded calmly. He was afraid that the other party was trying to lure him into a trap and then set an ambush. But what puzzled Li Chung was that no matter what detector was used for scanning, there was not even a spaceship within the light years around, let alone an ambush. That was impossible. Li Chung still had great trust in the detectors for human survival. Although the current technological level of the Earth Federation could not crush all civilizations in the large Magellanic Cloud, the Earth civilization was still unique in the use of gravitational fields. No spaceship was found under the scanning of the gravitational wave detector, which meant that there was indeed no spaceship around. Instead of an ambush of spaceships, he didn't find them. He still had some confidence. But the more this happened, the weirder Li Chung felt. There was no hatred or resentment between the two sides, and there was no ambush around. It was wrong to fight to the death right away. Stop the attack first, send them a communication, and ask them why they attacked us. Li Cheng first ordered to stop the attack, because the attacks of both sides could not break the other side's protective shield at all. If they continued to fight like this, it would be a matter of who had more energy reserves. But is that interesting? Even if the attack frequency is the same as before, it will take more than 1 or 2 days for both sides to exhaust each other's energy reserves. Besides, who would fight you without energy reserves? If you can't win, you won't run away. So in order to stop this meaningless war, Li Cheng took the lead in stopping the fire and asked the other side what they wanted to do. If the other side wants this star system, the worst case scenario is to give it to them. Anyway, there is not much in the universe, but these star systems are the most abundant. Li Cheng and his men didn't need to waste time here with this psychopathic civilization for a worthless star system. They still had a mission. Unfortunately, Li Cheng's idea was good, but the other party didn't reply at all. No matter what you ask, the other party has only one answer, that is, main gun attack. Facing such a psychopath, Li Cheng was convinced. Since I can't afford to provoke, I can't afford to hide. After entangled with the psychopathic civilization for 2 hours, when he saw that the psychopathic civilization was still in good condition, and seemed to be willing to continue to waste time with them, Li Cheng decisively ordered to start the curvature engine and leave the star system. At the same time, the two roughly scanned the star system, and sent information back to the Earth, and also told the Earth about the existence of this mentally ill civilization. After the Greenland civilization entered the curvature navigation, the race flagship also entered the curvature navigation, and the direction of advance was exactly the same as the direction of the Greenland. Dozens of hours later, the Greenland exited the curvature navigation. But before the Greenland scanned the star system ahead, there was another wave in the cosmic void not far away, and the civilization race flagship also appeared here. When Li Cheng saw the flagship of this civilized race again, he finally felt that something was wrong. The other party was obviously coming for them, otherwise how could such a coincidence happen? At the same time, Li Cheng also knew why the other party had pestered them last time and refused to tell them why no matter how he asked. Others are just here to cause trouble for you. Why would they talk to you so much? Of course, they will start fighting directly. At this time, Li Cheng's first reaction was not to attack, but to send a situation report here to the Earth, and at the same time turn on all detection equipment to scan the surrounding area within 5 light years. As a result of this scan, Li Cheng knew that something was wrong, because in a star system not far away, a race flagship was rushing towards the Greenland. General, Chairman Xiang issued an order to return immediately, and I must not exit the curvature navigation during the return journey, and return directly to the Earth Federation. Immediately execute the order, Li Cheng said immediately after hearing it. In an instant, the Greenland started the curvature navigation and returned directly to the Earth without setting up a resting place in the middle. At this time, Xiang Qian, who was far away on Earth, had a gloomy face and looked at the star map in front of him. Boss, the Greenland has returned. After the Silver Wing civilization exits the curvature navigation, ask them about their situation immediately. I feel that they will also encounter an ambush after exiting the curvature navigation. Xiang Qian frowned and said. Sure enough, half an hour later, the starry sky received news that the Silver Wing civilization also encountered an ambush after exiting the curvature navigation. The 2 civilization race flagships were also ambushed. Let the Silver Wing civilization return to Earth immediately, and notify the forward at the same time. Let them continue to move forward, target the star system ahead, and do not return to Earth, Xiang Qian said coldly. On the star map in front of Xiang Qian, the place where the Green Star civilization last left was marked with 2 races, and the place where the Silver Wing civilization last left was also marked with 2 race flagships. At the same time, they all encountered a stubborn civilization in the first star system, and then carried out curvature navigation. As a result, they encountered another civilization in the second star system. At the same time, the race flagship they encountered in the previous star system will also follow them. Faced with such a situation, even a fool knows that someone is really against the Earth Federation, and it is not an ordinary small force. It is very likely the Avengers. However, in Xiang Qian's memory, there was no civilization with a prophet in any of the puppet civilizations controlled by the Avengers. And to be able to make such an arrangement on the Earth, even to accurately calculate the direction of advance and set up an ambush, it must have the participation of a prophet, otherwise it would not be possible. At this time, Xiang Qian had to admit that the prophet was afraid of any civilization when it came to ambushes. If the Earth Federation had sent an ordinary warship instead of a race flagship, it would have been completely wiped out by now. Now Xiang Qian asked the forward to continue. just to know how many forces were involved in this Real Earth Federation action. Chapter 252. As the Forward continued to sail, every time it arrived at a star system, it would encounter a flagship of the Wanderer civilization lying in ambush there. 7 times, the Forward used the planetary gravity engine to sail at superluminal speed 7 times, and each time the destination was a new star system. But every time it arrived at a new star system, there would be an ambush. Starry Sky, notify Yang Guang to go to this location. After receiving 7 notifications, Xiang Qian pointed to a star system on the star map in front of him that was about 10 light years away from the current location of the Forward. Okay, boss. After receiving Xiang Qian's order, Yang Guang started the planetary gravity engine and disappeared quickly. With the power of the planetary gravity engine, when the energy is sufficient, it can ignore the space blockade equipment of the 4th level civilization technology level. This is the reason why Xiang Qian dared to let the Forward explore the way so boldly. Otherwise, he would not be so confident in the Forward when he knew that the Prophet was involved in the ambush. Through Zhang Ying, Xiang Qian also learned some of the abilities of the Prophet. Predictions like this, such as where the Earth Federation spacecraft will reach and where they will appear, do not consume much energy for the Prophet. However, if the Prophet uses a true prophecy, a prophecy similar to the law of cause and effect, the energy consumption will be very high. The last time Zhang Ying used a true prophecy, she fainted and her vitality was severely depleted. That was a very simple true prophecy. If the Prophet, who plotted against the Earth Federation, dared to use a true prophecy against the Earth Federation, the consequences would be something he could not bear. For example, if the Prophet directly predicted the destruction of the Earth Federation, such a prediction would not be successful even if the Prophet's vitality was exhausted and he died directly. So Xiang Qian believed that the Prophet, who helped the Avengers, only used the Prophet's ordinary energy to predict the location where the Green Land, the flagship of the Silver Wing civilization race, and the Forward would appear. As for what happened afterwards, he didn't care. If the Prophet dared to predict the destruction of the Forward, he would definitely lose his life, not to mention anything else. This is also because Xiang Qian is sure that the Forward is absolutely safe, and that the Prophet will not use the real prophecy to deal with the Earth Federation, so he dares to do it like this. Of course, all this is based on the premise that the Prophet is not a puppet civilization controlled by the Avengers. If the Avengers really control a puppet civilization with a Prophet, then for the Earth Federation, it will be the worst news. When the Forward left the gravity channel and appeared outside the star system designated by Xiang Qian, it once again saw the flagship of the Wanderer civilization ambushed there. When Xiang Qian learned the news, he did not let the Forward return, but gave Yang Guang an order to attack. Xiang Qian wanted to know what else the Prophet could do in the face of absolute power. After receiving Xiang Qian's order, Yang Guang asked 1.5 million people inside the Forward to merge into the Forward, and the remaining 1.5 million were on standby. As a result, less than 2 hours after the exchange of fire with the other side, a flagship of a civilized race arrived here and began to attack the Forward. Facing the attacks of the 2 race flagships, the Forward did not take it seriously and continued to fight them hard. But more than an hour later, less than 2 hours later, 2 civilization race flagships appeared again, and this time it became 1 against 4, and the energy consumption of the Forward doubled. The 1.5 million people on standby had to join the battle. Another hour later, another race flagship arrived and joined the attack on the Forward. Faced with this situation, Xiang Qian gave Yang Guang the order to retreat. Now Xiang Qian was basically certain that the Wanderer civilization that ambushed them belonged to the Avengers, because one of the civilizations was the Black U civilization, so there was no need to find other evidence. At the same time, Xiang Qian also calculated that the number of Wanderer civilizations sent by the Avengers would not exceed 15. Because the Green Land advanced twice and encountered 2 race flagships, and the Silver Wing civilization advanced twice and also encountered 2 race flagships, so they encountered a total of 4 Wanderer civilizations. The Forward advanced a total of 8 times, including the race flagship it encountered at the beginning, and encountered a total of 9 Wanderer civilizations. In the end, there were no race flagships besieging the Forward, but 4 of the race flagships came from other places. So Xiang Qian saw a total of 13 race flagships, which also means that 13 Wanderer civilizations participated in the attack. At the same time, with the ability of a prophet, he could definitely predict the best location for the decisive battle, which is where the Forward was besieged, otherwise those race flagships would not rush over. But in the end, only 13 Wanderer civilizations appeared. If the Avengers really sent out more than 15 Wanderer civilizations, then the one waiting for the forward at the final decisive battle location would not be just one race flagship, but at least 3. Taking all factors into consideration, the number of wanderer civilizations sent by the Avengers to deal with the Earth Federation is less than 15, and will definitely not exceed 15. If it were just these wanderer civilizations, Xiang Qian really would not take them seriously. But behind them, there is a prophet to help with strategies, which is more troublesome. Now Xiang Qian is not sure whether this prophet belongs to the Avengers. In his memory, the puppet civilization of the Avengers does not have a prophet at all, and the civilization with a prophet is not so easy to control. Apart from other things, in terms of seeking good fortune and avoiding disaster, a civilization with a prophet is definitely ranked first. So it is not so easy for the Avengers to control a civilization with a prophet. Since the prophet is not a member of the Avengers, why did he participate in the attack on the Earth Federation? How much benefit did the Avengers give to the prophet to make the prophet risk his life to help the Avengers? And how much help should be given to the Avengers? These are all issues that need to be considered. After the news of the progress returning to Earth was sent back, several evolver civilizations and the Avengers were very happy. In their opinion, as long as the Earth Federation could not mine resources in the outer star system, the speed of breaking through the 4th level civilization would be extended indefinitely. The huge object that the Earth Federation was making could not be completed. In this way, the Earth Federation would be much less dangerous. As long as they caught up quickly, they would surpass the Earth Federation one day. When that time comes, it will be the time for them to attack the Earth Federation. Who can blame the resources controlled by the Earth Federation for making even their evolver civilization tempted? However, such a victory is not without a price. One of the prophet of the evolver civilization consumed nearly 50 years of vitality, and this is without using the real prophecy. If the real prophecy is used, the vitality consumed is simply unimaginable. Time passed slowly, and half a month passed quickly. The Earth Federation's water resources were once again in crisis, and the Forward had to go out again to transport resources to the planet. This time, the Forward was dispatched with the Greenland, the flagship of the Silver Wing civilization, and Regtros. Even if they encountered 13 Wanderer civilizations joining forces, they could not cause any harm to them. After the Forward took them away, Xiang Qian stared at the big screen in the office. This time, the Forward brought the strongest combat force of the entire Earth Federation, and even Regtros was pulled out by Xiang Qian. As for the star system where the Earth is located, it is not so easy for the Avengers to break through, let alone the Evolutionary Alliance. If they feel that they can attack the star system, Xiang Qian will really admire them. But this time, when the advance appeared outside the star system, they did not encounter the ambushed Wanderer civilization. Faced with such a situation, Xiang Qian could not understand what the Avengers were thinking for a while. Do they think that the last ambush can keep the Earth Federation in the star system? This idea is too naive. Well, no matter what the Avengers were thinking, Yang Guang and his team started to work. The Forward first came to the resource planet and launched several gravity shielding devices from the inside. Then it began to activate its own super strong gravity, dragging the resource planet slowly to the outside of the star system. The Greenland race flagship, the Silver Wing civilization race flagship, and Regtros were on guard around. But 3 hours later, when the resource planet was about to reach the edge of the star system, and was about to leave the star system, the Avengers race flagship appeared. This time, not 1 or 2, but 5 race flagships appeared. When they appeared and exited the curvature navigation, they rushed directly to the Forward from the outside of the star system. The battle between the two sides began when they were 3 million kilometers apart. The race flagships of the Greenland and Silver Wing civilizations rushed over immediately, while Reglos rushed over from afar, shrinking its own radiation range and attacking them from behind. There was no other way for Reglos to do this. Its radiation field was too strong. If it followed the Forward, the water on the resource planet would be evaporated. Even if this water planet exists in the form of an ice ball, it cannot withstand its radiation, so he can only hide far away. With the addition of Regtros, the pressure on Greenland and Silver Wing civilization has been reduced a lot. The Forward has to move the planet at this time, and has no way to go to support. Because as long as the planet is released, the huge gravity of the star will drag the planet back to the interior of the star system again, and it is very likely to destroy the planet. In that case, all the work for so long will be in vain. Only when the planet is dragged out of the star system and becomes a wandering planet, can the Forward be free to deal with the enemy. However, as the two sides get closer and closer, the 5 race flagships have no intention of stopping, but rush through the defense line of the Greenland and Silver Wing civilizations, and fly towards the Forward. At this time, no matter how they are attacked from behind, they will not turn back, but directly attacked the planet behind the fort. The 5 race flagships' concentrated energy attack directly shattered the resource planet, and the entire planetary debris composed of ice splashed in the void. The high-energy attack melted the ice, turning it into a large cloud of mist, and then condensed into ice crystals under the coldness of the universe. After blowing up the resource planet, the 5 race flagships did not entangle with the forward, and began to withdraw from the star system and fly away. At this time, even if Xiang Qian was a fool, he knew the idea of the Avengers, which was to prevent the Earth Federation from collecting resources. Chapter 253. Xiang Qian walked around the office with a gloomy face, thinking about ways to solve this problem. Now the Avengers are clearly dragging their feet. If the Earth Federation does not come out to collect resources, they will not care. But if the Earth Federation comes out to collect resources, they will not bother with you. They will directly blow up your resource planet and then evacuate. Both sides are using the flagships of civilized races. Even if the overall strength of the forward is strong, the attack power of the Regtros is strong. But the flagships of civilized races are not so easy to be destroyed, and they don't want to engage in a firefight with you, they just run away after the fight. What can you do? And these are 5 flagships of races. If all the flagships of the other civilizations come together, although the forward can withstand it, it is very difficult to destroy the other party. Unless the other party is stupid and does not run away after running out of energy, that is possible. However, the probability of this is even smaller than the probability that the Avengers will not stop the Earth Federation from collecting resources. Boss, General Yang Guang asked if there are any more resources to collect from the next star system. The starry sky projection image appeared beside Xiang Qian and reminded him. Let them come back first. Xiang Qian frowned and thought for a while before speaking. Okay, boss. After receiving Xiang Qian's order, Yang Guang and the others were very depressed. Since the last incident, they had been holding back their anger and wanted to vent it. But who would have thought that the other party would not fight them hard this time, but instead started to play guerrilla warfare, which made them very depressed. Regtros, why didn't you release the radiation field just now to freeze them all? On the way back, Yang Guang said depressedly. I also want to freeze them, but at the beginning, I have to collect the radiation field, otherwise the resource planet will be scrapped. But when they blew up the resource planet, when I wanted to release the radiation field, they turned on the curvature navigation and ran away. What can I do? Regtros also said aggrievedly, it's really not his fault. Yang Guang didn't get angry after hearing this. The fact was just as Reglos said. It was too far away from them at that time, and when it didn't start rapid space flight, Reglos' speed was a fatal flaw. Since resource planets are afraid of being destroyed by Reglos, why not just not be resource planets? We find a mineral planet, and if they dare to appear, we let Sunlight Tross freeze them, and then beat them hard. Li Cheng suddenly said. Well, this is a solution, but I'm afraid they won't take the bait. Yang Guang thought for a while and said. No matter if they take the bait or not, at most we can just treat it as transporting mineral planets, which are also resources. I don't believe that they can sit still if we keep transporting mineral planets. As long as we make it look like mineral planets are also useful, I really don't believe they won't take the bait. Li Cheng continued. Well, then you can report back after you go back. After the firm returned to Earth, Xiang Qian hadn't thought of any good solution. When Li Cheng told Xiang Qian about his idea, Xiang Qian said with a wry smile, this method is fine for the Avengers, but there are other enemies helping the Avengers now, so this method is useless. The Prophet will not watch the Avengers jump into such a big pit, and we have been collecting water resources all the time. If we suddenly change to mineral resources, even a fool will know that there is a problem. Okay, I will think of other ways when I go back. Alas, it would be great if the mineral planet could produce water resources. Li Cheng left in frustration. However, Li Cheng's last sentence gave Xiang Qian an idea. Yes, if mineral resources can be converted into water resources, then this plan will be fine. But can mineral resources be converted into water resources? The answer is yes. Iron oxide reacts with acid to produce iron salt and water. Although this method is very tricky, it is at least a way. Besides, it is not really relying on it to provide resources. As long as the Avengers can take the bait, it will be fine. After Xiang Qian thought of this method, he began to make arrangements. First, find a suitable planet, and then prepare troops. The first time Xiang Qian wanted the Avengers not to be fooled. So he had to pretend to be ready to trick people, but in fact, the mineral planet was not only full of minerals, but also had a lot of water resources. It took 3 full days for the USS Fram to set off with a large group of warships. This time, a new type of warship also set off, and almost all of the top firepower of the Earth Federation was deployed. This time, just like the last time, there was no ambush after the USS Frem appeared. Yang Guang and his men did not hide, and went directly to the orange-red planet that had been selected. The surface of this planet is almost all iron oxide, so it looks like a big orange-red orange, but it is a little rounder. This time, there was no launch equipment from the Advance, but some spaceships that were specially used to transport planets ran over, shielded the gravity of the entire planet, and then worked together to transport the planet, without the Advance having to do anything. Only after leaving the star system would the Advance start the planet-level gravity engine, and bring the planet, and all the warships back together. If it were not inside the star system, the star-level gravity would not be able to start the planet-level gravity engine at all, because the star's gravity was too strong, and the planet had to be transported out of the star system. How could such things happen? The Avengers couldn't stop it even if they wanted to. While Yang Guang was working hard, the Avengers also received the news. Of course, this news was not provided by the Prophet. If even such news had to be provided by the Prophet, then even if the Prophet had a lifespan of tens of thousands of years, he might not live past 100 years old. All this information was summarized by the Avengers based on the information sent back by the microprobes in each star system. These microprobes have no other functions. As long as there is a fluctuation in gravity, they will find it. The first step in moving a planet is to shield the gravity of a planet. The gravity fluctuation at this time cannot be covered up at all. The Avengers used this information to determine the location of the Earth Federation. Sure enough, for hours later, the Avengers' 5 civilization flagships appeared outside the star system. However, when they saw that the Earth Federation was not moving a planet with water resources, they hesitated. Now in the large Magellanic Cloud, there is no civilization that does not know that the Earth Federation is frantically looking for a planet with water resources. When the Green Land was running around in various star systems, it was unknown how many civilized races it encountered, and Li Cheng also asked them for a lot of information. In addition, in the trading market opened by the Evolver civilization, many civilized races knew that the Earth Federation wanted to make something incredible, which required a lot of water resources. So when the Avengers saw that the Earth Federation did not move the water resource planet, but instead started to move the mineral resource planet, they were stunned. They didn't know whether to continue the attack, and with the hundreds of thousands of warships around them, they were also afraid that this was a trap. The Earth Federation has space blockade equipment, which is known to all civilizations. When the Earth Federation opened the trading market, it blocked the space around the trading market. Now the Avengers don't know whether the Earth Federation has brought the equipment. If they really have, once they lose their mobility, they may be destroyed in the face of the attack of 100,000 Earth Federation warships and several civilization race flagships. So these 5 race flagships did not start the attack immediately, but retreated a little, turned on the detectors, and sent messages to the rear at the same time. After seeing the Avengers appear, Yang Guang and his team did not attack, but continued to guard around the mineral planet. According to Xiang Qian's idea, the Avengers should not attack the first time. But after the mineral planet is transported to the Earth Federation and water resources are generated, they will definitely attack the second time. So Yang Guang and his team are not in a hurry. Anyway, the Avengers will fall into the trap sooner or later. As expected by Xiang Qian, the 5 civilized race flagships of the Avengers stayed outside the star system for a long time, and when they saw that the mineral planet was about to be transported out of the star system, they suddenly evacuated. On the 5th day, the scene of the mineral planet around the Earth, where a large amount of water resources were mined, was captured by optical equipment and transmitted back to the Avengers and several evolved civilizations. Several evolved civilizations immediately began to question the Avengers, why they did not stop the Earth Federation from mining resources. Even if it was a mineral planet, it did not mean that there were no water resources on that planet. When signing the civilization race contract, you, the Avengers, promised that you would definitely block the Earth Federation from starting resources. What has happened now? The Earth Federation is still mining resources. Where is your race flagship? Why don't you stop it? The evolutionary civilizations didn't have good intentions at the beginning. The civilization race contract they signed with the Avengers was very harsh. If the evolutionary civilizations felt that the Avengers did not seriously fulfill their duties to restrict the Earth Federation, they could use the penalty clauses of the civilization race contract to destroy the entire Avengers. At that time, the evolutionary civilizations made up their minds to wait until their development caught up with the Earth Federation and the Avengers, and the Earth Federation fought each other to a loss. First use the civilization race contract to destroy the Avengers, then attack the Earth Federation and divide up the resources of the Earth Federation. Otherwise, the resources of the Evolver civilization are so easy to get. When the Avengers asked for the help of the Prophet, the Evolver civilization agreed readily. If it wasn't calculated, how could it be so easy? But they didn't know that when they were calculating the Avengers were also calculating them. As for who calculated who, it depends on the final result. After the Avengers humbly promised that such a situation would not happen again, they asked the Prophet to take action again. This time, the Avengers wanted to deal a devastating blow to the Advance. After hearing this request, the Evolver civilization thought about it and agreed. At this time, Xiang Qian also replaced all the warships that followed the Advance last time with genetic nuclear weapons made of special rare metals. In the next battle, ordinary warships can only be cannon fodder. Chapter 254. The breeze at night blew, and the leaves in the yard swayed gently. Zhang Ying sat on the swing in the yard, swinging slowly, looking at the gate in the distance with confused eyes, not knowing what she was thinking. Suddenly, Zhang Ying stood up, and the expression on her face became solemn. Ms. Zhang Ying, please don't use the power of the Prophet. It will be harmful to your body, and I have already informed the boss about this matter. The virtual image of the starry sky suddenly appeared beside Zhang Ying, and said to Zhang Ying seriously, Shinkong, notify Brother Xiang Qian immediately. I have something urgent to talk to him about. Hurry up. After hearing Shinkong's words, Zhang Ying stomped her feet, stopped using the ability of the Prophet, and said anxiously, Okay, I have notified. Miss Zhang Ying, the boss asked you to go to the office to find him now. After hearing Shinkong's words, Zhang Ying ran directly to the garage, started a hover car, and rushed out of the villa area quickly. At this time, Xiang Qian was in the office thinking about tomorrow's actions. Suddenly, he heard Shinkong say that Zhang Ying was going to use the ability of the Prophet, and then, there was something urgent to talk to him about. His heart sank, knowing that tomorrow's events would probably be very uncertain. What's going on? Didn't I tell you not to use the Prophet's power? Why didn't you listen? Xiang Qian said coldly after seeing Zhang Ying coming in. Brother Xiang Qian, something really happened this time. I feel that there are other prophets, using real prophecies on humans. That's why I wanted to use the Prophet's power just now. If I don't use the power, I can only feel the other party's attack, and have no way to stop it. But if I use the Prophet's power, I can stop the other party's real prophecy. Zhang Ying ignored Xiang Qian's reproach, and said to Xiang Qian anxiously, A true prophecy, are you sure? Xiang Qian couldn't sit still. A true prophecy was a killer weapon that could turn the tide of the war. Really, I have that feeling. Once a prophet uses a true prophecy against humans, I can feel it and stop it. Zhang Ying said seriously. Wait, don't worry. You can stop the other party's true prophecy at any time. Xiang Qian forced himself to calm down and said, Not really. If you want to stop the other party's true prophecy, you must stop it before it comes true. Once the true prophecy comes true, even the prophet cannot stop it. Brother Xiang Qian, let me use my ability to stop the other party first. What if his true prophecy is to kill Brother Xiang Qian then? Zhang Ying was so anxious that she almost cried. She was not afraid of anything else. She was just afraid that the other party's true prophecy was about Xiang Qian. But Xiang Qian was relieved when he heard this. This would make things much easier. How could it be possible to use the real prophecy on me, unless the prophet's brain was broken? The leader of a civilization is not important. If one dies, there is another one to replace him, so the other party will not use the real prophecy on me. Just like I won't let you use the real prophecy to directly eliminate the leader of the other civilization. Because that has no effect on civilization at all. Even if there is an effect, it will not shake the foundation of a civilization. And you don't know one thing, that is, the owner of the civilized race scepter ignores the damage of the true prophecy and any rule-based attacks. Only by destroying the civilized race scepter or killing me, otherwise this kind of attack is useless to me. Xiang Qian said with a smile. Xiang Qian was not comforting Zhang Ying, but was serious. This is all the information in the storage device that Dandan brought, including this one. This rule is to ensure the fairness of the civilized race contract. If the owner of the civilized race scepter is changed today and tomorrow, then the civilized race contract must be signed again and again. Because after the previous owner of the civilization race scepter dies, the successor must re-sign the race contract. This is to ensure that the clauses in some contracts restrict the ownership of the civilization race scepter. Otherwise, if the previous owner directly breaks the contract, then according to the punishment rules, the previous owner must be found in trouble. But the previous owner is dead, and there is no place to find someone. Therefore, in order to ensure the fairness of some special clauses, every time the owner of the civilization race scepter is changed, the civilization race contract must be re-signed. Although the terms are the same, they are only valid if the new owner signs the contract. Of course, for the terms involving the entire civilized race, even if the owner of the civilized race scepter dies, the new owner cannot break the contract, because the race terms are signed on behalf of this race. So if the contract is broken, the entire race will be punished. Is that so? Then I feel relieved. After Zhang Ying finished speaking, she felt that she was too impatient just now, and spoke out her thoughts directly, and she felt a little embarrassed. But at this time, Xiang Qian didn't pay attention to Zhang Ying's words or her expression. His whole mind was thinking about tomorrow's plan. When he was about to take revenge on the Avengers tomorrow, the real prophecy suddenly appeared, which cast a shadow on Xiang Qian's heart. The most important thing is that he didn't know what the other party's real prophecy was about. The unknown is scary, because you have no way to defend yourself, and don't know where the danger comes from. But Xiang Qian first confirmed that the other party's real prophecy must be the real plan for tomorrow. The content of the true prophecy is definitely not a direct result. For example, a prophecy that directly predicts the destruction of the Earth Federation fleet, because the backlash of such a true prophecy is not something that everyone can withstand. The strength of the target of the prophecy and the difficulty of the prophecy are all linked to the degree of backlash after the prophecy. With the current strength of the Earth Federation, if the other party directly predicts that the Earth Federation fleet will be destroyed by the Avengers, then the other party's prophet will have only one way to go, so this kind of prophecy is impossible. On the contrary, the most likely prediction is the prediction of a specific target. For example, if the opponent knows that the Earth Federation has a space blockade device, then the opponent may predict that the Earth Federation's technological blockade device will suddenly fail when the Avengers escape, or suddenly stop working for 5 minutes due to overload. This kind of prediction has a small scope, and because the problems involved are simple, it is easy to implement, and the backlash is not great, but it can affect the outcome of the entire battle. After all, there is no equipment that is not damaged, and sometimes many equipment have some problems of one kind or another. So when such a prophecy comes out, when the Avengers are about to escape, the space blockade equipment suddenly fails due to a malfunction, and the result is that the Avengers successfully escape. This is still a true prophecy of the space blockade equipment. The Avengers will escape, and there will always be a time to deal with them. But what if this prophecy is aimed at the protective shield equipment of the Greenland or the flagship of the Silver Wing civilization race? Then what will be the result? For example, it predicted that the shield equipment of the Greenland race flagship would suddenly fail when the Avengers launched a concentrated fire attack on it. Such a prediction is very scary. Without a shield, the Greenland faced the concentrated fire attack of more than a dozen race flagships of the Avengers. There is only one result, that is, it will be blown up, and there will be no residue left. Thinking of this, Xiang Qian had a headache. Did he really have to let Zhang Ying take action to stop the other party? But if the other party continued to attack, wouldn't it become a war of attrition between the prophets, and the life force of the prophets would be the focus? Do you have any way to know the content of the real prophecy without changing or stopping the other party's real prophecy? Xiang Qian thought for a while and said, I don't know, I try. Zhang Ying closed her eyes and began to use the prophet's special ability. After a while, Zhang Ying opened her eyes and said dejectedly, There is no way, I can only stop the other party's real prophecy, but there is no way to know the content of the other party's real prophecy. Is that so? Then let me think about it. By the way, if you want to stop the other party from making a real prophecy, what method will you use? Xiang Qian suddenly thought of it and asked Zhang Ying quickly. Of course, use a real prophecy to stop it. Zhang Ying looked at Xiang Qian and said puzzledly, the meaning was obvious, you asked such a stupid question. No, I'm not talking about whether you use a real prophecy, but the content of the real prophecy. For example, if you predict directly, any real prophecy targeting humans will be invalid. This can't be the case. Xiang Qian shook his head and said, No, the prophet can clearly feel the other party's true prophecy. As long as the prophet cancels the other party's true prophecy in the name of the prophet, his true prophecy will become invalid. Zhang Ying explained. Then when you cancel the other party's true prophecy, will the other party know that his true prophecy has been cancelled? I think he should know. Zhang Ying said uncertainly. Okay, let me think about it. Xiang Qian walked around the office after speaking. According to the results of the real prophecy, the success rate is basically 100%, because the real prophecy is equivalent to the weapon of causality. The prophet directly specifies a result. No matter what the process is, the final result will be the result predicted by the prophet. Now if Zhang Ying is allowed to predict using percentages, then based on the 100% success rate of causality, what will the final result be? Which one is greater, the consumption of offsetting the real prophecy, or the consumption of launching the real prophecy? Xiang Qian turned around and asked. There is no way to compare this. The consumption of offsetting the real prophecy is determined by the consumption of the other party's real prophecy. That is to say, the consumption of the other party using the real prophecy is how much, and I offset the consumption of the local real prophecy by that much. To launch the real prophecy depends on the target of the prophecy and the difficulty of the prophecy. The greater the difficulty, the greater the consumption. Zhang Ying thought for a while and said, well, you launch the real prophecy, and the content of the prophecy is the success rate of the other party's real prophecy, which is only 49%. Xiang Qian said with a smile on his face. 49%? What kind of real prophecy is this? Zhang Ying was stunned. Chapter 255. Yes, it's about prophecy. You said it was under normal circumstances. What is the success rate of the real prophecy, that is, when you use the real prophecy and there is no prophet to stop it? Xiang Qian said seriously. If there is no prophet to stop it, it will definitely succeed, and the success rate is of course 100%. Zhang Ying said to Xiang Qian with an expression that asked such a thing. Xiang Qian didn't care about Zhang Ying's expression and continued, it is 100% successful, right? In other words, after the real prophecy is used, the predicted things will definitely succeed. But now, if you use a true prophecy on a true prophecy, and predict that the success rate of that true prophecy is only 49%, then what will happen at this time? That is a true prophecy that will definitely succeed, because you also have a true prophecy that will definitely succeed. The success rate becomes 49%. You will say that the success rate of 49% is also very high. What if the other party succeeds? I will tell you now, because of the absoluteness of the true prophecy, his true prophecy will never succeed. Originally, true prophecy is a way to reverse the law of cause and effect. In order to make the result predicted by the prophecy become a reality, it must be a 100% success rate. Even a 99% success rate is not acceptable, because that 1% change will completely destroy the result. At the same time, I have another guess, that is, the result predicted by the other party has now appeared, which means that the future will definitely be changed. But at this time, you also use the absolutely successful result to break the other party's successful result, which is equivalent to reversing the future again. So if you block the other party's true prophecy, you will suffer the same backlash as the other party. Now I don't allow you to directly use the true prophecy to block the other party, but change the success rate of his true prophecy to 49%, because I don't want you to suffer the same backlash as the other party. And using the true prophecy, I said, can not only break the other party's true prophecy, but also reduce your backlash. For example, the future is a spring, and the predictor changes the future by pressing the spring down. If you want to restore the spring to its original shape, you must use the same force to eliminate the pressure exerted by the opponent on the spring. But now what you need to do is not to confront the opponent directly and make him give up pressing the spring, but to pull the opponent back so that he cannot exert full force on the spring. And this ratio is 51%, so that the opponent can only use 49% of the force to suppress the spring. Then at this time, the force to suppress the spring suddenly decreases, and it is reduced by more than half, just enough to allow the spring to restore its original shape with its own force. Do you think the opponent's true body prophecy can still succeed at this time? Zhang Ying explained to Xiang Qian for a long time, and finally understood what Xiang Qian meant. However, she couldn't help but wonder, that is, would such a real language be successful? Was it a bit unrealistic? Okay, don't think about it, just do as I say. Don't worry about the possibility of something happening, there are not so many possibilities, and even if the other party's real prediction is successful, we are just denying a guess. What they want to do to our Earth Federation is not enough with their strength. You have to know that in the face of absolute power, any conspiracy is useless. This time, I am going to use absolute power to test how hard their trap is. Seeing Zhang Ying hesitate, Xiang Qian continued to say to her, okay, then I will use the real prophecy. Seeing the confident expression on Xiang Qian's face, Zhang Ying finally nodded in agreement with Xiang Qian's opinion and began to use the real prophecy. Sure enough, after Zhang Ying used the real prophecy, she fainted again. Xiang Qian sent someone to send Zhang Ying to the hospital for recuperation, using the most advanced life treatment equipment to restore her body. Inform His Majesty, tell him that the Earth Federation also has a prophet, and he also uses the real prophecy. A middle-aged man lying on a hospital bed suddenly opened his eyes, and said weakly to the intelligent system, okay, master. After a while, A projection screen appeared in front of the middle-aged man. The Earth Federation also has a prophet? The virtual image frowned and said, Yes, Your Majesty. And the prophet of the Earth Federation just used the real prophecy, and even my real prophecy was affected. The middle-aged man on the bed said, Then can your real prophecy still succeed? It should succeed. I just feel that the content of the other party's real prophecy may conflict with my real prophecy, but it did not cancel my real prophecy. This means that our real prophecies may have intersections, but the predicted results are different. Otherwise, my real prophecy would have been canceled by now. Well, it doesn't matter. Anyway, the Avengers are the ones who lose. Have a good rest. This is the last time we will help the Avengers. We won't need your help in the future. Just rest and recuperate. Your Majesty, don't we need to notify the Avengers? I feel that the other party's prediction this time is not that simple. If it goes wrong, the Avengers will suffer a great loss, and then we will lose the chess piece to contain the Earth Federation. I don't need them to contain me anymore, and I don't plan to continue to participate in the subsequent plans. The Earth Federation with a prophet and the Earth Federation without a prophet are of two different natures. Your Majesty is wise. A civilization with a prophet is difficult to destroy. The next day, the Earth Federation's huge fleet began to assemble. This time Xiang Qian sent out a more powerful force than the last time. There were 300,000 warships used as cannon fodder alone. And there are 100 warships made of special rare metals. These 100 warships made of special rare metals are all driven by real people, and the drivers are also supermasters ranked in the top 100 on the entire Earth in the Endless Star game. Although there are not many wars on Earth now, there are many war masters. Each of the 100 strongest players is a talent who has commanded hundreds of thousands of warships. Now asking each of them to command 3,000 warships is a waste of talent. By noon, the Earth Federation's fleet was assembled. The Forward, the Greenland, the flagship of the Silver Wing civilization, the Regtros, and 100 satellite fortresses. These satellite fortresses made of ordinary metals are the 100 warships made of special rare metals. Around them, there are 300,000 cannon fodder warships that can be regarded as the strongest warships under the flagship of the race in the entire large Magellanic Galaxy. All the warships surrounded the advance. After leaving the range of the star system, a gravitational channel appeared, and the next second all these warships disappeared into the void of the universe. After the Earth Federation fleet set off, the fleet of the Avengers was also ready. As long as they knew the location of the Earth Federation, they would go to surround and kill the Earth Federation fleet. This time, the Avengers were full of confidence. With the help of the prophet's true prophecy, it would be easy to destroy the Earth Federation fleet. More than a dozen hours later, the Avengers received the news and quickly rushed to the location of the Earth Federation fleet. This time, not only 13 civilization race flagships set out alone, but also 500,000 warships followed them. This is the confidence of the Avengers to destroy the Earth Federation fleet. When the Avengers fleet rushed to the location of the advanced fleet, the Avengers' apparent home base, more than 470 light-years away, was busy collecting supplies. Master, all the supplies have been collected and can be transferred at any time. Yes, transfer immediately. Send the people of the Black Sky civilization to collect resources in the surrounding star systems, and then start building defense equipment in the star systems. You take the supplies and follow their transport spacecraft to withdraw from there, and don't let those evolutionary civilizations find out. Master, please rest assured that everything has been arranged, and the reconnaissance equipment of those evolutionary civilizations cannot find out. At the same time, the Black Universe civilization and other races are tying up the Evolver civilization's energy, so they won't care about ordinary transport ships. But it's a pity to give up the Black Universe civilization and other races. The scientists alone have lost tens of millions, and this base is useless. These must be abandoned. If you want the Evolver civilization and the Earth Federation to restrain each other, you must sacrifice them, otherwise the Evolver civilization will not be fooled. Okay, let's move. Yes, Master. Your Majesty, the Avengers envoy wants to see you. Let him in. Hello, Your Majesty. On behalf of the Avengers, I want to sign a civilized race contract with Your Majesty's Mandi tribe. After the Avengers envoy came in, he said directly, Haha, signing a civilized race contract, what kind of treaty? The Majesty of the Mandi tribe smiled disdainfully. The treaty is very simple, just ask Your Majesty not to let the prophet predict our Avengers in the future. Do you think this is possible? If the Avengers are willing to use 30% of the special rare metal resources provided by the evolved civilization in exchange for His Majesty's consent, I wonder if it is feasible. The Majesty of the Mandi tribe frowned. He really couldn't think of why the Avengers paid such a high price. Could it be that it was just to prevent him from using the Prophet to attack the Avengers? That shouldn't be the case. Although the Prophet is powerful, to be honest, if you want to destroy a civilization with prophecy, it is simply unrealistic, so the Avengers should not worry about this problem. Then what are they doing it for? 50%, I will agree to it. If you don't agree, forget it. Okay, Your Majesty, we, the Avengers, agree to this request. Soon, the Avengers and the Mandi tribe signed a very strange civilization race contract. The only clause was that the Mandi tribe's prophets were not allowed to make any kind of predictions about the Avengers. In order to obtain this contract, the Avengers would have to pay a lot of special rare metals. In the eyes of His Majesty the Mandi tribe, this was a complete brain drain. However, looking at the representatives of the Avengers, it seemed that they were the ones who took advantage after signing this contract. No matter what His Majesty the Mandi tribe thought, the contract was signed, and the next step was to watch the battle between the Earth Federation and the Avengers. Chapter 256. Notify all commanders to activate the magnetic field amplification device in 10 minutes to form a magnetic field shield in conjunction with the radiation field of Reglos. Yang Guang gave the order after seeing the fleet of the Avengers. In an ordinary star system, the 300,000 warships of the Earth Federation changed their formation after Yang Guang gave the order. All the warships were staggered, with the Forward, Greenland, and the Silver Wings flagship as the apex, and Reglos as the core, forming an extremely large triangle. 10 minutes later, all the warships activated their magnetic field amplification devices. The Regtros at the core of the triangular formation released its own radiation field, which was superimposed on the range covered by the magnetic field amplification devices of all the warships, forming a more powerful radiation field. The Avengers fleet, 300 million kilometers away from the violent Earth Federation fleet, also began to change its formation at this time. In the Avengers fleet, more than 10,000 spherical spaceships began to be evenly distributed around all the warships, and then the warships around these spherical spaceships began to provide energy to the spherical spaceships. When the energy value reaches a certain level, a huge protective shield appears around them, covering all the warships around the spherical spacecraft. This is not the end. The more than 10,000 spherical spacecraft began to slowly approach each other, and began to transmit energy to each other. After a while, in front of the flagship of the 13 search races, a larger protective shield appeared, forming an ellipse, wrapping all the warships inside. In this way, the magnetic field shield of the Earth Federation and the super-large protective shield of the Avengers have been deployed, and then they slowly approached. Since both sides have formed fixed formations, the speed of advancement is not very fast. In space wars, large-scale group battles are formed by countless warships, relying on technological means to gather the power of all warships to form a specific defense or attack formation. Once these formations are opened, the power and technological equipment of all warships will form a group-like force field. The warships under the protection of the force field have a much higher production probability than a single warship. Two fleets with the same number of warships, one fleet is deployed to fight, and the other fleet attacks freely. Then, the final result will definitely be victory for the fleet with the formation. Of course, this refers to the situation of the same technological level. When the Avengers formed their formation, Xiang Qian, who was far away on Earth, ordered the Academy of Sciences to start studying the opponent's super-large protective shield. Although Xiang Qian was very confident in the magnetic field shield with Regtros as the core, he would not take it lightly when facing the Avengers fleet that was twice as large as the Earth Federation. You must know that the strength of a civilization is not only in terms of technology, but also the application of technology is also very critical. The third-level peak civilization already has the technological strength to study this kind of large-scale group fleet force field. But now, there are not many civilizations in the entire large Magellanic Galaxy that can really form a formation. Even those evolutionary civilizations are still in the process of research and development. Therefore, the Avengers fleet can form a formation and form a large protective shield for the entire fleet. Such technological strength has to make those evolutionary civilizations vigilant. Now many civilizations can only add some similar equipment to their own race flagships, and then cooperate with the escort fleet to form a force field to protect the race flagship. Such technology is already very advanced. A civilization with a strong technological background, like the Evolver civilization, has only just developed a formation and force field for small fleets to cooperate. This shows how much strength the Avengers have hidden. However, the performance of the Earth Federation and the Avengers has made several Evolver civilizations more and more worried. They now wish that the Earth Federation and the Avengers would fight each other to a loss, leaving them with more time to develop. As the distance between the two fleets got closer, both sides were ready to open fire. However, what puzzled the evolutionary civilizations watching the battle was why the fleets of the Earth Federation and the Avengers had no intention of reducing their numbers. Logically speaking, the group attack of the two fleets could not end as quickly as a battle between several warships. Therefore, such a group attack must leave some distance, otherwise, when the two sides collided during the battle, it would be a devastating disaster. At that time, there would be no formation, and countless warships would fight in a small area. In that case, even the best commander would not be able to command the battle. And in a melee, there are enemies everywhere, and your attack may not hit the warship you want to hit, but hit your own warship instead. Such a thing is not impossible to happen, but it is very likely. A melee is devastating to both sides. Even if the war is won, the losses are very heavy. However, several evolutionary civilizations are very happy to see that the Earth Federation and the Avengers are not slowing down, and there are signs of a melee. In this way, both the Earth Federation and the Avengers will suffer heavy losses, which is better for them. When the distance between the two fleets was less than 3 million kilometers, the Avengers opened fire first. The protective shield formed by 10,000 spherical warships, each warship within the protective shield, concentrated energy together in an instant, and then fired it in a specific way in the form of a concentrated energy attack. 10,000 thick beams of light were aimed at the Earth Federation fleet and bombarded. However, when these 10,000 beams of light entered the 1 million kilometer range of the Earth Federation fleet, the beams began to distort slightly. When these beams of light reached 500,000 kilometers in front of the Earth Federation fleet, they tended to spread. Finally, when the 10,000 beams of light were 100,000 kilometers away from the Earth Federation fleet, they dispersed into countless tiny beams of light and enveloped the entire Earth Federation fleet. But unfortunately, each of these scattered beams of light was not as powerful as the laser cannon. So after being hit by these beams of light, the Earth Federation warships did not react at all. Just like a drop of water merging into the sea, it can't cause any impact on the sea at all. However, the Avengers were not affected by the ineffectiveness of the attack and continued to attack. But the result of each attack was the same, and it couldn't cause any impact on the Earth Federation fleet at all. On the other hand, the Earth Federation fleet has not launched an attack yet. I don't know if it's because of the insufficient distance or other reasons. It's just that the Avengers didn't find that the energy after each attack disappeared very quickly. Even if the light beams were dispersed, no light could fly out of the coverage of the magnetic field shield. Retros, have you eaten enough? If you are full, you have to work. Yang Guang sent a communication. I am full. I will not eat anymore. All the energy I absorb will be supplied to the entire fleet. You can fight with confidence. The energy from their attacks is enough for me to transform. Retros said happily. That's right. Except for those scattered on various warships, all the other attacks of the Avengers were absorbed by Retros. At the same time, before this battle, Xiang Qian asked Retros to bring a wireless energy transmission device. Let it convert all the attacks launched by the Avengers into the energy of the Earth Federation warships. As for Retros, Xiang Qian does not want to expose its powerful strength at present. No matter when, people have to keep some trump cards. Besides, with such a small force, there is no need for Retros to take action. If it takes action, how can the Earth Federation train its troops? When it is no longer possible to use information transmission technology to super-control warships in the future, the Earth Federation will not be able to train its troops as recklessly as it is now. Notify all commanders. Let them do whatever they want. Yang Guang received a reply from Retros and immediately gave the order. After receiving Yang Guang's order, the 100 strongest players began to issue combat orders to their subordinate warships. For a while, the warships of the Earth Federation began to move frequently. Although all the warships did not leave the formation range, the dazzling movement of warships also surprised the several evolutionary civilizations watching the battle. They could not figure out how the Earth Federation could move warships at will after the formation was formed. This is not scientific at all. Haven't you seen that the warships in the Avengers formation have not moved at all until now? They are afraid of destroying the formation. These evolutionary civilizations can't figure out why the Earth Federation has the bug of Reglos. Who made the Earth Federation's formation not based on ordinary warships? Ordinary warships only need to turn on the magnetic field enhancement device to do whatever they want. As long as Reglos and several race flagships are not in chaos, the Earth Federation's formation will not disappear. Such flexibility is unmatched by the Avengers fleet, and this is also the reason why the Earth Federation is not afraid of chaos. You don't have the group formation bonus, but we do. You are afraid of chaos, but we are not afraid of chaos. If we continue to fight like this, it will be a problem if we don't win. Following Yang Guang's order, 100 players began to order their warships to open fire. Although the Earth Federation does not have the energy gathering means like the Avengers, it doesn't matter. Energy is conserved. I use energy to hit you, and if you want to defend, you must consume energy. It is impossible to say that without a focused attack, you don't need to consume energy for defense. That is impossible. The significance of a focused attack is the super strong energy output in an instant, which breaks the protective shield with absolute force and causes the opponent to lose combat personnel. When a focused attack cannot achieve such an effect, the energy consumed by the focused attack and ordinary attacks is the same. For a time, the Earth Federation fleet fired hundreds of thousands of light beams of varying thickness, hitting the Avengers' super large protective shield, causing waves like ripples, and then disappeared. In this way, the Earth Federation and the Avengers formed a stalemate, and neither side could do anything to the other. However, the commanders of both sides are very confident that the current stalemate will be broken soon, and the victory will be theirs. As for the final result, it depends on what cards the two sides have next. Chapter 257. The Earth Federation and the Avengers began to close the gap in this stalemate. Now the distance between the two sides is less than 1.3 million kilometers, and the Avengers finally made a new move. Behind the Avengers' fleet, several thin and long strange warships suddenly broke away from the formation and began to accelerate rapidly. The dozens of engine nozzles behind several warships all ejected particle streams that were several thousand meters long. Under the action of the powerful particle stream engine, these warships began to accelerate crazily. When these warships flew out of the super large protective shield, the guns in front of them were opened, and projectiles with blue metallic light were fired one after another. These projectiles were all made of eternal blue gold, and the diameter of each one reached an astonishing 3 meters. After being fired, these projectiles rushed towards the advance at a speed of 0.68 times the speed of light per second. This is not over yet. After these projectiles were fired, in less than 0.3 seconds, the Avengers fleet fired hundreds of concentrated energy attacks at these projectiles. The speed of these projectiles once again climbed to 0.83 times the speed of light. The absolute energy repulsion reaction of the eternal blue gold perfectly allowed the Avengers to complete the final acceleration of the projectiles. Under the eternal blue gold was a piece of obsidian with a diameter of 2 meters. It was the kind of obsidian that was harder than degenerate materials, and was said to be able to defend against any physical attack. If the forward was hit by these projectiles, the outer armor made of eternal blue gold would have no defensive power at all. The advance will definitely be penetrated by these projectiles, and the huge kinetic energy will cause it to disintegrate in an instant. After the Avengers launched the projectiles, all the remaining warships began to focus their energy on the advance. They were very sure that this attack would definitely blow up the advance, because this attack was boosted by the Prophet's use of real language. So the Avengers were all waiting for the explosion of the advance. After seeing the Avengers use projectiles, the Mandi tribe also stared at the screen closely. He also wanted to know if the effect of the true prophecy in war would be as powerful as he imagined. After being accelerated by the concentrated energy, several projectiles soon reached a place 1 million kilometers ahead of the Earth Federation fleet. This place is the border of the magnetic field shield. As long as you enter the range of this magnetic field shield, you will be affected by the magnetic field shield. Especially for kinetic weapons, under the influence of the super strong magnetic field, it is hard to say what the trajectory will become. If the power of kinetic weapons is a little weaker, they will be directly bounced away by the magnetic field shield. But when several projectiles reached this position, the entire universe void underwent unknown changes. Time seemed to stand still at this moment, showing that the projectile entered the magnetic field shield, but a wave flashed by, and the projectile did not change direction due to the super strong electromagnetic force of the magnetic field shield. But before the projectile continued to move forward, there was another wave. This time the wave affected the projectile, causing the rules of the projectile to begin to change, and then the void returned to calm again, and time began to pass again. The Earth Federation and the Avengers, even the evolved civilization watching the battle, did not notice this kind of time stagnation. In their eyes, several bullets rushed towards the forward at a rapid speed. But the moment they entered the range of the magnetic field shield, they began to change the rules. Then, before anyone could react, they drew a huge arc and flew out of the range of the magnetic field shield, and no one knew where they flew to. Yang Guang did not feel anything special about this situation. He did not even know that he had walked through the gates of hell. In his eyes, electromagnetic weapons would not be able to play any role within the range of the magnetic field shield. so he felt that it was normal for the projectile to be bounced away. But the Avengers collapsed. How could this happen? Why did the true prophecy fail? They all knew that the true prophecy made by the prophet at that time was that they would definitely hit the forward after launching the electromagnetic weapon. But what happened now? The projectile was bounced away and didn't even touch the forward. This is definitely a hit. I bought a watch last year. Not to mention that the Avengers were in collapse at this time. Even the majesty of the Mandi tribe, who was watching the battle, was dumbfounded. Their prophet failed, and the real prophecy was cracked by the Earth Federation. Vacadia, your real prophecy failed. The Mandi Emperor said to Vacadia on the bed, with shock in his eyes. Your Majesty, can you let me see the process? Vacadia frowned, thought for a while, and then spoke. Well, take a look. Vacadia lied on the hospital bed, watching the Avengers launch a projectile, and then the projectile was bounced off and shot into the unknown space. He watched the video 3 times, carefully observing every detail, and even paused to observe. Vacadia, what's the problem? Didn't you say that the Earth Federation did not deny your true prophecy to the prophet? Then why didn't your true prophecy succeed in the end? Your Majesty, based on my observations just now, the Avengers did not make any mistakes in their operations, which means that when they launched the projectile, my true prophecy had already been activated. But in the end, the projectile did not hit the advance, so it must be that the Earth Federation's prophet used the true prophecy. I have several guesses about the true prophecy used by the Earth Federation's prophet. The first one is that the Earth Federation's prophet used the true prophecy to deny the attack of electromagnetic weapons, which means that any attack by electromagnetic weapons cannot cause damage to the Earth Federation's warships. In this case, our true predictions will conflict with each other, and the laws of the universe do not allow the projectile to hit the advance. Because when the projectile hits the advance, it cannot cause any damage to the advance. So after judging the results of our true predictions, the laws of the universe directly negate our predictions. The second option is to directly predict that the magnetic field can absolutely defend against the attack of electromagnetic weapons. In this case, my true prediction cannot skip this prediction, and finally leads to such a result. The third is to directly deny the fatal blow of the Avengers. In this case, the blow just now is definitely a fatal blow, so it is directly denied. Of course, there may be other prophecies, but no matter what, the prophet of the Earth Federation did not directly deny my true language, but did block my true prophecy. Vacadia said, very convinced. When his race was affected by the true prophecy, he would never use the unconventional method of the Earth Federation prophet, because no one knew what the prophet would use the true prophecy for, so he would definitely deny the other party's true prophecy at the first time. However, the prophet of the Earth Federation, without denying his true prophecy, made the Earth Federation free from the influence of his true prophecy. He really admired his strength and madness. Is that so? I understand. You should take a good rest. It seems that the Avengers are doomed to lose. By the way, I have signed a civilized race contract with the Avengers. You should not use prophecies against the Avengers in the future. No prophecies at all. The Emperor of the Mandi tribe suddenly remembered the signing of the contract and said to Vacadia, Your Majesty, what if the Avengers deal with us in the future? I won't be able to predict them then. Vacadia was shocked and said excitedly, Don't worry, the contract I signed with them only said that you are not allowed to actively predict the Avengers, but there are so many civilizations in the large Magellanic Galaxy, and you are not the only prophet. For example, the Earth Federation, don't they also have a prophet? And even if the Avengers go to war with us in the future, you don't predict the Avengers, you can just predict the development of our fleet and the war directly. Vacadia was relieved after hearing this. Yes, he couldn't actively predict the Avengers, but predicting his own race had nothing to do with it. As for the information the prophet had about the Avengers, it had nothing to do with him. At this time, Xiang Qian, who was far away on Earth, also received the research report on the super-large protective shield of the Avengers from the Academy of Sciences. After receiving this report, Xiang Qian immediately sent the information on how to crack the Avengers' protective shield to Yang Guang. As for whether those methods are reliable or not, Yang Guang needs to experiment by himself. According to the Academy of Sciences, there is basically no problem. Of course, this is only basically. If there is a special situation, it is hard to say. Xiang Qian's mouth twitched at this statement, but fortunately, the cracking method given by the Academy of Sciences, even if it fails, there is no harm. After Yang Guang ordered the destruction of those strange warships that launched electromagnetic projectiles, he received a message from Xiang Qian. When he saw the cracking method above, he was a little speechless. He suspected that this was another method that the scientists of the Academy of Sciences came up with because of their wild imagination. But just like Xiang Qian thought, the failure of the plan would not have any impact, so it would be okay to give it a try. Then Yang Guang gave the order to change the fleet's formation. 300,000 warships formed a circular channel, and then began to adjust the magnetic field generator to reach a certain frequency. 12 of the warships formed a group and a small formation. There was a separate magnetic field around them, which was emitted by themselves. When the 12 warships arrived at the back of the circular channel formed by all the warships, Reglos used space confinement to directly fix the 12 warships there. At this time, the frequency of the magnetic field of 300,000 warships suddenly changed, causing a violent conflict with the magnetic field of the formation of 12 warships. The 12 warships that should have been ejected were unable to move at all because they were imprisoned by Reglos, so they could only open the magnetic field to the maximum to compete with the surrounding magnetic field. When the change of the magnetic field reached the limit, Reglos suddenly released the imprisonment of the 12 warships. In an instant, these 12 warships were like electromagnetic projectiles that were launched and rushed towards the formation of the Avengers. Chapter 258. 12 warships were launched like electromagnetic projectiles and rushed directly into the Avengers' super-large protective shield. Compared with the Earth Federation's magnetic field shield, the Avengers' super protective shield can block physical attacks to zero. The 12 warships easily rushed into the super-large protective shield and began to execute orders according to the plan. Yang Guang saw the 12 warships rush in smoothly and breathed a sigh of relief. The group of people in the Academy of Sciences are still very reliable in many cases. Under the research of the Academy of Sciences, through the scanning data sent back by the Progress, scientists quickly figured out the principle of the Avengers' super-large protective shield. If it is the Earth Federation's magnetic field shield, it is a super-large and high-intensity magnetic field. Then the Avengers' super-large protective shield is a super-large energy field, and its principle is very simple, which is to use the pressure of the universe. Yes, the universe also has pressure, or it can be said that the ubiquitous virtual particles against the gravitons are a kind of macro force, a basic force of the universe. But at present, the third-level civilization has no way to use this basic force, but the third-level peak civilization has already discovered this force. As humans who take quantum mechanics as their main subject, they have a deeper understanding of this fundamental force than the Avengers. So after getting the data of the Avengers' super-large protective shield, the Academy of Sciences quickly gave the weakness of this shield. These super discovery shields look very powerful, but their weaknesses are also obvious. That is, they can only defend against energy attacks, and have no way to deal with physical attacks. Because this protective shield is like a bubble on the Earth. The bubbles are formed because the pressure inside and outside is the same. The wind may blow the bubbles away, but they will not break. But if you poke it with your finger, it will definitely break. Now the energy attack of the Earth Federation fleet is like using particles and wind in the Earth's air to hit the bubbles. The bubbles will not be affected, but the direct impact of the 12 warships is like a grain of sand, which directly penetrates the surface of the bubble and penetrates into the bubble. Due to the continuous output of energy from the Avengers warships, and a certain magnetic field amplification, this super-large protective shield will not disappear directly after being punctured like a bubble, but will immediately plug the big hole. At this time, the Avengers warships began to attack the 12 Earth Federation warships. Because they were afraid of accidental injuries, dozens of warships launched main gun attacks together. Anyway, the 12 warships were just small shrimps for the huge Avengers fleet and could be easily crushed. These 12 warships were still rushing to the rear of the Avengers at a high speed. Because of the acceleration of the magnetic field, they were still at an extremely fast speed, at least 0.5 times the speed of light. So when the 12 warships just entered the interior of the Avengers fleet, they began to attack. Countless electromagnetic weapons rained down like rain, without aiming. Anyway, they could shoot at 180 degrees and would never miss. In an instant, the 12 warships fired countless 1-centimeter-sized projectiles through the metal storm weapons. But unfortunately, 2.6 seconds after the 12 warships rushed into the interior of the Avengers, they directly collided with the Avengers warships and perished together. However, at this time, their mission was also completed. A huge energy explosion occurred at the location of the 12 warships, and a huge energy shock wave began to sweep around. This was not the most important thing. The most important thing was the gravitational fluctuation caused by the violent energy explosion. Suddenly, the group shield at the location of the explosion was broken, and the Avengers warships did not suffer any damage. The energy shock wave alone could not destroy the third-level civilization warships. But after their shields were destroyed, it was like a fuse was lit. The surrounding protective shields were also broken, and the invisible channel that transmitted energy in the void was also cut off by the twisted gravitational waves. In this way, the seemingly impregnable super-large protective shield was broken by the Earth Federation at the cost of 12 warships, by exploding gravitational bombs inside it to cut off the transmission of void energy. In less than 5 seconds, the super-large protective shield around the Avengers fleet disappeared. At this time, the Earth Federation seized the opportunity and killed more than 30,000 warships of the Avengers in one fell swoop. By the time the Avengers had lined up again and formed a new super-large protective shield, the number of their warships had been reduced by nearly 70,000. This is the horror of the cosmic group war. A little mistake will cause great losses. In the face of fleet cluster attacks, except for the race flagship, any warship is vulnerable. Especially the warships of the Earth Federation, which are generally stronger than the warships of the Avengers. At the moment of losing the super-large protective shield, the Earth Federation fleet's concentrated fire attack caused the Avengers to lose nearly 30,000 warships. When the Avengers super-large Avengers were formed again, the second group of 12 warships of the Earth Federation were also ready. However, this time the Avengers learned their lesson. Before the Earth Federation launched 12 warships, they resolutely did not attack. After the 12 warships were launched, they used concentrated energy to kill the 12 warships directly. In this way, even if the gravitational fluctuations came from the outside, the Avengers could stabilize the super-large protective shield by strengthening the energy output power, so that they would not be like inside, where they could only watch the protective shield being destroyed and could not stop it at all. In this way, the Avengers will not attack the Earth Federation fleet, but keep their main guns charged at all times. As long as the Earth Federation launches warships, they will attack. Facing such an Avengers, Yang Guang also ordered not to launch warships. Anyway, the Academy of Sciences has a second way to break this protective shield, but that method requires them to be closer. Now the distance between the two fleets is still 1.1 million kilometers. When the distance between the two sides is less than 100 kilometers, it is time for the Earth Federation to launch a fatal attack. In fact, some people in the Avengers have already proposed retreating. According to their original plan, they were going to kill the Advance with one strike. Without the Advance, the Earth Federation would lose its ability to maneuver at high speeds. At that time, even if they lost all their warships, they would still win the battle. Because there was only one planet-level gravity engine, and the Advance was equipped with a space blockade device. Therefore, if the Advance was killed, the Earth's ability to move would be destroyed. If the Earth Federation wants to move planets in the future, it must use spacecraft, so it will be not very convenient for them to block the Earth. At the same time, after the Earth lost its planetary gravity engine, its ability to resist risks was greatly reduced. As long as the star system, where the Earth Federation is located, is besieged, and all the resources of the Earth Federation are consumed, the Earth Federation will eventually be exterminated. The Evolver civilization also knew this, so they persuaded the Mandi tribe to use the true prophecy on the forward. When the Earth Federation's onward is destroyed, and the Avengers and the Earth Federation are both hurt, it will be the time for the evolved civilization to take advantage. At that time, the Earth Federation and the Avengers will be wiped out, and all the resources of the Earth Federation will belong to the Evolved Alliance. But unfortunately, the onward is still fine, while the Avengers are already showing signs of defeat. It can be said that the calculations of the evolved civilization have all failed. As the fleets of both sides got closer and closer, the front of the Avengers fleet finally entered the range of the Earth Federation's magnetic field shield. Retros, don't be impatient. Wait until 1/3 of them come in before you take action. Yang Guang saw that the Avengers finally entered the death zone, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. In order to prevent Retros from taking action in advance and alarming the Avengers, he quickly sent a message to it. Okay, let me know when you want to take action. Retros said very straightforwardly. As time went by, when the Avengers fleet was only 800,000 kilometers away from the Earth Federation, Yang Guang finally issued an order to attack. In an instant, Retros used his space confinement ability to directly cut off the connection between 2/3 of the Avengers' warships. This time, the Avengers' super-large protective shield was broken again, and the long-awaited Earth Federation fleet immediately launched an attack. 300,000 beams of light directly hit the 30,000 warships at the front of the Avengers, and directly blew them up when the Avengers' warships did not react. At this time, Retros' space confinement had been eliminated. In fact, it only confined the space for a moment, blocking the energy transmission, and the super-large protective shield was of course destroyed again. This attack stunned the Avengers. They didn't know why the super-large protective shield suddenly disappeared. Then the concentrated fire attack of the Earth Federation fleet arrived, and in an instant, 30,000 warships once again turned into space fireworks. Then, except for the retros, all the warships and race flagships of the Earth Federation began the most crazy attack. The Avengers didn't even have time to condense the protective shield again. The 10,000 search spherical spaceships were the top priority targets of the Earth Federation's second round of attacks. When the Avengers reacted, they found that the remaining spherical spacecraft could no longer support the condensation of the super-large protective shield. So at this time, the Avengers also knew that they had lost this battle, and they were defeated miserably. The Black U civilization and the other 12 civilizations were ready to run away at this time. They wanted to go back and ask the prophet of the civilization Evolution civilization why he lied to them. At the same time, they also had to report the situation to their master and put the responsibility on the Evolution civilization. Unfortunately, they didn't know that their master had given up on them a long time ago. And even if they wanted to run, they had to be able to run. Under the space blockade equipment and the space confinement of Regatros, it would be strange if they could run away. Chapter 259. After the Avengers lost their biggest support, although they had more warships than the Earth Federation, they could not cause any effective damage to the Earth Federation warships hiding in the magnetic field shield. On the other hand, the Earth Federation fleet could take away more than 30,000 warships of the Avengers with every concentrated attack. If the fight continues like this, in less than half an hour, except for the 13 civilized race flagships, all other warships of the Avengers will be wiped out. At that time, what use would the 13 civilization race flagships have? Faced with such a desperate situation, the Black U civilization also became ruthless. Since they couldn't run away and couldn't fight, it was better to fight than to wait for death here. Soon, the Avengers fleet began a suicidal charge, with the main and secondary guns of each warship firing at full power, regardless of whether they could hit or not, just to interfere with the line of sight. At this time, the 13 race flagships of the Avengers began to retreat, but they did not run away. They also knew that they could not run away. The 13 race flagships quickly dispersed to various locations, and there was no pattern in their locations. Maybe this race flagship was alone in one place, and the other race flagships formed a weird formation and gathered together. In less than 3 minutes, the 13 race flagships of the Avengers were distributed in a space of 10,000 cubic meters, and then did nothing, as if they were in a daze. Yang Guang was always paying attention to the actions of these 13 civilization race flagships, but up to now, he had not figured out what these 13 race flagships were going to do. You said they were going to fight, but they ran behind the ordinary warships. You said they were going to run, but they stayed there. This made Yang Guang unable to understand what the 13 race flagships of the Avengers were going to do, so he could only be more careful. If the number of ordinary warships of the Avengers was not too large, blocking the fleet's attack line of sight, he would have ordered to focus on the Avengers race flagships. As the number of ordinary warships of the Avengers became fewer and fewer, the Earth Federation's fleet was finally able to attack the 13 race flagships. Yang Guang decisively gave the order and started to attack the 13 race flagships. But the protection shield of the race flagship is not comparable to those ordinary warships. It is not so easy to kill the race flagship with concentrated fire. But the reaction of the Avengers made Yang Guang feel the crisis. Because the 13 race flagships did not make any moves even under the attack. So Yang Guang was afraid that they were preparing some killer moves, so he did not let the ordinary warships continue to rush forward after destroying the enemy warships, but formed an encirclement in the distance and continued to consume their energy reserves with attacks. But no matter how the Earth Federation attacked, the 13 race flagships just stayed in place, withstanding the endless energy attack. Even though the protective shields of the race flagships had obviously dimmed, they still did not move. Seeing this strange situation, Yang Guang was ready to let Retros take action. He wanted to win the victory soon, and there would be no more changes. Even if it exposed some of Retros' abilities, these race flagships must be destroyed immediately. When Yang Guang informed Retros to take action, the Avengers were ready. The curvature engine is overloaded by 230%, the space is loose, and the fluctuation value is 0.5%. Except for the Black U civilization, the flagships of the other 12 civilizations have already turned on the curvature engine to the maximum power. But they are not going to use curvature navigation to leave, because that is simply impossible. The reason why the Avengers want to do this is to perish together with the Earth Federation. Now, except for the Black U civilization, all 12 race flagships are parked at the location of the space node, which is why they will not move even if they are killed. They are at the location of the space node, idling the curvature engine, just to pry open the space node and make the space node loose. At first, they thought that they only needed to overload about 150% to pry the space node. But they never thought that the surrounding space nodes were strengthened so much with the blessing of the space blockade equipment. Fortunately, the curvature engines of these 12 race flagships were obtained from the Civilization race hull, and the quality was fully guaranteed. Even if they turned the curvature engine's operating power to 230%, the curvature engine could still work normally. All energy is overloaded into the curvature engine, and curvature navigation will start in 1 second. After receiving the information from the 12 race flagships, the Heiau civilization issued the final order. 1 second later, the protective shields of the 12 race flagships were broken. Of course, they were not broken. Instead, they input all their energy into the curvature engine in an instant, so that the curvature engine could start curvature navigation at the moment before it was scrapped. Although this curvature navigation lasted less than a second, a chain reaction occurred in the space nodes around the 12 race flagships. In the last move, the 12 race flagships successfully pried the space nodes, causing the surrounding space to fluctuate in distance. However, they were also crushed into slag by this violent space fluctuation, and the distorted space ripples spread around like water ripples. All objects swept by the space ripples, no matter what they are distorted. The front part of the warship of the Earth Federation, in the uneven space ripples, all the hulls are distorted and deformed, and the entire warship disintegrates, which is even more powerful than professional disassembly tools. All the hull wreckage is the same size, and they are all curved. After the warship was swept by the space ripples, there was no explosion, but the disassembled hull was no longer sealed, and it could not restrain the expansion force generated by the air inside the hull. As a result, the entire warship, after being swept by the space ripples, expanded silently from the inside out and scattered like countless pieces of paper blown away by the air. Space ripples are like tsunamis. Any object swept into them, unless it is farther than the distance of the ripples, cannot escape the distortion of the space ripples, and will be twisted off and turned into pieces of identical wreckage. After the Black U civilization gave the order, the race flagship burst out at the highest speed and began to flee outward. Sparks came out of the engine nozzles, and it was obvious at a glance that the engine was overloaded. Fortunately, the speed of space ripples is not fast, because space itself has strong recovery, otherwise a black hole can destroy the universe. So don't look at the space ripples so powerful, but its diffusion speed is not very fast. When the space ripples swept over the warships, it felt like watching a movie in slow motion. Yang Guang had already issued an order for everyone to retreat, but many ordinary warships had been swept by the space ripples, and could not retreat at all. Even if the space ripples were 10,000 meters away from the warships, the huge force of the distorted space would suck the warships tightly like a deep-sea whirlpool, making it impossible for the warships to escape. Therefore, only less than 80,000 warships could retreat normally. Fortunately, the USS Advance was far away from the front. Otherwise, even the USS Advance might not be able to withstand such space fluctuations. The only one among them who had a chance to escape safely was Regtros, who got weapons in the Hall of Civilized Races, one of which was related to space. When Yang Guang led the remaining warships to retreat 100 million kilometers, the detector received information that the space ripples had disappeared. At this time, the entire star system was like a piece of wood that had been chopped by termites. Several of the surrounding planets were also broken down into gravel, covering the battlefield just now. Seeing this situation, Yang Guang had nothing to say, so he took the fleet out of the star system and headed home. Originally, I wanted to bring back a resource planet, but now that resource planet has been broken down, what else can I bring back? Interstellar dust. Although the Avengers still have a civilization that escaped this disaster, there is only one race flagship left. I don't know what tricks they can play. If you want to harass the Earth Federation with a race flagship, you are definitely courting death. When Yang Guang returned victoriously, the Black U civilization also contacted their master. Master, you were deceived by the evolutionary civilization. Their prophet did not use the real prophecy at all. As a result, we arranged the battle according to the plan. The Earth Federation's forward was not damaged, but we were annihilated. Well, I understand. It's not your fault. Since the evolutionary civilization deceived us, you should go to them for an explanation. Remember to be tough. No matter what they say, you are not allowed to agree. Do you understand? Yes, Master, I remember. No matter what the Evolver civilization says, I cannot agree to it. Well, go ahead. After shutting down the communication, the Black U civilization started the curvature navigation and headed straight for the trading market run by the Mandi civilization. After arriving at the trading market, the Black U civilization directly questioned the emperor of the Mandi tribe, asking him why he deceived the Avengers. For the stupid behavior of the Black U civilization, the Emperor of the Mandi tribe did not pay any attention to him at all, but discussed with several other Evolver civilizations what to do next. 12 of the 13 civilizations of the Avengers were destroyed, and the remaining Black Universe civilization was not going to be a big deal, and could not continue to harass the Earth Federation. In the eyes of several evolutionary civilizations, the Avengers became waste, a waste that had lost its value. So several evolutionary civilizations decided to let the Black Universe civilization continue to harass the Earth Federation. Although it would definitely be destroyed, it was good to use it as waste and distract the Earth Federation a little. But no matter what the evolutionary civilization said, the Black Sky civilization had only one answer: it was impossible, and they would never go. Finally, the evolutionary civilizations brought out the civilization race contract and asked the Avengers to harass the Earth Federation according to the terms of the civilization race contract. But what the evolutionary civilizations did not expect was that the Black Sky civilization was not shaken at all when it saw the civilization race contract. Even if the evolutionary civilization threatened them to launch the civilization race contract, it was useless. Facing the stubborn Black Sky civilization, the evolutionary civilizations discussed and decided to launch the civilization race contract. Chapter 260. The Black Universe civilization was completely destroyed by the civilization race contract. When the contract was signed, several evolutionary civilizations had already planned to cheat the Avengers. So when the race contract was signed, a clause was also added, that is, after the Avengers accepted the funding from the evolutionary civilization, no matter how much loss they suffered, they must insist on attacking or harassing the Earth Federation. Now the Black Universe civilization has obviously violated the race contract. So after the evolutionary civilization took out the race contract, the Black Universe civilization was directly wiped out by the laws of the universe. After several evolutionary civilizations destroyed the Black Universe civilization, they immediately rushed to the location of the Avengers. They were ready to take back the materials according to the investment ratio. But when they got there, only the mechanical factory was still working according to the program. But all the Avengers had disappeared. Faced with this situation, several evolutionary civilizations also took a breath. They thought that this was the result of the annihilation of the laws of the universe. But after searching the entire Avengers base, they did not find any materials, and all the special rare metals disappeared. The Evolver civilization felt something was wrong. Although the Avengers were wiped out, the materials should not have disappeared. Didn't you see that the Avengers' industrial equipment was still working? The wipeout only wiped out the entire race, but had no effect on other things. But where did the special rare metals of the Avengers go? Even if they were built into a battleship, there should be something. Now there is nothing in the entire Avengers base. Not even a part of a battleship can be found. Emperor of the Mandi tribe, please ask your tribe's prophet to find those special rare metals hidden by the Avengers. We won't let you help us for nothing. No matter how many special rare metals are left, you, the Mandi tribe, can get an extra 10%. After one evolutionary civilization made this request, the other evolutionary civilizations did not object. Now that none of them could find this batch of special rare metals, they might as well give out 10% as a reward and let the Mandi tribe's prophet take action. Even if the Mandi tribe gets a little more, it's better than getting nothing. Sorry everyone, our tribe's prophet has not recovered from the backlash of the last true prophecy, and now he can't make any predictions at all. The Mandi tribe emperor raised his eyebrows, and said with a helpless expression, I think it's not that he hasn't recovered, but that you Mandi tribe want to take these special rare metals for yourself. As soon as this sentence came out, the other several evolutionary civilizations looked at the Mandi tribe emperor unkindly. If you don't believe me, I can sign a civilization race contract with you. I promise not to use the prophet to find the location of this batch of special rare metals. The Mandi emperor said immediately after hearing this. Seeing the attitude of the Mandi emperor, these evolutionary civilizations had nothing to say. At this time, they also believed that the Mandi prophet had not recovered, otherwise the Mandi would not have signed such a race contract. This time, the matter of special rare metals was left unresolved. Next, the evolved civilization discussed the issue of the Earth Federation. Now that the Avengers were destroyed, they had to fight the Earth Federation themselves. But no one present was a fool, and no one was willing to offend the Earth Federation. After all, funding the Avengers and taking action on their own were two completely different things. Although they wanted to hinder the development of the Earth Federation, no one wanted to really offend the Earth Federation. As for the strength of the Earth Federation, the evolved civilizations knew it better than anyone else. The foundation of the Evolver civilization is not comparable to that of the Pioneer civilization, and the Wanderer civilization. It is not fun to provoke an Evolver civilization that is about to break through the 4th level civilization. But now it is not possible not to suppress the development of the Earth Federation. Finally, when there is no other way, several Evolver civilizations once again signed a racial contract. The content is that each Evolver civilization sends a Wanderer civilization to suppress the Earth Federation, and each Evolver civilization is responsible for its own losses. If these Wanderer civilizations are destroyed by the Earth Federation again, then everyone will sit together to discuss what to do next. However, these evolutionary civilizations are aware that the suppression of the Earth Federation will definitely not be as easy as the Avengers. If all the Wanderer civilizations they sent out are destroyed, then they will definitely not take action again. After the discussion and signing of the racial contract, the evolutionary civilizations left. After the other evolutionary civilizations left, the face of His Majesty the Emperor of the Mandi tribe was not very good. He knew better than the other evolutionary civilizations that the Avengers had not been destroyed. When the Avengers envoy came to him to sign the civilization race contract, he knew that the Avengers must be planning something. But he didn't care at that time, because in his opinion, the Avengers, led by the Black U civilization, could not escape the clutches of the civilization in their plan. But the real fact slapped him hard in the face, that is, from the beginning to the end, it was the Avengers who were calculating their evolutionary civilization. The Wanderer civilizations, led by the Black U civilization, were simply puppets created by the Avengers to collect resources. At that time, the evolved civilizations thought that the Avengers had fallen into their trap, so they didn't care and gave the Avengers a lot of special rare metals. At that time, they thought they could get them back in the end. But now it seems that the Avengers have taken away the special rare metals, and have also calculated their Mandi tribe. If he hadn't reacted quickly today, the other evolved civilizations would probably have really thought that their Mandi tribe wanted to take those special rare metals for themselves. Send someone to the Earth Federation and tell them the news about the Avengers, and the actions that the evolved civilization will take against them. Then tell them the news that the Avengers have escaped with more than 10 billion tons of special rare metals. Okay, Your Majesty. The Mandi Emperor watched his men leave, thinking in his mind. Although he gave all the news to the Earth Federation, he was not sure whether the Earth Federation would go to the Avengers to settle accounts. At this time, the Earth Federation was very lively. After all, they had just won a victory. Although it was a little thrilling at the end, overall, this battle was a big victory, so of course they had to celebrate. And when Yang Guang and his team came back, they also went to a star system and brought back a resource planet. This finally alleviated the problem of raw material scarcity, and the construction, which had been suspended for a period of time, started again. In the next few days, Yang Guang did not rest. The Ford had to go out several times a day to bring back resource planets. However, the life planets in the surrounding star systems have been emptied by the Earth Federation. If you want to find life planets, you must go to a farther place to look. However, at this time, another bad news came. Those star systems that have been found to have resource planets have once again appeared Wanderer civilizations. And these Wanderer civilizations did nothing else but destroy the planets with water resources in those star systems. Faced with such a situation, Xiang Qian really wanted to kill. This is endless. It seems that the Earth Federation is not ruthless enough. Just as Xiang Qian was thinking about how to solve the problem, Shinkong suddenly appeared and said, "Boss, the Mandi tribe sent a document, specifying that it should be handed over to the boss for review." The Mandi tribe? Why would they send me a document? Show me the document. Xiang Qian was stunned. He knew the Mandi tribe. It was a very famous evolutionary civilization, and they also had prophets within the Mandi tribe. Civilizations like the Mandi tribe were something that humans could only look up to in their previous lives. But now they sent him a message, which made Xiang Qian a little excited. However, after Xiang Qian saw the file, his expression began to become gloomy. After reading all the contents of the file, his brows were already furrowed, forming a shape. To be honest, although Xiang Qian knew that the Avengers' attack must have been helped by the evolved civilization, but he didn't expect that all the evolved civilizations wanted to deal with the Earth Federation, which made him feel overwhelmed. What does the Evolver civilization represent? It represents a strong and profound foundation. It can be said that any Evolver civilization can easily destroy the fleet led by the Black U civilization. But now all the Evolver civilizations have joined forces to deal with the Earth Federation. Although they are not prepared to go to war with the Earth Federation directly, this is not good news for Xiang Qian, but a bad news that cannot be worse. The Wanderer civilizations that have appeared in the star systems around the Earth Federation are the subordinate races of these Evolver civilizations. He had never thought of dealing with such subsidiary races, because it was a waste of time and had no meaning. The evolved civilization could have as many subsidiary races as it wanted. He could kill 1 or 2 batches, but not countless batches. And if he put all his energy into dealing with these subsidiary races, then he would have fulfilled the wishes of those evolved civilizations. So Xiang Qian was ready to start the backup plan and not waste time with these evolved civilizations. Starry Sky, notify Zhang Lei to start collecting water resources and looking for life planets. Xiang Qian said to the Starry Sky. Yes, boss. Since the Evolver civilization thought that destroying the surrounding water resource planets would limit the development of the Earth Federation, he would directly jump out of the surrounding star system, let Zhang Lei collect enough water resources, and then use the forward to transport these water resources back. At that time, the Earth Federation can build a 4th-level civilization race flagship with peace of mind. At that time, the Evolver civilizations will have only 2 ways to go. One is to go to war with the Earth Federation, and the other is to withdraw immediately and start to fully upgrade technology. The only thing that Xiang Qian couldn't figure out was why the Mandi tribe told him to send this message. Chapter 261. Xiang Qian thought about the Mandi tribe for a long time, but he couldn't figure it out. Logically speaking, the Mandi tribe should be the enemy of the Earth Federation, not to mention anything else, just the true prophecy. If the Earth Federation didn't have Zhang Ying, it would definitely suffer heavy losses. But now the Mandi tribe not only told him the information about the Evolver civilization and the Avengers, but also told him the news that the Alliance still had 10 billion tons of special rare metals, which made Xiang Qian feel something was wrong. Xingkong asked Zhang Ying, is there? Forget it, don't ask. Xiang Qian wanted Zhang Ying to predict, but changed his mind and let it go. No matter what the Mandi tribe did, it was not bad for the Earth Federation. And the Mandi tribe made decisions after consulting their prophet. Anyway, whether the Mandi tribe wanted to fish or show goodwill to the Earth Federation, he would not respond. Stay at home honestly, no one can do anything to the Earth Federation. With this in mind, there is no need to ask Zhang Ying. In the blink of an eye, more than 2 months have passed. In these 2 months, the Earth Federation has not sent any warships to leave the star system. According to the news sent back by the Earth Federation's detectors, all the planets with water resources worth mining in the surrounding star systems have been blown up. Faced with such a situation, the Earth Federation did not respond, nor did it fight back excitedly like the Avengers. Instead, it seemed as if all the resources had been collected, and they stayed at home to digest them slowly. No matter what you do, I won't play with you. Faced with the Earth Federation like this, the evolved civilization was also very surprised. They even sent several evolved civilizations to try to attack the star system, where the Earth Federation was located in order to anger the Earth Federation. But unfortunately, the Earth Federation ignored them at all. As long as the race flagship enters the star system, it will face endless artillery fire. If the race flagship sent to test it had not gone deep, it would probably have been blown up by now. But when these races' flagships left the star system, the Earth Federation did not send warships to chase them, just as if they did not see them, and did what they had to do. The Evolver civilization had no way to deal with the Earth Federation, which had become like the Ninja Turtles. Even though they asked the Wanderer civilization to destroy planets and enter the star system to provoke. But if they were asked to really attack the star system where the Earth Federation was located, they really did not have the courage. The star system where the Earth Federation was located was completely connected by iron. Unless they attacked it by force, no one could do anything to the Earth Federation hiding inside. But is it possible to attack? Anyway, 1 or 2 evolutionary civilizations don't have the ability to attack. In this way, the 2 sides have been struggling until now, and no action has been taken. Until this day, the Forward suddenly left the star system, and then turned on the planetary gravity engine to leave. Faced with the sudden departure of the Forward, the evolutionary civilization began to launch a full-scale search. As a result, 1 day later, the evolutionary civilization received intelligence that the star system around the Earth Federation did not find any trace of the Forward. 3 days later, the Evolver civilization expanded the search area, but still could not find a trace of the advance. Finally, the Evolver civilization had to offer a reward in the trading market and mobilize the entire large Magellanic galaxy of civilizations to find the advance. But 7 days passed, and the Evolver civilization still did not receive any news about the advance. They also wanted the Mandi prophet to help find it, but the Mandi refused because the prophet had not recovered yet. In fact, as early as 5 days ago, the Mandi tribe already knew where the Forward would arrive. But what's the use of knowing it? The place where the forward will arrive is 4,200 light-years away from the center of the large Magellanic Cloud, where their evolutionary civilization is located. Can they rush over to destroy the forward? Since there is no way to deal with the forward, why bother talking about this problem? It's better to pretend that you don't know, and at the same time hide the real prophecy recovery time. Half a month later, the forward finally exited the gravitational channel and came to the periphery of a new star system. However, at this time, there were already several satellite fortresses waiting in the edge of the star system. When they saw the advance, they immediately went to meet it. "Brother Lei, long time no see, I missed you so much," Yang Guang said excitedly when he saw John Lei. "Come on, you must be so happy. How can you have time to miss me? I heard from Shinkong that you won a victory some time ago, not bad." John Lei punched Yang Guang on the shoulder and said with a big laugh, "What kind of victory is that?" "It was a complete technological victory. There is no technical content," Yang Guang said with a smile. "Okay, don't be so naive. I have prepared all the things. I have filtered and sealed all the water resources. You can just take them away when the time comes. I have also found a few life planets that meet the requirements." John Lei stopped joking and started talking about business. "Okay, after the energy core is fully charged, I will take the things and leave. The Earth needs these things right now, so I won't stay here any longer. The boss said that you can go back in 10 years at most. By the way, I also brought you a lot of equipment, all of which need to be updated." "Where is it?" "I have someone move it right away." While the Evolver civilization was frantically looking for the forward, Yang Guang controlled the forward and arrived at John Lei's place. John Lei's place is at the edge of the entire large Magellanic Galaxy, where there are few star systems and scarce resources, and there are not many civilizations here. Even if there are, they are all wanderer civilizations, and they are the weakest among the wanderer civilizations. These civilizations dare not wander around the central area of the large Magellanic Galaxy, otherwise they will die. So in the area where John Lei is, although John Lei cannot be said to be the boss, no wanderer civilization dares to trouble John Lei and his people. Because their wanderer civilization, except for the race flagship that can jump twice, the other warships are basically garbage. Even if there are 1.8 million ships, it is not enough for the Blue Moon Fortress to deal with. Therefore, the wandering civilizations around them could not understand why the pioneer civilization called the Leland tribe did not go to the central area of the large Magellanic Galaxy, but instead stayed in the edge area with these weak wandering civilizations. The next afternoon, after all the items in the current entry were emptied, Yang Guang left John Lei with 5 super-large sealed water tanks and returned to the Earth Federation. Anyway, now there is gravitational wave communication equipment, and the two sides are in frequent contact, so there is no such thing as reminiscing about the past. We just had a drink and chatted last night. This time Yang Guang came not only to bring the water resources, but also brought John Lei the strongest war equipment of the Earth Federation, with these equipment and installation drawings. Although the power of the Blue Moon cannot be upgraded to that of the forward, it is not much weaker. At least in terms of survivability, the Blue Moon can be comparable to the forward. When the forward was still 2 days away from returning to the Earth Federation, the Evolver civilization received the news of the forward. However, the news also mentioned that the advance had already left there. Faced with such bad news, the evolved civilization was also very speechless. But think about it, which evolved civilization did not have a backup plan left outside? It was normal for the Earth Federation to place a chess piece at the edge of the large Magellanic Galaxy. It was also ridiculous to think that the Earth Federation did not go far away to collect resources when the other party, the Avengers, did not go far away to collect resources. But now think about it, it was just that the Earth Federation was too lazy to bother and directly destroyed the Avengers. Now seeing another batch of wanderer civilizations coming, the Earth Federation was too lazy to waste time and directly used the chess pieces arranged on the periphery to directly solve the problem of resource collection. After knowing this news, the Evolver civilization gathered together again and began to discuss what to do next. The Earth Federation is not short of information, so the speed of development must be very fast. Now there are only 2 ways before them. One is to fight and directly destroy the Earth Federation. The second option is to withdraw all the wanderer civilizations, pretending that nothing happened, and then develop technology madly. Faced with these 2 options, the Evolver civilization chose the second option after discussion. Because they have no hatred with the Earth Federation, they are only trying to buy time by restraining the development of the Earth Federation. The Earth Federation is developing so fast that the Evolver civilization is almost out of breath. Now that they know that they cannot restrict the Earth Federation, they can only choose to retreat and then go home to develop technology and try to keep up with the development speed of the Earth Federation. As for fighting, the evolved civilization has thought about it, but they can't make up their mind. With the defense of the star system, where the Earth Federation is located, even if the evolved civilization is fully deployed, it will not be able to defeat it in a short time. But if they can't defeat the Earth Federation before it becomes a level 4 civilization, then what awaits them is destruction. But if they stop now, even if the Earth Federation becomes a level 4 civilization, under their united strength, they will not easily attack them. Besides, any evolutionary civilization is confident. With their own background and the scientists of the subordinate civilization, they do not believe that the development speed of science and technology will be slower than that of the Earth Federation. The Earth Federation developed quickly before because it was lucky and obtained a lot of scientific and technological information from the remains of prehistoric civilizations. After the discussion, the evolutionary civilizations also withdrew the wanderer civilizations arranged outside the Earth star system and began to concentrate on developing science and technology. Suddenly, the entire large Magellanic Cloud entered a state comparable to the Cold War period, and all civilizations began to strive to improve science and technology. Although several evolutionary civilizations did not have the deep technological background of the Earth Federation, they also began the preliminary preparations for the design and construction of the flagship of the fourth-level civilization race. As soon as several evolutionary civilizations started to break through the fourth-level civilization, they immediately stunned the pioneer civilization and the wanderer civilization. Facing the powerful evolutionary civilization, these pioneer civilizations and wanderer civilizations had to form an alliance, otherwise their survival would be in trouble. 5 years passed in the blink of an eye, and the entire large Magellanic Cloud had not undergone any major changes in these 5 years. But on this day, the Earth Federation fell into tension. The entire star system was shielded by a special force field, making all civilizations that wanted to know what the Earth Federation was doing become blind. Chapter 262. Inside the star system, where the Earth Federation is located, a huge culture tank with a direct area of 30,000 kilometers slowly opens. A huge seed with a direct area of 18,000 kilometers slowly appears. There are several lines extending from the top of the seed to the bottom, dividing the entire seed into 9 petals evenly. The surface is as uneven as garlic. This seed is the future flagship of the Green Star Civilization, and the key to the Green Star Civilization's breakthrough to the fourth-level civilization. However, at this time, this seed cannot be regarded as a flagship of the fourth-level civilization race. At most, it can only be regarded as a quasi-fourth level, because the current Green Star Civilization has not yet broken through the fourth-level civilization. So even though this seed seems to be very strong, its actual combat power may not be comparable to the forward. Boss, the entire star system has been sealed off, so all the light emitted will be processed, and optical equipment cannot detect the situation inside the star system. Shinkong said to Xiang Qian. Well, contact Green Jerson. Xiang Qian stood in the middle of the bridge of an ordinary spaceship, with the top leaders of the Earth Federation and Silver Wing Civilization behind him. Now they are all waiting for the Green Star Civilization to break through the fourth-level civilization. In order to more intuitively feel the shock brought by the fourth-level civilization breakthrough, Xiang Qian deliberately let the spaceship fly into space, facing the future race flagship of the Green Star Civilization. Green, all signals have been blocked. You can start now. I wish you success. Xiang Qian said to Green, who was holding the scepter of the civilization race with a serious expression. Okay, thank you. Green didn't say much. He said to Xiang Qian and nodded to the group of people behind him. Green closed the communication. Green was not allowed to chat with Xiang Qian at this time, because he needed to complete the promotion task of the entire Green Star Civilization. After closing the communication, Green raised the scepter of the civilization race. Green Star Civilization's promotion begins. Lucen said, holding up the civilization race scepter. As Lucen spoke, the civilization race scepter in his hand began to emit bursts of light, the brightest of which was the race flagship on the top of the race scepter, which represented the Green Star civilizations belonging to the Wanderer civilization. At this time, the crystal-like race flagship began to melt, and then slowly formed the shape of a seed. At the same time, the potential star value of the race scepter also began to change, from the initial 3 stars to 6 stars, which means that the race potential of the Green Star civilization has doubled. When the civilization race scepter began to change, the entire seed began to change. The cells that make up the entire seed began to change, the genetic result of the seed changed, and the genetic chain was redecomposed and reassembled from a 2-helix result to a 3-helix result. When the light emitted by the ray scepter, which can pass through any object, shines on the Green Star Civilization people, all the Green Star Civilization people who have integrated the genetic nuclear force weapon, the genetic chain of the body begins to change, and the genetic nuclear force weapon also begins to decompose, turning into an unknown substance that merges into the body of the Green Star people. At this time, all the people in the Green Star Civilization fell into a coma, and had no idea of the changes happening around them. But Xiang Qian and others in the spaceship saw even more amazing changes. As Green Gisin turned off the communication, Xiang Qian and others kept staring at the seed in front of them, not relaxing for a moment. Sure enough, not long after, the entire seed began to emit a soft light from the inside out. Under the cover of this light, the seed slowly began to shrink. The data displayed on the big screen showed that the diameter of the entire seed was shrinking at a speed of 10 kilometers per second. In less than 10 minutes, the diameter of the entire seed was reduced by 1/3, and the remaining diameter was almost the same as the Earth. However, when the diameter of the entire seed was reduced to only 7,000 kilometers, it stopped shrinking and began to slowly expand. 20,000 kilometers, 30,000 kilometers, 50,000 kilometers, 100,000 kilometers. The entire seed continued to expand crazily until the diameter reached 180,000 kilometers before stopping. At this time, several defense tracks of the Earth Federation's defense circle had been damaged by the huge seeds, but no one felt sorry for those defense tracks, and no one was in the mood to care about them. Xiang Qian and his friends were staring at the huge seed in front of them. Compared to when it was first built, the seed still had a metallic luster. Now the whole seed is like a jade carving, emerald green, emitting this green luster. Xiang Qian and his team could even see the veins inside the seeds. The veins of different sizes were glittering, as if there were silver-white luminous bodies flowing inside them. All the veins did not look messy, but more like patterns, which made the entire race more exquisite. Now this did not look like a flagship of a fourth-level civilization race. It was simply a work of art, a flawless work of art. The lines, curves, and shapes on the surface of the race seemed to have been carved by countless artists, completely in accordance with the golden ratio. Anyone who saw it at first glance would be attracted by this beautiful appearance. Before Xiang Qian and the others could come to their senses, the top of the seed slowly cracked open, as if the seed was sprouting, and tentacles shining with silver-white light grew out from the cracked top of the seed. When several tentacles grew to 100,000 kilometers long, they stopped growing and swayed slowly in the void, as if there was a breeze blowing them in the void of the universe. At this time, the Green Gisin inside the seed woke up. The civilized ray scepter no longer emitted light at this time, and became ordinary again. But the current ray scepter of the Green Star Civilization is no longer the same as before. Now, at the top of the ray scepter, a green seed is slowly rotating, and the race potential below has also become 6 stars. The pattern from the bottom to the top of the ray scepter has also changed, and it looks more complex and more beautiful than the previous pattern. Green Gisin looked at the ground around him, which was completely the same as before, without much surprise. When he was in a coma just now, he did not lose consciousness. On the contrary, during that time, the ray scepter instilled in him a lot of information that a fourth-level civilization could know, as well as the reward for the first breakthrough to the fourth-level civilization. So Lucen was not surprised at all when he saw the emerald green ground. Hello everyone, our Green Star Civilization has successfully broken through the civilization barrier and become a level 4 civilization. I, Lucen, am here, on behalf of all the Green Star people, to thank you for your help to our Green Star Civilization. Thank you. The projection of Lucen appeared in the bridge, and he said gratefully to Xiang Qian and others. What Lucen said now was not just a polite remark, but came from the heart. Only when he became a level 4 civilization did he know how terrible it was. However, he did not jump up just because the Green Star Civilization became a level 4 civilization. On the contrary, because it became a level 4 civilization, he had a higher sense of identity with the Earth Federation. Moreover, from the information instilled in him by the Ray Scepter, he also knew that although the Green Star Civilization had become a level 4 civilization, it could only be considered a little above average among level 4 civilizations. The Green Star Civilization was still far from being a level 4 civilization with real potential. Apart from anything else, if humans broke through the level 4 civilization, their racial potential would definitely be the top among level 4 civilizations. Therefore, there is nothing great about the Green Star Civilization. If they want to survive in the universe in the future, they cannot rely on the Green Star Civilization alone. Congratulations, the Green Star Civilization has broken through the 4th level civilization. Now the Earth Federation can be said to have nothing to fear in the large Magellanica galaxy. Xiang Qian said happily. In fact, what made him happiest was the attitude of Green Gisin. Now that the Green Star civilization has broken through the 4th level civilization, it can be very awesome in the entire large Magellanica galaxy. But Green Gisin did not change his attitude towards him because of this, which made Xiang Qian happiest. If Lucen suddenly became powerful at this time, Xiang Qian would not do anything to their Green Star civilization now, but it is hard to say what would happen in the future. It was not expensive, but it was good that Lucen knew his own weight and did not become arrogant because of breaking through the 4th level civilization. This is true. According to the information instilled in me by the Rays Scepter, we are the first race in the entire large Magellanica galaxy to break through the 4th level civilization, and the law of the universe has given us a reward for this. Lucen said mysteriously. Reward? What reward? Is your race flagship suddenly getting bigger? Is it a reward from the law of the universe? Xiang Qian asked curiously. No, the race flagship is a situation that will appear when any civilization breaks through the 4th level civilization. It is not a reward. The real reward is a special evolver, a protector. Lucen shook his head and said, Protector. Xiang Qian and the others were stunned after hearing this. Even Xiang Qian did not expect that the first to break through the 4th level civilization would have such a benefit, and the race directly gave birth to a special evolver. Isn't this the same as the reward after destroying the remaining civilization in the microcosm? Don't think it's easy to destroy the remaining civilization. There are so many civilizations in the entire large Magellanic cloud. As far as Xiang Qian knows, there are no more than 20 races that have truly destroyed the remaining civilization. The remaining civilizations are either the remaining civilizations or the civilizations that have never entered the microcosm. If all civilizations are to enter the microcosm, then it is a question whether the number of civilizations in the large Magellanic cloud can reach 1/100th of the current number. This is the best deal. But what special abilities does the Protector have? Xiang Qian knew that there were several types of special evolvers, but except for the Prophet, whose abilities were clear at a glance, he could only guess the abilities of other special evolvers in a rough range, but not in detail. The Protector hasn't been found yet, so I don't know either. Okay, then Lucen, you go ahead and do your work. When you're done, tell us about the situation of the 4th level civilization. I won't waste your time now. Xiang Qian said speechlessly. Okay, I go to Earth in 3 days. After Lucen finished speaking, he hung up the communication. Chapter 263. 3 days later, Lucasen finished his work and left the Green Star, the 4th level civilization race flagship, and headed for Earth. In fact, when Xiang Qian learned that Lucasen named the race flagship, he was a little speechless. I don't know if it's because the Green Star civilization has the word green in it. As long as the Green Star civilization is asked to name, whether it is a race flagship or an ordinary fleet, it must have a green word. However, this is their right. Even if Xiang Qian thinks that this name is very rustic, there is nothing he can do. You can't ask them to change the name just because you think the name is a bit rustic. Green Gisin came to Earth on a strange plant fruit similar to a small shuttle, but Xiang Qian was also shocked when Green Gisin appeared, because Green Gisin didn't wear any protective equipment at all. You should know that the Green Star civilization and humans have different requirements for the production environment, so Green Gisin can't survive in the environment of the Earth and must bring protective equipment to come to Earth. But now Green Gisin just walked out, with nothing on his body except a set of clothes. Huh? So this is your living environment. It is indeed different from our Green Star civilization. If I hadn't broken through the 4th level civilization, I really couldn't live on Earth under such circumstances. But now it's okay. I can live on Earth for decades without any problem. Lucen took a deep breath and then exhaled. After listening to what Lucen said, Xiang Qian said with a constipated look on his face, Okay, Chief Lucen, please stop showing off the superiority of the 4th level civilization. Hee, I couldn't help myself for a moment and made Mr. Xiang laugh. Lucen said awkwardly. In that case, there is no need to go to the special meeting room. Let's go to our meeting room. I wonder if Chief Lucen can eat human food. Xiang Qian asked. No problem. I just want to try human food. Lucen said immediately. Okay, I make arrangements. Let's go to the meeting room to talk business now. Xiang Qian nodded helplessly. He realized that Lucen was actually a foodie. Along the way, Xiang Qian chatted with Lucen casually, and at the same time, he was envious of the ability of the 4th level civilization race to ignore environmental restrictions. Fortunately, Lucen explained that this ability can basically only work on a planet with life. If Lucen is really thrown into space, he can only live a few minutes longer than humans, but he will still die. Arriving at the conference room, Xiang Qian and Lucen sat face to face. Lucen was very interested in human tea. He drank a cup in one gulp, regardless of whether the water was hot or not. Seeing Xiang Qian, he rolled his eyes. When Lucen was full, he said a little embarrassedly, "Hee, this is the first time I drink such a unique drink. When you go back, I will bring a few tons back so that you can drink it every day," Xiang Qian said numbly. But when he saw Lucen this time, Xiang Qian found that the burden on Lujizen's heart seemed to disappear, and Lucen seemed to be much more relaxed. Xiang Qian didn't have any special opinion on Lucen like this. In his opinion, such a change was normal. Originally, it would be strange if there was no transformation from a wanderer civilization to a fourth-level civilization. The transformation like Lucen is already very good, at least he did not get carried away by becoming a fourth-level civilization. Then I would like to thank Mr. Xiang first. Well, let's not talk about this. I have sorted out all the questions about the fourth-level civilization in the past 3 days. I will start with breaking through the fourth-level civilization. If Mr. Xiang has any questions, you can ask me at any time. To break through the fourth-level civilization from the third-level civilization, the following points must be achieved. The flagship of the fourth-level civilization race. 10% of the tribesmen have genetic nuclear force weapons, and the technology level reaches the level of the fourth-level civilization. However, these points also have a great impact on the breakthrough of the fourth-level civilization. Let's talk about the civilization race flagship first. A fourth-level civilization race flagship that integrates the technological characteristics of the entire race, includes the entire technology tree, and integrates special rare metals, and a fourth-level civilization race flagship that is just an ordinary one without any racial characteristics, does not include the entire race technology tree, and does not integrate special rare metals, are completely two concepts. The former can increase the potential of the race by 1 star value, and can also be optimized and enhanced by the laws of the universe, with unlimited evolution possibilities. The latter cannot improve the potential star value of the race, nor can it be optimized and enhanced by the laws of the universe, let alone evolve. If the flagships of the two races are compared, the difference in combat power between the two sides is equivalent to the current Green Star and Green Land, which are completely different levels. So I suggest that if human civilization wants to break through the fourth-level civilization, it should build a powerful warship that fully includes the human technology system, and do not reduce the addition of equipment just because of the strongest attack power. Grisun gave Xiang Qian some time to think, but he picked up the tea and started drinking. After Xiang Qian nodded, he continued, "Gene nuclear force weapons. I didn't think of this at the beginning. After breaking through the fourth-level civilization, the tribesmen who didn't get the genetic nuclear force weapons, and the tribesmen who had the genetic nuclear force weapons were completely different. Let's talk about the evolvers first. If the evolvers didn't have the genetic nuclear force weapons, they wouldn't have broken through to the fourth-level evolvers this time. Of course, after they were supplemented with the genetic nuclear force weapons yesterday, they also became fourth-level evolvers. However, the only difference is that their gene sequence level is 1 level lower than that of the evolvers, who directly possess gene nuclear force weapons, when the civilization level is upgraded. Both sides are 1 level lower in terms of vitality, gene nuclear force reserves, and life level differences. There are no tribesmen who are not evolvers. Only the DNA structure has changed, and the vitality has increased, and there are no other changes. Although I can sit here and drink tea and eat, those tribesmen who are not evolvers can't come to the earth and can't eat. From the essence of life, the tribesmen who have evolved with genetic nuclear force, and the tribesmen who are not evolved are basically two different levels of life. So if the earth wants to break through the fourth level of civilization, it is best to let all the evolved people have genetic nuclear force weapons. Needless to say, the technological level breakthrough, the technological system with racial characteristics will be of great benefit to future development. The most important one is the ability of the Black Technology Controller. If you break through the fourth level of civilization, you will use your own civilization's characteristic technological system to break through. Then the technology that the Black Technology Controller can search in his mind is all kinds of technological equipment of your race's characteristic system. If you don't have your own unique technological system, then the technological drawings that the Black Technology Controller can search for are still all kinds of technological drawings like now. Now the Black Technology Controllers of our Green Star civilization can search for all kinds of technology, all of which are various plant equipment, plant transformation, plant weapons, and other special technologies of biological plant disciplines, and there are no mechanical equipment, energy equipment, and other things like before. Xiang Qian listened quietly to Green Gerson's explanation of the race that had broken through the fourth-level civilization. At the same time, he was also glad that he did not rush to let humans break through the fourth-level civilization, otherwise the consequences would be unimaginable. Not only did it waste the early advantages, but it also affected future development. It's easy to understand the black technology controllers and scientific predictors, but can the equipment manufacturers directly make plants grow? Xiang Qian thought of this question and asked directly. That's right, because our Green Star civilization is a biological plant civilization. The ability of equipment manufacturers has now completely changed to ripen plants and make them grow quickly. The controller of black technology no longer generates black technology blueprints, but can directly gather equipment seeds, and the equipment manufacturer can directly use the ability to ripen the seeds. Green Gerson said with an expression that you guessed it right. Green Gerson's answer made Xiang Qian speechless. Well, now the Green Star civilization has directly become a farmer, and even the evolvers have started to farm. Okay, I have no problem, you continue. Xiang Qian was made angry by Green Gerson. He is proud, what else can you say? Well, after becoming a level 4 civilization, there are still big changes. The first is in technology. After the race flagship has been optimized and amplified by the laws of the universe, some design flaws have been corrected. We have also started to correct some problems based on the latest status of the race flagship, and at the same time started to develop more advanced technology. It can be said that no scientist in the Green Star civilization is idle now. All of them are busy and start to study new topics. I estimate that such a technological explosion will take at least hundreds or even thousands of years to digest, and then it will encounter a technological bottleneck. That is to say, after becoming a level 4 civilization, there is a terrifying technological explosion period, during which the technological level of the civilization will rise rapidly. Do you have enough genetic nuclear power fluid reserves? If not, no, I'm not here to ask for genetic nuclear power fluid. I forgot to mention that after becoming a level 4 civilization, genetic nuclear power fluid is no longer effective for evolvers. The supplement used by evolvers is a spring at the core of the race flagship, which will flow out a fixed amount of spring water every day. Only the water flowing out of this spring can replenish the consumption of the evolutionary gene nuclear force. According to our detection, after breaking through the 4th level civilization, the evolutionary life level is improved, the gene nuclear force original liquid can no longer replenish the gene nuclear force, and the gene nuclear force in the evolutionary body has also undergone unknown changes. However, there is no progress in this research. Lucen interrupted Xiang Qian's words. Is that so? It seems that the trading market is open again. Xiang Qian thought for a while, and said, there is no telling how much genetic nuclear power fluid is stored on Earth now. If it is sold, it will be an astronomical figure. Since we know that these genetic nuclear power fluids will be gone after becoming a level 4 civilization, it is better to exchange them for some supplies. Then Xiang Qian chatted with Green Gerson for a long time, and only took Green Gerson to the banquet hall for dinner after thoroughly understanding the situation of level 4 civilization. However, when the Earth Federation celebrated the Green Star civilization's breakthrough to level 4 civilization, the Evolver civilization was not in a good mood, because the prophet of the Mandi tribe had clearly stated that there was a civilization in the Earth Federation that had broken through to level 4. In the next half-month, the Earth Federation developed step by step, but the news that the Earth Federation trading market was restarted once again spread throughout the large Magellanic galaxy. And half a month later, the Green Star civilization finally found and defeated their special evolver, the Protector. Chapter 264. The Protector, one of the special evolutionists, is the reward given by the cosmic law to the Green Star civilization as the first cosmic civilization in the large Magellanic cloud to break through the 4th level. When the Green Star civilization found the Protector, they were all excited. As a result, after testing the special ability of the Protector, a group of people, including Xiang Qian, were speechless. Resisting the special abilities of all special evolutionists, this is the ability of the Protector. Simply put, if the prophet uses the real prophecy against the Green Star civilization, then the Protector can cancel this real prophecy and make the prophet's real prophecy ineffective. Moreover, the race with the Protector can also resist the prophecy of the prophet. The prophet cannot predict any information about the Green Star civilization. As for how the Protector can resist the abilities of other special evolutionists, it is not known yet, because there is only one special evolutionist, the prophet, in the Earth Federation. This ability is not strong, but it is quite strong. Just resisting the real prophecy is already very powerful. Who knows what special abilities other special evolutionists have? Now that we have the Protector, the Earth Federation doesn't have to worry about those special evolutionists. But the ability of the Protector doesn't seem to be of any help to the development of civilization. This is similar to the Prophet, except that if the Prophet sacrifices his vitality, he can still launch a true prophecy to predict when a certain technology will be developed. However, this approach is a bit of a loss, but at certain times, it still has a special effect. In any case, it is always good to have one more special evolutionist. Moreover, after Zhang Ying's test, the power consumption of the Protector is much smaller than that of the Prophet. Based on the test results, Zhang Ying came to a conclusion that even if she used the real prophecy, the Protector would not be harmed after offsetting the real prophecy. Time passed slowly, and more than a year had passed since the Green Star civilization broke through. In the past year or so, the Earth Federation was very peaceful. Humans and Silver Wing civilization were busy climbing up the technology, while the Green Star civilization was busy mastering the Green Star race flagship, building 4th-level civilization weapons and equipment, and developing race technology. The trading market of the Earth Federation has also been reopened, but there are still too few civilizations coming to trade. Mainly because the trading currency required by the Earth Federation is special rare metals, and technology, and the like are no longer needed. This has also led to fewer and fewer civilizations coming to trade. Although there are level 4 civilization technology weapons in the trading market, those weapons and equipment all require special energy provided by biological equipment. If you are not a biological civilization, you don't need these level 4 technology weapons and equipment at all. Faced with such a situation, Xiang Qian had no good solution. Level 4 civilization technology weapons, genetic nuclear power fluid, and a complete level 3 peak technology tree, these things could not impress those civilizations. What else could Xiang Qian do? However, during this year, the news that the Earth Federation had become a level 4 civilization had spread throughout the large Magellanic Galaxy. In the first 6 months, many wanderer civilizations requested to join the Earth Federation, even if the civilization race contract was a bit harsh. After all, in the eyes of these wandering civilizations, becoming a subordinate race of the 4th level civilization is better than becoming a subordinate race of those evolutionary civilizations that are still 3rd level civilizations. But the Earth Federation did not accept any civilization. In other words, the Earth Federation does not recruit subordinate civilizations. This made those wandering civilizations very depressed. In their opinion, this is the Earth Federation looking down on them. As the Earth Federation broke through the 4th level civilization, the evolutionary civilizations in the large Magellanic Cloud also began to make big moves. 3 of the evolutionary civilizations have already begun to break through to the 4th level of civilization. Originally, they wanted to wait until their technological foundation was stronger before breaking through, but now they are forced to break through by the Earth Federation. The remaining evolutionary civilizations are also hesitating whether to break through. Even if they don't break through to the 4th level of civilization, they will frantically increase the defense equipment outside the mother planet and strive to make the area around the mother planet into an iron barrel like the Earth Federation star system. On this day, Xiang Qian suddenly remembered the Avengers. The reason he remembered the Avengers was the special rare metals mentioned by the Mandi tribe. Recently, the Silver Wing civilization is also showing signs of breaking through to the 4th level of civilization. As a member of the Earth Federation, it is reasonable to provide some help. Apart from anything else, we should at least provide some special rare metals. Even if we don't have to pay as much as the Green Star civilization, we should at least give some token of our gratitude. In this way, the Earth Federation has a lot of rare metals in reserve, but it can't afford to do so. According to Xiang Qian's calculations, if humans break through the 4th level of civilization, the special rare metals they need will not be enough even if the current reserves are doubled. Faced with such a situation, Xiang Qian had to get some special rare metals. But now the special rare metals are either collected by the evolutionary civilization, or each small race has a little. Although the total amount of these special rare metals is enough for the Earth to break through dozens of times. But they are scattered in the hands of various races, and the Earth Federation cannot destroy all those races. It's not that Xiang Qian is reluctant, but it's unrealistic. If this is really done, the Earth Federation will sooner or later become the public enemy of civilization, so even if it becomes a 4th level civilization, it will be destroyed one day. So Xiang Qian paid attention to the special rare metals in the hands of the Avengers. He did not completely trust the Mandi tribe. But it was no problem to let Zhang Ying predict and find out the background of the Avengers. After all, the Avengers have been too quiet for a few years and have almost disappeared from the large Magellanic Cloud. There is no way to predict. The situation of the Avengers is completely unpredictable. Zhang Ying predicted for a long time in Xiang Qian's office, but still did not predict anything. She could only frown and said, "Is it unpredictable, or does the Avengers also have a protector?" Xiang Qian asked seriously. "If the Avengers also have a protector, it would not be fun." "It's not a protector. When I was trying to predict the location of the Avengers, a huge force blocked my prediction. That feeling is completely different from the feeling of being blocked by a protector, but I can't say what the specific situation is." Zhang Ying shook her head and said, "Is that so? Forget it, go back and rest." Xiang Qian thought for a while and said, "The Avengers were unpredictable, which was beyond Xiang Qian's expectation. But he didn't take it seriously. After all, the Avengers were mysterious, and no one had found their lair before they surfaced in the previous life. It seems that the Avengers have mastered some way to resist the Prophet, otherwise such a situation would not have occurred. Since the Avengers' special rare metals can no longer be counted on, there is only one place left to obtain special rare metals." But before he was completely sure, Xiang Qian really didn't want to touch that place. "Shinkong, contact Zhang Lei and ask him if that place has been opened," Xiang Qian said to Shinkong. "Okay, boss." After a while, Shinkong's image appeared and said to Xiang Qian, "Boss, Zhang Lei said that place is still not open." As soon as the exploration spacecraft they sent entered that place, it never came out again. And the surrounding binary stars have not changed much, so according to the boss's standards, it has not been opened yet. "Okay, tell Zhang Lei that if there are any changes there, notify me immediately." Xiang Qian nodded. A void of space, there are no stars or starlight. In addition to a dilapidated steel planet and hundreds of spaceships, there is only a 20,000-kilometer-long space battleship. This is a prehistoric civilization relic, but compared to other prehistoric civilization relics, the space of this prehistoric civilization relic is simply unimaginably large. Except that there are no stars or planets in the ruins, this is simply a star system. After escaping, the Avengers discovered this prehistoric civilization ruins. After discovering this ruins, the actual controller of the Avengers asked all civilizations under the Avengers to enter here with all supplies. "Master, the Mill tribe is ready and can break through at any time." "Well, break through now." "Okay, Master." Suddenly, this space battleship began to emit fluorescence, and the hull slowly changed. Inside the ship, 2 million Mill tribe members were illuminated by the light, and their genetic nuclear weapons were slowly integrated into their bodies. In order to break through the 4th-level civilization, the Mill tribe abandoned 90% of its members, otherwise the special rare metals left after building the race flagship would not be enough to manufacture genetic nuclear weapons. In that case, it would be impossible to break through the 4th level, so now the Mill tribe only has these 2 million evolvers left. 5 minutes later, the length of this space battleship reached 50,000 kilometers, the height was 20,000 kilometers, and the width was 35,000 kilometers. The originally gray-black ship body turned silver-white at this time, and the surface of the ship body flashed with crystal metal light. "Master, the Mill tribe successfully broke through the 4th-level civilization. How many stars does the race potential have? What rewards does the law of the universe give?" The race potential is 3 stars. As the second race in the large Magellanic Galaxy to break through the 4th-level civilization, the law of the universe rewards the race flagship optimization and amplification. "The second one I know, take me over." "Yes, Master, it is our honor that you can come to our Mill tribe." Soon, hundreds of ships entered the huge flagship of the race. Then the space around the flagship of the race twisted, and then disappeared. Deep in the large Magellanic Cloud, where countless extreme stars and a large number of stars are located, in the cosmic void not far from a red giant star, a 50,000-kilometer-long space warship suddenly appeared. Chapter 265. Half a year later, the large Magellanic Galaxy began to spread the legend that another evolutionary civilization had broken through to the 4th-level civilization. At the same time, that 4th-level civilization was also recruiting a large number of subordinate civilizations, and the civilization race contract was not very harsh. Faced with such a legend, many wanderer civilizations were tempted, and some pioneer civilizations that were not doing well also wanted to try their luck. After Xiang Qian learned of this news, he immediately asked Zhang Ying to predict it once, but the result made Xiang Qian feel depressed. Because the result of Zhang Ying's prediction this time clearly told Xiang Qian that this civilization was a puppet civilization of the Avengers. So after Xiang Qian got this news, he immediately began to spread the news, saying that the 4th-level civilization was a puppet controlled by the Avengers. But the final effect was indeed minimal, and few civilizations believed the news spread by Xiang Qian. The reason was that behind the huge fourth-level race flagship, there was a life planet covered by a huge glass cover, and the fourth-level civilization race lived on this life planet. Faced with such ironclad evidence, the news spread by the Earth Federation instantly collapsed. All civilizations know that except for the Evolver civilization, the Pioneer civilization, and the Wanderer civilization cannot survive on the life planet. But now the number of people in the fourth-level civilization race on that planet is as high as 8 billion. What is the concept of 8 billion people? That is the number of races that the Pioneer civilization and the Wanderer civilization can never reach. Except for the Evolver civilization, no other civilization can reach 8 billion people. So as the news spread more and more civilizations joined the Avengers, and Xiang Qian's pressure became greater. However, the only good news was that several evolutionary civilizations believed the information spread by Xiang Qian. Facing the aggressive Avengers, the only thing Xiang Qian could do was to continue to improve the level of Silver Wing civilization, and let Silver Wing civilization break through the fourth-level civilization. Xiang Qian also saw the fourth-level civilization race flagship of the Avengers. For this fourth-level civilization without any racial specialness, it is simply the bottom of the fourth-level civilization, and there is no racial potential at all. But no matter what, a level 4 civilization is a level 4 civilization. Not to mention the race flagship, the level 4 civilization equipment that the Evolvers can produce after breaking through the level 4 civilization is not comparable to that of the level 3 civilization. Now the Avengers are still recruiting subordinate civilizations. After these civilizations are controlled and enough resources are collected, the Avengers will definitely continue to upgrade the second level 4 civilization. At that time, the Earth Federation will definitely not be able to stop the Avengers with only the Green Star civilization, a level 4 civilization. After all, there are only 2 race flagships. Although each one is not as powerful as the race flagship of the Green Star civilization, the 2 together are enough to contain the race flagship of the Green Star civilization. At that time, it was impossible for the Earth Federation's defense circle to resist the Avengers' 4th-level civilization warships. Now Xiang Qian has been praying that the civilization race that discovered the secret of the Avengers in the previous life will quickly join and expose the secret of the Avengers. Otherwise, if this continues, the Earth Federation will run away. According to Xiang Qian's memory, the Large Magellanic Cloud should be in a period of chaos at this time. The prototypes of the major alliances had just appeared, and no civilization had yet reached the 4th level of civilization. However, in this life, because of Xiang Qian's mess, in order to collect special rare metals, he directly made the 50,000 copies of the 3rd level civilization peak technology tree public. As a result, the civilization technology level of the Large Magellanic Cloud in this life was twice as high as he remembered, which also allowed many civilizations to reach the peak of the 3rd level civilization. If these civilizations have enough resources, they can break through to the 4th level of civilization without considering the potential of their races. Xiang Qian had never expected such a result. If he had known that such a situation would occur, he would never have opened a trading market. But it is too late to say anything now. Let's think about how to face the storm in the future. Master, all scientists have arrived at the virtual conference room. Shinkong said to Xiang Qian. Okay, I'll be there right away. After Xiang Qian finished speaking, he put on his helmet and entered the virtual space. The current scientific research conferences of the Earth Federation are basically held in the virtual space, because there is no such a large place in reality, and even if there is, it is very troublesome. There are too many scientists, so they can only hold meetings in the virtual space, so that everyone does not have to run back and forth. Xiang Qian entered the virtual space venue, and the top scientists of the Earth Federation, with a number of up to 50 million, were all present. These are still those who are qualified to attend the meeting. If those scientists who are not qualified to attend are counted, the number of acquaintances will be more than 10 times higher. Okay, everyone knows the theme of this meeting. Now let's invite the scientists of Silver Wing Civilization to give a report. Xiang Qian came up without any nonsense, and went straight to the point. Okay, let me report the design concept and civilization level upgrade plan of the 4th level race flagship of Silver Wing Civilization. After considering the race potential and future development direction after the 4th level civilization breakthrough, our Silver Wing Civilization chose the technology development route with machinery and materials as the core disciplines. At the same time, in order to cooperate with the overall strategy and development direction of the Earth Federation, we designed the Star Throne race flagship. This is the design drawing of the Starry Sky Throne. Taking into account the amount of special rare metals in the Earth Federation's reserves, the parameters of the Starry Sky Throne Race flagship are as follows: 80,000 kilometers long, 57,000 kilometers wide, 6,000 kilometers high, and the overall shape is a flat elliptical disc. The estimated construction time is 1 year and 9 months. The configuration of the entire race flagship. Xiang Qian looked at the huge flat disc that appeared in the void, and felt that this design was a bit non-mainstream. However, this was designed by the Silver Wing civilization, so he couldn't say anything. However, the construction speed of the flagship of the Silver Wing civilization is much faster than that of the Green Star civilization. Clap, clap, clap. After the scientists of the Silver Wing civilization finished speaking, all the scientists began to applaud. So now that the Silver Wing civilization has broken through to the 4th level of civilization, are there any problems that have not been solved? Or is there anything that needs the help of the Earth Federation? After the applause ended, Xiang Qian spoke. There are no problems in technology. What needs the help of the Earth Federation are some design problems, material problems, and construction problems. Because the Star Throne Race flagship, the entire frame and most of the equipment must use special rare metals, so the construction requires the help of equipment manufacturers and black technology masters. If all industrial production is used, it will not take so long at all. No problem. The Earth Federation said that the evolvers will help and provide all resources and genetic nuclear power drugs. The only requirement is to complete the construction of the race flagship as quickly as possible while ensuring quality. Xiang Qian said immediately after hearing this. These requests are nothing at all. When he asked Sephiroth to let their Silver Wing civilization break through the 4th level civilization, these were already promised. Besides, those genetic nuclear power potions are useless after breaking through the 4th level civilization. It is better to be able to play a role now. Next, the scientists of the Silver Wing civilization raised some design issues, and many scientists of the Earth Federation helped to solve them. In the question and answer session between the two sides, Xiang Qian also had a deep understanding of the 4th level race flagship of the Silver Wing civilization. When the meeting was about to end, Xiang Qian suddenly remembered something Shinkong had told him. So he said, "By the way, what is the report that the Earth Federation Academy of Sciences said it would submit? It's just right for us to solve all the problems together, and then focus all our energy on building the race flagship of the Silver Wing civilization. The report submitted by the Academy of Sciences has been solved." Solved? When was it solved, and what was the problem? Xiang Qian was stunned. This matter was proposed by the Academy of Sciences some time ago. At that time, he was busy distributing information about the Avengers and contacting the evolved civilization, so he forgot about it. I didn't expect that the problem would be solved today. You should know that any report submitted to him is a problem that the people below can't solve at all. Any problem that can be solved will not be sent to him. But now Xiang Qian heard that the problem was solved. Of course, he would be a little surprised. Originally, it was a problem of designing the flagship of the future 4th level civilization of mankind. In fact, we needed to communicate with the Green Star civilization and the Silver Wing civilization. Later, we directly found their Academy of Sciences, and then completed the design of the future flagship of mankind. What will the future race flagship of mankind look like? Let me see. Xiang Qian was speechless. He just hadn't been to the Academy for a while, but why did he feel out of touch with reality? Humanity has already designed a Class 4 civilization race flagship, but he didn't even know about it. What is Shinkong doing? Okay, Chief, please take a look. Suddenly, a huge floating island appeared above the entire conference hall. How huge this island is can be seen by comparing it with the 80,000-kilometer race flagship of the Silver Wing civilization. How did the Star Throne race flagship of the Silver Wing civilization appear there? Xiang Qian asked speechlessly, looking at the huge island. How did the future race flagship of mankind become related to the Silver Wing civilization? Chief, this is the future race flagship of mankind, and also the race flagship of the Earth Federation. The Star Throne race flagship of the Silver Wing civilization is the core of the base of this giant island. The design of this race flagship is based on the overall technological development of the Earth Federation. Its main body is a huge continent, 500,000 kilometers long, 400,000 kilometers wide, and 30,000 kilometers thick. It is an island suspended in the universe. The power is provided by gravity engines and ordinary thruster engines, and the continental structure is bound by the plants of the Green Star civilization to ensure that the whole will not collapse when it is hit. However, there are still several problems to be solved. However, after the Silver Wing civilization breaks through the 4th level civilization, with the participation of the 4th level civilization equipment in the construction, this huge island will still be successfully built. When the island is completed, the Green Star, the race flagship of the Green Star civilization, will take root on this continent, and countless roots will stabilize the continent. Moreover, the Green Star will sprout and form a world tree as high as 500,000 kilometers. The race flagship of the Silver Wing civilization will become the base of the entire continent, providing protection for the continent, and it is also the main installation location of the weapon system and power system. After becoming a level 4 alien beast, Reglos will serve as the energy core and light source of the entire continent. And outside the entire continent, there will also be a huge protective shield, which is inspired by the formation of the Avengers fleet. However, after our optimization, combined with the 4th level civilization technology, with Regtros as the energy core, the defense power will be more than 100,000 times greater than the fleet shield. This is our current concept, but the specific implementation must wait until the Silver Wing civilization and Regtros are upgraded to the 4th level civilization before it can be implemented. As the scientist explained, the giant island began to change, and when he finished speaking, the giant island also showed the final rendering. To be honest, Xiang Qian was shocked by the rendering in front of him. The huge continent with an area of 2 million square kilometers is beyond people's imagination. In the center of the continent, a giant world tree with a height of 500,000 kilometers is lush and leafy. Below the island is the mechanical empire, where endless mechanical factories and space battleships are docked. Several gun barrels, with a diameter of 20,000 kilometers show its power. Reglos is transformed into a star, illuminating the entire island, and at the same time it is the energy core of the entire continent. The protective shield outside the island is combined with its affiliated fields. The basis of ordinary attacks is to send energy. As long as it does not exceed its absorption limit, any attack cannot break this protective shield. And the Earth is just a dewdrop on the huge branches of the world tree, quietly suspended there, and it is not at all clear that it is a planet. Chapter 266. After the meeting, Xiang Qian returned to his office, still thinking about the rendering of the flagship of the human civilization race. The shock of a continent of 200 billion square kilometers to Xiang Qian was unimaginable. He did not expect that scientists would open their minds and design such a thing. Even with the current level of human technology, it is impossible to build such a continent. However, the gravity of such a large mass of matter is not so easy to solve. Fortunately, all of this can be solved by the Silver Wing civilization through the 4th level civilization through the 4th level technology. Only the countless materials are a headache for Xiang Qian. Now in the star system where the Earth is located, there are 10 decomposed life planets. Plus there are 4 life planets besides the Earth, so the demand for ordinary materials is enough. However, the special rare metals that need to be fused are estimated to be impossible to collect in the Large Magellanic Cloud. As the Earth Federation once again began large-scale construction, many civilizations in the Large Magellanic Cloud knew that the Earth Federation was about to break through the 4th level civilization again. However, there was no evolutionary civilization to make trouble this time. Now they have no time to make trouble for the Earth Federation, and they dare not make trouble for the Earth Federation. Now all the evolutionary civilizations, except the Mandi civilization, have basically begun to break through the 4th level civilization. Many pioneer civilizations, even if they did not have enough technological background, began to break through. It can be said that with the breakthrough of the Avengers, all civilizations felt the crisis and began to break through. And those wanderer civilizations without technological backgrounds have been looking for backers, or forming alliances to gain living space. It can be said that from now on, the Large Magellanic Cloud has bid farewell to the period of a single civilization fighting alone and entered the alliance period. This transformation was more than 50 years earlier than Xiang Qian's memory, and Xiang Qian's memory has no effect now. The current form of the Large Magellanic Cloud is completely different from what he remembered. So now in Xiang Qian's memory, except for the location of those prehistoric civilization relics and some secrets, everything else is useless. Half a year has passed in the blink of an eye, and the race flagship of the Silver Wing civilization has been built by 1/3, forming a huge skeleton made entirely of metal inside the star system. According to the current progress, it will take another year for the race flagship of the Silver Wing civilization to be completed. But at this time, a piece of news spread throughout the Large Magellanic Cloud, which immediately attracted Xiang Qian's attention. This news was that a wanderer civilization was targeted by the Kuya civilization when it was trading information in the trading market opened by the Kuya civilization, and then after the wanderer civilization left the trading market, it was destroyed by the Kuya civilization's fleet. Originally, such information was nothing, and such things had happened before. As an evolutionary civilization, the Kuya civilization, destroying a wanderer civilization was not a big deal at all. After knowing this, other wanderer civilizations would just not go to the trading market opened by Kuya civilization to trade. But this time it was different, because the wanderer civilization whose name they had never heard of was actually a member of the Avengers. The Avengers were furious and immediately wanted to go to Kuya civilization to compensate for this matter. If they didn't compensate, the Avengers would go to war with Kuya civilization. After the Avengers sent out this news, the entire large Magellanic galaxy was instantly boiling. All civilizations focused their attention on the Kuya civilization, and were ready to see how it would respond. No one thought that the Kuya civilization would compensate the Avengers, so according to the Avengers statement, there would be a war between the two sides. If it was before, no one would be optimistic about the Avengers, even though there were many wanderer civilizations under the Avengers, but the Kuya civilization was an evolutionary civilization, and no one would think that the Avengers would win. But now it's different. The evolutionary civilization that just broke through announced it's joining the Avengers 3 months ago. Although Xiang Qian's information worked at that time, after the Avengers exposed their conspiracy, there were not many wanderer civilizations to join them. But the Avengers, who had already accomplished their mission, no longer cared about those wanderer civilizations. According to the information Xiang Qian received, there are currently 3,000 wanderer civilizations under the Avengers. This time, the Kuya civilization had no advantage at all when facing the Avengers. Although there was only one level difference between the third-level civilization and the fourth-level civilization, the difference of this level was a world of difference. Just look at the huge fourth-level civilization race flagship of the Avengers, which is not something that the Kuya civilization can stop. Starry Sky, send a probe to contact the Kuya civilization and tell them that our Earth Federation can help them resist the attack of the Avengers, but it requires 20 billion tons of special rare metals as a reward. After thinking for a day, Xiang Qian said to the Starry Sky. He was not really trying to help the Kuya civilization, but was preparing to blackmail them. For now, in the entire large Magellanic galaxy, except for the Green Star race flagship of the Green Star civilization, no civilization can stop the fourth-level race flagship of the Avengers. However, according to Xiang Qian's idea, the Kuya civilization may not agree now. But it doesn't matter whether they agree or not now. He just wants to remind the Kuya civilization not to be defeated by the Avengers Federation when the time comes. It would be a waste of resources to die together with the Avengers. Now with Xiang Qian's information, although the Earth Federation is suspected of taking advantage of the fire, it is better than genocide. Of course, if the Kuya civilization asks the Earth Federation for help when it is about to be genocide, the price will not be the current price. Okay, boss, Shinkong said, and then disappeared. Xiang Qian also stood up and left the office, sitting in a small spaceship, heading for the Green Star race flagship. Even if he wanted to fight the Avengers' defective fourth-level race flagship, he had to first understand the strength of the Green Star. To be honest, although Xiang Qian knew that the Green Star civilization had developed technology at a very rapid speed after breaking through the fourth-level civilization, but he didn't know the most real combat power of the Green Star civilization at present. When Xiang Qian arrived inside the Green Star, Lucen was already waiting for him. The flagship of the fourth-level civilization race is indeed powerful. Xiang Qian got off the spaceship and looked at the green pipes and various plants around him, and said with emotion, "This is nothing. I know that the flagship of the race of human civilization is spectacular." Lucen walked to Xiang Qian and said, "No matter how spectacular it is still impossible to build it now. Even if the Silver Wing civilization breaks through the fourth-level civilization, it may not be able to overcome the technical difficulties." Xiang Qian shook his head and said he thought that this was just a technical problem. If resources were also considered, whether it could be built would be a problem. Lucen smiled and said nothing. After learning that the race flagship of human civilization was actually designed as a huge continent, he was a little bit unconvinced that this plan could be realized. Although he was not a technical person, he also knew that the planet was round and could not be square. Just stabilizing the entire continent was a problem. Xiang Qian followed Lucen in a suspended airship to the central control room. Along the way, Lucen explained to Xiang Qian the race functions of the plants he saw along the way. After 3 hours of explanation, Xiang Qian finally arrived at the main control room of the Green Star. This main control room is not like other warships, which is composed of countless screens. Now in front of Xiang Qian is a huge crystal flower. Each petal is several thousand meters high, and the end is endless. At the root of this crystal flower, there are countless crystal clear roots, which emit this stream of light every moment. Green Gissen took Xiang Qian to the center of the crystal flower, where there are tens of thousands of seats, but Xiang Qian did not see the big screen. Mr. Xiang, are you wondering why there is no big screen or control system here? Lu Xun looked at Xiang Qian looking around and said to him with a smile. Yes, there are no such things in the main control hall. How do you command? Xiang Qian nodded and said. The Green Star Race flagship does not need those things. Although it is equipped with those equipment, it is of no use to us Green Star people. When we control the Green Star, it is completely a fusion of thoughts, just like controlling the genetic nuclear force weapon. We Green Star people are in the Green Star, and we are one with the entire Green Star, Green Jerson said proudly. Is that so? This alone is many times more powerful than the flagship of a third-level civilization. So how is the combat capability of the Green Star now? Are you sure about the flagship of the fourth-level civilization of the Avengers? Xiang Qian nodded and said. According to Mr. Xiang, the fourth-level civilization flagship of the Avengers is definitely not as powerful as our Green Star civilization in terms of technological background. But the flagship of our Green Star civilization is not a dedicated combat flagship, so I can't say anything about this. But Mr. Xiang is here today, so he can personally evaluate the combat capability of the Green Star, see the actual situation of the Green Star, and then make a judgment. Green Gissen thought for a while and said, Okay, then I see what attack methods the Green Star has. Swish. After Xiang Qian finished speaking, Green Gissen pointed to the huge crystal petals in front of him, and the huge petals instantly turned into a projection device, and the image of the Green Star appeared on it. Let's take a look at the main attack weapon of the Green Star, the plant core cannon. After Green Gissen finished speaking, the top of the Green Star on the screen began to slowly crack, and more than a dozen huge tentacles on the top separated to the surroundings, and an elliptical honeycomb-like object stretched out of the Green Star. Chapter 267. This is the original form of the plant core cannon. After becoming a level 4 civilization, the civilization race flagship or genetic nuclear force weapon can be immune to the attack of the level 3 civilization. Because whether it is a ship body or a protective shield made of special rare metals, it can ignore the attack of the level 3 civilization. So the battle between level 4 civilizations is no longer like the level 3 civilization, you shoot, I shoot, and both sides play against each other at a long distance. Such an attack method is only effective against the breakthrough warships of the level 4 civilization. The attack methods of the 4th level civilization are mainly determined by the technological development direction of the 4th level civilization. Our Green Star civilization is a biological plant civilization, so our attack methods are all related to plants. This plant core cannon contains 173 kinds of genes for attacking plants of our Green Star civilization. Depending on the situation, the activated plant genes used are also different. If we use energy attack to deal with the 4th level civilization breakthrough warship, then we will activate the group attack plant genes, like this. While Lu Xun was introducing it to Xiang Qian, he was controlling the Green Star. As Lu Xun spoke, the honeycomb tissue on the top of the Green Star began to change. The honeycomb tissue began to proliferate, and soon formed a plant. This plant was a bit like a dandelion, because floating on the top was a huge cotton candy-like tissue. This tissue was composed of countless spherical crystal fruits, which were pulled by thin silk threads and hung on the trunk of this plant. As the cotton candy tissue on the top became more and more, the crystal spherical fruits began to splash everywhere. When one of the fruits broke away, the second crop quickly grew on the plant. Soon, countless crystal spherical fruits floated around the entire Green Star. This is the energy-based group attack plant. Now all the fruits around the Green Star are gun barrels. As long as the Green Star provides them with energy, the Green Star is equivalent to having countless gun barrels, and one attack is equivalent to the firepower of a fleet. When Green Gissen said this, these countless fruits began to emit a faint light, and the Green Star looked even more gorgeous against the countless faint lights. However, Xiang Qian nodded in shock when he saw such a scene. It is indeed a level 4 civilization. Even a race flagship has terrible attack power. Without counting, the number of fruits around the Green Star is at least over 100 million. Then an attack by the Green Star is equivalent to a concentrated attack by tens of millions of warships. In other words, if the Green Star is facing ordinary warships of level 3 civilization, then less than 1 million ships are not enough for the Green Star to destroy in one go. Even if there are tens of millions of top-level battleships of the 3rd level civilization facing the Green Star, at most 10 attacks, all the battleships will be destroyed by the Green Star. This is the horror of the 4th level civilization, and it is also an existence that the 3rd level civilization cannot threaten with numbers. Such a group energy attack can only be used against ordinary 4th level battleships of the opponent. If the opponent's race flagship or genetic nuclear force is armed, then such means cannot be used. After saying this, Greengissen once again activated the other plant genes of the plant core cannon. Soon, the plant that had just emitted countless crystal fruits began to wither, and then a new plant trunk began to grow rapidly. This time the plant was very huge. It did not have a long trunk, but only a huge petal and a flower center that was 10,000 kilometers long. Its petals were connected together, and the edges of the petals were zigzag-shaped. When unfolded, it looked like a huge hexagram. From a distance, it looked like the top of the green star staring at a huge umbrella. You can imagine how big this petal is. And the 10,000-kilometer-long flower core, like a sharp arrow, points straight to the sky. There are countless raised dots on the surface of the flower core that looks like a sharp arrow. These dots emit silver-white light, like small suns, with infinite energy. This is a single energy weapon, and it is also one of the strongest attack weapons of the green star. Wait, energy weapons? Doesn't the eternal blue gold resist the attack of any energy weapon? Then is such an energy weapon still useful? Xiang Qian interrupted Lucen and asked with a frown. It's different. Eternal blue gold can only ignore the energy weapons of level 3 civilization, and the energy weapons of level 4 civilization are not the same as those of level 3 civilization. If the density of energy weapons of level 3 civilization is water, then level 4 energy weapons are high-density ice crystals. The energy levels are different. All eternal blue gold can only weaken energy attacks, but cannot ignore them. Lucen explained. Xiang Qian nodded after listening to it. This was reasonable. If eternal blue gold really completely ignored all energy attacks, how could it be defeated? In fact, when Lucen mentioned this, Xiang Qian also remembered that when the Forward went to rescue the Green Star Civilization, it encountered the Green Star Civilization detonating a giant star. The supernova explosion at that time could already break through the limit of eternal blue gold. Now it seems that it is not that eternal blue gold is too strong, but that the energy attack of the third-level civilization is too weak. Next, Lucen introduced several representative attack plants to Xiang Qian, including physical attack, corrosion attack, and interference assistance. Anyway, there are only things you can't think of, and there are no plants that the Green Star Civilization doesn't have. If the Green Star attacks with all its strength, how long can the energy reserve last? Xiang Qian asked after listening to the introduction of the weapons. He wanted to know how much energy was consumed by so many awesome weapons. Other weapons were very powerful, and could destroy millions of warships in one attack. But if it can only attack a few times, what's the point? Don't worry about the energy. In fact, if the Green Star has full energy reserves, it can attack with all its strength for more than a month, and this is without consuming the plant energy of the Green Star itself. If the plant energy is really consumed, then there is no problem in persisting for 3 months. But if it exceeds 3 months, the body of the Green Star will be seriously injured, and it cannot be solved by replenishing energy. In that case, a lot of plant cells will be replaced. After all, overloading the plant energy will cause plant cell death. Lucen thought for a while and said, "Is there any way for the Green Star to quickly replenish energy?" Xiang Qian knew that the Green Star was different from other races' flagships, and the means of replenishing energy were also different. In fact, the Green Star is replenishing energy every moment through photosynthesis. Only in places with sunlight can the Green Star be in a state of replenishing energy. If you need to replenish energy quickly, you can directly absorb the energy of the star. However, such energy absorption methods have an impact on the star, and will directly affect the life of the star. After all, the core of the Green Star is synthesized with the cells of Reglos, and the energy absorption of such cells is very terrible. Under normal circumstances, the Green Star only needs to get close to the star and convert the energy emitted by the star through special plants. Moreover, the energy attack of the Green Star does not consume the plant energy of the Green Star itself. Only plant growth and the health of the Green Star itself will consume plant energy. The energy attack I mentioned directly consumes the energy of the energy core tissue, and does not need to be converted into plant energy. So if the Green Star is near a star, then the energy attack will not consume any energy at all, and the energy replenished alone is enough for the Green Star to consume. Green explained. After hearing this, Xiang Qian finally understood that he was thinking of a fork. Otherwise, with such a huge energy attack, how could the Green Star have such a huge energy reserve? In this case, the Green Star has an advantage, that is, fighting around a star, there is no fear of consumption. But once you leave the star system, the energy reserve becomes worrying. In the absence of stellar energy supplement, relying only on nuclear fusion cells to provide energy is still too little for the entire Green Star. If one day the Green Star civilization can develop antimatter energy cells, then they will no longer be afraid of energy consumption. For now, let Retros go out with the Green Star, so that the Green Star can exert its strongest combat power. After thoroughly understanding the combat power of the Green Star, Xiang Qian also had a bottom line in his heart. However, after learning that the current energy reserve of the Green Star was only 37%, he immediately asked Green Jerson to activate the Green Star so that it could replenish energy near the star and fill up the energy reserve. At the same time, Xiang Qian also told Green Sun that the Avengers were going to attack the Kuya civilization. If the Kuya civilization could not hold on, then the Green Star would be dispatched to stop the Avengers. It was not necessary to save the Kuya civilization, but at least something had to be taken back, so that the Avengers could not let it get away with it. With Xiang Qian's instructions, the Green Star moved to the vicinity of the star, and the tentacles on the top began to absorb the energy of the star. Half a month later, the Kuya civilization did not show any signs at all, but their construction speed doubled, and at the same time, the defense facilities inside the star system were no worse than those inside the Earth Federation star system. It can be said that if the Avengers did not have a Class 4 civilization flagship, it would be difficult to break through the star system defense circle of the Kuya civilization. But now, Xiang Qian did not think that the Kuya civilization could resist for long. Because only the Earth Federation and the Avengers knew how powerful the Class 4 civilization flagship was in the entire large Magellanic galaxy. Other civilizations, including the Kuya civilization, only knew that the Class 4 civilization flagship was powerful, but they could only guess at the specific degree of power. Although the Avengers Level 4 civilization race flagship is a defective product, it is a race flagship built specifically for war. Xiang Qian doesn't know how strong its combat power is. However, given the strength of the Green Star, Xiang Qian is still prepared to get a share when the Kuya civilization is not doing well. Finally, a month later, the Avengers announced a war against the Kuya civilization. Suddenly, the entire large Magellanic galaxy focused its attention on the star system, where the Kuya civilization is located. All civilizations want to see what kind of sparks can be produced by an evolutionary civilization and a level 4 civilization. Chapter 268. In the silent void of the universe, a 50,000-kilometer-long warship was sailing fast with a dense number of small warships. Among the countless small warships, there were about 1,000 warships that were 8,000 kilometers long. These warships, and the giant warships with big heads, formed a huge force field. The force field wrapped countless warships and moved forward quickly, causing violent fluctuations in the surrounding space. Master, at the current speed, it is expected to reach the star system, where the Kuya civilization is located, in 6 months. The chief of the Mill tribe said respectfully to the dark screen. Did they react? No special actions have been found so far, and the construction of the star system defense circle is still continuing. Well, proceed as planned. Yes, Master. This huge fleet in the void of the universe is the fleet of the Avengers. The flagship of the Mill tribe, that has just broken through the 4th level civilization, is the leader. The 1,000 obviously long warships are the 4th level civilization warships built by the Mill tribe during this period. Through the technology of the 4th level civilization, the Avengers took more than 2 million warships to travel at superluminal speed this time, which was unimaginable in the 3rd level civilization. Although the speed of this superluminal travel is not very fast, it can only reach about 10 times the speed of light. But at least it can carry a large force for transfer, unlike the 3rd level civilization, when only the race flagship can travel at superluminal speed. When Xiang Qian received the news, he immediately asked the Green Star civilization if they had the technology to lead the warship group to travel at superluminal speed. The Green Star civilization answered with certainty that there was no problem at all, and that the speed was much faster than the Avengers, reaching 30 times the speed of light. Boss, the Kuya civilization sent a message, hoping to talk to you. Shinkong appeared beside Xiang Qian and said to him, Kuya civilization, didn't they say what it was about? Xiang Qian thought, could it be that the Kuya civilization really agreed? That would be beyond his expectations. Boss, the Kuya civilization said in the message that they hoped to buy a batch of level 4 defense weapons from the Earth boss. Xiang Qian was speechless after hearing this. Buying defensive weapons, it was amazing that Kuya civilization could come up with this idea. Did Kuya civilization really think that it could withstand the attack of the flagship of the 4th level civilization race with only the 4th level civilization's defensive weapons? That was too naive. Didn't they say what they would buy it with? Xiang Qian thought about it, and decided to sell Kuya civilization a batch of 4th level civilization defensive weapons. Of course, The transaction must be made with special rare metals. Xiang Qian was not interested in anything else. Kuya civilization said that they hoped to trade with technical data or other materials. He replied to them that we will not accept any materials except special rare metals. By the way, tell Kuya civilization that if they can't stop the Avengers, we can help them, but the price will be doubled. Xiang Qian was speechless. He wanted to exchange for the 4th level civilization defense weapons. He was dreaming. If the Earth Federation is really doing charity, and also providing technical data and other materials, those things are of no use to the Earth Federation. What is the point of doing it? Okay, boss. After a while, Xiang Qian suddenly remembered something and immediately said, Shinkong, go call Zhang Ying and tell her I have something to talk to her about. Soon, Zhang Ying came to Xiang Qian's office. Now you predict the Avengers again. The content of the prediction is when they will start the war with the Kuya civilization. Don't predict anything else. Xiang Qian saw Zhang Ying coming in and said seriously. Okay. Zhang Ying didn't waste any words. When he saw Xiang Qian's serious expression, he knew that the matter was very important, so he didn't waste any words and started predicting directly. After a while, Zhang Ying opened her eyes and said, 183 days later, the Avengers will begin to attack the Kuya civilization. Well, did you encounter any obstacles when you predicted the Avengers this time? Xiang Qian was not surprised by this answer. He just wanted to know if there were any protectors in the Avengers. No, there were no obstacles at all. Then are the obstacles you encountered when you predicted the Avengers last time the same as the obstacles predicted by the protectors of the Green Star civilization? It's different. Last time I predicted that the obstacles of the Avengers were very strong, but the obstacles of the protector are different. Facing the protector, it's not that the predictions are hindered. To be more precise, it should be impossible to predict. Under the special ability of the protector, my predictions are like seeing a cloud of fog, and I can't predict anything. Zhang Ying shook her head and said. Xiang Qian didn't say anything after listening. Since the Avengers have no prophet or protector, why couldn't Zhang Ying predict it last time? Why can't she predict it now? What's the problem here? Zhang Ying looked at Xiang Qian, who was frowning and thinking, with a tangled expression on his face. After a while, she seemed to have made up her mind, and then said pitifully, Brother Xiang Qian, I want to tell you something, please don't be angry. Well, what is it? Have you used the ability of a prophet privately? Xiang Qian's face tightened, and he said seriously. No, Brother Xiang Qian is thinking about why the Avengers could not be predicted last time, but it can be predicted now. Zhang Ying glanced at Xiang Qian, then immediately lowered her head and said, Yes, I was thinking about this question. Do you know the answer? Xiang Qian looked at Zhang Ying in surprise. Yes, but don't be angry if I tell you. Tell me, first find out why, and then explain your affairs. Zhang Ying said with a bitter face. It's like this, the last time the Avengers could not be predicted, it should be that the Avengers were hiding in a prehistoric civilization ruins. The last time you and Sister Leng Ning went to the prehistoric civilization, I made a prediction for you, but the result was the same as the last time I predicted the Avengers, and it was also blocked. But the blocking force that time was much stronger than that of the Avengers, so I didn't think about it. I just remembered that the prehistoric civilization ruins seemed to be able to block prophecies. Because after Brother Xiang Qian left the prehistoric civilization ruins, it could be predicted. Xiang Qian was speechless. So this is the situation. He thought that the Avengers had special evolutionists. If this is the case, then it will be easy. Since you have made such a great contribution, I will let you off for using the prophet's power recklessly before. If I find out again next time, you know the consequences. Xiang Qian said seriously. I understand. Zhang Ying nodded her head, like a chick pecking at rice. Zhang Ying was not afraid of anything else, but she was afraid of Xiang Qian punishing her. And that kind of punishment was no less than any torture for her. Xiang Qian's punishment was to completely grasp Zhang Ying's weakness. He neither beat nor scolded her, but just sent a few biochemical warriors to follow Zhang Ying. For a month, Zhang Ying, who was a foodie, was not allowed to eat any snacks. Even if she ate, she had to eat nutritious meals with a good combination. Any extra bites would be eaten by Zhang Ying. After a month of this, Zhang Ying was almost going crazy. So from then on, she never dared to use her prophetic ability secretly. Once Xiang Qian found out, she would not show any mercy. Okay, how is your mental state now? If there is no problem, predict the outcome of the war between the Avengers and the Kuya civilization, and when the Kuya civilization will collapse. After a while, Xiang Qian told Zhang Ying the real purpose of his visit today. No problem now, I will predict it now. Zhang Ying closed her eyes after she finished speaking. Xiang Qian stood up and walked around the office. He didn't know whether Zhang Ying's prediction was beneficial to the Earth Federation. A few minutes later, Zhang Ying opened her eyes tiredly. At this time, she was leaning on the sofa, sweating all over her head. It seems that predicting this result is not easy. Although it is not a true prediction, it involves a fourth-level civilization, and the consumption is still very large. For 1.5 months, the Kuya civilization can only resist the Avengers for 1.5 months, and then they will escape. However, the Kuya civilization also dispatched a huge warship, which was the unfinished flagship of the fourth-level civilization. The Kuya civilization relied on that warship to resist the attack of the Avengers. But in the end, it was still unstoppable. The Kuya civilization abandoned all its subordinate civilizations, detonated the star, and took the opportunity to escape with the giant warship. Zhang Ying said breathlessly. The giant warship. Are you sure it is the unfinished flagship of the fourth-level civilization of the Kuya civilization? Can it move and fight? Xiang Qian was stunned. When did an unfinished Class 4 civilization race flagship become so awesome? That's right. The Avengers went mainly for the unfinished race flagship, so they didn't attack the race flagship during the attack. However, a month later, when the Kuya civilization and its affiliated civilizations were compressed into the last defense circle, the race flagship suddenly moved and launched an attack on the Avengers fleet. That caused heavy losses to the Avengers fleet, and then the unfinished race flagship of the Kuya civilization fought with the Avengers Class 4 civilization race flagship for half a month, but was finally defeated and ran away after detonating the star. By the way, the home planet of Kuya civilization was also destroyed by the Avengers. After Zhang Ying finished speaking, she was really exhausted and lay directly on the sofa, squinting her eyes and looking at Xiang Qian. After listening to Zhang Ying's words, Xiang Qian couldn't figure out how Kuya civilization could do such a great thing as Zhang Ying described. It was too crazy to fight against the flagship of the fourth-level civilization for half a month. But no matter how Kuya civilization did it, Xiang Qian was determined to take the unfinished flagship of Kuya civilization. Being able to fight against the flagship of a level 4 civilization race, no matter what the reason, has great research value. He didn't believe that after the Kuya civilization escaped, the battle power of the giant ship could still remain at its peak. Then let the Green Star take action to see if the giant ship can fight against the Green Star for another half a month. If it can, he can only say that he is convinced. However, if you want to get the giant ship of the Kuya civilization and the secret, you must make some other preparations. After sending Zhang Ying back to rest, Xiang Qian immediately ran to the Green Star civilization, and then asked the protector of the Green Star civilization to take action to directly help the Kuya civilization block any peeping. Now, even if other civilizations have prophets, they cannot know the final escape route of Kuya civilization. Of course, this alone is not enough. Xiang Qian needs to make other arrangements, but some things can only be done after Zhang Ying recovers. In a blink of an eye, 6 months have passed. The huge fleet of the Avengers has also arrived outside the star system, where Kuya civilization is located. It is only 500 billion kilometers away from the star system, and the war between the two sides is imminent. Chapter 269. In the star system, where the Kuya civilization is located, thousands of planetary fortresses surround the entire star system like an iron barrel. In the star system, countless warships are on standby, waiting for the arrival of the Avengers. At the same time, more than 100,000 large space factories are producing and organizing satellite fortresses every moment. There are large hydrogen element collection spacecrafts around the giant star. After these spacecrafts collect enough hydrogen elements, they transport these elements to the energy cores of various planetary fortresses. The defense equipment has been checked, the energy system is normal, the weapon system is normal, the force field resonance system is normal. The fleet system platform is normal, and the warship has been checked. General, the defense circle has been checked, and all equipment is running well. The fleet has been checked, and the warships are performing well. In the command hall of the Kuya civilization's mother planet, countless staff members were busy. A staff member reported to the highest commander of the command hall, Salkuk. Report to the Council of Elders, tell them that the defense circle is ready, and swear to defend the Kuya civilization to the death. Salkuk said seriously. His eyes were full of the shadow of the flagship of the fourth-level civilization race on the big screen. Yes, General. Salkuk looked at the defense circle layout of the star system, and found that there were several problems in it. He immediately issued several more orders. To be honest, he had no confidence in the upcoming war. The Kuya civilization was very powerful, But when facing the Avengers, this kind of power could not be reflected. Especially the huge flagship of the 4th level civilization race on the screen, which brought him too much pressure. Salkuk, how confident are you in this battle? Can the star system defense circle withstand the attack of the Avengers? Can we wait until the race flagship is completed? Suddenly a virtual image appeared beside Salkuk. Third Elder, we cannot judge the strength of the opponent's attack at present, so I can't make a judgment on how long the star system defense circle can withstand the opponent. But in my opinion, the Avengers are coming for the unfinished race flagship of Arkuya civilization. So after the exchange of fire, I will first test the performance of the flagship against the 4th level civilization race. If it is really impossible to defeat it, I hope the elders will agree to implement the second plan. Salkuk said to the virtual image of the 3rd elder beside him. The second plan. I hope there will be no day to use the second plan. The virtual image of the 3rd elder said dejectedly. 3rd elder, even if Arkuya civilization. Okay, I understand. Mobilize all the materials and transport them to the race flagship. If the other race flagship is really unable to compete, then activate the second plan. But if there is a slight possibility, wait for a while. Okay, 3rd elder, I understand. 2 hours later, the Avengers issued an ultimatum to the Kuya civilization, demanding that the Kuya civilization surrender and join the Avengers. For such a request, the Kuya civilization certainly ignored it. They were bullied to their doorstep, and they still surrendered. Besides, the information sent by the Earth Federation was not in vain. At least many civilizations received it, and the Kuya civilization was one of them. In fact, if you think about it, you will know why the Avengers have such strong cohesion. When facing the Earth Federation, if it is for the sake of interests, at most they will send a fleet to support, and it is impossible for the entire race to fight to the death. And the unwise behavior of the Black U civilization in the end also chilled the evolutionary civilization. So even if they kill the Kuya civilization, they will not surrender. The force field shield is turned on, and the logistics energy supply must be timely. All energy weapons should lock onto ordinary warships first, and kinetic weapons can be prepared to launch and lock onto the flagship of the 4th level civilization race. Salkuk said in the 3-dimensional projection star map in his eyes. Yes, General, force field shield is turned on, weapon system is turned on, kinetic weapons are charged, locked, and ready to launch at any time. Facing the Kuya civilization that turned on the force field shield, the Mill tribe leader just snorted contemptuously and began to issue attack orders. The flagship of the 4th level civilization race stopped in the void, and 1,000 4th level civilization warships and 2 million 3rd level civilization warships formed a fleet formation, turned on the energy shield, and slowly flew into the star system. When Salkuk saw that the enemy's 4th level civilization race flagship did not move and only sent a fleet to attack, anger flashed in his eyes. Notify scientists to immediately analyze the weaknesses of the enemy's energy shield, and lock the 1,000 4th level civilization warships with kinetic weapons, and attack in 10 seconds. Salkuk gave the order with a gloomy face. Yes, General. Inside the defense circle of the Kuya civilization star system, tens of thousands of giant gun barrels, with a length of 30,000 kilometers began to adjust the direction of the muzzles, aiming at the 1,000 obviously larger 4th level civilization warships. 10 seconds later, tens of thousands of electromagnetic railgun projectiles weighing thousands of pounds, and with a diameter of half a meter were fired at the Avengers fleet at 0.83 times the speed of light. At this time, the Avengers fleet had just entered the interior of the star system, and was still 3 billion kilometers away from the edge of the force field shield. However, at this long distance, the 1,000 4th level civilization warships of the Avengers launched an attack. They were also kinetic weapons, but the speed of the projectiles fired by the 4th level civilization warships exceeded the speed of light. That's right, it's a super light speed kinetic weapon attack. After seeing the opponent's attack, Salkuk's heart sank. The strength and weaknesses of kinetic weapons are known to every civilization. But accelerating a projectile weighing thousands of pounds to the speed of light is simply impossible for a level 3 civilization. Even if the attack speed of the Kuya civilization's kinetic weapons is increased by 0.1 percentage point, it is very difficult. If you want to continue to increase the speed of kinetic weapons, you need to consume a huge amount of energy and need a longer barrel. However, even if the Kuya civilization uses the most advanced technology and the best materials, the Kuya civilization can only increase the speed of the projectile to 0.88 times the speed of light, and it cannot be increased any higher. However, in order to make the electromagnetic projectile reach 0.88 times the speed of light, the energy consumed is tens of thousands of times the speed of light of 0.83, which is not cost-effective. But now the Avengers' 4th-level civilization warship can easily launch superluminal projectiles, and the lethality is not comparable to the electromagnetic weapons of the Kuya civilization. Soon, before the electromagnetic projectiles of the Kuya civilization could attack the Avengers, the projectiles launched by the Avengers had already hit hundreds of force field shield node satellites. As a result, hundreds of node satellites exploded in an instant, and the debris was scattered everywhere. The surrounding force field was instantly weakened by a level. However, at this time, Salkuk had a big question in his mind. Notify the scientists immediately, and ask them to calculate the strike force of the Avengers' kinetic weapons just now. Tell me the results as soon as you have them. Salkuk said to the communicator. Yes, General. Why was Salkuk confused? Because in his opinion, the opponent's attack power was too small. No one knew how huge the mass of the projectile was when the kinetic weapon attacked beyond the speed of light. According to the mass energy formula, the faster the speed, the greater the mass. Even if it was an ordinary glass ball, if its speed was accelerated to a beam, its mass would definitely be greater than the sun. But Salkuk felt that the attack just now was not the power of a super light kinetic weapon at all, because the power was too low. Even if it was stronger than the electromagnetic railgun of their Kuya civilization, it was not much stronger. Before the scientists gave the results, the Avengers launched a second attack. Instantly increased the strength of the force field by 30%, and deflect the force field fluctuation by 20 degrees. Seeing the opponent's second attack coming, Salkuk immediately gave the order. The reason he didn't give this order just now was that he thought the opponent's kinetic energy weapon exceeded the speed of light, so with the strength of the force field, it was impossible to affect a projectile that exceeded the speed of light, because the mass of the projectile was too large, so he didn't give this order. But now, Salkuk had doubts about the opponent's superluminal kinetic weapon attack. Although the scientist's calculation data had not come out, he had to give it a try. Unfortunately, even if the force field strength increased, it still could not deflect the projectile. At this time, Xiang Qian, Green Sun and Sephiroth, who were watching the live broadcast on Earth, knew that this was simply a technological crushing, and it was the kind of technological crushing with the least technical content. What projectile superluminal? That's simply a lie. Just like the Earth Federation's gravitational tunnel that allows projectiles to fly faster than the speed of light, it's all a trick. At the moment the projectile leaves the muzzle, the speed will not change. As for superluminal speed, it's simply the effect of the gravitational tunnel. But the speed of the projectile itself is still the same. Although the Avengers projectiles are now superluminal, the speed of the projectile itself is at most 0.84 times the speed of light. As for why the projectile can fly faster than the speed of light, it is because of space technology. To put it simply, it is to make the projectile travel at a semi-curvature. It is the space around the projectile that is faster than the speed of light, not the projectile itself. The space where the projectile itself is located is stationary. When the projectile hits the target, the space that pushes the projectile to exceed the speed of light is shattered, and the projectile itself changes from being stationary to the speed when it leaves the muzzle. This caused Salkuk to wonder why the projectile that exceeds the speed of light has such a small explosion. As for why the force field shield has no effect on the projectile, it is because of the space isolation. Magnetic fields cannot affect space, so no matter how strong the magnetic field is, it cannot break through the barrier of space and exert force on the projectile. If the force field shield of the Kuya civilization is not a magnetic field, but a gravitational field, then the Avengers' projectile attack will have no effect. Because the gravitational field can affect space, after the gravitational field distorts space, the speed of the projectile will return to its original speed. At that time, if the magnetic field is used again, the Avengers' attack will be useless. However, without using the gravitational field, it is really difficult for the Kuya civilization to crack this space technology. Sure enough, not long after, the scientists of the Kuya civilization also came to the same conclusion as Xiang Qian and his team. At the same time, they also gave a method to crack this attack, which made Salkuk look a little better. Chapter 270. Aim at the enemy's electromagnetic projectile, lock the attack, and deflect the force field shield by 30 degrees. After receiving the scientist's advice, Salkuk immediately issued an order. This time, when the projectile launched by the Avengers was 80 million kilometers away from the force field shield node satellite, the fortress cannon broke through the outer layer of space. After the space disappeared, the projectile was directly carried away by the force field ripples, circled around the shield node satellite, and was ejected out of the star system. After the Kuya civilization cracked the space projectile, the Avengers stopped firing projectiles and slowly advanced, gradually approaching the edge of the force field shield. During this period, the electromagnetic railguns of the Kuya civilization were not idle for a moment, and electromagnetic projectiles were fired one after another. Because the distance between the two sides is still too far, at the speed of 0.83 times the speed of light, it will take more than 3 hours to hit the Avengers fleet. This is still taking into account the speed of the Avengers, otherwise it will take about 4 hours to fly. Mobilize the fortress satellites in the rear to the front line, and concentrate energy to open the protective shield. When the Avengers were still 500 million kilometers away from the shield force field, Salkuk found that the Avengers still had no intention of splitting up, and immediately began to mobilize the defense forces in the rear. After giving the order, Salkuk began to stare at the big screen. In the next 3 hours, the Avengers will face continuous projectile attacks. But the specific effect of the attack is still unknown. Tens of thousands of projectiles approach the Avengers fleet silently like ghosts. Swish, swish, swish. Tens of thousands of projectiles pass through the Avengers fleet's large fleet shield without hindrance, and rush towards the 1004th level civilization warships without slowing down. At this time, the space around the 1004th level civilization warships suddenly began to distort. When the projectiles entered the distorted space, they began to change direction following the curvature of the space. As a result, these projectiles were like water encountering a stone, flowing directly from both sides of the stone. Tens of thousands of projectiles, none of which could hit the Avengers warships, were all diverted by the distorted space and flew into the depths of the vast universe. Stop the electromagnetic railgun attack. Seeing this, Salkuk whispered, although the electromagnetic projectile is powerful, what use is it if it can't hit people? As a physical attack, the projectile must move along the space, and the space becomes distorted, which is equivalent to changing the route. The projectile cannot change its own route, it can only follow the space, and the result is like this. The first confrontation between the two sides ended just like that. Generally speaking, the Avengers blew up some shield node satellites of the Kuya civilization and took a little advantage. But for the Kuya civilization, this loss was nothing at all, not even a drop in the bucket. The Kuya civilization stopped the projectile attack and began to prepare for the enemy with all its strength. As long as the Avengers fleet reached the attack range, the 10 million planet fortress would begin to show its power. Salkuk didn't believe that the Avengers could still avoid energy attacks. Even if it was a waste, the Avengers would be consumed to death here. With the entire star system as a backing, Salkuk still has some confidence. As long as the Avengers cannot break through all the defenses in one blow, they will be dragged into a war of attrition. 7 hours later, the Avengers fleet finally reached the edge of the force field shield. The planetary fortresses of the Kuya civilization are ready. As long as the Avengers fleet enters the force field shield range, they will immediately launch an attack. But before the Kuya civilization launched the attack, the Avengers had already started. Led by 1004th level civilization warships, the 2 million warships behind them began to attack at the same time. However, after being aggregated by the super large protective shield, these attacks turned into 100 huge energy light beams, which penetrated the shield force field like sharp arrows and hit the energy shield of the first line of defense of Kuya civilization. Boom, boom, boom. The super strong magnetic force of the shield force field could not split these 100 huge energy light beams. After all, the energy contained in these light beams was too powerful, and these light beams could be aggregated together with the help of the 4th level civilization technology. Faced with such an attack, the Kuya civilization could only resist. After the huge energy fought against the Kuya civilization's shield for a second, it blew up the Kuya civilization's shield and hit the planetary fortress behind. The surface of the hit planetary fortress instantly melted into a pool of molten iron, and then the core came into contact with the energy beam, and the energy core exploded. Attack immediately, all defense systems saturated attack. Seeing this situation, Salkuk's face changed, and he shouted immediately. General, the attack distance is beyond the range, the attack cannot be. Don't worry about that, attack immediately. Yes, General. Salkuk didn't care about that at all. If the Avengers continue to attack like this, there would be no way to fight this war. Although the effect of launching an attack at such a distance is very poor, as long as it can consume the energy reserves of the Avengers fleet or interfere with the opponent's attack rhythm, it can be considered to have achieved the goal. Otherwise, if they just waited for the Avengers to launch an attack, the defense line would become a decoration, and they would be destroyed by the enemy without a single shot, which would be even more frustrating. Following Salkuk's order, countless planetary fortresses and satellite fortresses began to launch attacks. Tens of millions of energy beams were fired continuously. Although they could not form a huge beam like the Avengers, these countless beams in the universe also gathered into a flowing galaxy, rushing towards the Avengers fleet. The battle began to enter a white-hot stage at this moment. The Kuya civilization relied on its large energy reserves and countless planetary fortresses to launch an unreasonable saturation attack. Even if the Avengers' shield cannot be broken, the opponent's energy reserves will be consumed. Although the Avengers' attack is powerful, there is a problem, that is, quantity. One attack can blow up hundreds of Kuya civilization's planetary fortresses, but how many planetary fortresses does Kuya civilization have? At first glance, the entire star system is filled with planetary fortresses. According to the attack speed of the Avengers, by the time they blow up all the planetary fortresses of Kuya civilization, the 4th level civilization race flagship of Kuya civilization will be almost completed. There is no way. The planetary fortresses deployed by Kuya civilization are too many. The Avengers destroyed one batch after another, and the planetary fortresses were continuously replenished in the rear, so that no matter how the Avengers fought, the planetary fortresses in front of them did not decrease, but increased. However, Kuya civilization has no good solution now, and can only use quantity to exchange time. The force field shield is useless when the 3rd level civilization technology faces the 4th level civilization technology. It can only intercept the opponent's electromagnetic projectiles, and cannot even break the opponent's super large protective shield. The super large protective shield in front of the planetary fortress was like plastic wrap when facing the Avengers' attack. It broke with a poke. Although it could continue to form after breaking, it broke again when facing the attack again. Such a protective shield is useless, and can only be displayed for appearance. Xiang Qian, who was far away on Earth, was a little speechless when seeing such a battle. Could it be that the Kuya civilization relied on the human wave tactics to withstand the attack of the Avengers for a month? This is too unskilled. It doesn't matter if there is any technical content, as long as we can withstand the attack of the Avengers. Notify the Elders' Council, and carry out the second plan. Tell them that the defense circle can withstand the opponent for 2 months at most, or even shorter. I hope they can move faster. After a day of fighting, Salkuk said tiredly to the communicator. Salkuk, don't we have any chance at all for Kuya civilization? The image of the 3rd Elder soon appeared beside Salkuk, and said to him, 3rd Elder, you have seen the current battle situation. We are now completely relying on the reserve forces of the star system to resist the opponent's attack. Once our reserve forces are exhausted, the opponent will have no problem breaking through our defense circle. And the most important thing is that the opponent's 4th level civilization race flagship has not been deployed. If the opponent deploys the 4th level civilization race flagship, how long do you think our defense circle can last? Salkuk said in a deep voice. Okay, let's go back and vote. The image of the 3rd Elder disappeared. The 7 Elders, and 1 clan leader of the Kuya Civilization Council began to vote on whether to immediately implement the second plan. In the end, the second plan was passed with 6 votes in favor and 3 votes against. The clan leader voted 2 times, General. The Council of Elders orders that all genetic nuclear power fluids and evolved soldiers be sent to the unfinished 4th level race flagship immediately. Do it immediately, and transfer all non-command personnel at the same time. When Salkuk heard this order, he knew that the second plan had begun to be implemented. At this time, a large number of warships on the mother planet of Kuya civilization began to hunt down evolved beasts, and at the same time, the genetic nuclear power fluid was advanced, and the tribesmen on the mother planet began to transfer to the unfinished race flagship. Even the planetary energy core device, planetary gravity engine and planetary protective shield on the mother planet began to be transferred. The genetic nuclear power fluid of all the subordinate civilizations of Kuya civilization was also collected, and the evolvers of these subordinate races also began to enter the 4th level civilization race flagship. A large number of special rare metals were sent to the flagship of the 4th level civilization race, and with the special abilities of the Kuya civilization and the evolutionists of the subordinate civilizations, they were transformed into equipment and added to the flagship of the 4th level civilization race. Many civilizations in the large Magellanic Galaxy were confused by the series of actions of the Kuya civilization, and they didn't know what they were doing. Did they want to speed up the construction of the 4th level civilization race flagship? But that was impossible. More than half of the 4th level race flagship of the Kuya civilization has not been built yet, and the keel at the back is still exposed in space. Even if all the evolutionists are counted, it will not be completed in 1 or 2 days. Besides, can the Avengers watch you complete the construction of the 4th level civilization race flagship and not launch an attack when you are about to finish it? When all civilizations were wondering what the Kuya civilization was doing, only Xiang Qian knew that the Kuya civilization was going to defy the will of heaven. Chapter 271. According to Zhang Ying's prediction, The Kuya civilization used this unfinished 4th-level civilization race flagship to fight the 4th-level civilization race flagship of the Avengers for half a month. At that time, Xiang Qian was a little surprised. How could it be possible to do such a heaven-defying thing before becoming a 4th-level civilization? Now seeing the actions of the Kuya civilization, Xiang Qian understood. The Kuya civilization is going to gather all its strength, directly transform the 4th-level civilization race flagship into a genetic nuclear force weapon, and then gather the power of the entire race and the evolutionists of the subordinate races to fight against the 4th-level civilization race flagship of the Avengers. This is no longer a fight to the death. This is simply a bet on the entire race. If the bet is won, no one dares to touch the Kuya civilization even if it is severely damaged. If the bet is lost, then everything is over. The best result is to escape, and the worst result is genocide. As time goes by, the battle between the Kuya civilization and the Avengers has been going on for more than half a month. At this time, the Avengers have broken the first line of defense of the Kuya civilization and are currently fighting a tug-of-war with the Kuya civilization at the second line of defense. The Kuya civilization pulled all the planetary fortresses in other parts of the star system to the front line and semi-encircled the Avengers fleet. If the Avengers wanted to escape from this encirclement, they had to retreat. When all the defense forces of the entire star system were concentrated together, the power generated was very terrifying. Even though the Avengers fleet had level 4 technology assistance, it began to suffer losses. Every once in a while, a warship was blown up by the Kuya civilization's planetary fortress because the shield energy was not replenished in time. The Avengers, trapped in the semi-encirclement, no longer had the calmness they had at the beginning. Apart from other things, energy was a big problem. If all the warships of the Avengers fleet were 4th-level civilization warships, then there is no doubt that they would have penetrated the defense circle of the Kuya civilization long ago. However, the 3rd-level civilization warships, with the assistance of more than a dozen technologies, are not 4th-level warships. In the face of the continuous saturation attack of the Kuya civilization, the super-large protective shield sometimes has holes. And this situation becomes more and more obvious as the number of Avengers warships decreases. The Avengers didn't know what to think. The flagship of the 4th-level civilization of the Mill tribe had not yet shown any signs of participating in the war, and had been staying outside the star system to watch the show. However, the Kuya civilization hoped that this situation would continue. As long as another half a month passed, their second plan would be completed. At this time, the interior of the 4th-level civilization flagship of the Kuya civilization had changed greatly. The front half, which had been built, was renovated by the Kuya civilization in the past half-month. Although the outer hull has not changed much, the internal changes are earth-shaking. The hull that was originally the front half has become a complete warship. According to the design plan of the 4th-level race flagship of the Kuya civilization, the size of the entire race flagship is 50,000 kilometers long, 40,000 kilometers wide, and 18,000 kilometers high. The front half that has been built is 23,000 kilometers long, and most of the equipment has been installed. This gives the Kuya civilization the capital to transform it into a genetic nuclear force weapon, because the second half of the Kuya civilization was originally used to load the mother star, so most of the equipment is all in the front. Now facing the attack of the Avengers, it is impossible to complete the entire race flagship, but within a month, it is not a problem to change the race flagship to genetic nuclear force. In order to prevent the Avengers' 4th-level civilization race flagship from being dispatched, the Kuya civilization has not yet transformed the exterior of the ship to make the entire warship look harmless. But as long as half a month passes, this huge genetic nuclear force armed warship will explode with its full power. In the blink of an eye, another 10 days have passed. At this time, 25 days have passed since the Avengers and Kuya civilization started fighting. However, the Kuya civilization and the Avengers are still fighting a tug-of-war in the second defense circle. In 10 days, the Avengers have not made any progress, and the Kuya civilization has not made the Avengers retreat. The two sides have fought fiercely in this second defense line. So far, 1/3 of the planetary fortresses of the Kuya civilization have been lost, and another 1/3 is damaged and under repair, and only 1/3 is still in the second defense line. As for satellites, Kuya civilization still has a lot of them. Now they are basically blocking the eyes of the planets, otherwise the planets would have been destroyed long ago. Kuya civilization suffered heavy losses, and the Avengers were not much better. The fleet originally had more than 2 million ships, but now the number of warships left is only over 1 million. It is estimated that in less than 2 days, this number will drop below 1 million. However, The 1004th level civilization warships have not been damaged at all so far. Not even a hair has been damaged. Salkuk also organized several concentrated fire attacks on the 4th level civilization warships. But in the face of the weakening of the super large protective shield and the super strong protective shield of the 4th level civilization warships themselves, these attacks did not achieve any effect. After knowing that those 4th level civilization warships were not easy to attack, Salkuk's mind withdrew from them. Anyway, as long as the remaining more than 1 million warships were blown up, he didn't believe that the remaining 1004th level civilization warships would be of any use in the face of so many weeks. After all, they are just ordinary warships of the 4th level civilization, not the flagships of the 4th level civilization race. They are not that powerful, and they have to kneel in front of absolute numbers. The reason why Salkuk still has information to persist is that the fleets of their Kuya civilization and several affiliated civilizations have not yet appeared, and all are waiting in the rear. The number of these warships exceeds 2 million, but in Salkuk's plan, unless the defense circle really can't resist, the fleet will not be used. On this day, the hull of the Kuya civilization's level 4 civilization race flagship finally began to change. The exterior of the hull, which was originally the front part, began to transform into the entire warship. At this time, many civilizations in the large Magellanic Galaxy were thinking whether the Kuya civilization was forced into a hurry. Even if it gave up the race's potential, it had to build a level 4 civilization warship. This was the idea of most civilizations, and also the idea of the Avengers. The reason why the Avengers were so leisurely was to consume the power of the Kuya civilization, and at the same time to put pressure on the Kuya civilization, so that they would build the level 4 civilization race flagship as soon as possible. When they are about to build 10,000, they can pick peaches. But now the Kuya civilization has given up its racial potential, and is about to produce a level 4 civilization racial flagship. What a shame. Regardless of the racial potential of the Kuya civilization, the level 4 civilization racial flagship is genuine. By that time, even if the Avengers racial flagship can defeat the Kuya civilization's racial flagship, it will suffer huge damage. Because the Avengers level 4 civilization racial flagship is also a defective product, it is hard to say what the result will be when a defective product fights a defective product. So after seeing this situation, the Avengers level 4 civilization race flagship finally moved. Order all fleets to set off and intercept the Avengers level 4 civilization race flagship. When Salkuk saw that the level 4 civilization race flagship finally moved, he immediately issued an order. Now the Kuya civilization is racing against time. As long as the construction of the genetic nuclear force weapon is completed before the Avengers level 4 civilization race flagship attacks, then the matter will be considered a success. If it is not stopped and the genetic nuclear force weapon is blown up, then it will be finished. More than 2 million warships rush towards the flagship of the 4th level civilization of the Avengers. Even if these warships use their hulls to block the flagship of the 4th level civilization of the other party, they would block it. At the same time, all the evolvers of Kuya civilization and its affiliated civilizations were ready. Once the construction of the genetic nuclear force weapon was completed, they would integrate into it at the first time. Diclad, are you ready? The core of the genetic nuclear force weapon, the elder said to a young man. Great elder, I am ready. Even if I have to die, I will destroy the flagship of the Avengers level 4 civilization. I will let the Avengers and all the civilizations in the large Magellanic Galaxy see the horror of the killer. Dicrad said with his bloodshot eyes. Dicrad is a special evolutionist of the Kuya civilization, and also the most terrifying killer among the special evolutionists. It is precisely because of the Kuya civilization's use of the term killer that they were able to implement the second plan, which is to transform the entire level 4 civilization flagship into a genetic nuclear force weapon. As a special evolutionist, the ability of the killer is terrifying. The killer does not have the mysterious predictions of the prophet, nor the ability to offset the predictions of the protector, but as a special evolutionist, the killer has only one special ability, which is to increase the power of the genetic nuclear force weapon tenfold. The tenfold increase in the power of the genetic nuclear force weapon has reached the attack power of the flagship of the 4th level civilization race. This is also the real trump card of the Kuya civilization, and the confidence to challenge the flagship of the 4th level civilization race of the Avengers. More than 3,000 evolvers were transforming the exterior of the genetic nuclear force weapon, and the entire ship was deforming at a speed visible to the naked eye. But at this time, the Avengers' 4th level civilization race flagship had already rushed into the star system and rushed directly towards the unfinished genetic nuclear force weapon. 10 times the speed of light, without curvature navigation, without using gravity traction, directly using the 4th-level civilization space technology for superluminal navigation. When the 2 million warships of the Kuya civilization just flew out of the defense circle, they had already entered the attack range of the 4th-level civilization race flagship of the Mill clan. When the fleet of Kuya civilization just entered the attack range, the flagship of the 4th-level civilization race turned into a small sun. Instantly, infinite light burst out, and countless beams of light shot towards the fleet of Kuya civilization. The speed of each beam of light exceeded the speed of light. Boom, boom, boom. When the light disappeared, more than 500,000 ships of the fleet of Kuya civilization had disappeared. The huge fleet formation seemed to have been bitten by a huge monster. After this attack, all the civilizations watching the battle in the entire large Magellanic galaxy were dumbfounded. Chapter 272. Too terrible, really too terrible. It can be said that in the entire Magellanic information, except for the Earth Federation, no civilization knows how powerful the attack power of the flagship of the 4th-level civilization race is. Now the 4th-level civilization race flagship of the Mill tribe has destroyed a quarter of the warships of the Kuya civilization in one attack, more than 500,000 warships. After seeing such an attack power, many civilizations collapsed directly. It turned out that the huge fleet they had worked so hard to build was just cannon fodder that could be destroyed by a few attacks from the flagship of the 4th-level civilization race. Such a blow is too powerful for those civilized races, who stay at home and build up their troops. Only Xiang Qian curled his lips in front of the big screen. This is the flagship of the race for war. It destroyed more than 500,000 warships in one attack. This attack power is a bit rubbish. It can't even be compared with the Green Star, not to mention the Silver Wing Civilization's 4th-level civilization race flagship that has not yet been built. Seeing this, Xiang Qian also had a vague feeling about the Avengers 4th-level civilization race flagship. If it is a one-on-one fight, the Green Star will definitely beat it to death. Of course, compared to the Green Star, the Mir clan's 4th-level civilization race flagship is a bit rubbish, but for the Kuya civilization and other civilizations in the large Magellanic galaxy, the Avengers 4th-level civilization race flagship is their nightmare. With such attack power and super strong maneuvering speed, although I don't know how the defense is, I know it with my ass, it will definitely not be bad. Such a race flagship, even civilization can't stop it. Didn't you see that the fleet of more than 2 million warships of the Kuya civilization was destroyed by a quarter of it in one blow? Launch bomb number 3. Salkuk was also stunned when he saw this. He didn't expect that 2 million warships could not stop the opponent's footsteps at all, and couldn't even hinder them. But now is not the time for him to be dazed. After waking up, he immediately gave orders. The operators in the command hall reacted after hearing what Salkuk said, and immediately launched bomb number 3 according to the order. Bomb number 3 is a weapon obtained by Kuya civilization from the remains of prehistoric civilization. It is a space reaction bomb. The Kuya civilization has 3 of these bombs, and they have never been willing to use them. Now facing the huge threat of the 4th-level civilization race flagship, they can only use the same 4th-level civilization technology weapons to save the situation. After the 3 bombs were launched, the space fluctuations they emitted immediately attracted the attention of the race flagship. After all, weapons that can cause space fluctuations can definitely cause damage to the race flagship, so after discovering these 3 bombs, the second attack of the race flagship did not aim at the Kuya civilization fleet, but directly locked onto these 3 bombs and launched an attack. This attack was not an energy attack, but a space interference attack. The space on the way of the 3 bombs suddenly twisted. After the 3 bombs fell into the twisted space, they were not changed in direction by the twisted space, nor were they torn apart by the twisted space. Instead, they also burst out a space force to compete with the twisted space. This burst of space force directly stirred the already twisted space into pieces, and cracks appeared in the space, making the universe seem like a broken mirror. What was even more amazing was that the space dimension at this time seemed to have turned into a 2-dimensional space. At the space crack, you could actually see layers of space faults, as if the entire universe was composed of countless 2-dimensional planes. This stalemate lasted for 5 minutes before it ended. After the space was restored, the 3 bombs also lost their power, and were thrown away by the impact of the final explosion of space. Failed, the killer weapon of the Kuya civilization also failed. It seemed that the flagship of the Mill clan's 4th-level civilization race seemed to have destroyed the 3 space bombs calmly, but only they themselves knew that in order to deal with these 3 space bombs, many 4th-level technological equipment had been scrapped due to overload. At this time, the fleet of Kuya civilization finally included the race flagship in the attack range and began to attack. 1.5 million warships instantly poured all their firepower on the race flagship, and even the secondary guns launched an attack. Although Kuya civilization knew that such an attack would have no effect on the race flagship of the 4th level civilization, based on the principle that it is good to consume a little energy of the race flagship, Kuya civilization launched this attack with all its strength. However, this attack of Kuya civilization did not have any effect. The protective shield of the race flagship easily blocked the attack, and then launched the attack again. More than 500,000 warships of Kuya civilization disappeared in the universe again. All civilizations in the large Magellanic Cloud were finished with Kuya civilization. The two sides were not at the same level at all. The Avengers race flagship was completely beating the kid up as soon as it appeared. The more than 1 million warships of Kuya civilization attacked the small 2 times, which was simply crushing. 5 minutes later, 2 million warships of Kuya civilization turned into interstellar garbage, and countless warship wreckages were scattered in the star system. Some of the wreckage was still ablaze, and the scattered wreckage was more like a grand fireworks display, celebrating the victory of the Avengers. Turn on the intelligence system, all personnel evacuate. After seeing the fleet destroyed, Salkuk sat on a chair and said to the operator in the command hall, "General, the intelligence system has been turned on, the evacuation ship engine has been started, and evacuation is possible at any time." "Well, you go," Salkuk said to the adjutant. "General, stop talking. I order you to evacuate immediately." "Yes, General." After saluting Salkuk, a group of people left the command hall, boarded the spacecraft and left the home planet, heading for the race flagship that was about to be transformed. An hour and a half later, the Avengers fleet, led by the flagship of the 4th level civilization race, broke through the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th lines of defense and arrived in front of the last line of defense in front of the home planet of the Kuya civilization, less than 100 million kilometers away from the home planet of the Kuya civilization. "Kuya civilization, I give you one last chance. Stop the construction of your race flagship immediately, and become a subsidiary civilization of the Avengers, otherwise your home planet will be destroyed in half an hour." The Avengers issued an ultimatum. "Avengers, just give up on this idea. We, the Kuya civilization, will never become a subsidiary civilization of your Avengers, even if we risk our lives." And you say it nicely, but in fact, all the civilizations and races that join your Avengers will be controlled and become your puppets. You Avengers are the public enemy of the entire universe. We, the Transcendent Civilization, would rather fight to the death with you Avengers than become your puppets and tools of war to destroy other civilizations. This reply from the Kuya civilization was broadcast to the entire large Magellanic Cloud. Any civilization would receive this message from the Kuya civilization. It seems that you don't know the consequences of your mother planet being blown up. As an evolutionary civilization, once you lose your mother planet, there will be no possibility of any advancement. Your Kuya civilization will always be at the peak of level 3, and there is no possibility of breaking through to level 4 civilization. Now you are busy building the race flagship, but as long as your home planet is destroyed, even if you complete the construction of the race flagship, you will not be able to break through to level 4 civilization. Now I give you the last chance to choose, surrender or be destroyed. The Kuya civilization was dumbfounded. They didn't know that the destruction of the home planet would have such serious consequences. Now the Kuya civilization didn't know what to do. If the home planet was really destroyed, it would be useless even if they destroyed the Avengers. What does it mean for a civilization to not be able to break through the 4th level of civilization? Even a fool knows it. Now the Kuya civilization is in a dilemma, survival or destruction. Submit. Everyone knows the consequences of not being able to break through the 4th level of civilization. The 5th elder said, After surrendering, becoming a puppet of the Avengers, can this ensure that the Kuya civilization can survive? If the Avengers ask us to attack the Earth Federation, what will the consequences be? It will still be a dead end. Rather than dying in frustration, it is better to fight vigorously, and let all civilizations know that our Kuya civilization is not so easy to bully. Even if we cannot break through the 4th level civilization in the future, no one dares to bully our Kuya civilization at will. Besides, what the Avengers say is not necessarily absolute. As long as we are alive, there will always be a solution. The 3rd elder also spoke. I support the 3rd elder's opinion. Rather than becoming a puppet of the Avengers and handing the fate of Kuya civilization to the Avengers, it is better to fight to the death. Even if we cannot destroy the Avengers, we must make the Avengers suffer heavy losses. I don't believe that the Earth Federation will not take action in the face of the severely damaged Avengers. The 7th elder also said, Okay, stop talking. It is impossible to surrender. How long will it take to complete the construction of the genetic nuclear force weapon now? The patriarch spoke. 3 hours, just 3 hours, and the transformation will be completed. The great elder assisted in this, and answered immediately. Open the protective shield and fight. After the Avengers sent the last message, the Kuya civilization was silent for half an hour. When the Avengers sent a message again, asking the Kuya civilization for its choice, Salkuk replied on behalf of the Kuya civilization. He only said one word: war. Stop supplying energy to the defense circle, mobilize all energy, and transmit it to the genetic nuclear force weapon. Salkuk gave the last order to the intelligence system, and then calmly watched the huge energy beam that passed through the star system on the big screen. Boom, boom, boom. The mother star of the Kuya civilization was penetrated by the huge energy beam and exploded instantly. The huge energy threw the remains of the Kuya mother star out of the star system. Chapter 273. The mother planet of Kuya civilization was destroyed, and the entire large Magellanic galaxy suddenly fell silent. Xiang Qian was also stunned when he saw this. Zhang Ying did not mention many details in his prophecy, but only described the general situation. So the moment when the mother planet of Kuya civilization was destroyed, the impact was still very great. Kuya civilization is not just a nobody, even among the evolutionary civilizations. The strength of Kuya civilization is also at the forefront. Although Xiang Qian did not see Kuya civilization take action in his previous life, according to the gossip circulating in the large Magellanic galaxy, the strength of Kuya civilization can definitely be ranked in the top 5 among the evolutionary civilizations. This is because the number of subordinate races conquered by Kuya civilization is relatively small, and the overall strength is not as strong as those evolutionary civilizations that have conquered a large number of subordinate races. In terms of technological background alone, Kuya civilization is definitely not inferior to any evolutionary civilization. However, in this life, because of Xiang Qian's reborn butterfly effect, Kuya civilization was destroyed by the Avengers. The moment the Kuya civilization's mother planet was destroyed, the crystal planet on the top of their civilization ray scepter, which represented the evolutionary civilization, also disappeared in an instant. At the same time, the 6 stars on the ray scepter, which represented the potential of the civilization race, also dimmed. The scepter of the entire civilization race also lost its luster, from a crystal scepter to a gray fire stick. The people of the Kuya civilization felt a heart-wrenching pain. This pain was not physical pain, but pain in the heart. They all felt that they had lost the most important thing in their hearts, as if something in their hearts was torn apart. The mental pain was 10 times more intense than the physical pain. Chief, let me take action. We must destroy the Avengers. As a killer, Dickrad roared with bloodshot eyes. Great Elder, has the external weapons system of the ship been transformed? Patriarch, the weapons system has been transformed long ago, and only some finishing work is left. Will there be any problems if it is started now? As long as the seal of the part being transformed is done well, there will be no problem. Notify all evolvers to urgently seal the external hull, and then return to the interior to replenish the genetic nuclear power and integrate it into the warship. Now open the protective shield first. After the race finished speaking, he looked at Dickrad with bloodshot eyes and said to him, "The hatred of Kuya civilization needs to be washed away by the destruction of the enemy. Can you do it?" "Yes, even if it costs me my life, I will destroy the Avengers," Dickrad said seriously, his eyes full of murderous intent. "Go ahead, all the people of Kuya civilization will support you behind the scenes." The chief nodded. Dickrad nodded to the chief, and several elders turned around and left the room, and quickly came to the main control room. The hull of the Destruction Gene nuclear-armed battleship has been sealed. All the evolved tribe members have merged into the destruction, and the ordinary tribe members have entered the hibernation chamber. 5 minutes later, the sound of the broadcast rang in Dickrad's ears. At this time, he sat down in his seat, closed his eyes, and activated the ability of the killer. The next second, Dickrad's entire body disappeared, and all his flesh and blood merged into the destruction. At this time, all the Kuya civilization members who merged into the destruction felt Dickrad's will. Now all the evolutionists of the entire Kuya civilization and its subordinate civilizations can only provide genetic nuclear power to the destroyer, but cannot control it in any way. Buzz. As the Dicklad will spread all over the destroyer, the entire destroyer suddenly vibrated, and the amplitude became larger and larger. Finally, the entire hull of the destroyer turned blood red. Those hulls that were urgently sealed are now the same as those that have been modified. In an instant, the destroyer changed drastically. If the destroyer was just a battleship just now, then the destroyer is no longer a battleship now. It is life. All the people of Kuya civilization, all the evolutionists of the subordinate races, I am the special evolutionist of Kuya civilization, the killer Dick Rad. Now the mother planet of our Kuya civilization has been destroyed by the Avengers, but we can't give up, we want revenge. The chief said that the hatred of Kuya civilization can only be washed away by the destruction of the Avengers. I know you may not have much confidence, but now I can tell you that we still have the Destruction Gene Nuclear Force armed battleship. As a killer, my special ability is to increase the power of genetic nuclear force tenfold. Now I have merged with the destroyer, and the destroyer with tenfold power is definitely strong enough to compete with the flagship of the 4th level civilization race. Next, it depends on everyone to provide strength. As long as we have the genetic nuclear force provided by everyone, we can definitely take revenge. Dick Rad's voice spread to the ears of everyone on the destroyer. In an instant, the hatred in the hearts of the Kuya civilization people, who were still immersed in grief, was awakened. Every person who merged with the destroyer was madly outputting genetic nuclear power. Dick Rad felt the convergence of countless genetic nuclear forces, and under his control, the huge energy instantly turned into a mysterious force and radiated towards the universe. Suddenly, the destroyer turned into a black hole, and an inexplicable force poured into the destroyer, causing the power of the destroyer to increase madly. At this time, all the warships surrounding the destroyer discovered the powerful energy that the destroyer had erupted. Countless alarms sounded, and the warships found that the energy index of the destroyer on the big screen was rising wildly, and soon exceeded the limit of the detector. Seeing the changes of the destroyer, the Mill tribe immediately ordered an attack on it. In an instant, hundreds of thousands of warships surrounding the destroyer opened their main guns and launched attacks on the destroyer. However, these energy attacks were all spread out when they were still 100,000 kilometers away from the destroyer, turning into light spots rotating around the destroyer, and finally absorbed by the destroyer. After seeing this situation, the Mill tribe finally launched an attack on the race flagship. After destroying the home planet of the Kuya civilization, they were ready to take the race flagship of the Kuya civilization for themselves, so they did not launch an attack. But seeing the current situation of the destroyer, it was a bit beyond their control. In less than 10 minutes, the energy index of the destroyer had exceeded the limit of the 3rd level civilization and reached the level of the 4th level civilization. However, the energy explosion of the destroyer has not stopped, but has increased more crazily. If it continues like this, it will reach the energy index of the flagship of the 4th level civilization race in a few minutes, which is not a good thing for the Mill tribe. Boom! The attack of the flagship of the 4th level civilization race was not disintegrated by the destroyer, but was blocked by the planet-level protective shield. Boom boom boom! Facing the turtle shell on the top of the destroyer, the race flagship began to launch a fierce attack, and countless beams of light hit the protective shield one after another. However, in the energy replenishment of all energy systems, and planet-level energy core devices in the entire star system, the planet-level protective shield played its powerful defensive power. This also proves that the equipment obtained by the Evolver civilization in the Hall of Civilization Races, with the support of huge energy, exerts a power that is absolutely beyond people's imagination. 5 minutes later, the destroyer suddenly shook, and the surrounding space calmed down after a wave of fluctuations. But at this time, the energy index of the destroyer had exceeded the energy index of the flagship of the 4th level civilization race. Facing the destroyer at this time, the Mill tribe suddenly regretted that they should have blown it up directly at the beginning. Avengers, go to hell. Dick Rad's will spread throughout the large Magellanic galaxy in the form of information broadcast. With Dick Rad's roar, the destroyer started instantly, bursting out with a force that exceeded the speed of light, and rushed directly to the flagship of the 4th level civilization race of the Mill tribe. Without using energy attacks or other means of attack, the destroyer, under Dick Rad's control, used the most brutal attack method, that is, ramming. A 23,000-kilometer-long destroyer, and a 50,000-kilometer-long flagship of a 4th level civilization race, both sides, with protective shields, had their first confrontation in the star system. The two behemoths collided directly with each other in the stunned eyes of all civilizations. The dazzling light illuminated the entire star system, and the shields of both sides burst into endless light under the collision at a distance. The shields of the civilization race hull and the shields of the 4th level civilization race flagship both burst out with the strongest power. When the two shields touched, the energy burst was no less than that of a planetary collision. The shields of the two giant ships exploded violently less than 5 seconds after contact. The two giant ships retreated instantly, and both retreated more than 100,000 kilometers before stopping. At this time, the flagship of the fourth-level civilization race no longer had the composure at the beginning. The entire protective shield was still flashing, and it was obvious that it was seriously damaged in the collision just now. The protective shield of the destroyer was just a little dim. If you look closely, you can see some fine cracks on the protective shield. Boom! When both sides just stopped and had not adjusted the direction of the ship, the destroyer launched an attack. A blood-red beam of light penetrated the entire star system and directly hit the flashing protective shield, causing a powerful energy reaction. Boom boom boom. This attack completely damaged the flagship of the fourth-level civilization race. The energy buffering device of the protective shield was directly exceeded by this attack and exploded instantly due to energy accumulation. It can be clearly seen that there was a fire inside the hull of the flagship of the fourth-level civilization race. Of course, these problems are not big problems. A fourth-level civilization race flagship certainly cannot have only one set of energy buffering equipment, but this makes the Mill tribe very embarrassed. A fourth-level civilization race flagship was actually injured by a third-level civilization warship. This is too embarrassing. In an instant, after adjusting, the fourth-level civilization race flagship immediately began to counterattack, and this counterattack directly used the space weapons that only the fourth-level civilization has. Chapter 274. A vortex-shaped space distortion force field formed around the destroyer, just like a vortex appeared on the sea. The destroyer was just a ship on the sea, struggling in the turbulent waves. For small objects, such as electromagnetic projectiles, space distortion only changed the direction of advance, and at most made the space chaotic. But for the destroyer, which was more than 20,000 kilometers long, it was simply a devastating disaster. The omnipresent squeezing, tearing, and twisting forces acted on the hull of the destroyer, and the forces on the hull were completely different for every few kilometers. It may be a squeezing force 1,000 meters ago, but it may be a tearing force 1,000 meters later. The ubiquitous force tests the strength of the hull of the destroyer. Even with the defense of a protective shield, the force that can act on the hull is already very small, but for a hull that is more than 20,000 kilometers long, it is also very fatal. Dickrad, who merged with the destroyer, felt that his whole body was constantly torn apart, and it is very likely that his whole body will be decomposed in the next second. Faced with such a situation, Dickrad mobilized a large part of his reserve power and directly merged it into the destroyer. In an instant, the hull of the destroyer changed, and a red light appeared on the hull of the destroyer. Then this red light gradually turned into a solid, becoming a half-matter and half-energy existence, like a layer of eggshell, protecting the hull of the destroyer. At this time, the surrounding space turbulence could no longer affect the destroyer. With the existence of this layer of red solid matter, the interior of the destroyer became a whole, and the ubiquitous distortion force was like hitting a stone, completely powerless. The tribesmen whose gene nuclear power is less than 50% should immediately withdraw from the fusion and replenish the gene nuclear power fluid. Dickrad said to the personnel inside the destroyer at this time. Although the destroyer is now very powerful and can ignore the space distortion, the gene nuclear power consumed this time can bankrupt a small wanderer civilization. After Dickrad gave the order, at least 1/3 of the Kuya tribe members withdrew from the fusion state. Boom boom boom. While the destroyer was unable to move due to the space distortion, the flagship of the Mill clan's fourth-level civilization began to launch a saturation attack on the destroyer. One after another, energy beams continuously hit the protective shield of the destroyer, bursting out dazzling light. In their opinion, as long as the protective shield of the destroyer was broken, the destroyer could be defeated in minutes. Unfortunately, the Mir tribe was disappointed. During the 15 minutes, when the space distortion involved the destroyer, although the destroyer had been passively attacked, the protective shield of the civilization race hull was supported by the energy output of the entire star system, and it was not damaged at all. Even the small cracks caused by the initial collision began to slowly repair. In other words, the Avengers fought for a long time, but there was no effect at all. But this is normal. The protective shield that the Evolver civilization obtained in the Hall of Civilization races can resist the attacks of the 6th-level civilization. With the attack power of the flagship of the defective 4th-level civilization race, the Mill tribe, it is impossible to break this protective shield unless all energy is exhausted. If Dickrad had not directly hit it at the beginning, there would not even be a crack on the protective shield. After the space distortion force field disappeared, and the destroyer regained its ability to move, Dickrad did not use energy attacks. Because the energy attack of the destroyer consumes the genetic nuclear power, Dickrad is not stupid enough to defeat the Avengers through a war of attrition. So after all the evolvers in the destroyer replenished their genetic nuclear power, Dickrad once again extracted a huge amount of energy to increase the blood-red energy material wrapped around the destroyer. 5 minutes later, a huge horn composed of blood-red energy material appeared in front of the destroyer. Boom! The destroyer and the flagship of the Mill clan's 4th-level civilization race collided again, but this time it was not the destroyer's shield that collided with the other's shield, but the blood-red horn that collided with the shield of the Mill clan's 4th-level civilization race flagship. After this collision, the two giant ships retreated again by more than 100,000 kilometers. The ramming horn of the destroyer disappeared, and the Avengers were not much better. Countless electric sparks appeared on the hull of the entire race flagship again, and the protective shield flashed several times. It seemed that the consequences were much more serious than the last collision. When the destroyer stopped, adjusted its direction, and once again condensed a ramming horn, it continued to ram the 4th-level civilization race flagship of the Mill tribe. Madman, the Kuya civilization is a bunch of crazy people. Immediately activate the space weapon and fix it there for me. The chief of the Mill tribe slammed the command platform and shouted. Chief, the space weapon overload buffer has not been restored. If you use the space weapon at this time, you can only trap the opponent for 5 minutes. 5 minutes is fine. Turn on the space weapon immediately, freeze it, and then retreat immediately. Attack their protective shield from a distance. I want to see how long their energy reserves can hold up. Buzz, the destroyer was once again fixed in the void of the universe. The huge space distortion force field made the destroyer unable to move at all. Boom boom boom. This time, the Mill tribe fought and retreated at the same time, trying to distance themselves from each other. Chief, their shield is supported by the energy equipment inside the star system. Those energy devices must be destroyed to break the shield. Why didn't you tell me earlier and let those fleets destroy those energy devices immediately? The Mill tribe chief was very angry, but this was also because the Mill tribe had no commander now. In order to break through the 4th-level civilization, the Mill tribe left behind only high-level evolvers. Most of these advanced evolutionists are scientists and researchers, and there are not many soldiers left, so now only he, the clan leader, can command the battle. After seeing those fleets start to attack the energy equipment inside the star system, Dickrad no longer cares about saving energy. If all those energy equipment are destroyed, the protective shield outside the destroyer will also be scrapped. At that time, even if the destroyer can block the opponent's attack, the energy consumed will be dozens of times that of the current one. So thinking of this, Dickrad first locked onto the 1004th level civilization warships, and then launched a full-strength attack. When Dickrad launched a full-strength attack, the destruction began to deform, the entire hull began to shrink, and then hundreds of huge blood-red crystal spheres appeared from the hull. Then these crystal spheres burst out, with an attack power no less than that of the flagship of the 4th level civilization race. Hundreds of huge blood-red energy beams traversed the star system, like hundreds of sharp arrows, quickly hitting the target. Boom boom boom. A series of explosions erupted inside the star system. The 1004th level civilization warships that led the Avengers fleet to attack the Kuya civilization defense circle, which had not been damaged in the battle, exploded one after another under the full-strength attack of the destroyer, turning into cosmic garbage. The first attack had just ended, and the second attack followed. A total of 1004th level civilization warships were all blown up by the destroyer in just a dozen seconds. As for the remaining 3rd level civilization ordinary warships, there was no need to launch a full-strength attack. Soon, hundreds of huge red crystal balls of the destroyer sank into the hull, replaced by hundreds of thousands of small gun ports. Boom boom boom. The tide has turned. Previously, the Avengers destroyed 2 million warships of the Kuya civilization in 4 attacks. Now, although the destroyer does not have as many gun ports as the flagship of the 4th level civilization race, its speed of destroying the Avengers fleet is definitely not slower than that of the Avengers at that time. After 5 minutes, when the space distortion field around the destroyer disappears, only the destroyer and the flagship of the 4th level civilization race of the Mill civilization are left in the entire star system. All the remaining warships have become cosmic garbage. The star system where the Kuya civilization is located can now be called a battleship graveyard, with countless warship wreckages floating in the star system. Don't attack their warships first, and focus on destroying the energy equipment inside the star system. The Mill tribe leader watched the Avengers fleet being destroyed, and he had no way to deal with it. Chief, they are coming again. Don't fight them head-on, avoid. Hit! Before the Mill tribe leader finished speaking, the two giant ships collided again. This time, The protective shield of the flagship of the Mill clan's 4th level civilization finally broke, revealing the flagship's hull. Seeing this, Dickrad stopped colliding and started an energy attack directly. When tens of thousands of energy attacks were about to hit the flagship, suddenly a space turbulence broke out around the flagship, and this time the space turbulence spread outward. The energy attack hit the space turbulence, and was directly crushed by the extremely twisted space force of the space turbulence. Before the destruction could launch the second attack, the shield of the race flagship lit up again. Send people to produce energy buffer equipment immediately, and replace all energy buffer equipment with new ones for me, quickly. The chief of the Mill tribe roared angrily. Chief, the energy buffer equipment is already being replaced, and the equipment manufacturers are also producing at full capacity. Turn on the repulsive force field. I see how it can still hit. The chief of the Mill tribe gritted his teeth and said viciously. Chief, the energy consumed by the repulsive force field is too huge. With the energy output speed of the energy core, it is impossible to support the long-term activation of the repulsive force field. You are stupid. After turning on the repulsive force field, go and destroy the energy equipment inside the star system. Without the protective shield, they are doomed. Yes, clan leader. At this time, the destroyer rushed towards the race flagship again, but when it was still 60,000 kilometers away from the race flagship, a huge force swept across the universe and directly bounced the destroyer that was rushing towards the race flagship out. At the same time, the race flagship also disappeared in the light aiming device, and the place where it was located seemed to have turned into a black hole. Chapter 275. From the data collected by Dickrad on the ship, he clearly felt a repulsive force coming in like crazy, and the gravitational fluctuations were also very crazy. Through the gravitational fluctuations, he also saw that with the flagship of the Avengers Level 4 civilization race as the center, circles of gravitational fluctuations were repelled out. It was like there was a dry area on the floor, and there was nothing around. The water rushed to that dry area like crazy. But that dry area had a repulsive force that was squeezing out the surrounding water. This creates a situation where water rushes in a little bit and is madly repelled out, then continues to rush in and is repelled out again. And it is not just gravity that is repelled. With the race flagship as the core, all material particles within 100,000 kilometers are repelled. Even light is not surprising, it is all repelled. In this way, without the reflection of light, the race flagship will of course disappear in the eyes of optical equipment. And various particles rushing towards the race flagship and the repelled particles collide in the void, causing a colorful light film to appear at the edge where the repulsive force can reach. Various microscopic particle phenomena appeared around the light film. Under the pressure of gravity and repulsion, some extreme particles and elements that had not been observed appeared around the light film. Now Dickrad couldn't locate the position of the race flagship, because any scanning equipment was repelled by the absolute repulsion and could not detect the situation inside. So Dickrad could only wait at this time. He didn't believe that the Avengers could always maintain this state. In fact, the chief of the Mill tribe was also very troubled at this time. After turning on the repulsive force field, the destroyer could not hit them. But they couldn't move. The huge repulsive force around the ship blocked all matter, but also fixed them in this place. And because of the existence of the repulsive force field, they couldn't launch an attack. Can't we attack outside? Chief, we can't attack at all. All energy attacks will be decomposed by repulsion after being launched. Decomposed? Shouldn't the attack speed be faster with repulsion? How can it be decomposed? The Mill chief asked a strange question. The source of repulsive force is virtual particles, which are also particles with opposite properties to gravitons. The core of any positive matter needs gravitons, but in an environment of absolute virtual particles, gravitons are repelled. Without gravitons, atomic nuclei will quickly split and eventually become quarks that are repelled. So now when we launch an attack, we will be decomposed into quarks immediately after entering the repulsive force field, and will not be able to cause any harm to the outside world. The scientist of the Mill tribe said in embarrassment. He really wanted to say that being uneducated is terrible. Then why didn't you say it just now? The Mill tribe leader roared in anger. After the energy buffer equipment is repaired, cancel the repulsive force field immediately. Yes, tribe leader. After a long time, the light film in the void disappeared, and the strange scene around it also disappeared, and the tribe leader's flagship appeared in the universe again. At this time, the supreme flagship, which had finished resting, appeared again with a protective shield, and immediately launched an attack on the energy equipment inside the star system. As soon as Dickrad saw the race flagship, he immediately launched a charge. In this way, the destroyer and the Mir race's 4th level civilization race flagship entered a stalemate, and neither side could do anything to the other at present. Before the mere race destroyed all the energy equipment, it could not break the destroyer's protective shield at all. Once the destroyer broke the protective shield of such a flagship, the race flagship entered a shameless state, activated the repulsive force field, and appeared again after the protective shield was repaired. At this time, Xiang Qian, who was far away on Earth, called Zhang Ying over. Shinkong, notify the protector of the Green Star civilization to lift the protection of the Kuya civilization. Xiang Qian said to Shinkong, and then said to Zhang Ying, now predict the outcome of the battle between the Kuya civilization and the Avengers again. Zhang Ying closed her eyes after hearing this, and entered the state of prophecy. 2 minutes later, Zhang Ying opened her eyes, and said to Xiang Qian, Brother Xiang Qian, the result of the prophecy has not changed. The Kuya civilization exploded the star, and escaped after persisting for half a month. It's good that it hasn't changed. By the way, why is this giant ship of Kuya civilization so powerful? You can predict the reason. Xiang Qian had always ignored a civilization before, that is, why Kuya civilization, which is obviously a third-level civilization, can create a giant warship that can compete with the flagship of the fourth-level civilization race. After listening to Xiang Qian's words, Zhang Ying once again entered the prediction state. At the same time, the prophet of the Mandi tribe also predicted the Kuya civilization. Your Majesty, after Kuya civilization persisted for half a month, the killer launched the final attack, but only injured the fourth-level civilization race flagship of the Avengers. Finally, the Kuya civilization detonated the star, and the killer fled with the giant ship. The Mandi prophet Bakadia opened his eyes and said, that means the Kuya civilization still failed. They can only last for half a month at most in this state, right? The Mandi emperor said. Yes, Your Majesty, although the killer is powerful and a desperate attack is also powerful, the gap between the third-level civilization and the fourth-level civilization is too big. Bakadia also said helplessly. They all hoped that the Kuya civilization could destroy the fourth-level civilization race flagship of the Avengers, but unfortunately the result was. If you use the real prophecy, can the Kuya civilization turn defeat into victory? The true prophecy has an 80% chance of success. As long as the final blow of the Kuya civilization can reach 200% of its power, the race flagship in the Avengers will be severely damaged. If the power is raised to 300%, there is a high possibility that the race flagship will be directly blown up. Bakadia thought for a moment and said, how strong is the backlash? Compared with the true prophecy of the Earth Federation last time, is this backlash stronger or weaker? Strong, definitely stronger than last time. You take a good rest first. I go talk to other evolutionary civilizations. The emperor of the Mandi tribe listened, thought for a while, and said. Zhang Ying opened her eyes, and said, the Kuya civilization has a special evolutionary, the killer. That giant ship is a genetic nuclear force weapon, and the one who controls the giant ship is the killer. The special ability of the killer is to increase the power of the genetic nuclear force weapon 10 times, and the most terrifying thing is that it can also explode a fatal blow at the cost of life. Genetic nuclear force weapon. Killer. Xiang Qian was shocked after hearing this. This incident was beyond his expectation. That giant ship with a length of more than 20,000 kilometers was actually armed with genetic nuclear power. And the strength of the killer was too terrible. 10 times the power. Suddenly, Xiang Qian thought of something, which was a legend in his previous life. Thinking of this, Xiang Qian closed his eyes and began to think. If the Kuya civilization had the killer, then everything made sense, and the legend in his previous life must be true. But in this book, because of the butterfly effect of his rebirth, the Kuya civilization was found by the Avengers and destroyed in advance. Then in the final battle of the Large Magellanic System, without the killer of the Kuya civilization, it would be a bit difficult to check and balance the Avengers. In this case, the Kuya civilization must be saved. After all, only genetic nuclear force weapons can be used there, and the killer's ability is basically invincible there. Similarly, if the Kuya civilization cannot be controlled, it will be a super bomb, and the Earth Federation may also be severely damaged. The civilization race contract is not possible. Now that the home planet of Kuya civilization has been destroyed, the civilization race scepter has expired, and the civilization race contract cannot be signed at all. Controlling all the tribesmen of Kuya civilization and taking them as hostages seems to be the only way now, although it is very troublesome and not very safe. Boss, the emperor of the Mandi tribe invites you to a virtual meeting. Suddenly, Shinkong appeared and said, virtual meeting? Did he say why? Xiang Qian asked. It's about the Avengers. Xiang Qian thought for a moment and said to Zhang Ying, you take a rest here. I go to a meeting. Yes, brother Xiang Qian, go ahead. Don't worry about me. Zhang Ying nodded. Xiang Qian entered the virtual space immediately after hearing this. Soon his virtual projection appeared in a room. There were 9 figures standing in the room. Although his faces and features could not be seen, Xiang Qian knew that these 9 figures were the rulers of the 9 evolutionary civilizations in the large Magellanic Cloud. The ruler of the Earth Federation has arrived, so I will tell you the purpose of calling everyone here. Of course, there have been unpleasant experiences between the Earth Federation and our several evolutionary civilizations, but that was only caused by the instigation of the Avengers. The ruler of the Earth Federation is here today, and I, the leader of the Mandi tribe, Kaysen, would like to apologize to the Earth Federation on behalf of our Mandi tribe. 4. Kaysen, stop talking nonsense. In the universe, the strong prey on the weak. The extermination of a race is due to the weak race, so you can't blame others. Our time is precious, let's talk business. The Mandi Emperor Kaysen was interrupted by 2 people before he finished speaking. Xiang Qian looked at the people in the shadows and curled his lips in disdain. At this time, they are still pretending to be big-tailed wolves, one with a red face and the other with a white face. It's interesting. It's nothing, I leave. I don't have time to listen to mad dogs barking. Xiang Qian said indifferently. Who do you say is a mad dog? The person who interrupted Kaysen said immediately. Whoever shouts powerful is a mad dog. When Xiang Qian was answering, he was actually thinking, according to the rules of the universal language of the universe, when the language on Earth is converted into the language of each civilization, what will the word mad dog be translated into? Don't think that it's great that the Earth Federation has a 4th-level civilization race flagship, if we have a saying on Earth that a barking dog doesn't bite. I want to ask you, will you come over and bite me? Xiang Qian said disdainfully. The Kuya civilization has been beaten like that, and you still dare to ignore the 4th-level civilization race flagship. I really don't know where your sense of superiority comes from. But Xiang Qian did not completely ignore the several evolutionary civilizations. Just look at the Kuya civilization, and you will know that every race that can become an evolutionary civilization is not so easy to deal with. Okay, don't be so angry. Let's listen to the prediction of our tribe's prophet first. 10 minutes ago, the prophet of our Mandi tribe predicted that the Kuya civilization can only tangle with the Avengers for half a month, and then it will be defeated. I wonder what everyone thinks. The Mandi Emperor Kaysen saw that the gunpowder smell between the two was getting stronger and stronger, and immediately spoke up. Xiang Qian was speechless after hearing this. 10 minutes ago, wasn't that when he just asked the protector to lift the protection of the Kuya civilization? This thing is too coincidental. Chapter 276. Ideas. What ideas can they have? The Avengers destroyed the Kuya civilization, so they can also destroy them. Of course, their idea is to destroy the Avengers. Unfortunately, they don't have that strength. Didn't they see that the 2 million warships of the Kuya civilization were destroyed so easily? Even if they gather 20 million warships, what can 200 million warships do? It will only make the flagship of the 4th-level civilization race of the Avengers fire a few more shots. It is purely to fill the gap. Now we can only hope that the Earth Federation will take action. Otherwise, after the Avengers have dealt with the Kuya civilization, it will depend on luck who will be unlucky next time. While others were thinking, Xiang Qian was also thinking. Since the Mandi prophet knew the final result, they, the evolutionary civilization, must not watch the Kuya civilization perish. Otherwise, if the Avengers can destroy the Kuya civilization today, then the Avengers can destroy them tomorrow. As for why the Earth Federation was called, it was not obvious. Although all those present were evolutionary civilizations, only the Earth Federation had broken through the 4th-level civilization. Having seen the brutality of the flagship of the 4th-level civilization, they must know that only the 4th-level civilization can defeat the 4th-level civilization. No matter how powerful the 3rd-level civilization is, it cannot withstand the flagship of the 4th-level civilization. So what do these evolutionary civilizations want to do? They are likely to provide resources to make the Earth Federation fight the Avengers to death. But will Xiang Qian do that? Of course not. The Avengers are the enemy of the Earth Federation, but are these evolutionary civilizations friends? Definitely not. Don't say that the Avengers have a level 4 civilization race flagship, which will pose a threat to the Earth Federation. No one is a fool. After these evolutionary civilizations create a level 4 civilization race flagship, who knows what they will do? After thinking for a long time, Xiang Qian still didn't understand what these evolutionary civilizations wanted him to do, but no matter what, the Earth Federation is invincible, and he just needs to remain unchanged in the face of all changes. Now facing the evil Avengers, I think as an evolutionary civilization, we should provide some help to the Kuya civilization. What do you think? Seeing that no one spoke, Kaysen spoke again. But what he said was interesting. Providing help, what kind of help could they provide? And he also defined the war between Kuya civilization and Avengers as a conflict between Avengers and Evolver civilization. Xiang Qian just listened with his ears, just like watching the fun, without saying a word. He didn't speak, and no one from other Evolver civilizations spoke either, and the room became strangely quiet. Kaysen was not surprised by the silence of the crowd. After a pause, he continued, I know that ordinary support is useless, but the Earth Federation has a Class 4 civilization race flagship. I don't know what conditions Mr. Xiang needs to agree to rescue the Kuya civilization. Even if Xiang Qian couldn't see the expressions of the crowd, he knew that they were looking at him. Xiang Qian also knew their mentality. They just wanted the Earth Federation to send a Class 4 civilization race flagship to fight the Avengers Class 4 civilization race flagship to a draw, so that they could have some buffer time. They would pay anything for this, because as long as their race flagship is built, they can compete with the Earth Federation, and maybe they can even get some bargains. Sorry, our race flagship has a small problem, and is under repair, Xiang Qian said, and it was obvious that he was lying from his tone. But no one could do anything about him. It was originally a matter of mutual calculation. If the other party didn't fall for it, what else could you do? Please don't rush to refuse, Mr. Xiang. We are very sincere. Okay, no need to say, the Earth Federation will not intervene in this matter. You can solve it however you want. I have something to do, and I'm leaving first. Kaysen was interrupted by Xiang Qian before he finished speaking. After saying those words, Xiang Qian cleanly exited the virtual space. Kaysen smiled when he saw Xiang Qian's figure disappear. I've said it before, the Earth Federation will definitely not take action. They are happy to see the Avengers destroy us. After all, once all our Class 4 civilization race flagships are built, the threat to the Earth Federation is too great. Even though the Avengers now have a flagship of a Class 4 civilization, their foundation is too weak. As long as they survive this period, the Avengers will be destroyed. So the Avengers will definitely destroy us at all costs. At the same time, they are sure that the Earth Federation will not take action, so they dare to be so unscrupulous. After Xiang Qian left, the person who complained to Xiang Qian when he came and spoke, not at all as irritable as at the beginning. Kaysen, can you, the prophet of the Mandi tribe, make a fatal prediction for the Avengers? Another person spoke up immediately. Hee. A fatal prophecy? Do you think there is such a prophecy? Kaysen laughed twice and said, other evolutionary civilizations have also studied the prophet of the Mandi tribe. The prophecy they just proposed must exist, but the price paid must be very huge. If the Avengers are attacking the Mandi tribe now, then maybe the flagship of the 4th level civilization race has been destroyed by the Mandi tribe, because of some strange problem. But now the Avengers are attacking the Kuya civilization, and the Mandi tribe has nothing better to do than to use that kind of prophecy to help the Kuya civilization. At the same time, they all know that the Mandi civilization with a prophet will basically not be attacked by the Avengers. After all, the power of the true prophecy is so terrible that the Avengers will not attack the Mandi tribe unless it is necessary. So the Mandi tribe is definitely the safest one at the moment, and the Avengers will not choose the Mandi tribe when choosing a target. We all know what the true prophecy is, so you don't have to lie to us. Tell us what price we need to pay to use such a prophecy. That's right, you don't have to lie to us. We have already thought about it. After the Kuya civilization is destroyed, we don't know who will be unlucky next. So if you don't take action, then we will have no use keeping those warships. Anyway, we will die sooner or later, and we will take someone with us before we die. Yes, Kaysen. We are all evolved civilizations, so there is no need for you to say those empty words. You can make any request, as long as it does not exceed our capabilities, everything is fine. As long as this level is passed, we can jointly eliminate the Avengers and the Earth Federation, and then you Mandi people can take the lion's share, as compensation for this time. How about it? Except for Kaysen, the controllers of the other evolved civilizations all spoke up, some with coercion, some with inducements. In short, they all meant the same thing. That is to let the prophet of the Mandi tribe take action and directly destroy the flagship of the 4th level civilization of the Avengers. In this way, the Mandi tribe is very happy without the prophet. Without the flagship of the 4th level civilization of the Avengers, they have time to develop. Even if the Mandi tribe has high requirements this time, after they become a 4th level civilization, what losses can't be made up. As for whether the Mandi tribe can get the lion's share at that time, we will talk about it later. Without the prophet, the Mandi tribe is just an ordinary evolutionary civilization. What is there to be afraid of? You are so cruel. Now how many special rare metals do you have left in your civilizations? Blast them all out. Don't talk nonsense. You only have one chance. If you can't reach the bottom line, the worst that can happen is that both sides will die. If our Mandi tribe can't get well, you can't expect it either. Kaysen pretended to be indignant and said, this was actually all planned by him long ago. How could he not know what the other evolutionary civilizations were thinking? The only thing they didn't know was that their Mandi tribe could not predict the Avengers. This was the civilization race contract they signed with the Avengers. Therefore, the next opponent of the Avengers is likely to be their Mandi tribe. So no matter what the reason is, the Mandi tribe will take advantage of this opportunity to severely damage the flagship of the Avengers' 4th level civilization race. However, if he takes action, it will be a complete loss. To maximize the benefits, he still needs to operate. This meeting is a good platform. At the beginning, he did not want to take action against the Earth Federation, so he asked someone to play a play with him when Xiang Qian arrived. When Xiang Qian left, the only lifeline of the Evolver civilization was the Mandi tribe, so they had no choice but to bleed. Both sides were calculating, but in the end, Kaysen was more skilled. He extorted 17 billion tons of special rare metals from several Evolver civilizations. This was almost like picking it up for free, and Kaysen was very happy. However, when signing the civilization race contract, Kaysen still pretended to be sad and looked at the controllers of the other Evolver civilizations viciously. After signing the civilization race contract, he turned around and left without a good face. For Kaysen's anger, the other evolutionary civilizations all expressed understanding. After all, they made a profit by exchanging 17 billion tons of special rare metals for a special evolutionary. These evolutionary civilizations solved the problem of the Avengers and eliminated the special evolutionary of the Mandi tribe. I don't know how happy they were. After exiting the virtual space, Xiang Qian thought for a while and immediately said to Zhang Ying, predict the result of the battle between the Avengers and Kuya civilization. Zhang Ying saw Xiang Qian with a serious expression and did not ask what happened, but closed her eyes and began to predict. Not long after, Zhang Ying said in shock, the result has changed. The 4th level civilization race flagship of the Avengers was severely damaged by the final blow of the Kuya civilization. Chapter 277. Xiang Qian was not very surprised after hearing this. Although he did not expect such a result, he was sure that things would change after the Mandi tribe also predicted this war. However, the final result turned out like this, and Xiang Qian also knew that the Mandi tribe had invested a lot. Moreover, the final result was changed, and it was not to use the trump card of the Evolver civilization. It must be that the prophet of the Mandi tribe used the real prophecy, otherwise it would not have achieved such an effect. It's just that I don't know how much benefit the Mandi tribe has gained from this, but without sufficient benefits, Xiang Qian doesn't believe that the Mandi tribe will learn from Lei Feng. Xiang Qian figured it out now. The reason why he was asked to go was to force the evolved civilization into a dead end, so that they would have to pay a large sum of money to hire the prophet of the Mandi clan to take action. After Xiang Qian figured out everything, he smiled evilly for a while, and did not ask Zhang Ying to predict. Instead, he dragged Zhang Ying to watch the Avengers and the Kuya civilization fight. Now he didn't have to think about anything, and he didn't have to do anything. As long as he said it, the outcome of the matter would change. So he would not speak until the last moment, so as to avoid being noticed by the prophet of the Mandi tribe. 10 days passed quickly, and the fight between the Kuya civilization and the Avengers had entered the final stage of consumption. In these 10 days, the Avengers had destroyed most of the energy equipment inside the star system, so at this time the energy of the destroyer was seriously insufficient, and many cracks appeared in the protective shield. The situation on the destroyer was not optimistic, and the Avengers were not doing well either. In order to avoid the unreasonable attack method of the destroyer, the flagship of the 4th level civilization race, which often opened the repulsive force field, also fell into an energy dilemma. Compared to the beginning, the strength of their protective shield has been reduced countless times. It is obvious that the light of the protective shield has dimmed, like a layer of plastic wrap that can be pierced with a poke. So now the destruction will occasionally launch energy attacks on the flagship of the 4th level civilization race. In fact, at this time, both sides know that the other side is about to reach the limit. As long as they persist, it is hard to say which side will win. At this time, the other several evolutionary civilizations are not idle either. They endured the pain and loaded all their special rare metals except those before upgrading to the 4th level civilization onto the transport spacecraft. and led by the planetary fortress using the planetary gravity engine, they went to the Mandi tribe. On the 12th day of the Destruction's confrontation with the flagship of the Avengers Level 4 civilization, the fleets of several evolutionary civilizations arrived at the star system where the Mandi tribe was located. After a handover, the Mandi tribe transported all the special rare metals into the warehouse. Then, under the supervision of several evolutionary civilizations, they watched the Mandi tribe's prophet use the real prophecy in front of everyone. They watched the Mandi tribe's prophet vomit blood and fall to the ground after using the real prophecy, unconscious, and breathing out more than breathing in. After comforting Kaysen, the supervisor sent by the evolutionary civilization turned around and patted their buttocks and left. After all, anyone who saw Kaysen's cannibalistic eyes would feel uncomfortable. Now they were in the territory of the Mandi tribe, so they couldn't be arrogant. Anyway, they saw the miserable state of the Mandi prophet, and they could go back and report. Why didn't they leave and wait for the Mandi tribe to drive them away? After the planetary fortresses of the evolutionary civilization opened the gravity channel and left, Kaysen's face changed immediately. Not only did the grief expression just now completely disappear, but he also sneered. "Vicadia, are you okay?" Kaysen said to the unconscious Vicadia. "It's okay, Your Majesty. It's just that I need to recuperate for a long time this time, and I can't use my abilities for a while." Vicadia, who was still unconscious just now, opened her eyes weakly and said weakly, "You should take a rest. You've worked hard this time." Kaysen patted Vicadia's shoulder, and then turned and left. Boom boom boom. A series of energy attacks hit the protective shield of the destroyer. This time the protective shield was not spared, and was finally broken. This is the 15th day that the destroyer has been fighting against the flagship of the Avengers Level 4 civilization. Without the help of energy equipment, the energy reserves inside the destroyer have finally been used up. The protective shield can no longer support it, and under the attack of the energy beam, it turns into scattered energy. Now whenever the destroyer is hit, it will consume its genetic nuclear power, but now the hundreds of millions of evolvers inside the destroyer are almost unable to support it. If it weren't for the hatred of the dead race, some people would have fainted long ago. For a full 15 days, these evolvers only did two things: using genetic nuclear power potions to replenish genetic nuclear power, and fusing the destroyer to output genetic nuclear power. In such a high-intensity battle, the consumption of genetic nuclear power is very huge. Fortunately, the Kuya civilization has a deep foundation, and with the genetic nuclear power liquid reserves of several affiliated races, they managed to survive. However, their situation is very bad now. The protective shield is broken, and the genetic nuclear power potion is almost used up. It can be said that the current destroyer is close to running out of fuel. Dickrad, there is some energy inside the planetary energy core device. You can use the planetary gravity engine. If you really can't destroy the enemy, then evacuate. The message from the Patriarch reached Dickrad's ears. Dickrad, who was concentrating on fighting, was also stunned when he received the message from the Patriarch. Yes, there is no energy, and there is not much left of the genetic nuclear power potion. According to the current battle intensity, the destroyer can only continue to fight for 1 day. The next morning, the destroyer will be truly destroyed. Chief, I understand, but in this situation, even if we escape, what can we do? Without the genetic nuclear power potion and energy, where can we go? So we must deal with the Avengers. Don't worry, Chief, I still have the strongest attack to use, Diclade said to the Chief after checking the information of the destruction. Well, just do it. No matter what, you are a hero of the Kuya civilization, the Chief said, and stopped bothering Diclade. Where is the future that transcends civilization? Even if the flagship of the 4th level civilization race of the Avengers is destroyed, what does it matter? The current Kuya civilization is no longer the previous Kuya civilization. Dickrad adjusted his heart and felt distressed. When he was talking to the Patriarch just now, he was determined to destroy the flagship of the 4th level civilization race of the Avengers even if he had to use up all his vitality. But as for what will happen next, it has nothing to do with him. He has tried his best. Dickrad adjusted his mentality, and once again launched a fierce attack on the Avengers, with a posture of fighting to the death. Turn on the space weapon, freeze it, and blow it up. The chief of the Mill tribe shouted immediately, after seeing that the shield of the destroyer was finally broken, and did not gather again. Chief, we have no energy left. Now all our energy is used on the shield and attack. If we turn on the space weapon, we can only choose to turn off the shield. If we fail to destroy it by then, we will be finished. Then we will play it safe and wear them down. After the Mill tribe leader gave the order, they immediately changed their tactics, and began to fight with the destroyer. When Dickrad saw the other party change their tactics, he knew that the other party was also in trouble, otherwise he would have blown up the destroyer in one go. So why would he choose to fight in a guerrilla battle? After knowing the other party's situation, Dickrad immediately notified the evolutionists, whose gene nuclear power was almost exhausted, to exit the fusion state and use the last gene nuclear power potion. When these evolutionists merged into the destroyer again, it would be the last desperate moment. Seeing this situation, Xiang, who was far away on Earth, turned to Zhang Ying and said, "Predict the time of the final blow of the Kuya civilization." "In an hour." After Zhang Ying finished her prediction, she said directly. After listening, Xiang Qian turned to Lu Sun and said, "Chief Lu Sun, now we need the special evolver of your Green Star civilization to take action." "What do you need him to do?" Lu Sun asked immediately, with a very serious expression on his face. He knew that things had reached the most critical moment. "Use your ability immediately to dispel the true prophecy used by the Mandi tribe," Xiang Qian said to Lu Sun. "Okay, I go and tell you right away." Lu Sun left the room after saying that to convey Xiang Qian's order. 10 minutes later, Lu Sun returned to the room and nodded to Xiang Qian. Half an hour later, all the evolvers in the destruction merged with the destruction again. Dickrad felt the genetic nuclear force flowing inside the destruction and began to slowly draw energy. As Dickrad drew energy, the blood-red light covering the hull of the destruction became more intense. The flagship of the Mill clan, a level 4 civilization, also discovered something was wrong with the destroyer, because the energy index of the destroyer was rising madly. "All clan members, the next moment will determine the fate of our Kuya civilization. Send all the genetic nuclear power to the destroyer. We only have the power for the last blow." After Dickrad finished speaking, he began to use the strongest ability of the killer. Dickrad's vitality was rapidly consumed, but he felt that he was getting stronger and stronger than ever before. If the soul could be detected, it would be known that Dickrad's soul was emitting light at this time, but this light seemed to be burning itself. Although it was fierce, it could not continue. When Dickrad's soul was exhausted, Dickrad died. The blood-red light was pouring out crazily, and the energy index of the destroyer was still madly prompting, and the speed of increase made the Mill tribe leader panic. At this time, not only did the Mill tribe's 4th-level civilization race flagship attack, but the destroyer did not dodge, but resisted. Most importantly, after the light of the destroyer reached a peak, a blood-red light that illuminated the entire star system broke out. Chapter 278. A huge blood-red energy beam directly hit the protective shield of the Mill clan's level 4 civilization flagship. The originally dim protective shield also burst into an extremely dazzling light at this moment. Energy has dropped to a critical point. The backup energy system is activated. The energy buffer is overloaded. The protective shield disappears in the countdown 3, 2. Various alarms sounded in the Mill clan's flagship, and the main screen also displayed the countdown to the disappearance of the protective shield. At this time, the Mill clan super control personnel began to urgently activate various emergency equipment, but in the face of the strongest attack of the destruction, it had no effect at all. The countdown on the big screen was about to show 1 second. Soon the shield would disappear due to insufficient energy supply and overload of the energy buffer device. At that time, the hull of the race flagship would withstand the strongest attack of the destroyer. Although the hull of the flagship of the 4th-level civilization race was made of special rare metals, no one felt that such a hull was safe when facing the strongest attack of the destroyer. Finally, the Mir control personnel began to press buttons blindly. They pressed all the buttons on the control panel. Among these buttons are the launch button for space weapons and the engine start button. After pressing these buttons, the number displayed on the big screen becomes 0. Instantly, the protective shield of the 4th-level civilization race flag disappears, and the powerful blood-red energy beam hits the front of the ship head-on. The ship made of special rare metal begins to fuse, like butter meeting boiling water, the moment it is hit. But at this time, violent space fluctuations suddenly erupted around the race flagship, and the race flagship also began to move. However, the spatial fluctuations disappeared without a trace in less than a second after the explosion, and the engine equipment was the same, only causing the race flagship to deflect slightly, and then there was no movement. However, the angle of the deflection of the race flagship and the power of the space distortion allowed the race flagship to successfully escape the direction of the energy beam that was directly hit by the ship, allowing the energy beam to brush against the race flagship and shoot into the depths of the universe. 15 seconds later, the blood-red energy beam disappeared, and the star system returned to calm. The blood-red energy around the destroyer had disappeared, and it was quietly suspended in the void of the universe. Dickrad looked at the flagship of the Mill Clan's Level 4 civilization and sighed weakly. His soul had burned halfway, and the genetic nuclear power of the evolvers inside the destroyer had been exhausted, so it was impossible to launch any attack. Patriarch, I'm sorry, I didn't do it. Dickrad lost consciousness before he finished speaking. Dickrad, activate the star detonation device, start the planet-level gravity engine, and evacuate the star system. After the clan leader found that Delacroix had broken away from the state of fusion with the destroyer, he looked at the flagship of the Avengers Level 4 civilization race, not far away, and finally issued an order to evacuate the star system. The energy core device inside the destroyer, which had just recovered less than 10% of its energy reserves, immediately began to output energy, and the planet-level gravity engine started. When the energy reserves were reduced to 5%, the powerful gravity took the destroyer away from the star system quickly, and then opened the gravity channel and disappeared into the void of the universe. The Mir tribe could only watch the destruction leave without any way to deal with it. The Mir tribe was not doing well now. The front half of the flagship of the 4th level civilization race was opened by the energy beam, and a wound that penetrated the side of the race flagship was still emitting sparks from time to time. Although the vital parts of the race flagship were not injured, the race flagship, which had exhausted all its energy, could only desperately restore its energy at this time, while firing guns to repair the damaged parts. The various civilizations that observed the battle between the two sides took a breath of cold air when they saw such a result. The Kuya civilization is really strong. With the technological strength of the peak of the 3rd level civilization, it withstood the attack of the Avengers 4th level civilization race flagship and paralyzed it. Many civilizations were tempted to rob the Avengers 4th level civilization race flagship, but after thinking about the strength of the 4th level civilization race flagship, no one dared to do it. Although the 4th level civilization race flagship was paralyzed in the star system at this time, the front and side of the ship were damaged. But the entire ship was not seriously damaged. No one could tell whether such damage was a minor or serious injury to the flagship of a level 4 civilization. If it was a minor injury, then those level 3 civilizations would just be there to fill the gap. Ordinary civilizations were just watching the fun, while the evolutionary civilization collapsed. Didn't the prophet of the Mandi tribe launch a true prophecy? How could it be such an effect? Such damage looked scary, but it was all damage to the outside of the ship, and it was just a superficial injury. Such damage is not serious enough for the warship. As long as the Avengers repair the hull, they can come to trouble them at any time. So the evolved civilization began to contact the Mandi tribe and asked Kaysen to give an explanation. Facing the angry evolved civilization, Kaysen calmly told them that not only the Mandi tribe has prophets in the entire large Magellanic galaxy, but also the Earth Federation. At the same time, he reminded them that the last time they launched the true prophecy against the other side, the Earth Federation, it was ineffective. Therefore, the true prophecy this time was likely to be offset by the prophet of the Earth Federation. As for why the Earth Federation did this, it was of course to weaken the evolved civilization. The evolved civilizations had nothing to say about what Kaysen said. They saw the Mandi prophet fall to the ground and spit blood, half dead, and the civilization race contract did not work, which meant that the Mandi tribe did it according to the agreement, but they missed the Earth Federation. They did not expect the Earth Federation to intervene again. They all hated the fact that the Earth Federation had to pay a profit to keep the Avengers 4th level civilization race flagship in order to consume the evolved civilization. But they had no way out. Who made them expect the Earth Federation to be so cruel? When several evolved civilizations thought of this, they began to spread rumors. Didn't the Earth Federation want a good reputation? In order to avoid being criticized, they did not use the 4th level civilization race flagship to attack them, but even if they didn't want the profit, they would let the Avengers attack them. Then we will not let you, the Earth Federation, have your way. We will spread this news. Immediately, several evolved civilizations started broadcasting and began to release information that the Earth Federation's prophets were cooperating with the Avengers to attack the Kuya civilization. The information announced that the Avengers were likely to be a subordinate civilization of the Earth Federation, and it was even said with details. The last time the Earth Federation fought with the Avengers, it was simply a self-torture tactic to defraud the resources of the evolved civilization. Otherwise, why didn't the Earth Federation expose the fact that there was a corrupt subordinate civilization on the edge of the large Magellanic Cloud when facing the Avengers, but instead fought back and forth? Why did the Avengers reappear after being eliminated last time? Why did the Avengers break through the 4th level civilization so quickly? Anyway, everything points the finger at the Earth Federation. The information says that the Earth Federation is the mastermind behind the scenes, trying to control the existence of all civilizations in the Large Magellanic Cloud. After receiving the information, Xiang Qian just smiled disdainfully in the face of such statements. Even if a few evolutionary civilizations try their best to discredit the Earth Federation, what can they do? Survival in the universe does not rely on morality, but absolute strength. If you don't have strength, no civilization will care about you or look up to you even if you are a good person every day. Instead, they will step on you and bully you. If a powerful civilization gets upset one day, they might play a game of genocide with you. If you are strong, even if you slaughter the entire Large Magellanic Cloud, in the end, all the major civilizations will bow down to you wherever you go, and no civilization will dare to say a bad word about you, unless they want to genocide the whole race. So Xiang Qian just listened to the information released by the Evolver civilization as a joke, turned around and ignored it. He had more important things to do. Predict where the Kuya civilization is now. Xiang Qian said to Zhang Ying. Coordinates XXX.XX.XXX, expected to arrive in 1 day. Zhang Ying opened her eyes, and said to Xiang Qian. Then let's go, Chief Greenjason. Xiang Qian said to the Greenjason beside him. Okay, confirm the coordinates, and go. The green star slowly left the star system, and then countless strange plants grew outside the seed, and then the surrounding space fluctuated, and the green star disappeared into the void of the universe. Xiang Qian and Zhang Ying were wearing protective clothing and resting inside the green star. Now they were going to pick up bargains. Xiang Qian was very envious of the giant ship of the Kuya civilization. Even without the control of the killer, the explosive power was very strong, definitely stronger than the Ford. In fact, Xiang Qian is still considering whether to destroy the Kuya civilization or conquer it. It is very simple to destroy the Kuya civilization, but in the final battle, the Kuya civilization with the killer is a very important combat force for the Earth Federation. After all, the Kuya civilization and the Avengers are mortal enemies, and the two sides will definitely fight to the death when they meet. In the final battle, due to the special environment, the race flagship could not participate in the battle at all, and only the genetic nuclear force weapons could enter the battlefield. At that time, the Kuya civilization was basically invincible. The destruction, which is equivalent to the flagship of the 4th level civilization race, is huge and invincible on the battlefield. But after leaving the Large Magellanic Cloud, the Kuya civilization is useless and is completely a drag. Given the current situation of Kuya civilization, even if the Earth Federation tried its best to help them, it would be useless. The destruction of the mother planet has completely cut off the path of Kuya civilization's advancement. If Kuya civilization is conquered, it will not be of any help to the Earth Federation in the future. If it weren't for the information recorded by Dandan, which contained the rules for conquering subordinate races, and clearly reminded not to sacrifice any subordinate civilization, Xiang Qian had already thought about signing a cruel civilization race contract with Kuya civilization, and then let Kuya civilization die after the final battle. But thinking about the special reminder in the information, Xiang Qian gave up this idea. Soon, a day passed, and when the green star appeared in the void of the universe again, less than 100 million kilometers ahead, was the destruction of the Kuya civilization. Around the destruction, there were several planetary fortresses and race flagships. The races represented by these planetary fortresses and race flagships were all affiliated races of the Kuya civilization. It was just that these affiliated races were hiding under the cross civilization and enjoying the glory of the Kuya civilization. But now these subordinate races have to be on tenterhooks and carefully protect the destruction. If the Kuya civilization is destroyed, these subordinate races will also be doomed. After all, the civilization race flagship they signed with the Kuya civilization is not the same as the terms of the Earth Federation. It is a slave contract that is tightly bound to the Kuya civilization. If there is no civilization race contract to bind them, these subordinate races would have run away long ago. Who would come here to protect the destruction? Chapter 279. A day has passed, and the interior of the destroyer is filled with despair. The Kuya civilization has lost its home planet, its racial heritage, and its path forward. It can be said that the Kuya civilization has been eliminated by the cruel universe. The destruction of the Kuya civilization is only a matter of time. The only difference is sooner or later. Although the Kuya civilization still has subordinate races, the foundation of those subordinate supremes is not as good as that of other pioneer civilizations and wanderer civilizations. Because the special rare metals and strategic materials of these civilizations are all controlled by the Kuya civilization. Now the Kuya civilization was defeated by the Avengers and fled like a stray dog. All its resources are similar to those of a wanderer civilization. It can be said that the Kuya civilization and their affiliated races are now completely poor. If they want to rely on the affiliated races to break through the fourth-level civilization to protect the Kuya civilization, they can't even think about it. Now our Kuya civilization needs to find a hidden star system to develop again, preferably at the edge of the large Magellanic Cloud, where resources are scarce and powerful civilizations will not develop there. At most, it is just a weak wanderer civilization, which poses no threat to our Kuya civilization. I agree, but if you want to reach the edge of the large Magellanic Galaxy, you must first find a star system to replenish supplies. Now our energy reserves are seriously insufficient, and cannot support us to reach the edge of the large Magellanic Galaxy. Leave the existence of resources to the subordinate races. The most important thing now is concealment. Although I don't want to admit it, our Kuya civilization is now a piece of fat meat in the eyes of many civilizations, and anyone can take a bite. At the same time, the Avengers will not let us go. After all, the Destroyer is qualified to compete with the flagship of the fourth-level civilization race. The Avengers will never let us continue to develop. The Kuya civilization was discussing future development issues. Although it had lost its mother planet, the Kuya civilization could not advance. However, the Kuya civilization's affiliated races did not have this restriction, so the Kuya civilization elders had not yet completely despaired. But at this time, the large screen in the conference room suddenly lit up, and a figure said anxiously, "It's bad, the flagship of the fourth-level civilization race of the Earth Federation has appeared." Silence, endless silence, and the elders in the conference room were silent for a moment. The Earth Federation's fourth-level civilization race flagship appeared, and it appeared at this time. The purpose can be imagined. No one would be stupid enough to think that the Earth Federation's fourth-level civilization race flagship appeared to help Kuya civilization escape from the sea of suffering. Facing the Earth Federation's fourth-level civilization race flagship, Kuya civilization was desperate, and those affiliated races were also desperate. Even the destruction in its heyday could not defeat the Earth Federation's fourth-level civilization race flagship. It's not that Kuya civilization knows that the Avengers race flagship is a defective product, but they know that a fourth-level civilization race flagship manufactured by an evolutionary civilization with a deep foundation and sufficient materials is definitely not comparable to the Avengers. And judging from the size, the flagship of the Earth Federation's fourth-level civilization race is several times larger than the flagship of the Avengers race. Now the Kuya civilization is in a state of exhaustion. What can it use to compete with the flagship of the Earth Federation's fourth-level civilization race? There is no way. Facing the Earth Federation, their Kuya civilization is just meat on the chopping board. The green star slowly approached the destruction. In front of the huge green star, both the destruction and the planetary fortress seemed extremely small. Kuya civilization, I give you a chance. Kill the killers and hand over the genetic nuclear weapons. You only have 10 minutes to consider. If you exceed 10 minutes, you will have to think about the consequences yourself. The message said by Xiang Qian rang in the room of the Elders' Council. After a day of consideration, Xiang Qian finally decided to abandon Kuya civilization. A civilization without potential is not worthy of being a subsidiary civilization of mankind. So he just wanted to take away the giant ships of Kuya civilization and let them fend for themselves. Without the giant ship armed with genetic nuclear power, the Kuya civilization is a toothless tiger, and cannot pose any threat to the Earth Federation. But whether the Kuya civilization will do, as he says, is none of his business. If the Kuya civilization still wants to resist, then destroy it directly, and at most destroy the giant ship and repair it. Facing the aggressiveness of the Earth Federation, the Kuya civilization has no way to deal with it. Even the Kuya civilization proposed that it could give up the destroyer, but the killer must not die. But Xiang Qian knew that if the killer didn't die, the Earth Federation would definitely face an outbreak of the killer during the final battle, and the Earth Federation couldn't afford the consequences, so it was determined to kill the killer. After the negotiations failed, the Kuya civilization thought about escaping, and it was foolish to fight hard. Buzz buzz buzz. But when the Kuya civilization was about to escape, the gravity channel was destroyed by the green star. The huge green star turned on the gravity amplification device, and after disrupting the surrounding space, it dragged until the destroyer's energy was exhausted, and there was no way to escape the control range of the green star. As the destruction and other planetary fortresses were gradually attracted by the huge gravity of the green star, countless roots appeared at the bottom of the green star. These roots grew wildly and covered the destruction. Boom boom boom. The destruction launched an attack. The planetary fortress launched an attack, and the flagship of the third-level civilization race launched an attack. Countless energy beams and electromagnetic projectiles rushed towards the green star. However, these attacks hit the outside of the green star's hull, and could not cause any damage to the green star at all. Some large-caliber electromagnetic projectiles were trapped outside the green star, but they were soon consumed by the green star and turned into a nutrient. When the roots of the green star entangled the destruction and the flagships of the planetary fortresses, they ignored the protective shields on their surfaces and the armor of the hulls, and grew directly into the hulls. Do we need to keep those Xiangqian and the flagships of the race? Green Jerson looked at Xiangqian and said, No, the flagships of the third-level civilization races are no longer meaningful to us. Let's swallow them all. We only need genetic nuclear force weapons. Xiangqian shook his head and said, Okay, should we wait until the swallowing is finished or continue to set off? Green Jerson said indifferently, Let's go to the star system, where the Mandi civilization is located. Xiangqian said. The countless roots of the green star wrapped the destruction and entered superluminal flight. The destruction, which was more than 20,000 kilometers long, was nothing in the eyes of the green star. It was not difficult to drag it. At this time, countless roots inside the destruction turned into demon tentacles, ruthlessly reaching out to the Kuya civilization and its affiliated races. Every person wrapped by the explosive roots was gone after more than 10 seconds. Even the clothes on his body were not left behind, and they completely became the nutrients of the green star, nourishing the green star. Xiangqian didn't care about this situation, and Ludgerson didn't care. From the perspective of Kuya civilization, the Earth Federation is a demon, but from the perspective of the Earth Federation, they just eliminated an enemy. The way forward for civilization is either I eliminate you or you eliminate me. There is no mercy at all. Although it took less than half a day for the green star to enter superluminal navigation with the destruction, the news that the Earth Federation dispatched the flagship of the fourth-level civilization race to eliminate the Kuya civilization has spread in a large Magellanic cloud. All the evolved civilizations couldn't sit still. The Earth Federation actually dispatched the flagship of a level 4 civilization race, so the target must not only be the Kuya civilization. Perhaps one of these evolved civilizations has become the target of the Earth Federation at this time. While the evolved civilizations were talking anxiously, the green star was approaching the star system, where the Mandi tribe was located. Notify His Majesty immediately. Leave the star system. Hide in. Sure. Puff. The Mandi tribe prophet Vacadia, who was lying on the bed, suddenly woke up and spoke weakly to the intelligent system, but before he could finish, he couldn't hold on, spurted out a mouthful of blood, and fainted again. When the Mandi Emperor Kaysen heard the news, he immediately broke out in a cold sweat. He had been wondering who the Earth Federation was targeting, and now that Vacadia had reminded him, he immediately understood that the Earth Federation was targeting the Mandi people. Why did the Earth Federation want to target the Mandi people? Needless to say, it was to avenge the prophet of the Earth Federation. Vacadia's true prophecy was broken, but the consequence of breaking the true prophecy was the same price as the true prophecy. Then looking at the situation in Vacadia, we know that the prophet of the Earth Federation must be in a bad situation. In addition, this is not the first time that the Mandi tribe has made the prophet of the Earth Federation pay a price. Even if the Earth Federation is planning for the future, it will definitely destroy the Mandi tribe as soon as possible. Thinking of this, Kaysen was as anxious as an ant on a hot pot. Immediately dismantle the defense equipment around the mother planet, start the planet-level gravity engine, and let all the flagships of the affiliated races keep up. Your Majesty, what should we do with the unfinished Class 4 civilization flagship? Kaysen thought for a moment, gritted his teeth and said, Never mind, stay inside the star system and take all the special rare metals away. Yes, Your Majesty. Kaysen spent a lot of money this time, even abandoning the half-finished Class 4 civilization flagship. He knew that taking the race flagship would be a burden, and he couldn't escape it all. It just so happened that the Mandi tribe had just received special rare metals, and even if they abandoned the race flagship, they had the resources to rebuild one. But if they were blocked inside the star system by the Class 4 civilization flagship of the Earth Federation, everything would be over. So Kaysen deliberately left the race flagship behind, so that the Earth Federation would be reluctant to give it up, and take that burden with them, just enough time for them to escape. Chapter 280. The Mandi tribe gathered its members very quickly, and with the existence of the planetary gravity engine of the mother planet, they could be taken away directly as long as the planetary fortresses and race flagships of several affiliated races were surrounded by the mother planet. So in less than 5 hours, they completed a series of preparations such as gathering the members, and collecting supplies, and then evacuated quickly. It's not that no one mentioned to Kaysen that since they couldn't take away the unfinished 4th level civilization race flagship, they might as well destroy the race flagship directly. However, this idea only flashed through Kaysen's mind for a moment before it disappeared without a trace. If the Earth Federation arrived at the star system and found that the race flagship had been destroyed and they disappeared without a trace, they would chase them directly. But if the race flagship was left behind, the Earth Federation would definitely not let go of this piece of fat meat, which would delay time. 5 hours later, all the defense equipment in the star system where the Mandi tribe was located was activated, but the Mandi tribe's home planet disappeared without a trace. How is Vacadia? When the mother planet entered the gravity channel, Kaysen came to the ward to visit Vacadia. Now he urgently needs Vacadia to point out the safe location of the Mandi people. Otherwise, no matter where they hide, they will not be safe. The Prophet of the Earth Federation will definitely find them. Only Vacadia can block the prediction of the Prophet of the Earth Federation, otherwise the Mandi people can only keep the gravity channel open and lead the Earth Federation in circles. Your Majesty, the situation in Vacadia is very bad now. His body had not recovered, but he suddenly woke up and was injured again. We have used the best medicine and the most advanced technology to treat him, but it is too difficult to replenish his vitality, so far, we can only ensure that his body is recovering slowly, and it is expected to return to normal in 2.5 months. When will he wake up? Kaysen frowned after listening. According to previous data, he will wake up when his body functions are half recovered, otherwise his body will be in a self-protection state in coma, which will take about a month. Well, he notified me as soon as he woke up. Kaysen had no way to deal with this, so he left after giving instructions. 2.5 days later, the green star appeared outside the Mandi star system. The Mandi home planet disappeared, but the unfinished 4th level civilization race flagship was left behind. Xiang Qian said in surprise after receiving the notification. He didn't expect the Mandi tribe to be so decisive that they didn't even want the half-built 4th level civilization race flagship and ran away with the home planet. Chief Greensun, can the green star still travel faster than light if it takes the half-finished flagship of the 4th level civilization? Xiang Qian said to Greensun beside him. No problem, it just consumes a little more energy, it's totally possible. Greensun said confidently. Then rush in and take the half-finished flagship of the 4th level civilization, and then go find the Mandi tribe. Xiang Qian said immediately. This reaction was completely guessed by Kaysen. Xiang Qian would never give up the fat meat at his mouth. The green star rushed into the star system quickly. After entering the star system, the defense equipment inside the star system immediately locked onto the green star. Countless energy beams and electromagnetic projectiles attacked the green star like a storm. Faced with such an attack, a circle of fungal tissue plants grew outside the hull of the green star. When the energy attacked these fungi, a large part of the energy was directly absorbed, and the remaining energy could not cause any damage to them at all. The electromagnetic projectiles could damage the fungi on the surface, but these fungi, like air cushions, absorbed most of the kinetic energy of the projectiles. In this way, the Mandi tribe's defense circle had no effect on the green star, but instead replenished the green star with energy. In this way, the green star did not waste energy to counterattack, and directly rushed into the interior of the star system. All the defense equipment in front of the green star was directly broken. More than 3 hours later, the green star flew away from the star system with the semi-finished 4th level civilization race flagship tied up like a dumpling. Predict where the Mandi tribe is now, Xiang Qian said to Zhang Ying. After Zhang Ying made the prediction, she revealed a coordinate. However, Xiang Qian did not give the order to set off, but continued to ask, then predict where the Mandi tribe will be in 3 days. 3 days later, the Mandi tribe will be in the gravitational channel, and their location cannot be determined. Zhang Ying said after making the prediction. Then predict where the Mandi tribe will be in 5 days. The Mandi tribe is still in the gravitational channel. Then postpone it. When the Mandi tribe stops, tell me where they are. This time, Zhang Ying closed her eyes for a long time. 2 minutes later, she opened her eyes and said, 6 days later, the Mandi tribe left the gravity channel, and stayed at this location XXX.XX.XXX for 3 hours. After hearing this, Xiang Qian immediately asked the operator to check the coordinates Zhang Ying revealed, and at the same time calculate how long it would take for the green star to reach that location. After hearing that the green star was far from that location, and it would take 7 days to reach it, Xiang Qian could only ask Zhang Ying to continue predicting. In this way, every time Zhang Ying revealed a coordinate, Xiang Qian asked someone to check it. As a result, the Mandi tribe left the gravitational channel and stayed for a while every 1 or 2 days. The location they stayed in was different every time, and there was no fixed direction. It seemed that they were wandering around in the large Magellanic Cloud. Zhang Ying had been predicting for more than half a month, but she had not found a location that would allow the green star to intercept the Mandi tribe in advance. However, Xiang Qian did not give up. He did not believe that the Mandi tribe would not stop and would not need to replenish supplies. Although their home planet could carry a lot of supplies, and their affiliated races could provide energy for the planetary energy core device, half a month of continuous gravity navigation would definitely consume a lot of energy reserves. They could not stop until all their energy was consumed. It would be very dangerous to encounter any civilization. Therefore, when half of their energy reserves were consumed, they would definitely find a star system to replenish supplies. That would be Xiang Qian's opportunity. Sure enough, after the 27th day of the prediction, the Mandi tribe finally stopped to replenish supplies in a star system. After obtaining the specific coordinates, the green star immediately set off and rushed to the star system where the Mandi tribe stayed. In order to predict the Mandi tribe's siege, Zhang Ying also consumed a lot of genetic nuclear power and was exhausted. Xiang Qian stayed with Zhang Ying to rest with heartache, and at the same time put the blame on the Mandi tribe. While the green star was playing hide-and-seek with the Mandi tribe, the flagship of the 4th-level civilization race of the Mill tribe was also repaired. Although the surface was still exposed to wounds, the energy was restored a lot, and the internal equipment was repaired. However, the Avengers did not send out the flagship of the 4th-level civilization race to do anything, but left the star system of the Kuya civilization in a low-key manner. This time, the Avengers lost both the lady and the soldiers, and got nothing. The flagship of the 4th-level civilization race was also damaged. What made them most frustrated was that all the benefits were taken by the Earth Federation. As time passed, Kaysen also insisted on commanding. During the more than half a month of escape, he went to the hospital to see Vacadia every day, hoping that he could wake up soon. After all, it was not easy to escape without knowing when the Earth Federation would catch up. Kaysen did not intend to let Vacadia predict anything, just let him tell the way to avoid the Earth Federation. Unfortunately, Vacadia fell into a coma before he finished speaking, which made Kaysen very depressed. Your Majesty, there are 37% of material reserves, 42% of energy reserves, and 51% of energy reserves of affiliated races. This energy is only enough for us to continue sailing for a month, but then all the energy will be consumed. Your Majesty, please consider the issue of replenishing supplies. The Mandi minister reported. I know this. Is there any other problem? Kaysen nodded. Also, the atmosphere of the entire race is very depressing, and everyone is worried. Well, this needs more guidance. Tell them that we will be safe in a month at most. Yes, there will be no problem with the rest. After the conversation, Kaysen looked at the star map on the screen and began to think about where to resupply. But no matter where he chose, Kaysen always felt a heartbeat. But if he didn't replenish the supplies, it would be dangerous when the energy reserves dropped to the critical point. Finally, Kaysen thought for a long time and finally made up his mind to replenish the supplies in 10 days. Time passed day by day, and 10 days passed in a blink of an eye. The Mandi tribe's home planet finally reached the periphery of a star system, stopped moving forward, and entered the interior of the star system to replenish supplies. The Mandi tribe and its affiliated races sent out all their mechanical equipment in order to replenish supplies as quickly as possible and then continue their journey. As a result, when mining and replenishing the planetary energy core device, a mining spacecraft discovered a large amount of special rare metals inside a planet. After calculation, the reserves of special rare metals on this planet actually reached 4.2 billion tons, which is considered a very rich ore. This made Kaysen hesitate. If all the special rare metals on this planet were used, then when the Mandi tribe once again manufactured the flagship of the 4th-level civilization race, it could be manufactured according to the first design drawings. There is no need to change the size of the flagship of the 4th-level civilization race because of the shortage of special rare metals. But now the Earth Federation is still chasing them. If they are chased by the Earth Federation because of driving special rare metals, then they are doomed. How long will it take to replenish all the supplies, and how long will it take to mine special rare metals? Kaysen asked. At the current speed, it will take 22 hours to replenish supplies and energy reserves, and 13 hours to mine special rare metals. However, due to limited equipment, if these two operations are carried out simultaneously, the time required will be extended, and it is estimated to take 34 hours. If only 50% of the energy reserves and material reserves are replenished, How long will it take to mine special rare metals? 23 hours. Then mine special rare metals, and replenish material reserves and energy reserves by 50%. Yes, Your Majesty. In the end, Kaysen still couldn't resist the temptation of special rare metals, and decided to mine special rare metals. However, as time went by, Kaysen became more and more uneasy. He always felt that the Earth Federation was coming soon. But 17 hours later, the Earth Federation still did not appear. He felt that there was something wrong with his mind. But in the 20th hour, when there were only 3 hours left before the mining of special rare metals was completed, a space fluctuation pulled Kaysen's mood into the bottomless abyss. The green star appeared outside the star system, 130 billion kilometers away from the location of the Mandi tribe's home planet. Chapter 281. 130 billion kilometers is a very short distance in the universe, especially in front of the flagship of a level 4 civilization. This distance is just the time it takes to eat a meal. Abandon all equipment, return the mining ship immediately, start the gravity engine and head towards the other end of the star system. Kaysen immediately gave the order after seeing the green star appear. Although the Mandi tribe acted quickly, all the ships returned to the mother star and escaped within 10 minutes. But the green star was faster than them. After locking onto the Mandi tribe, it launched an attack. This time Xiang Qian was not going to destroy the Mandi tribe, but to subdue the Mandi tribe and make them a subordinate race. Therefore, the attack launched by the green star was not destructive, but a control attack. More than 100,000 plant seeds were launched by the green star, using the gravitational channel to strike at a distance beyond the visual range, and quickly hit the Mandi tribe's home planet. One by one, the seeds rushed into the atmosphere of the Mandi tribe's home planet, sank deeply into the ground, and began to take root and sprout as soon as the kinetic energy disappeared. The speed was so fast that the Mandi tribe could not react. When the Mandi tribe arrived at the place where the seeds fell, some seeds had grown into towering trees, some had grown into bushes covering several kilometers, and some had grown into plants of strange shapes. However, no matter what these species grew into, they all had one characteristic, that is, they grew very well, and as time went by, they were spreading outward crazily. The Mandi tribe used weapons to destroy these plants, but they found that small-powered weapons had no effect on these plants at all. And powerful weapons cannot be used on the mother planet. This also caused the Mandi tribe to watch these strange plants spread out crazily without any way to stop them. After learning about this situation, Kaysen gave a decadent order to stop the mother planet, and also asked the affiliated races to shut down the engines of the planetary fortress and the race flagship, remove the protective shield, and look like surrender. When the green star approached the Mandi tribe's mother planet, the Mandi tribe's mother planet had become a sea of plants, and the entire planet was covered with plants. Even the tall buildings, bridges and tunnels in the city are all full of plants. Green Gissen, let those plants wither. If they continue to grow like this, the Mandi tribe's home planet will be ruined. Xiang Qian saw the situation displayed on the big screen, especially the Mandi people in the city who were terrified and avoiding the plants, which made him feel that such an attack seemed to be more deterrent than the fortress cannon. It's okay, these races have been specially modified. Although they can quickly absorb nutrients from the inside of the planet, when they die, they will return all the absorbed nutrients to the planet. It will not cause a dead silence, but will make the whole planet more full of vitality. Lucen said with a playful look. They won't like my vitality. Okay, let the Emperor of the Mandi tribe bring the civilized race scepter to the Green Star. We have been playing hide-and-seek with them for a month. It's impossible for us to go to him this time, Xiang Qian said with a sneer. When Kaysen received the notice to take the civilized race scepter to the Green Star, he knew that the Earth Federation was going to subdue their Mandi tribe and make them a subordinate race. When he received the news, he struggled in his heart and wanted to fight to the death. But after thinking about it, he didn't do that. He knew the strength of the Earth Federation. In fact, as long as the civilization race contract was not too harsh, many civilizations would rush to become the affiliated race of the Earth Federation. Now Kaysen only hoped that the Earth Federation would recognize the value of their Mandi tribe and not treat them as cannon fodder. In that case, the situation of the Mandi tribe would not be too bad. When Kaysen walked into the Green Star wearing a protective shield, he was also conquered by the scenery inside the Green Star. If it weren't for knowing that the Green Star was a true flagship of a Class 4 civilization race, no one would have associated it with a race flagship. Mr. Kaysen, we meet again. Xiang Qian greeted Kaysen as he walked into the hall, but this sentence sounded sarcastic to Kaysen's ears. Dear Earth Federation Controller, Mr. Xiang, hello? Kaysen realized that he was a prisoner, and now the fate of the Zhengmandi tribe was in Xiang Qian's hands. No matter what Xiang Qian said, he could only endure it. In fact, Kaizen really wronged Xiang Qian. Xiang Qian really didn't mean that. Let me introduce you. This is the leader of the Green Star Civilization, the 4th level civilization of the Earth Federation, Green Star. The Green Mang Star, the flagship of the 4th level civilization race we are on now, is from the Green Star Civilization. This is Sephiroth, the leader of the Silver Wing Civilization. In a year, their Silver Wing Civilization will be promoted to a 4th level civilization. Xiang Qian introduced Kaizen. Kaizen hurriedly greeted the two. Although he knew that even if these two civilizations became 4th level civilizations, they would only be affiliated races of the Earth Federation, he did not dare to neglect them. After all, Xiang Qian looked at the two races, and he certainly wouldn't show any contempt. Mr. Kaizen, you should know why I asked you to come here. After the four sat down, Xiang Qian spoke. I know. I hope Mr. Xiang Qian won't treat our Mandi tribe as cannon fodder. With our Mandi tribe's technological background and special evolutionists, we will definitely be a great helper for the Earth Federation, Kaizen said immediately. Xiang Qian looked at each other like Lidgerson and Sephiroth, and they all saw the smile in each other's eyes. But of course they wouldn't say much at this time. Let's talk about this later. Take a look at the civilization race contract first. We can discuss any questions later. Xiang Qian took out a civilization race contract and handed it to Kaizen. Kaizen took a deep breath and opened the civilization race contract in a tragic manner. Xiang Qian and the other two found Kaizen's expression very funny, especially Xiang Qian, who raised his eyebrows at Lucen, meaning that you seem to be in the same state at that time. Lucen blushed a little when Xiang Qian looked at him like this. At that time, he also felt that the Green Star Civilization would definitely be exploited. Who would have thought that Xiang Qian would actually issue such a civilization race contract? This contract has not been made public. If other civilized races in the large Magellanic Galaxy knew about it, they would flock to it, because this civilized race contract is too good for the radiation race. It can be said that except for the title of affiliated race, it is actually exactly the same as the allies of the Earth Federation. Sure enough, after seeing the civilized race contract, Kaizen's face was full of shock and disbelief. Is this true? After reading it, Kaizen asked in disbelief, with an expression of ecstasy on his face that even a fool could see. Just ask them, and you know, Xiang Qian said with his hands spread out. Lu Sun and Sephiroth nodded at Kaizen, making Kaizen almost jump up in excitement. But at this time Xiang Qian said, this civilized race contract is real, and they both signed the same one. But your Mandi tribe is special, and before signing the civilized race contract with us, you have to solve one thing. Whatever it is, as long as the Mandi tribe can do it, it is definitely a civilized issue. Kaizen thought it was a pledge of allegiance, which was totally fine. It's not a big deal, it's just asking you Mandi tribe to cancel the civilized race contract with your subordinate races, which is fine, right? Xiang Qian said to Kaizen. Canceling the contract with the subordinate civilized race, what does this have to do with? We Mandi tribe can definitely control those subordinate races, and they will not cause any trouble to the Earth Federation, and the Earth Federation does not need to be responsible, they can help out and do some errands. Kaizen asked curiously. He really didn't expect Xiang Qian to make such a request. You have to know that being able to become a subordinate race of the Mandi tribe is not just any rubbish race. The Mandi tribe, which has a prophet, has the best subordinate races among all the evolutionary civilizations. These subordinate races are much stronger than the same civilization in terms of racial background and racial potential. There are many reasons, but the most important one is that if you join the Earth Federation, you don't need these subordinate races. You have also seen the civilization race contract. The purpose of the Earth Federation is not to destroy as many civilizations as possible or to form a strong force, but to survive and develop. Therefore, any civilization race that joins the Earth Federation needs to be selected. We will not accept any civilization that wants to join the Earth Federation. For the 4th level civilization, any number of 3rd level civilizations are cannon fodder. If these subordinate civilizations do not have enough resources, even if they break through the 4th level civilization, they have no potential at all, so keeping them is simply a waste of energy. Xiang Qian certainly wouldn't tell him the real reason. Kaizen thought for a while, and said hesitantly, Mr. Xiang, in fact, among these subordinate races, there are 2 pioneer civilizations with strong racial potential. If they join the Earth Federation, they can provide a lot of help to the Earth Federation. Xiang Qian was speechless after hearing this. He certainly knew what kind of mentality Kaizen had. So at this time, his expression was serious. To put it bluntly, Mr. Kaizen, Do you know what your biggest weakness is? What do you mean, Mr. Xiang? Does this have anything to do with my shortcomings? Kaysen frowned and said he didn't understand why Xiang Qian suddenly said this. Of course, remember the first time I told you that the Avengers had 20 billion tons of special rare metals? I specifically asked our Earth Federation's prophet to predict it, and found out that you have a civilized race contract with the Avengers, which is that the Avengers will give you the Mandy special rare metals so that you will no longer predict the Avengers. If it were me, I would never sign this civilization race contract with the Avengers. You know why now, but you agreed to it for 10 billion tons of special rare metals. I am speechless. Some time ago, when you learned that Kuya civilization would lose to the Avengers, you still let the prophet take action and use the real prophecy to help Kuya civilization. This matter is not wrong in terms of strategic direction, but it is wrong in itself. Using special rare metals to exchange for the prophet's vitality, other evolutionary civilizations have made a profit, but you, the Mandy tribe, have lost. Don't say you don't know how much damage the true prophecy will cause to the prophet. In fact, if you want to hide, you can hide in a place where no one can find you under the guidance of the prophet. Then watch the civil strife in the large Magellanic galaxy. And you have enough time to break through the 4th level civilization. When you have a 4th level civilization race flagship, plus the power of the prophet, no civilization in the large Magellanic galaxy dares to mess with you. More than 10 hours ago, you discovered a special rare metal mine. You knew that the Earth Federation had a prophet, and that a civilized race flagship was chasing you, but you still took the chance to mine special rare metals. But we caught up with you. If you didn't mine special rare metals, you would have left an hour before we arrived here. In summary, you have the courage to give up when you should. But your biggest shortcoming is greed. If it weren't for your repeated greed, which caused the prophet of your Mandy tribe to fall into a backlash state and coma, even if the Earth Federation had a prophet and a 4th level civilized race flagship, it would not be easy to find your Mandy tribe. Xiang Qian said very impolitely. The more Kaysen listened, the paler his face became. He found that the facts were exactly as Xiang Qian said. If it weren't for his greed that caused the prophet to fall into a coma, they would have been hiding in a safe place by now, watching the Earth Federation frantically looking for them. I was wrong. This is all my fault. Mr. Xiang, I know what to do. I will go back now to cancel the civilization race contract of the subordinate race. After a while, Kaysen calmed down and said to Xiang Qian. There was no resentment in his eyes, but instead there was relief. If Xiang Qian hadn't told him this now, he might not have realized that his greed was so great, and at the same time, it also put the entire Mandy tribe in crisis. Fortunately, they were blocked by the Earth Federation this time. If they were blocked by the Avengers, the consequences would be unimaginable. So Kaysen really realized his mistake this time, and he also made up his mind to go back and solve the problem of the subordinate race. He abdicated, selected an outstanding son to inherit the throne, and at the same time, signed a civilization race contract with the Earth Federation on behalf of the Mandy tribe. He was no longer suitable to continue sitting on the throne of the Mandy tribe, and if he was the one who signed the civilization race contract with the Earth Federation, it would not be a good thing for the future development of the Mandy tribe. After all, he just wanted to retain the subordinate race and have more say in the Earth Federation. Now thinking about it, it was a bit funny. Chapter 282. After returning, Kaysen immediately called all the ministers and announced what he had discussed with Xiang Qian. It was not that no one opposed it, but under the pressure of genocide, all these voices of opposition were suppressed. Kaysen remembered these ministers, who opposed becoming a subsidiary race of the Earth Federation. In his opinion, these people did not see the situation clearly, and were still immersed in the honor of the Mandy tribe being an evolved civilization. So he planned to clear all these people after dealing with the subsidiary race, and not let these people become obstacles between the Mandy tribe and the Earth Federation. Then he passed on the Mandy tribe with a good atmosphere to his son, and let him shoulder all the problems. How to say it, after Kaysen figured out some things, his mind seemed to be a little led astray by Xiang Qian. After a series of things were dealt with, it was already a week later. At this time, there were only the Green Star and the Mandy tribe's mother planet in the star system, and other affiliated races had been dismissed. And the planet with special rare metals had long been mined. When the Green Star and the Mandy tribe's mother planet entered the gravitational channel, the universe returned to calm, but the large Magellanic cloud was boiling. The Mandy tribe became a subsidiary race of the Earth Federation. This news spread throughout the large Magellanic galaxy. The races that heard this news were in an uproar. No one expected that the final result would be like this. The old evolutionary civilization, the Mandy tribe with a prophet, just became a subsidiary race of the Earth Federation. After hearing this news, those wanderer civilizations just envied the strength of the Earth Federation and wanted to join the Earth Federation. The pioneer civilization began to speed up the pace of breaking through the fourth-level civilization, striving to conquer an evolutionary civilization like the Earth Federation, so that the problem of insufficient racial potential can be solved. After receiving this news, the evolved civilizations were in endless panic. Now they all felt that they were the fat meat in the eyes of the Earth Federation and the Avengers, and this feeling made them very uncomfortable. Under desperation, several evolved civilizations quickly reached a cooperation agreement. In order to fight against the Earth Federation and the Avengers, they chose to temporarily unite. Gather the power of all evolved civilizations to help one of the evolved civilizations break through the fourth-level civilization first. This was the only solution. Otherwise, without a level 4 civilization race flagship, they would be meat on the chopping board. As long as they had a level 4 civilization race flagship, they would have the confidence to fight the Earth Federation and the Avengers. After signing the civilization race contract, the home planets of several evolutionary civilizations rushed to the star system of the Lunk tribe. After some bargaining, the Lunk tribe was finally determined to be the first evolutionary civilization to break through the level 4 civilization. When Xiang Qian returned to the Earth Federation and received this news, he was also stunned. Now the division of forces within the large Magellanic Galaxy is very clear. The Earth Federation, which is dominated by humans, and the Avengers, a group of interests temporarily gathered by several evolutionary civilizations, are three super-large forces that are above all civilized races. However, after hearing this news, Xiang Qian laughed and ignored it. He was still busy dealing with the affairs of the Mandi civilization. A month later, the Mandi prophet Vacadia woke up. After learning that the Mandi tribe had become a subsidiary race of the Earth Federation, he closed his mouth and eyes for rehearsal, and then reluctantly said two words, "Very good," and then fell into a coma on the hospital bed again. Xiang Qian was speechless about the desperate behavior of the Mandi prophet, but the word "very good" he said made the Mandi tribe from top to bottom untie the knot in their hearts, and began to devote themselves wholeheartedly to the construction of the flagship of the Silver Wing clan's fourth-level civilization race. As for why the Mandi tribe no longer built their own fourth-level civilization race flagship, it was because the Mandi scientists gave up the previous race flagship construction plan after discussing with the Earth Federation scientists. The Mandi tribe previously built the race flagship for themselves. Now that they have joined the Earth Federation, the future race flagship and technology development direction must be towards the overall development trend of the Earth Federation. They can't just play standalone. Especially after knowing the design plan of the fourth-level civilization race flagship of human civilization in the future, they immediately threw away their own design plan, and even the half-built fourth-level civilization race flagship was no longer needed. Shame, it's really too shameful. The pattern is too small, it can't be any smaller. After seeing the design, the scientists of the Mandi tribe instantly felt that their Mandi tribe's fourth-level civilization race flagship was just garbage, and it was a fighter among garbage, and a VIP among fighters. They felt embarrassed when they saw it. If they really made it, they would be frustrated for the rest of their lives. After that, the scientists of the Mandi tribe stopped worrying about the design of the fourth-level civilization mothership, and instead began to study the scientific and technological information of the Earth Federation, because the scientific and technological information of the Earth Federation was really rich. Although they are not inferior to the Earth Federation in terms of technology, they are almost the same in many technical aspects. So now the scientists of the Mandi tribe have begun to make up for the technological gap, and the evolutionists of the Mandi tribe have joined the construction of the fourth-level civilization race flagship of the Silver Wing civilization, which has accelerated the construction speed of the Silver Wing civilization by 1/3. Time passed bit by bit, and in a blink of an eye, the Mandi tribe has joined the Earth Federation for more than half a year. During this period, the large Magellanic Cloud has also become lively because of something. The Avengers broke through the star systems of two pioneer civilizations, and these two pioneer civilizations were forced to join the Avengers. This is not news. For the Avengers, this is normal. However, in the second month after the two pioneer civilizations were incorporated, a message spread throughout the large Magellanic Cloud. The message was a video of how the Avengers controlled all civilizations. The video revealed the secrets of how the Avengers controlled all civilizations, as well as some internal affairs of the Avengers. Among them was the information that two pioneer civilizations that had just joined the Avengers handed over all their resources and all their scientists to help a wanderer civilization build a flagship of the fourth-level civilization race. There was also a discussion within the Avengers about which civilization the Master would designate as the next to break through to the fourth-level civilization. Because in order to break through to the fourth level civilization, in the absence of sufficient resources, the number of tribesmen must be reduced, which also means that the tribesmen must be slaughtered to become a fourth level civilization. This video spread throughout the large Magellanic Cloud, and all the civilizations around the Avengers, whether pioneer civilizations or wanderer civilizations, left. All of them have come to the interest group formed by the Earth Federation and the Evolver civilization. All civilizations within 100 light years around the Avengers have disappeared completely. Xiang Qian seized this opportunity and began to collect protection fees. Yes, protection fees. All civilizations around the Earth Federation need to pay protection fees, otherwise the Earth Federation will not protect them when the Avengers attack them. And for civilizations that have paid protection fees, the Earth Federation guarantees that no civilization dares to bully you around the Earth Federation. The Earth Federation was so exhausted from collecting protection fees that large numbers of civilizations migrated here every day and paid them. As for those civilizations that did not pay the protection fees, the Earth Federation would not take action. As long as it spread the word that a certain civilization did not pay the protection fees, the civilization would be blocked by hundreds of civilizations the next day. There were only two possible outcomes. One was being destroyed, and the other was becoming a subordinate race of other civilizations. Faced with the Earth Federation's excessive collection of protection fees, the evolved civilization also wanted to take the same measures, but they were still level 3 civilizations, and the level 4 civilization race flagship had not yet been built. In front of countless third-level civilizations, they couldn't be tough even if they wanted to. To put it bluntly, these civilizations combined can destroy several evolutionary civilizations. However, these races hiding around the evolutionary civilization are not stupid. If they don't pay protection fees now, they will have a good life after the evolutionary civilization becomes a fourth-level civilization. Therefore, some races that are determined to mix with the evolutionary civilization also pay protection fees, but they don't collect as much as the Earth Federation. More civilizations are waiting for the Evolver civilization to become a level 4 civilization before making a decision. If the protection fee collected is too high, they will go to the Earth Federation. If it is relatively low, then they will continue to stay here. It can be said that after the secret of the Avengers was exposed, it helped the Earth Federation and the Evolver civilization, but they themselves did not benefit at all, and even could not recruit subordinate races. In this way, the days passed day by day, and the level 4 civilization race flagship of the Silver Wing civilization was about to be built. Xiang Qian was in the office, planning a series of things to do after the Silver Wing civilization broke through the 4th level civilization. At this time, Shinkong suddenly sent a message. "Boss, Chief Greenjason sent a message. Connect immediately." After the communication was connected, Xiang Qian saw the serious expression on Greenjason's face. He knew something was wrong. Otherwise, with Greenjason's personality, he would definitely be smiling. "Chief Greenjason, is there a problem?" Xiang Qian asked first. "Well, something happened. I don't know if it's related to the breakthrough of the 4th level civilization, so I came to ask you." Lugason nodded. "What's the matter? Is there something wrong with the Green Star?" "No, it's a problem with the population of our Green Star civilization. Recently, the birth rate of our Green Star civilization is 0. Even with the most advanced biotechnology, no baby can be born. In fact, there were signs of this phenomenon a month ago, but I didn't pay attention to it at that time. It was not until a couple used biotechnology, and could not form embryos that it was discovered. In this month, we thought of countless ways, and used the most advanced biotechnology, but all embryos died inexplicably, and could not grow at all. And in this month, the population of our Green Star civilization is constant, and no newborns are born at all," Lugason said heavily. Chapter 283. Xiang Qian knew that this matter was serious after hearing this. For any race to develop, the most basic data is population. Without sufficient population, there is nothing to say. "Leader Green, don't worry. I want to know the current total population of Green Star civilization." Xiang Qian didn't know why this happened. There was no such prompt in the information stored in Dandan. He had seen the prompts about the 4th level civilization in the picture many times before. There was no population regulation at all. The total population of Green Star civilization is now more than 8.46 billion people. Green Star has been busy solving this problem for a month, so he is very sensitive to these numbers. When Xiang Qian asked him, he blurted out the answer without hesitation. "Then how many people did you have before you broke through the 4th level civilization?" Xiang Qian continued to ask. "More than 4.23 billion, this is the data before the breakthrough. This number and the current total population. Green star didn't say me, but he was aware of the star. Even a fool knows that there is something wrong with this number. Even if it is rounded up, it is not rounded up like this. The data was directly doubled. If it is said that the population growth problem of green star civilization has nothing to do with the breakthrough of level 4 civilization, even a fool would not believe it. This is too coincidental. After listening, Xiang Qian began to recall the special tips about the breakthrough of level 4 civilization in the egg storage device. He remembered very clearly that there was no tip about the population problem at all. There was only a suggestion that before breaking through level 4 civilization, the racial foundation should be deepened. The deeper the racial foundation, the greater the racial potential after breaking through level 4 civilization. At that time, his idea was that racial heritage equals technological accumulation plus material reserves, and he didn't care about the population issue at all. After all, as an evolutionary civilization, the human population has already exceeded the 20 billion mark without restrictions and life extension. So he didn't count the number of humans as racial heritage at all. But now from what happened to the Green Star civilization, the population is also a kind of racial heritage, and it is the most critical one. But this issue has been ignored by him. Chief Grisun, I'm sorry, I think the problem you're talking about has a lot to do with breaking through the 4th level civilization. I don't know if you've noticed the Avengers. They broke through the 4th level civilization by reducing the number of races to reach the 4th level civilization standard. In this case, any civilization can do this, as long as the biotechnology is strong enough. After breaking through the 4th level civilization, although the race potential will be reduced, a threshold has been reduced. But now it seems that after breaking through the 4th level civilization, there will be many restrictions, one of which is population. Xiang Qian thought for a while and said, at this time, Xiang Qian really understood how important it was to break through the 4th level civilization. All aspects must be prepared. Otherwise, if there is a problem in any place, the development potential of the entire race will be greatly affected. Without a unique technological system of one's own race, it will lag behind in technology. Without sufficient resources, the genetic nuclear force armament of the 4th level civilization race flagship and the tribesmen cannot reach the best, which will also affect the subsequent development. The tricky method used by the Avengers, although it broke through the 4th level civilization, was indirectly erasing the potential of the entire race. What future can a race with a population of only 200,000 have, even if it is a 4th level civilization? However, even if it breaks through the 5th level civilization, it is still a question whether it can reach the peak of the 4th level civilization. With the development of science and technology, any discipline will be divided into countless small disciplines. The accumulation of breakthroughs in these countless small disciplines can make science and technology progress. Without enough population and scientists, how can the entire civilization develop? Xiang Qian can now foresee that in the future universe, the plunder of technology between civilized races will become the mainstream, which is an inevitable trend. Don't be sorry, our Green Star civilization is satisfied with such a population. If it weren't for the Earth Federation, our Green Star civilization would not have achieved what it has now, so we can face this situation calmly. Greengissen said sincerely. He did not blame Xiang Qian. At that time, the Green Star civilization chose to break through the 4th level civilization with the consent of the entire race, and now such a thing happened. It was not Xiang Qian's fault at all. After all, Xiang Qian didn't know what would happen after breaking through the 4th level civilization. Well, now humans have not yet broken through the 4th level civilization, so the population limit will not affect us. I will give the order later to let humans start the population plan. For these newborns, I will let 1/3 of the population study biology to make up for the population deficiency in the future technological development of Green Star civilization. Xiang Qian thought for a while and said, it's not that he wants to be Lei Feng, because now Green Star civilization and the Earth Federation are one, and if the technology of Green Star civilization cannot be developed, it will not be of any benefit to the Earth Federation. Moreover, it is not a big deal to add a biological subject to the main development direction of human beings in the future. After knowing the population limit of the 4th level civilization, those civilizations that did not make sufficient preparations before breaking through the 4th level civilization would definitely not think that population would be the first major obstacle for their future development. Therefore, in the development of science and technology, even if humans add a subject, it will not hinder the development of the Earth itself. Because the number of scientists and human beings is unmatched by any civilization. Will this have any adverse effects on human development? Lu Xun was very happy after hearing this, but he still showed a hesitant expression on the surface. No, I will take this into consideration. You should go and do your things first. I need to make some long-term plans for the future. Some of the plans I made before need to be revised now. After turning off the communication, Xiang Qian leaned back in his chair and began to think. Fortunately, the Green Star civilization broke through the 4th level of civilization first, and the population of the Green Star civilization was relatively small, so the speed of discovering this problem was also relatively fast. If humans really break through the 4th level civilization first, there will be tears. Starry Sky, contact Sephiroth. Xiang Qian thought for a while, and decided to talk to Sephiroth about this matter first, and other issues will be discussed later. After the communication was connected, Xiang Qian immediately told Sephiroth about this population-restricted civilization and told him not to rush to break through. Even if the flagship of the civilization race is completed, the population must be increased first. At the same time, the population cannot be increased blindly. If an emergency occurs, it must be ensured that the Silver Wing civilization can instantly break through the 4th level civilization. This needs to be well controlled. After making an agreement with Sephiroth, Xiang Qian notified the new emperor of the Mandi tribe, Kaya, and told him to increase the population without restrictions, the more the better. At the same time, on Earth, Xiang Qian also issued an order for all humans to start creating people, with a target of 100 billion people. However, this will increase the population, but it will not break through the 4th level civilization, so the combat effectiveness of the Earth Federation will definitely be at a low point in the future. When the Evolver civilization breaks through the 4th level civilization, the advantage of the Earth Federation will not be obvious. Faced with such a problem, Xiang Qian called scientists from all civilizations of the Earth Federation to discuss solutions. After a month of discussion, the current technological advantages were demonstrated, and the Galaxy Battleship project was finally determined. Galaxy Battleship is a battleship designed by the Earth Federation for the flagship of the 4th level civilization race. Although it is called a battleship, it is essentially a mobile star system. The star system is fully equipped with 4th level civilization defense weapons, so there is no need to worry about the attack of the flagship of the 4th level civilization race. However, the size of this mobile star system cannot be as large as the current star system, and must be reduced. The final design size of the Galaxy Battleship is more suitable within 80 billion kilometers in diameter. After the project was confirmed, the busiest one was the Green Star civilization, because the core of this Galaxy Battleship was the Green Star, so in the following time, the Green Star civilization was busier than the Silver Wing civilization, which was building the flagship of the 4th level civilization race. With the big move of the Earth Federation, the surrounding civilizations also began to get busy. Xiang Qian used scientific and technological information and weapons and equipment of the 4th level civilization in exchange for the help of countless small races around him. He had to ask them to help. The construction of a Galaxy Battleship was even more massive than the construction of a flagship of a 4th level civilization race. Although the technological content was much lower than that of a flagship of a 4th level civilization race, the workload was n times more than that of a flagship of a 4th level civilization race. Now, within 50 light years around the Earth Federation, countless small races transported various materials to the Earth Federation through transport ships, the most important of which were water and organic matter. These materials will be cultivated by the Green Star civilization into a 4th level civilization planet fortress to protect the safety of the Earth Federation. Thanks to the help of countless small races, the construction progress of the Galaxy Battleship is much faster than expected. Planets are assembled one by one, and plant weapons are planted on the surface of the planets. Giant vines cross the entire star system, linking the planets together. In less than half a year, the star system where the Earth Federation is located has changed a lot. The metal planets in the entire space have disappeared, and they have been replaced by green planets. At the same time, various biological spores are floating in the cosmic void inside the star system, some of which have already germinated, and some are still absorbing nutrients. The Green Star, however, undertook the most important task, which was to move stars. If a Galaxy Battleship wants to move, it must have enough energy, and only stars can provide massive energy. As for the star inside the star system, it has long been used as a core energy source. However, one star is not enough for a Galaxy Battleship. According to scientists' calculations, even if a Galaxy Battleship wants to simply change direction, it needs the full energy of a star as a power. If a Galaxy Battleship wants to overcome the gravitational force of the black hole at the core of the Large Magellanic Cloud, move in the opposite direction, and leave the orbit, it will need the full energy of at least 11 stars. In this way, a total of 12 stars need to be moved to ensure the basic operation of the Galaxy battleship. Chapter 284. How big a star is, how heavy it is, how difficult it is to transport, these things Xiang Qian didn't know before. But when he followed the green star to transport the star, Xiang Qian finally knew how difficult it was to transport the star. The star in front of the green star now has a diameter of 1.64 million kilometers, and a total mass of 2.241 times 10 to the 30th power. In front of this behemoth, the green star is just a larger sphere. Energy absorption is complete, gravity steering adjustment is complete, and gravity shielding is turned on. Inside the green star, countless green star people connected to the green star through plant neurons and began to carry out simple, but very huge work. 8 million kilometers outside the star, circles of plant vines covered the entire star like a net bag. The endless energy emitted by the star supports the operation of huge equipment. Fortunately, the green star has two energy systems, one of which is a pure energy system, mainly used to attack, move, and drive simple plant equipment. The second energy system is the plant energy circulation system, which is mainly used to provide nutrients for plant growth. These two energy systems can be common in some aspects, such as plants absorb pure energy and store it in the pure energy core, and the pure energy core provides energy to drive some plants to perform the functions of this book. In fact, among the various plant weapons of the green star, most of the energy weapons are a kind of amplifier, which compresses pure energy and emits it through the special functions of the body to achieve the purpose of attack. If the green star were to launch an attack with plant energy, it would be drained after firing only a few shots. To move a star now, the green star itself doesn't need to provide any energy. The energy absorbed from the star is enough to drive the equipment around the star. As countless buds on the vines bloomed, the space around the star began to fluctuate violently. Within tens of millions of kilometers around the entire star, the gravitational fluctuations were like rolling tides, causing huge waves. The planets inside the star system also changed with the gravitational fluctuations of the star. The orbits of the planets changed, the meteorites in the asteroid belt began to scatter, and the planets outside the star system began to escape the control of the star system. In an instant, the gravitational fluctuations of the entire star system became chaotic. Even if the green star stopped now, the gravity of the entire star system could not be restored to its original state. Gravitational shielding is completed, energy consumption is 73.5%, continuous energy consumption is 7.2%, and the continuous shielding time is 3 minutes and 26 seconds. With the completion of the gravitational shielding, the huge gravitational force of the star can no longer affect the outside world. However, it is not so easy to shield the gravitational force of a star. Even with the technological level of a level 4 civilization, it can only be shielded for more than 3 minutes. Gravity export begins, the gravitational directional induction node is turned on, the vine bearing capacity reaches 52.4%, which does not exceed the load range. The gravitational link is completed, and the star begins to move. At this time, the gravitational fluctuation graph on the large screen of the green star shows that the gravitational fluctuation outside the star is no longer spreading to the surroundings and linking with the gravitational fluctuations of the surrounding huge mass celestial bodies. Instead, it begins to diverge in one direction and only links to the gravitational fluctuations of a huge mass celestial body. Through long-term research, it is found that gravity is a force of mutual attraction, without any repulsive properties. Any celestial body with huge mass in the universe emits gravity that is constantly linked to the gravity of distant celestial bodies with huge mass. It is like two hands pulled together. The larger the mass of the celestial body, the greater the force in the hand. The celestial body with small mass will be pulled away by the celestial body with large mass. Of course, this is just a metaphor. There are also virtual particles in the universe, otherwise all the planets would have collided with each other long ago. Now what the green star needs to do is to cut off the gravitational force between this star and other celestial bodies, so that the gravitational force of other celestial bodies will no longer affect the star. Then find a celestial body with huge mass, and let the gravitational force of the star reconnect with this celestial body. In this way, without the gravitational pull of other celestial bodies, the two celestial bodies with huge mass will definitely get close to each other quickly. Of course, the one that moves must be the celestial body with small mass, because the celestial body with large mass itself is not easy to move, and the celestial body with large mass is still connected to countless celestial bodies at this time. So in this case, the celestial body with small mass can only get close to the celestial body with large mass. The massive celestial body that Xiang Qian and his team connected this star to was, of course, the core black hole of the Large Magellanic Cloud. There was no celestial body more suitable than this. As the star moved, the speed was also increasing rapidly. Although it could not reach superluminal speed, it could reach the speed of a second-level civilization spacecraft. However, such a speed was simply a turtle's pace for the green star. If the transport of a star could not be carried out at superluminal speed, then the time required to transport a star would at least be calculated in hundreds of years. Of course, the Earth Federation can't wait that long, so they have to let the star continue to accelerate. Starry Sky, notify all spacecraft to calibrate the coordinates of the gravitational channel. Xiangqian said to the Starry Sky. Okay, boss. On the big screen, the gravitational channel that the green star follows the star to the core black hole of the Large Magellanic Cloud has been calculated. Around this channel, there is an Earth Federation spacecraft every several hundred million kilometers, and all of these spacecrafts are flying slowly around the outer wall of the gravitational channel. Every 10 spaceships formed a ring around the gravitational channel. 2 hours later, Shinkong sent a message saying that the spaceship calibration was completed. As the star approached the first ring channel consisting of 10 spaceships, with 100 million kilometers left, Xiangqian issued an order to start the gravitational amplification device. After Xiangqian's order was issued, a huge ring seemed to appear on the gravitational channel inside the 10 spaceships. This translucent ring was completely parameterized by strong gravitational fluctuations and violent conflicts between virtual particles. The virtual particles inside this ring have been completely excluded, but virtual particles can be generated at any time, so the violent conflict between gravitons and virtual particles makes the originally invisible gravity become tangible, and finally this huge ring appears. There is one such ring every 100 million kilometers, and it has been spreading for 100 billion kilometers. With the formation of 1,000 rings, a straight gravitational channel appeared in the void of the universe. The countdown for the star to enter the gravitational channel is 10, 9, 8, 2, 1, and the planetary gravitational engine is turned on at 20% power. After the star entered the first ring, the green star started with the planetary gravitational engine removed from the Earth. Huge gravitational fluctuations began to diverge with the activation of the planetary gravitational engine, but the direction of these planetary gravitational engines and the direction of the gravitational tunnel formation completely overlapped with the current gravitational channel. This caused the gravitational tunnel to merge with the gravitational channel at the moment of its formation. Boss, the energy reserve of the spacecraft has dropped by 11.5%, the power of the gravitational amplifier has reached 82%, and the spacecraft is in synchronous navigation. Shinkong reported to Xiangqian. After listening, Xiangqian said to Lu Sun beside him, "Let's start." Lu Sun nodded, without saying anything more, and gestured to the operator next to him. The planetary gravitational engine is working normally, with an operating power of 22.6%. The gravitational channels have been overlapped, and the output power has begun to increase. 30%, 40%, 50%. The gravitational tunnel is formed, and the star enters the superluminal navigation state. The output power of the planetary gravity engine is 70%, 80%, and the wall of the gravity tunnel fluctuates. The output power decreases and stabilizes at 78.3%, and the fluctuation of the gravity tunnel wall is stable. With a series of commands from Xiangqian and Lu Gisin, the huge gravity channel wrapped around the star began to fluctuate. As the planetary gravity engine continues to increase its power, the gravity channel begins to transform into a gravity tunnel. Finally, the huge gravity channel disappears and becomes a slowly rotating gravity tunnel, which directly takes the star and the green star and disappears into the void of the universe. After the star moves steadily in the gravitational tunnel without any problems, Xiangqian and Lu Gisin breathed a sigh of relief. Moving the star was more than half done. As long as the star was stuffed into the star system, where the Earth Federation was located, the mission would be completed. In order to make a star capable of superluminal travel, the scientists of the Earth Federation were exhausted. After all, stars are not like other celestial bodies that can be pulled away by turning on the planetary gravitational engine. The greater the density of matter, the more stable the space, and the more space layers formed around the celestial body due to gravity. If you want a star to travel faster than the speed of light, you must first solve the problem of the star's huge mass. Because the more mass a star has, the greater the pressure on the gravitational tunnel. The gravitational tunnel that usually carries the Earth through space cannot bear the huge mass of a star. As long as a star dares to enter the gravitational tunnel will collapse immediately. However, scientists have studied for a long time and found that this problem cannot be solved at all. If the mass of a star is weakened, the star will immediately become a dwarf. If it is weakened further, it will become a white dwarf. Since the problem cannot be solved on the star, then work on the gravitational tunnel. Finally, the scientists of the Earth Federation came up with the idea of using the gravitational channel after the star is connected to the core black hole of the Large Magellanic Galaxy as the basis, using spacecraft to reinforce the gravitational channel, and then using the planetary gravitational engine and the gravitational channel overlap to pull the star into the gravitational tunnel. In this way, the planetary gravitational engine can use the huge gravitational force of the core black hole of the Large Magellanic Galaxy to complete the connection of the gravitational tunnel and pull the entire star into the gravitational tunnel reinforced by the huge gravitational force of the black hole. It can be said that at least 80% of the credit for this success is due to the selfless dedication of the core black hole of the Large Magellanic Galaxy. If the Earth Federation is asked to move the star in the opposite direction of the core black hole, the Earth Federation will be exhausted and can't do it. Chapter 285. An hour later, the green star began to reduce the output power of the planetary gravity engine. Soon the gravity tunnel disappeared, and the star appeared again in the void of the universe. At this time, it was only 170 billion kilometers away from the star system of the Earth Federation, but if the star's current direction of advance is taken into account, the star will eventually pass by the Earth Federation. Starry sky, turn off the gravity amplifier, and turn on the gravity interference device. When the star was still 63 billion kilometers away from the star system, Xiang Qian issued an order. When Xiang Qian gave the order, the green star was also adjusting the output direction of the gravity node. In an instant, the huge star began to turn and flew towards the star system. Boss, the gravity inside the star system is disordered and is being adjusted. As the star approaches the star system, even if the gravity of the entire star does not spread comprehensively, the gravitational interference to the stars in the star system has already caused extremely strong gravitational fluctuations. After all, the stars inside the star system are not as massive as the core black hole of the Large Magellanic Cloud, and they pull countless stars. The power of a star cannot make the black hole produce a little advantage. But for the same star, such gravity is already very huge. After the gravity of both sides is linked, they begin to move closer. Turn off the gravity output and shield the gravity of the star. When the gravity fluctuation inside the star system reaches the critical point, the green star once again shields the gravity of the star, allowing the entire star to move forward according to inertia. At this time, more than 300,000 spaceships flew out of the star system, and all of these spaceships were equipped with energy-absorbing plants of the fourth-level civilization. The spacecraft passed through the hole in the middle of the vines and began to absorb the energy emitted by the star and transfer the absorbed energy to the vines. This solved the problem of energy output to shield the star's gravity. The star flew by inertia for a full month and a half before entering the star system. However, the magnetic field and solar wind of the two stars did not stop for a moment. In addition to the lack of gravity, the entire star system instantly expanded by 1/3 under the impact of the solar wind of the two stars. However, as the vines surrounding the star were connected to the plant network inside the star system, the various plants on the vines began to grow rapidly, absorbing the star's energy faster and more plants shielded the star from external influences, and the entire star system slowly returned to peace. With an additional star inside the star system, the entire Earth Federation no longer lacked energy. In order to minimize the impact of the star on the entire star system, Xiang Qian wished that the star could not emit even a trace of light, and that the star should be tightly wrapped with plants. But it will take a long time to reach Xiang Qian's standard. Even if the biotechnology of green star civilization is powerful, it is not so easy to wrap an entire star. When the Earth Federation moved the star, there were many civilizations in the Large Magellanic Cloud who wanted to see the joke of the Earth Federation. But as green star pulled the entire star into the gravitational tunnel, all the civilizations in the Large Magellanic Cloud were stunned. As long as it is a third-level civilization, there is no one who does not know how difficult this technology is. For many civilizations, let alone making stars travel at superluminal speed, they don't even have the technology to move stars. As the Earth Federation placed stars inside the star system, more and more civilizations came to the Earth Federation to enjoy the shade under the big tree of the Earth Federation. Since they came to enjoy the shade, of course they had to do what they could. More and more civilizations began to join in the construction of galaxy battleships, which surprised the Earth Federation. It can be said that apart from stars, there is no need to worry about other aspects of galaxy battleships. If there is anything needed, just send a notice, and don't worry about the rest. The surrounding civilizations will do things well. Under such circumstances, after more than 2 months of scientific research conferences, scientists from the Earth Federation decided to start building the hull of the flagship of the fourth-level civilization race of mankind, which is also the huge continent of 200 billion square kilometers. After all, there are not many opportunities to have so many civilizations help. If you don't make good use of it, it will be unfair to these civilizations. Moreover, if you don't let these civilizations help you do something, they will really be worried. So after comprehensive consideration, Xiang Qian agreed to this plan. The Earth Federation's big move once again confused the entire civilization within the large Magellanic Cloud. All civilizations don't know what the Earth Federation is trying to do. Is the Earth Federation preparing to settle down in the large Magellanic Cloud? They don't build a good flagship of a Class 4 civilization, but do these evil things every day. Are the people in the Earth Federation mentally ill? Especially a few months ago, the second Class 4 civilization flagship of the Earth Federation was completed. At that time, all civilizations had already known that the Earth Federation would have a second Class 4 civilization. Civilizations around the Earth Federation had prepared gifts. But after the race flagship was built, the Earth Federation did not take any action, just leaving the built race flagship there, and the Silver Wing civilization did not upgrade to the 4th level civilization, but stayed at the peak of the 3rd level civilization. This situation made all civilizations unaware of what the Earth Federation was doing. If other civilizations stopped upgrading to the 4th level civilization because they did not have enough special rare metals and could not produce enough genetic nuclear force weapons. But the Earth Federation did not have much else, but it had a lot of special rare metals, so this situation would never happen to the Earth Federation. So what is the reason for the Earth Federation's action? This mystery troubles all civilizations in the large Magellanic Galaxy. Anyway, there are all kinds of opinions. Many civilizations have slowed down their pace of breaking through the 4th level civilization because of this incident. Time passed slowly. When the Earth Federation had just built a continent of 30 million square kilometers, the 4th level civilization race flagship of the Evolver civilization was finally completed. On the same day, the Lung tribe, who had just broken through the 4th level civilization, controlled the 4th level civilization race flagship and began to wander around the star systems around the Evolver civilization, frantically showing their presence. At the same time, those civilizations that have not paid the protection fee will be eliminated. Of course, you can also pay the protection fee, but the price will not be the same as before. When Xiang Qian learned about the Link Tribe's actions, the first word that came to his mind was piss teammate. Because of the Link Tribe's actions, the number of civilizations around the Earth Federation doubled again, and the Earth Federation once again collected protection fees. Regardless of whether the Link Tribe's actions were right or wrong, the three-legged pattern of the large Magellanic Cloud was finally stabilized. The Earth Federation, the Evolutionary Civilization Alliance, and the Avengers, each of the three major forces has a Level 4 civilization race flagship. However, the Earth Federation's second Level 4 civilization race flagship has been built, and it can upgrade the Silver Wing civilization to Level 4 civilization at any time. So in terms of overall strength, the Earth Federation ranks first. Due to the lack of special rare metals, the Avengers' second Level 4 civilization race flagship is still in the process of being born. In addition, most of the civilizations within the Avengers are wanderer civilizations, and the overall foundation is relatively low, which is not as good as the Evolutionary Civilization Alliance, and can only be ranked third. Although it seems that the Earth Federation has an advantage, once the Evolver civilization is promoted to the 4th level civilization, the Earth Federation will become a fat piece of meat in the eyes of the Evolver civilization. Now that the Evolvers have the confidence, they have begun to frantically build the 4th level civilization race flagship, while the Avengers chose to retreat in front of the sharp edge of the Evolver civilization and disappeared silently one day. Even if Xiang Qian asked Zhang Ying to predict him, he did not fight the Avengers. For such a situation, he knew that the Avengers were hiding in the ruins of prehistoric civilization. Although this seems a bit embarrassing, it can avoid the edge of the Evolutionary Civilization Alliance and let the Earth Federation stand in the front. Xiang Qian is also very clear about the Avengers' plan, which is to let the Earth Federation destroy them before the Evolutionary Civilization Alliance grows up. But is Xiang Qian so stupid? Of course not. He will never do anything to be used as a gun. Moreover, even if the Evolutionary Civilization Alliance wants to attack the Earth Federation, it has to wait until 3 or 4 Level 4 civilization race flagships are built. At that time, Xiang Qian will tell them the information about the population growth limit after breaking through the Level 4 civilization. Then you can sit back and watch the show. For the development potential of their own race, the evolvers who have not yet been promoted will never break through the 4th level civilization. By then, the Evolver Civilization Alliance will have no time to attack the Earth Federation. Let's deal with their own internal problems first. After considering everything, Xiang Qian began to develop the Earth Federation step by step and supervise the construction of the continent. A year later, the second Evolver Civilization broke through the 4th level civilization. The continent of the Earth Federation has expanded to 230 million square kilometers, and there is still no news from the Avengers. However, during this year, many Wanderer civilizations disappeared at the edge of the large Magellanic Galaxy, which no one noticed. For this situation, only the Wanderer civilizations at the edge of the large Magellanic Galaxy noticed it. The Earth Federation and the Evolutionary Civilization Alliance inside the galaxy did not pay attention to it at all. Until one day, when Zhang Lei sent a message saying that they were attacked by 5 pioneer civilizations, Xiang Qian paid attention to this situation. For Zhang Lei's request for help, Xiang Qian didn't even think about it and rushed over directly with the green star. After the 5 pioneer civilizations were controlled, Xiang Qian was about to ask them something when the 5 planetary fortresses chose to self-destruct at the same time. Faced with such a style, Xiang Qian knew without asking that they were sent by the Avengers. As for the Avengers attacking the star system where Zhang Lei was, he didn't know whether it was to seek revenge on the Earth Federation or whether the Avengers had already known the secrets inside the star system. Chapter 286. Brother Lei, you have to be careful next time. I think the Avengers will come again. If you can't hold on, evacuate immediately, don't hesitate. Xiang Qian said to Zhang Lei before leaving. I know, but if you evacuate, this place will be. Now I don't know if the Avengers have already known the secrets here. If they have, then it doesn't make much sense to stay here, so don't feel burdened. Okay, I got it. Have a good trip. Well, I go first. The green star left the star system and entered the gravity tunnel. Xiang Qian sat alone in the room thinking about this emergency. Just as he told Zhang Lei, if the secret here was discovered, then there would be no point in him trying to seize the advanced layout. But now, he couldn't be sure whether the Avengers knew that the star system guarded by Zhang Lei was the entrance to the final battle. Originally, he thought that he would let Zhang Lei guard this place at the beginning and prevent other civilizations from contacting it. When the final battle channel was opened, he would send people in to seize the initiative as soon as possible, and at the same time delay the time for other civilizations to enter the battlefield. But the development trajectory of this life has obviously changed. Let's not talk about anything else. The 3 level 4 civilizations in the large Magellanic Cloud were created by Xiang Qian. If the Earth Federation had not put too much pressure on the major races, there would not be so many level 4 civilizations at this time. When the green star returned to the Earth Federation, Xiang Qian went to a secret base as soon as possible. This secret base was transformed from the Hope base that Xiang Qian built on Earth. Now on the entire Earth, the bases built by various countries during the disaster have been refilled, and only this base is still in operation. Boss, how come you have time to come here today? After Xiang Qian entered the base gate, Wu Wei, who had not appeared at the Earth Federation conference for a long time, smiled and greeted Xiang Qian. I just came back from Brother Lei. I guess it won't be long before you have something to do. So I came to see how you were preparing here. Xiang Qian nodded. When Wu Wei saw Xiang Qian's face, he knew that something happened to Zhang Lei, but he didn't ask, but began to report to Xiang Qian about what happened here. Boss, there are 1.2 million people in training in the base now, including 300,000 combat elites. The newest team members have been trained here for 5 years, and there is no new recruit. In the past few decades, all training programs have been completed. Wu Wei accompanied Xiang Qian inside, and reported on the general situation of the base. I heard that the latest combat mecha of the Academy of Sciences has been sent here for testing. How is the effect? Xiang Qian looked at the 2 mechas fighting in the distance, and suddenly asked. It's still under testing, but the advantages are obvious. The latest mecha is more flexible than the previous ones, especially in terms of joint flexibility. But there are also some problems. That is, the new mecha consumes too much genetic nuclear power. Under normal circumstances, ordinary mechas can be used for half a day, but with the latest mecha, it can only support 2 hours of combat. If energy weapons are used, the time will be shortened. Wu Wei answered immediately. There's nothing we can do about it. The internal structure of the new mecha is a cell structure formed using level 4 biotechnology, so the demand for genetic nuclear power is of course much stronger. Xiang Qian was also helpless about this problem. This was not a technical problem, but a gap in civilization levels. At this time, a broadcast suddenly sounded inside the base, and the content was a mecha arena competition between two people. No one can go out. Staying here means there is no place to vent your energy, so you can only fight in the arena. Wu Wei saw Xiang Qian's puzzled look. He said with a smile, "Well, let's go and have a look." Xiang Qian had no objection to this kind of thing, but felt very good about it. But at this time, he finally knew why the consumption rate of the mechas in the secret base was always high. Xiang Qian and Wu Wei came to a huge hall. The whole hall was 500 meters high, circular, and 2 kilometers in diameter. At this time, there were 2 mechas 150 meters high standing on both sides of the hall. The mecha on the left was dark black, and it was obvious that the armor had been added with obsidian. There are huge armor protruding from the joints of the whole body, which contain complex steering joints and power drive devices. The mecha on the right is much slimmer, and the whole body is also black, but it is shining with purple gold light. There is no thick protruding armor on the joints, but there are 10-meter long spikes on the elbows of both arms and the knees of both legs. Brother Chong, break that thin mecha and let him know that the new mecha is just a flea. It can do nothing except running. Under the mecha on the left, a group of people shouted at the driver who was entering the driving part of the mecha's chest. "Xiao Dao, take off the keys of that big guy and let people know how powerful the new mecha is." There was also a group of people on the right, cheering for their own drivers, and the atmosphere on both sides was very tense. The pre-launch inspection of both mechas has begun. All irrelevant personnel are requested to leave the training hall. The sound of the broadcast sounded, and the crowd under the 2 mechas dispersed. After all the personnel left the hall, a protective shield appeared on the wall of the hall, isolating the entire hall. All spectators could only watch the battle between the 2 sides through the glass in the middle of the hall through the protective shield. With the opening of the protective shield, both mechas started to move, but not to fight, but to warm up. Although there is no sports injury to the mecha, it is also doing self-inspection work while the mecha is moving. Every time the mecha on the left lifts its foot, Xiang Qian can feel a slight vibration under his feet. This is when there are kinetic energy absorption devices around the hall, otherwise the whole base will shake. Even through the glass, one can feel the invincible power of this mecha. The only thing that Xiang Qian felt sorry about was that this mecha was a bit bulky, not very flexible, and a bit stiff. On the other hand, the mecha on the right was much more flexible when moving, and could shake its head like a human. However, even if it jumped, Xiang Qian would not feel the vibration, which made people feel that this mecha was a bit weak. The mecha self-check is complete, and the battle begins. "Xiao Dao, don't let me catch you, otherwise I can break your little arms and legs with force." The mecha on the left took a big step towards the mecha on the right, and the ground shook with every step. "Brother Chong, you have to catch me first. With your old arms and legs, you can't move flexibly. It's really not easy to catch me." Xiao Dao moved the arm of the mecha and said while standing still, "Humph, just talking is useless. Take my punch first," Brother Chong said, and then he exploded. The mecha's right foot stepped on the ground hard, and the right fist blasted directly. The air in front was instantly blown up, and circles of white clouds appeared around the right fist, but they were quickly dispersed by the impact of the mecha. Facing a punch that exceeded the speed of sound, Xiao Dao did not defend himself, but took a step back to dodge the attack. And when the fist passed the mecha's body, he stretched out his right foot and directly pushed the opponent with his knee. If it hits, the 10-meter-long spike can directly poke a big hole in the opponent's mecha. Brother Chong did not panic in the face of this attack. Instead, he used the inertia of the punch to jump up directly, and the mecha rotated 360 degrees, and kicked Xiao Dao's head with his right foot in the air. In this way, Xiao Dao must change his moves, otherwise the opponents will hit him at the same time as he hits the opponent. Considering the difference in tonnage between the 2 mechas, Xiao Dao wisely gave up the idea of exchanging injuries for injuries, and the mecha directly performed a bridge-like action and dodged the opponent's kick. Good. The crowd outside the window cheered. It is very difficult to use a mecha to perform a bridge-like action, and it must be the latest mecha. If it is an old mecha, if you want to do such a move, you have to break the mecha first. Boom! After the 2 mechas dodged the opponent's attack, they launched an attack at the same time again. This time, neither side dodged and directly attacked each other. The air between the mechas was directly blown up, and a huge force exploded between the fists of the 2 mechas. Bang, bang, bang. Brother Chong tried hard to control the mecha, but he still retreated 6 or 7 steps before stopping. And Xiao Dao did a backflip directly, unloading the recoil force. The right arm of the mecha is damaged, the transmission shaft is slightly twisted, and the power attachment is overloaded. Brother Chang's face was very bad. He fought hard with the opponent this time, which directly caused the right arm of the mecha to be half disabled. Xiao Dao was much better. At most, the cells in his right arm were damaged, and he couldn't use his strength, but the cells in his right arm were dividing rapidly, and he would be able to recover as usual in a short while. After that, the two sides stopped fighting and began to look for each other's flaws, preparing for a fatal blow. In this way, the situation inside the hall became that Brother Chang kept circling in one place, guarding against Xiao Dao's attack. Xiao Dao jumped up and down, using his speed to attack Brother Chang's blind spot. In less than 10 minutes, Xiao Dao seized a flaw of Brother Chang and directly hit the back of the mecha when the opponent did not turn around in time, ending the game. After watching, Xiang Qian and Wu Wei quietly left without alarming anyone. "Is the driver's seat now in the chest area?" Xiang Qian asked. "Yes, all mechas are designed this way," Wu Wei said curiously. "Well, I have some ideas about the solution for the new mecha. I will go back and study with scientists. If the energy problem of the new mecha can be solved, then you will be equipped with new mechas here. The flexibility of the old mechas is really too poor." "Really? Then I will arrange a new training plan later," Wu Wei said happily. He has been secretly implementing the mecha plan for decades, and his feelings for mechas are unimaginable to others. "Don't worry, when your army is born, all civilizations in the large Magellanic Galaxy will tremble," Xiang Qian said seriously. Chapter 287. Xiang Qian left the secret base, and came to lead a secret research department of the Academy of Sciences. This department was directly managed by Xiang Qian, and few people in the entire Academy of Sciences knew what topics this research department was researching. "Academician Su, how is the improvement work of the new mecha going?" Xiang Qian entered the laboratory and asked Academician Su, who was in charge of this department. "Chief, the improvement work is almost completed. After this period of data collection, some minor problems have been found, and are now being modified," Academician Su said to Xiang Qian. Xiang Qian looked at the latest design of the new mecha on the big screen, and found that the pilot of this mecha was still on the chest. Although there were 3 layers of armor, and an emergency rescue cabin to protect the pilot, Xiang Qian felt unsafe no matter how he looked at it. Then is there any way to solve the problem of gene nuclear power consumption? There is no breakthrough yet. The cell tissue provided by the Green Star civilization must use the gene nuclear power fluid and the nutritional energy infused in the mecha in advance to drive it. The energy we developed has no way to deal with this kind of cell tissue. However, the external weapons system of the new mecha has been studied. Considering the energy consumption problem, these weapon systems are all equipped with separate energy systems, which will not consume the driver's genetic nuclear power. Academician Su, I have an idea. I don't know if it is feasible. I want to put the cockpit of the mecha in front of the spine of the mecha, so that after the driver merges into the mecha, he will subconsciously protect his neck, which can also protect himself. After all, it is people who control the mecha, and people's vital parts will be subconsciously protected. The chest position is not the most vulnerable position for humans, so most of the time, it will be selectively ignored, which is not a good thing for the driver. Also, can we design a special cockpit to store the genetic nuclear force fluid, and automatically inject it into the driver's body when the mecha detects that the driver's genetic nuclear force is insufficient? Xiang Qian expressed his idea. Academician Su thought for a while before speaking. "Commander, the cockpit can be placed in front of the spine, but the problem of genetic nuclear force injection cannot be solved. After being injected into the body, the genetic nuclear force fluid will not be integrated into the body and absorbed by the body. Only after being synthesized by an enzyme in the stomach can it enter the body's cell tissues. Injecting the original solution of gene nuclear power alone is too ineffective, and will have adverse effects on the body." Xiang Qian was speechless after hearing this. He really didn't know the answer to this question. "Okay, you can think of more ways to solve the problem of gene nuclear power, but if the new mecha is designed and there are no problems, it will enter the mass production stage as soon as possible." "Yes, Chief." After leaving the Academy of Sciences, Xiang Qian finally received good news. That is, Reglos reached the peak of the 3rd-level alien beast, and could break through at any time to become a 4th-level alien beast. However, Xiang Qian talked with Regtros for a while, and did not let Regtros break through now. After all, he did not know what kind of restrictions would be imposed on the alien beast civilization after it broke through the 4th-level civilization. And he also had an idea, that is, if Regtros could participate in the final battle, it would greatly increase the strength of the Earth Federation. Now that the Earth Federation has 2 powerful fighters, who are about to break through the 4th level civilization, Xiang Qian is also confident. Even if the Avengers discovered the battlefield of the final battle, what if the Earth Federation blocked them there and did not let them in? What else can you do? If you don't accept it, just fight. Time passed peacefully, and the large Magellanic Galaxy was peaceful. All civilizations were busy with their own development. At this time, the technological level of all civilizations in the large Magellanic Galaxy had basically reached the peak of the 3rd level civilization. This was one level higher than the average civilization level Xiang Qian knew in his previous life. At this time in his previous life, humans were still in the middle stage of the 3rd level civilization, but in this life, any wanderer civilization around the Earth Federation had a technological level at the advanced level of the 3rd level civilization, and was generally at the peak of the 3rd level civilization. 3 years passed silently. In the past 3 years, another civilization of the Evolver Civilization Alliance has broken through to level 4, and the 3rd civilization that is about to break through to level 4 will soon appear, because their level 4 civilization race flagship has been built, and is just waiting for the breakthrough, which is estimated to be in the next 2 days. Starry Sky broadcast the news that the population will be restricted after breaking through to level 4. When Xiang Qian knew that another civilization of the Evolver Civilization was about to break through to level 4, he asked Starry Sky to start sending messages. Otherwise, when the Evolver Civilization has 3 level 4 civilizations, the threat to the Earth Federation will be great, and they may even go all out and start attacking the Earth Federation directly. But if this message is sent out at this time, then the 3rd Evolver Civilization may not necessarily break through to level 4 civilization. After all, no civilization dares to joke about this matter before the truth of this issue is understood. Sure enough, after Xiang Qian's message was sent out, the Evolver Civilization, which had just built the level 4 civilization race flagship, had no more movement. The flagship of the 4th level civilization race was just there, just like the Earth Federation, with no signs of a breakthrough. And within the Evolver Civilization Alliance, there were also quarrels, especially the 2 Evolver civilizations that had already broken through the 4th level civilization. After this crisis was resolved, Xiang Qian focused on the construction within the Earth Federation. So far, the spacecraft of the Earth Federation Star Transport Plan has been implemented smoothly. At present, there are 8 stars in the entire star system. The energy provided by these stars allows the Earth Federation to be so extravagant that it covers the entire star system with a protective shield. The construction of the entire continent is also coming to an end. There are now more than 100 continents with an area of more than 1 billion square kilometers in the star system. However, with the current technology of the Earth Federation, a continent of 1 billion square kilometers is already the limit. More than 1 billion kilometers, not to mention the hardness of the continental shelf, even the mass of the continent itself has begun to cause problems in the continental structure. To solve this problem, the green star must be used as the core of the continent, allowing the green star to take root on the continent and use the endless roots of the world tree to bind the entire continent. But now, as the only flagship of the 4th level civilization race of the Earth Federation, the green star is also responsible for transporting stars, deterring foreign enemies, and handling emergencies. It is impossible for it to become a world tree to piece together the continent. So now the Earth Federation only builds 1 billion square kilometers of each continent, and when the green star is liberated, it will start to build the continent. The Avengers have been extremely low-key in the past 3 years. Except for sending a few pioneer civilizations and wanderer civilizations to carry out activities, Xiang Qian doesn't know where the Avengers are hiding. The more the Avengers acted like this, the more Xiang Qian became alert. Compared to the Evolutionary Civilization Alliance, Xiang Qian still felt that the Avengers posed a greater threat. As time passed, an incident occurred, causing the peaceful Large Magellanic Cloud to become chaotic again. Inside the Large Magellanic Cloud, many undiscovered prehistoric civilization relics burst out with star-like light. The occurrence of this incident also made Xiang Qian very strange, because in his memory, such a thing had never happened before. But the facts now show that it is not his memory that is wrong, but the rules of the game in the Large Magellanic Cloud have changed. If the situation in the Large Magellanic Cloud in the previous life was chaotic, then the situation inside the Large Magellanic Cloud in this life is orderly. Under the pressure of the 3 powerful forces of the Earth Federation, the Evolutionary Civilization Alliance, and the Avengers Alliance, most civilizations chose to surrender. In particular, the civilized races around the Earth Federation and the Evolutionary Civilization Alliance have all paid protection fees, so even if some races want to eliminate other civilized races to strengthen themselves, they must first pass the Earth Federation and the Evolutionary Civilization Alliance. Under the current circumstances, the number of civilized races still existing in the large Magellanic system is at least 3 times that of the previous life. And because the Avengers attacked isolated civilizations everywhere, few small races went out to look for prehistoric civilization relics. In addition, the prehistoric civilization relics can only provide some 4th-level civilization technology items and some technology information, which can be provided by the Earth Federation and the Evolutionary Civilization Alliance, and are more complete than the things inside the prehistoric civilization relics. As long as there are enough special rare metals, any civilization in the Earth Federation can buy a full set of Level 3 Civilization Peak technology trees and Level 4 civilization warships. All these factors combine to cause most of the civilizations in the large Magellanic galaxy to develop peacefully in this life, and not go out to try their luck, like otakus. Of course, there are many surviving prehistoric civilization relics. But this development model does not conform to the rules of the game at all. So the rules of the game must be changed immediately, and the large Magellanic galaxy must be in chaos, so that the civilized races will go to war directly. The only thing that can make civilized races go to war directly is interests. Interests that no civilization can give up will make civilized races fight like crazy. There is no need to find the remains of prehistoric civilizations. They are directly placed in front of all civilizations. This is the most obvious move in the rules of the game. Of course, if it is just the remains of prehistoric civilizations, the interests in them are not enough to cause the Earth Federation and the Evolutionary Civilization Alliance to go to war. But if these prehistoric civilization remains contain the activation chips of the 9 fortresses inside the battlefield of the final battle, then this interest is enough to tempt Xiang Qian. Other civilizations may not know what the 9 fortresses in the final battle are, and how valuable the startup chips of these 9 fortresses are, but the special message of the civilization raised scepter, plus the information revealed by the 4 words final battle. If these civilizations still don't understand the importance of those chips, they don't need to mix in the universe. Faced with the rules of the game, Xiang Qian's plan, which had been laid out since entering the large Magellanic cloud, was completely destroyed. At this time, the Avengers finally jumped out and announced a message, once again pushing the Earth Federation to the forefront. Chapter 288. Tap, tap, tap. Xiang Qian's fingers tapped rhythmically on the desk. He closed his mouth and thought about how the Earth Federation would face the entire large Magellanic galaxy next. The Avengers did know that Zhang Lei's location was the entrance to the final battle, but even if the Avengers knew this news a few years ago, they did not make it public. But now all civilizations in the entire large Magellanic galaxy have known about the final battle and are preparing for it. The Avengers suddenly revealed that the Earth Federation had been preparing for the final battle decades ago, and had also blocked the entrance to the final battle battlefield. Once such news came out, you can imagine what the effect would be. If Zhang Lei was asked to evacuate there now, it would mean that decades of time would be wasted, and the Avengers might have the control chip of one of the 9 fortresses in the final battle battlefield. This is very bad news for the Earth Federation. If the Avengers rushed into the battlefield of the final battle, after Zhang Lei evacuated, the consequences would be serious. However, if Zhang Lei was not allowed to evacuate, they would have to face the wrath of all civilizations in the Magellanic galaxy. Even if the Earth Federation was several times stronger, it could not afford such public anger, especially when the Avengers were fanning the flames from behind and the Evolutionary Civilization Alliance was taking advantage of the situation. The Earth Federation must not be blocked there as a target. Starry Sky, contact the Evolutionary Civilization Alliance and tell them that the Avengers have the control chip of one of the 9 fortresses, and ask them if they are interested in joining the Earth Federation to destroy the Avengers. Xiang Qian said to the Starry Sky that he had paid attention to the Evolutionary Civilization Alliance to see if they could cooperate once. Even if they couldn't, there would be no loss. After a while, the Evolutionary Civilization Alliance's reply came from the Starry Sky. The Earth Federation will take the lead, and the fortress key belongs to the Evolutionary Civilization Alliance. Xiang Qian rolled his eyes after hearing this. Which idiot replied? They don't have brains. Do they really think that the Earth Federation is as stupid as you? After complaining, Xiang Qian immediately called Zhang Ying and asked her to predict the situation of the Earth Federation in a month. Now, none of the 3 parties, the Earth Federation, the Avengers, and the Evolutionary Civilization Alliance, can withstand the joint attack of the 2 parties, so even though Xiang Qian complained about the Evolutionary Civilization Alliance, he still had to be careful when doing things. However, Zhang Ying gave a prediction result in the future, and the Earth Federation would be safe and sound in a month. Xiang Qian was not happy after hearing it, because he knew that the prediction of the prophet would also change, just like Zhang Ying predicted that the Earth Federation would be safe and sound in a month. But now Xiang Qian ordered an attack on the Evolutionary Civilization Alliance. So if Zhang Ying made another prediction, the result might change. Now Zhang Ying predicted that the Earth Federation would be safe and sound in a month. But this does not mean that this result is true. It can only be said that the Evolutionary Civilization Alliance and the Avengers Alliance have no intention of attacking the Earth Federation, otherwise the predicted result would not be like this. However, after Zhang Ying's prediction, if the Evolutionary Civilization contacts the Avengers Alliance again, the result will change immediately. But Zhang Ying has not used her prediction ability, so she does not know. Xiang Qian asked Zhang Ying to predict the situation of the Earth Federation in a month when she is free, and also gave this task to the Mandi tribe, which also has a prophet, but specifically told her not to work too hard, just predict when she is free. Anyway, this kind of prophecy is not a big burden for the prophet. As long as he doesn't fight too hard, he will never hurt the source of life. In this way, Xiang Qian didn't let Zhang Lei withdraw. He just stayed there. As long as he didn't attack, he would stand there. He didn't believe that there was really a civilization that was not afraid of the retaliation of the Earth Federation and dared to attack Zhang Lei and his team openly. However, Xiang Qian didn't blindly oppose all civilizations. He asked Shinkong to send a message saying that the Earth Federation would not stop any civilization from entering the battlefield of the final battle. At the same time, Zhang Lei and his team had a good reason to stay there, which was to prevent the Avengers from infiltrating the battlefield of the final battle and causing harm to all civilizations in the large Magellanic Galaxy. As for the Earth Federation's words, no matter whether others believed it or not, Xiang Qian believed it himself. Time passed day by day, and 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. One day, a pioneer civilization obtained the control chip of one of the 9 fortresses of the final battle from the remains of prehistoric civilization. At the same time, this pioneer civilization also broke out in even more explosive news, that is, the battlefield of the final battle only allows the use of genetic nuclear force weapons to enter, and no other equipment is allowed to enter the battlefield of the final battle. As soon as this news broke out, the entire large Magellanic Galaxy was shaken. If other equipment is not allowed to enter, it means that the flagship of the 4th level civilization race cannot intervene in the final battle, which is great news for those pioneer civilizations. Although the genetic nuclear force weapons of the 4th level civilization are definitely stronger than those of the 3rd level civilization, the gap between them does not make all civilizations feel desperate. The only problem that is causing headaches for many people now is that there are not enough special rare metals. If you want to build a genetic nuclear force armed warship, you must dismantle the unfinished flagship of the 4th level civilization race. This made the civilization race that worked hard to build the race flagship feel extremely distressed. The pioneer civilization that broke the news also sold the control chip of the fortress to the Evolutionary Civilization Alliance. There was no way it couldn't be sold. A pioneer civilization couldn't stop the 4th level civilization race flagship. Even if it was not sold to the Evolutionary Civilization Alliance, it had to be sold to the Earth Federation. Anyway, they couldn't keep it. 2 months later, another wanderer civilization got the control chip of the fortress in the prehistoric civilization ruins, and this time the control chip fell into the hands of the Earth Federation. The price to pay is to protect the wanderer civilization in the final battle. When Xiang Qian got the control chip, he knew why the pioneer civilization that first got the fortress chip chose to give up the chip, because this chip can sense other fortress chips. Now Xiang Qian can easily sense the chip of the Evolutionary Civilization Alliance, and the chip of the Avengers Alliance with this fortress chip. So if the pioneer civilization didn't sell the chip at that time, it would be tantamount to seeking death, and the Avengers Alliance would never miss this opportunity. At the same time, even if the Avengers did not attack, when there were more fortress chips and this function was exposed, they still could not keep the chips. However, Xiang Qian was in a bad mood after getting the chip. From the information stored in the chip, it was learned that if you want to enter the battlefield of the final battle, you must use 9 fortress chips as keys to open the battlefield of the final battle. This is completely different from the method of opening the final battle in his memory. Needless to say, this must be the game rules again, otherwise even if his memory is poor, it will not be so bad that he can't remember such an important thing. As the fortress chips were found one by one, the information about the final battle was also revealed. First, gathering all 9 fortress chips can open the portal to the final battle battlefield. All civilizations in the large Magellanic Cloud must participate in the final battle. Civilizations that do not send people to the final battle battlefield will be directly wiped out. Second, to enter the final battle battlefield, you must use genetic nuclear force weapons. In addition to genetic nuclear force weapons, no other equipment can enter the battlefield, otherwise they will be directly wiped out. Third, the rules of the final battle can be obtained by checking the civilization race scepter after entering the battlefield. Fourth, the rewards for the final battle are very generous. The highest reward known so far is the Stone of Civilization. The function of the Stone of Civilization is to reshape the mother planet, allowing any civilization to regain its mother planet and become an evolver civilization. Of course, if the evolver civilization obtains the Stone of Civilization, it will definitely not be able to create another mother planet, but no one knows what will happen. If the first 3 days just made all civilizations scream passively for the final battle, then the last one will make all civilizations except the evolver civilization crazy. To regain the home planet is something that many civilizations dare not even think about. There is a saying that only when you lose something will you know how to cherish it. Now it is more appropriate to give this sentence to countless pioneer civilizations and wanderer civilizations. They did not leave with the home planet for various reasons, and now they regret it. If he is given another chance, even if he gambles on the entire race, they will leave with the home planet. In theory, any civilization can leave with the home planet, but most civilizations will choose the simplest and safest way to leave, which is to build a spacecraft to leave the home planet. Those with stronger technological strength will transform satellites and take them away. Few civilizations will try their best to take their mother planet away. After all, the difficulty coefficient is very high. However, as long as they work hard, it is not impossible to succeed, but these civilizations left their mother planet without even thinking about it. Now they finally have a chance to own their mother planet again. It would be strange if they don't fight hard. In this way, countless fanatical pioneer civilizations and wanderer civilizations began to dismantle the flagships of the 4th level civilization races that had not yet been completed, and used all the qualified equipment in them to build genetic nuclear armed warships. Even the Evolver Civilization Alliance would be scared by this enthusiasm. If there weren't so many civilizations, even Xiang Qian would have joined forces with the Evolver Civilization Alliance to kick these civilizations out first. Regardless of what other civilizations were doing, Xiang Qian ran to the Silver Wing Civilization and communicated with Sephiroth that it was time for the Silver Wing Civilization to break through to the 4th level of civilization. Chapter 289. Inside the Earth Federation star system, the flat flagship of the 4th level Silver Wing Civilization emits a silvery white light. When Xiang Qian mentioned the promotion to the 4th level civilization to Sephiroth, Sephiroth agreed. It's not that the people of the Silver Wing Civilization are so noble, nor is it that Sephiroth is so righteous, but that the population of the Silver Wing Civilization has reached its limit. It's not that the population of a race can grow without limit without breaking through the 4th level civilization. Even for the 3rd level civilization, the population is limited, but the upper limit of the population is much higher than that of the 4th level civilization. After such a long period of population growth, when the population of Silver Wing Civilization reached 5 billion, it stopped growing. Originally, Sephiroth wanted to talk to Xiang Qian about this matter, but Xiang Qian came to him in advance. It just so happened that the two sides hit it off, and the Silver Wing Civilization's breakthrough to the 4th level of civilization began the next day. However, this time the Silver Wing Civilization was able to break through, which was also quite lucky. Now the Silver Wing Civilization has a population of 5 billion, and exactly 2.5 billion of them are evolvers, although 90% of these evolvers are ordinary evolvers without any special abilities. But in terms of breaking through the restrictions of the 4th level civilization, it can be considered to have met the standard. In less than half an hour, the Silver Wing Civilization broke through the 4th level civilization, but this time the Silver Wing Civilization did not receive any rewards from the laws of the universe, and it was completely upgraded step by step. Therefore, the race potential of the Silver Wing Civilization is 1 star less than that of the Green Star Civilization, and has only reached the 6-star race potential. So far, Xiang Qian has not figured out what this race potential star is used for, and what standards the laws of the universe use to assess this level. According to the comparison between Green Star Civilization and Silver Wing Civilization, except that the flagship of the 4th level civilization race is not as good as that of Green Star Civilization, the population of Silver Wing Civilization is much larger than that of Green Star Civilization, and the difference in technology level is not big. Why under such circumstances, the race potential of Silver Wing Civilization is still 1 star less than that of Green Star Civilization, Xiang Qian really can't figure it out. As for why the total population of Silver Wing Civilization cannot grow after reaching 5 billion, Xiang Qian feels that this is because Silver Wing civilization is a wanderer civilization. Haven't you seen that the total human population has grown to more than 35 billion, but babies are still born every day? The Earth can no longer accommodate so many people. All families with children over the age of 5 must migrate to the floating continent. The floating continental plates, with a total area of more than 170 billion square kilometers, although not yet fully connected together, can already meet the requirements of living. Even if the current human population increases by 100 or 80 times, the floating continent is enough for people to live. After the Silver Wing civilization broke through the 4th level civilization, the entire race began to work intensively. All the special rare metals in the Earth Federation's inventory were taken out to build genetic nuclear force weapons. At the same time, the destruction battleship snatched from the Kuya civilization also began to upgrade to the 4th level civilization. Although the Earth Federation does not have a killer, the destruction battleship transformed by the 4th level civilization technology can completely crush those planetary fortresses. The 23,000-kilometer-long destruction battleship can completely accommodate all the evolutionists of the entire human race. Imagine that with a genetic nuclear force supplemented by tens of billions of evolutionists, the destruction battleship is simply invincible. As long as the protective shield of the destroyer cannot be broken in one blow, the Earth Federation can consume all civilizations. Therefore, the Earth Federation can be said to have spared no effort in transforming the destroyer, and all the good things were put on it. If the original liquid produced by the Silver Wing civilization's nuclear power source every day was not enough, Xiang Qian would have wanted to complete the transformation of the destroyer within 2 days. At the same time, Xiang Qian also took Zhang Lei and the others back. Now it is meaningless to stay there. As long as the Earth Federation holds a chip, if they want to open the space gate, they have to go through the Earth Federation. No one can get in first and seize the opportunity. As the fortress chips continue to appear, the atmosphere inside the large Magellanic Galaxy is becoming more and more tense. When 8 fortress chips appeared, Xiang Qian finally received a tip from Zhang Ying that the Avengers and the Evolutionary Civilization Alliance were going to attack the Earth Federation. What is the result of the prophecy? When will they attack the Earth Federation? How many civilization race flagships have been dispatched? And what is the situation facing the Earth Federation? Xiang Qian asked seriously. Brother Xiang Qian, you said so much in one breath. How can I answer? Besides, I don't know if the Avengers are playing tricks. Although I predicted that they would attack the Earth Federation, the results of each prediction are different. Zhang Ying said with a depressed face. After listening, Xiang Qian's face changed, and he immediately said to the starry sky, "Let the prophet of the Mandi tribe come over." Zhang Ying predicted that the results of each prediction were different, which means that the attack plan of the Avengers and the Evolutionary Civilization Alliance can be changed at any time. This change is not just a lip service, but a real change in the battle plan. Such a workload is probably going to make the two alliances collapse, but in order to prevent the prophet's prediction, they can only use this method. Not long after, the prophet Vacadia of the Mandi tribe came to Xiang Qian's office wearing a protective suit. "Hello, Chairman Xiang Qian." "Hello, lady." After Vacadia entered the room, she greeted Xiang Qian and Zhang Ying. "Hello, Mr. Vacadia. Let me introduce you. Her name is Zhang Ying. She is the prophet of the Earth Federation." Xiang Qian introduced Zhang Ying to Vacadia. "Hello, Miss Zhang Ying. My name is Vacadia. I admire you very much in the first 2 fights. I lost with all my heart." After hearing what Xiang Qian said, Vacadia's eyes lit up, and she said sincerely, "Hello, Mr. Vacadia. Actually, the first 2 fights were not my credit. You don't have to admire me." Zhang Ying told the truth. The first time was Xiang Qian's warning to her, and the second time was simply the protector's action. She had nothing to do with it. "Ms. Zhang Ying, you are too modest. I really admire your counterattacks the last 2 times. Xiang Qian saw this and immediately said, "Okay, Vacadia, don't be so serious. The last time it was the protector of the Green Star Civilization, not Zhang Ying. By the way, I asked you to come here today because I need your help. The Avengers and the Evolutionary Civilization Alliance will attack the Earth Federation. I need you and Zhang Ying to continuously predict the 2 civilizations until their true intentions of attack are discovered." After hearing this, Vacadia's face immediately became serious, and he said firmly, "Please rest assured, as a member of the Earth Federation, I have the obligation to be responsible for the Earth Federation." Seeing Vacadia's expression, Xiang Qian knew that he was not lying, so he nodded happily. Then he told Vacadia the result of Zhang Ying's prediction just now, and also told him his guess. In the next few days, Xiang Qian, Zhang Ying, and Vacadia except for eating and sleeping, were in the office studying the attack plan of the Avengers and the Evolutionary Civilization Alliance. After a few days of prediction, Xiang Qian and his team figured out the two alliances' routines. The two alliances formulated a total of 10 attack plans, and they changed the attack plan every hour. And every time they changed the attack plan, they would change the attack time. The purpose of doing this was to create an illusion for the predictor that they had countless attack plans. Unfortunately, this method was discovered by Vicadia. From then on, Zhang Ying and Vicadia only needed to make a prediction once a day to know which plan they were adjusting. Xiang Qian also made emergency response measures based on the 10 deciphered attack plans. If there is any emergency, he can use the emergency response plan. At least he won't be in a rush at the beginning. While Xiang Qian was guarding against the attacks of the two alliances, the Evolver civilization was negotiating with the Avengers. When to launch the attack? What do you think of the Avengers? After so much time, the Earth Federation must have figured out our attack plan. We proposed a new attack plan, but you still don't agree. What are you waiting for? No hurry, it's not time yet, and some things can't be said. Once said, they won't work. As for the attack plan, do you think that even if you change more attack plans, it will be useful to the Earth Federation? Unless you break the defense of the Earth Federation with absolute strength, otherwise, no matter how many attack plans you have, they are just decorations. After the call between the Evolutionary Civilization Alliance and the Avengers ended, a heated discussion began within the Evolutionary Civilization. Some said not to join forces with the Avengers to attack the Earth Federation, while others agreed to attack the Earth Federation. After all, the threat posed by the Destruction Gene nuclear battleship that the Earth Federation was transforming was too great for them. If the Doom is allowed to enter the battlefield of the final battle, then they can go back to sleep. So under the pressure of the Doom, the Avengers approached the Evolutionary Civilization Alliance, and most of the evolutionary civilizations agreed to join the Avengers. Their goal is not to destroy the Earth Federation. They know that it is too difficult. They just want to destroy the Doom. After all, the Earth Federation now has only 2 Level 4 civilization race flagships, while the Evolutionary Civilization Alliance has 2 Level 4 civilization races, plus the Avengers Level 4 civilization race flagship, which is stronger than the Earth Federation in strength. Moreover, the Evolver civilization has a completed 4th level civilization race flagship, and the Evolver civilization can break through the 4th level civilization at any time. This is also the reason why the Evolver Civilization Alliance is confident. In addition, with the 4th level civilization race flagship of the Avengers leading the way, they are not afraid of any tricks from the Avengers. Even if the Earth Federation and the Avengers join forces to cheat them, they have the confidence to stop them. So even if there are Evolver civilizations who disagree with this alliance, there is no particularly fierce opposition. In such a tense atmosphere, the 9th Fortress chip was born. On the day when this chip was born, the Avengers finally launched an attack and pointed their guns at the Earth Federation. It was not until this time that the Evolutionary Civilization Alliance knew why the Avengers always said that it was not the right time. It turned out that they were waiting for this opportunity. At the same time, Xiang Qian's face finally changed after the Avengers issued a statement. He now understood that the plan change for such a long time was to let the Earth Federation relax its vigilance. Chapter 290. When the last chip appeared, the Avengers immediately announced that they would not start the final battle unless they destroyed the Earth Federation's nuclear-armed giant ship, the Destroyer. At the same time, they called on all civilizations to unite and boycott the Earth Federation, otherwise the final battle would be the burial place of all civilizations. After the Avengers announced the news, the Evolutionary Civilization Alliance also released the same news. In this way, the wind direction of the entire large Magellanic Galaxy changed, and almost all civilizations were boycotting the Earth Federation. The most insidious thing is that the Avengers actually published the data of the Destroyer battleship with the killer as regular data. In this way, all civilizations are afraid. After all, they have seen the battle between the Kuya civilization and the Avengers. At that time, the Destroyer battleship fought against the flagship of the 4th level civilization for half a month, and finally fought back and injured the flagship of the 4th level civilization. Although the Destroyer at that time could only burst out such a powerful force under the special ability of the killer, other civilizations did not know this situation. There are still many civilizations that have never heard of special evolutionists. Even if they have heard of them, they have only heard of Prophet, and have never heard of Killer. Now even if the Earth Federation explains, it is useless. No civilization will believe it. Even if they believe it, they will pretend not to believe it. Put yourself in their shoes. Facing the Destroyer, no civilization dares to say that it can resist. If the Earth Federation drives the destroyer into the battlefield of the final battle, then other civilizations will still have a way to survive. So in this case, unless the Earth Federation gives up the destroyer, other civilizations will not stop. Anyway, the Avengers and the Evolutionary Civilization Alliance are leading this matter, and they are the ones who attack the Earth Federation. Other civilizations just need to follow suit and cheer. Who would be stupid enough to speak for the Earth Federation? No matter what other civilizations think, it is good for all civilizations if the Earth Federation's destroyer does not participate in the final battle. Faced with such a situation, Xiang Qian had no solution at all. Even if the Earth Federation was strong, it was impossible for it to challenge the entire large Magellanic Galaxy alone. Moreover, the Avengers did not use a conspiracy this time, but a naked conspiracy. Even if all civilizations knew the Avengers' ideas, they would stand on the side of the Avengers. After all, restricting the destruction battleship from entering the battlefield of the final battle was the general trend and the interest of all civilizations. Starry Sky, is everything arranged? Xiang Qian sat in the office and said to Shinkong, "Boss, it's all arranged. Tell Reglos to start his promotion." "Okay, boss." Shinkong's figure disappeared, replaced by the situation inside the star system. Reglos was just above the star, and his body was surrounded by thick plant vine channels, which connected the remaining 10 stars in the star system. Faced with endless pressure, Xiang Qian finally decided to let Reglos advance. After all, there was no problem for the destruction to enter the battlefield of the final battle. Xiang Qian didn't know whether Reglos would be restricted after entering. So in order to ensure victory in the final battle, the destroyer must not have any accidents. Now facing the aggressive Avengers and the Evolutionary Civilization Alliance, if Reglos doesn't advance, the Earth Federation may not be able to withstand it. After a while, Reglos's body began to change, and its huge body began to shrink, and even the radiation field returned to the origin. For a moment, the light emitted by Reglos disappeared, and his body, which was shrinking inward, also became dim. However, the data on the screen showed that endless energy had begun to flow into Reglos's body. The energy absorbed by him every second was almost catching up with the energy consumed by the flagship of the 4th-level civilization race in a day of battle. The energy of 10 stars was continuously absorbed into his body, and as the energy was absorbed, his body became smaller and smaller. 10 minutes later, when Reglos's body was only a sphere with a diameter of 100 meters, he finally stopped shrinking. But at this time, his body was like a black iron ball, not emitting any light. Crack. Suddenly, cracks appeared on the surface of his black sphere, and endless light emanated from the cracks. As the cracks became more and more, rays of light that spanned the entire star system shone, and soon enveloped the entire star system. Through data analysis, the light emitted by Reglos was not like that of a star, full of endless energy, nor was it the dispersion of photons. This light seemed to be a kind of spiritual power, which could make people feel warm but not hot. At this time, countless vines that provided energy to Reglos all exploded, because the energy output by the 10 stars exceeded the tolerance of the vine cells. Now the light of the 10 stars has begun to dim, and pure energy fire snakes are ejected from the stars, crossing half of the star system and entering Reglos's body. With the energy injected by 10 stars, Reglos's body began to grow again, and the speed was very fast. In less than 10 minutes, his body expanded to 100,000 kilometers again, but he did not stop at this time, and continued to absorb energy. Finally, when the energy linking Reglos from the 10 stars was disconnected and his body stopped expanding, it had reached a size of 220,000 kilometers. Even the stars under him could not cover his light. At this time, Reglos was golden yellow all over. His body surface was no longer a cell structure, but a solid substance, which made him look like a strange planet instead of a living thing. Xiang Qian also found that Reglos no longer radiated external energy, and even the light radiated from his body was softer, just a little stronger than the light of the star just now. In general, Reglos's promotion was very successful this time. This also depends on the fact that there are many stars in the Earth Federation star system, and the energy it can provide is very considerable. If he upgrades in a place with only one star, it is estimated that all the energy of the star will be drained by him. In just a moment, Reglos has extracted countless energy in total. According to data analysis, the lifespan of each star is shortened by nearly 500 million years compared to before he upgraded. How much energy can a star emit in 500 million years? Just think about it. It is an astronomical figure. The total energy of 10 stars for 5 billion years allowed Reglos to complete the promotion without any danger. Starry Sky, contact Reglos. Xiang Qian decided to ask him in person how powerful he would be after the upgrade. Okay, boss. Starry Sky controlled the spacecraft to send communication equipment to Reglos, and Xiang Qian spent the whole afternoon chatting with Reglos. When the call ended, Xiang Qian's face flashed red, and he looked very excited. This couldn't be blamed on Xiang Qian, but after Reglos was promoted to a 4th-level alien beast, his strength had increased to an abnormal level. This time, Xiang Qian finally had the confidence to face the aggressive Avengers and evolutionary civilization. Time passed bit by bit, and 10 days had passed since Reglos became a level 4 alien beast. During these 10 days, the voices within the large Magellanic Galaxy demanding that the Earth Federation destroy the Destroyer Gene nuclear power armed battleship became louder and louder. After the Avengers and the Evolutionary Civilization Alliance gained enough popularity, they finally sent an ultimatum to the Earth Federation, which was to require the Earth Federation to sign a civilization race contract, which was to prevent the Destroyer battleship from participating in the final battle. Faced with this request, Xiang Qian only asked Shinkong to reply with one word: get lost. The Avengers and the Evolutionary Civilization Alliance saw Xiang Qian's cooperation and immediately represented the will of all civilizations in the large Magellanic system to attack the evil Earth Federation. Well, this time they really stood at the highest moral point. It didn't matter to Xiang Qian, but he asked the Green Star Civilization and the Silver Wing Civilization to actively prepare for the war. Anyway, this war had nothing to do with humans. This time, it was the flagship power of the 4th-level civilization race. The main battlefield of mankind's future will be the final battle, which is the moment when mankind will explode. Now facing the flagship of the 4th-level civilization race, we can only keep a low profile. On this day, the Avengers' 2 4th-level civilization race flagships, plus 3 million 4th-level civilization ordinary warships, rushed to the star system where the Earth Federation is located. The Avengers dispatched a 4th-level civilization race flagship, 50 million 3rd-level civilization peak warships, and 200,000 4th-level civilization warships. The two huge fleets, which are also the strongest fleets in the entire large Magellanic Galaxy, rushed towards the Earth Federation in a mighty manner. As for those civilized races that waved flags and shouted, none of them sent warships. They could only support the two fleets in spirit, and of course they could also provide verbal attacks. Xiang Qian, Lu Sun, Sephiroth, and Kaya sat at the highest command post of the Earth Federation, and below them were all the senior leaders of the 4 races. This time, facing the attack of the 2 civilization alliances, the 4 races conducted a joint command for the convenience of battlefield coordination. In order to prevent the Mandi people from not listening to the orders of the human commander, the big bosses of the 4 civilized races also appeared in the command hall and took charge. As for Reglos, he can only appear on the big screen, and he can't enter the command hall. Report to the Commander-in-Chief, the 2 fleets of the Avengers and the Evolutionary Civilization Alliance have arrived 250 billion kilometers outside the star system, and the first defense circle requests to open the star system shield. Zhang Lei said to Xiang Qian. Agreed, the next command power will be transferred to the staff. That's right, Xiang Qian is the Commander-in-Chief, and the remaining 3 people are Deputy Commanders-in-Chief. Although this is a bit tricky, it's just that everyone likes this, and no one can escape it. Fortunately, the 4 of them did not lose their minds. If they really had to command this battle, that would be a pitfall. Now they are just a figurehead, and they don't need to do anything at all. All battlefield commands are handled by professionals from the 4 tribes. Only when there are major disagreements will the 4 of them be required to make the final decision. Chapter 291. At the outermost layer of the Earth Federation star system, a protective shield covering the entire star system slowly formed. This protective shield is modular, like a honeycomb, and is composed of countless protective shield force field devices. The energy supply comes entirely from 10 stars, and the Earth Federation does not need to provide any energy at all. Behind this layer of protective shield, each planet also has its own protective shield, and the surface of each vine channel also has a separate protective shield. It can be said that as long as the energy channel is not destroyed, these protective shields will not have any problems. Even if they are broken, they will be restored instantly. When the Earth Federation opened the protective shield, layers of force fields also appeared inside the star system. With the help of the huge gravity of the star, after precise calculations and guided by the scientific and technological equipment of the 4th-level civilization, countless densely intertwined gravitational channels were formed inside the entire star system. These gravitational channels combined with the space field directly formed a super large-scale honeycomb system. Any physical attack that enters the star system will be brought into this honeycomb system. No matter whether it is a projectile or something else, it can only fly inside countless gravitational channels, and cannot touch the planetary fortress at all. On Earth, there is a real space shield outside the floating continent, where the Mandi tribe's home planet and the other two civilized races live. This is the most powerful shield system currently in the Earth Federation. In addition, Reglos is also in it. Even if there is any sudden danger, his space confinement can solve the crisis in an instant. It can be said that the current Earth Federation is impregnable, and all defense systems are ready, just waiting for the Avengers and the Evolutionary Civilization Alliance to test this defense system to see if it is qualified. The enemy has entered the attack range, the gravity projectile ejection system is activated, and the dense array system is turned on. The staff immediately issued an order when they saw the two fleets reach 100 billion kilometers outside the Earth Federation star system. In an instant, all the planets inside the Earth Federation star system began to eject projectiles, or fruits, of the Green Star Civilization plant weapons into space. After being thrown into space, these projectiles quickly entered the gravity channel. After entering the gravitational channel, all the projectiles begin to accelerate under gravitational force. They rotate around the planet again and again, and the gravitational force is enhanced as much as the gravitational device can. When the speed of the projectile reaches a certain standard, it immediately enters the second-level gravitational channel. The arc of the second-level gravitational channel is much larger than that of the first-level gravitational channel. The distance of the gravitational channel is much longer, and the gravitational force is much stronger. After entering the second-level channel, the speed of the projectile is increased to at least 0.75 times the speed of light. At this time, the projectile will enter the third pole channel, this time with linear acceleration, and the projectile will quickly pass through the entire star system through the gravitational channel, and the speed will also increase to 0.85 times the speed of light. Finally, when the projectile reaches the edge of the star system, a gravitational tunnel appears, and the projectile enters the gravitational tunnel at least 0.9 times the speed of light. Countless such projectiles, or plant weapon fruits, are sent to the front of the Avengers Alliance fleet, and the Evolutionary Civilization Alliance fleet by the gravitational tunnel. The appearance of each gravity tunnel represents the appearance of 100 projectiles. In an instant, at least hundreds of millions of gravity tunnels, with a diameter of 1 meter appeared in front of the two fleets. The dense gravity tunnels made the universe suddenly fluctuate in a regular pattern. This fluctuation pattern is the gravity fluctuation with amplification found by the Earth Federation. This is a gravity fluctuation frequency that interferes with space repair. Otherwise, these gravity tunnels have just appeared. As long as the flagship of the fourth-level civilization race launches a space attack, the gravity tunnels will be easily distorted by space, and the chain reaction caused will be the collapse of all gravity tunnels, and a saturation attack will be finished. However, this time the Earth Federation had no way to test whether the space weapon attack of the flagship of the fourth-level civilization race would have an impact on the gravity tunnel. Because the three flagships of the fourth-level civilization race activated the fleet's protective force field at the first time. Under the protection of the fleet's force field, all the projectiles and plant weapon fruits did not touch any warship, and all passed by the warship's protective shield. However, when these plant weapon fruits entered the fleet and moved forward rapidly along the warship's protective shield, they suddenly exploded. When these fruits burst, a wave of space fluctuation spread out with the explosion. The explosion of a single fruit may not have any impact on the fleet force field, but the chain reaction caused by the explosion of tens of millions of plant fruits in the middle of the fleet force field directly destroyed the fleet force field. At this moment, those projectiles with a speed of 0.9 times the speed of light instantly became extremely brutal weapons, and slammed into the hull of the warship. The huge kinetic energy carried by the projectile instantly destroyed the connection of the metal atomic bonds, and instantly penetrated into the interior of the warship. The huge kinetic energy is equivalent to a huge mass. It is basically impossible to calculate the mass of a 30 centimeters diameter degenerate state material projectile with a speed of 0.9 times the speed of light. But any warship hit by the projectile was destroyed and exploded instantly into space junk. The twisted metal structure on the wreckage of the warship and the splashing iron slurry that turned into metal liquid all showed how huge the kinetic energy carried by the projectile was. The Evolver Civilization Alliance fleet was relatively good. After all, it was a fourth-level civilization warship. Even ordinary warships had space emergency equipment to defend against physical attacks. Although these devices could not form space turbulence, they could still form a momentary space distortion before being hit. In this way, the projectiles are often deflected by the space distortion, and will not hit the ship directly. Even if they hit, they will only scratch it, and the ship will not be destroyed or killed. However, the losses of the Avengers fleet are huge. Although 50 million warships sound like a lot, and the scale is also scary when placed in the void of the universe, without space technology, it is impossible to avoid the attack of projectiles when the fleet force field fails. It is such a technological gap that the Avengers fleet has suffered at least 6 million warships, and countless warships have been hit and injured by the wreckage of the explosion of warships. After the Avengers fleet flew forward 100 million kilometers, the wreckage of countless warships floated behind them. As the two fleets advanced, the distance to the Earth Federation star system shield was also rapidly shortened. But when the distance between the two sides was still 30 billion kilometers, the Avengers and the Evolutionary Civilization Alliance also launched an attack. 3 flagships of the 4th level civilization race opened the gravity tunnel, and more than 40 million warships launched an attack at the same time. More than 3 times the number of projectiles fired by the Earth Federation quickly passed through the gravity tunnel and rushed into the interior of the Earth Federation star system. Unfortunately, although the two fleets launched a large number of attacks, they did not have space interference weapons. After entering the star system, all the projectiles could only circle around the planet and line up in the gravity channel. After circling one circle after another, they were fired back again. Also this time, the Earth Federation did not place space interference fruits in it, so it did not cause any damage to the two fleets. However, the Earth Federation's practice of giving the other a taste of its own medicine made the two fleets very depressed. Not only can you not hit them, but you also have your attacks bounce back. This is embarrassing enough. At this point, the Earth Federation and the two fleets ended their beyond visual range battle. The Earth Federation had a slight advantage, but this victory was insignificant to the entire battle. Zhang Ying, predict what will happen to the Green Star tomorrow. Xiang Qian suddenly spoke to Zhang Ying. Tomorrow, the Green Star will fight with a flagship of a 4th level civilization race of the enemy. The battle will be fierce, but the Green Star will not suffer any damage. Zhang Ying closed her eyes and said immediately after she finished her prediction, "Yes, I understand. Shinkong, tell the general staff to execute according to the original plan." Xiang Qian heard it and said to Shinkong, "Okay, boss." After a while, Ludgerson suddenly said, "It stands to reason that the Avengers and the Evolutionary Civilization Alliance must know that the Earth Federation has 2 prophets, so what confidence do they have to attack the Earth Federation? If Rectros is promoted to level 4, then the Earth Federation will definitely surpass the current 2 fleets in terms of top combat power. Without the help of the 4th level civilization race flagship, even if the number of warships of these 2 fleets increases tenfold, it is impossible to break through the star system defense circle. So what is their trump card?" Xiang Qian shook his head and said, "I don't know, this is also something I can't figure out. Even if the Evolutionary Civilization Alliance has one more 4th level civilization race flagship, then at most they will be on par with us in terms of combat power. It is a question whether the defective 4th level civilization race flagship of the Avengers can break our star system defense circle. Under such circumstances, they still dare to attack, so they must have something to rely on. Of course, there is another possibility, that is, the Avengers are trying to trick the Evolutionary Civilization Alliance, but this is just my guess, there is no evidence. I believe in your intuition." Sephiroth suddenly said something that made Xiang Qian laugh and cry. "Thank you, but I hope my intuition is wrong. The Avengers are much more difficult to deal with than the Evolutionary Civilization Alliance," Xiang Qian said with narrowed eyes. Half an hour later, the Green Star and Supernova, 2 flagships of the 4th level civilization race, left the star system and went outside the star system to meet the enemy. However, the 2 flagships of the 4th level civilization races all rushed towards the direction of the Evolutionary Civilization Alliance fleet. As for the Avengers Alliance fleet, no one cared about it and let them rush towards the star system. Chapter 292. The Evolver Civilization Alliance sent out 2 level 4 civilization race flagships. One was spherical, without a gun port on the surface, and looked like a giant lead ball. The other 2 were cylindrical, like a rolling pin warship, but its surface was not smooth, but full of serrations. The Green Star rushed towards the lead ball-shaped level 4 civilization race flagship, while the Supernova faced the cylindrical level 4 civilization race flagship. The Green Star launched an attack 100 million kilometers away from the lead ball battleship. A long sword-like plant grew on the top of the seed. The huge energy was concentrated together through the special properties of the plant, and after compression, a powerful energy beam burst out. At the same time, the surface of the green star began to grow rapidly. Layers of fungi began to cover the surface of the green star, and spikes grew out one by one. The entire green star soon turned into an oversized sea urchin, but the top of its head was blooming. The lead ball warship did not react violently to the attack from the green star, and only opened its shield. However, this shield was different from other shields. The surface of the shield seemed to be solid, and there seemed to be countless air bags between the shield and the surface of the ship, just like human fat piled up together. When the energy beam of the green star hit the shield of the lead ball warship, the shield broke, like a solid body at the location hit by the energy beam. The surface of the shield was like a broken crystal, and pieces of debris flew around. However, when the energy beam disappeared, the damaged surface of the shield quickly filled up, and in less than a second, the shield was restored to its original state. This situation did not surprise Xiang Qian much. It would be strange if the flagship of a fourth-level civilization race could be destroyed by the green star in one blow. Moreover, this lead ball warship is not a defective warship like the Avengers, but a real flagship of a fourth-level civilization race. It may not be as advanced as the green star in terms of grade, but this race flagship designed entirely for war will definitely not be lower than the green star in terms of lethality, but it may be a little stronger. However, the opponent has not attacked yet, so it is not possible to compare. As the distance between the two sides approached, the green star kept changing its attack methods, but it seemed that it did not achieve much effect. What surprised Xiang Qian and his men was that the lead ball warship just took the attack for such a long time without making any counterattack. Such a strange situation made Xiang Qian very worried. He was afraid that the other party was planning something to hide. Compared with the dull battle on the green star side, the supernova side fought very fiercely, and both sides tried their best to attack. The supernova warship, like a batfish, had a protective shield on the top, and all weapons fired continuously, just like this, fighting against the opponent. The cylindrical warship on the opposite side, like the supernova, launched a crazy attack. The area between the two level 4 civilization race flagships instantly became a dead zone, and any civilization that dared to participate in this level of battle was destroyed by the two warships. As the 4 level 4 civilization race flagships fought outside the star system, the remaining level 4 civilization race flagship rushed to the edge of the star system with a mighty warship. Suddenly, a scene even more spectacular than the battle scene of the 4 level 4 civilization race flagships appeared. More than 40 million warships launched attacks on the star system shield at the same time, and the cosmic void outside the star system was lit up for a while. Dense energy beams hit the star system shield, causing the shield to burst into extremely dazzling light. This was the first attack and defense battle of tens of millions of warships in the large Magellanic Galaxy. Who would have thought that it would be so fierce at the first time, and they attacked with all their strength right from the start. The attack of tens of millions of warships did not break the star system shield, but only made the center of the shield dim a little, but with the replenishment of power, the shield once again returned to its original state. At this time, the flagship of the Mir clan, the 4th level civilization race, launched an attack, and a thick energy beam hit the protective shield fiercely. Then the attack of more than 40 million warships broke out again, and hit the position of the 4th level civilization race flagship attacking the protective shield at the same time. A few seconds later, the star system protective shield finally couldn't withstand such an attack, and the energy buffer plants that maintained the protective shield in this part were also blown up by the huge energy explosion. At the moment those plants were blown up, the protective shield disappeared, and a circular hole with a diameter of 5 million kilometers appeared on the star system protective shield. But before the Avengers could be happy, the exploded plants grew out of the vines again, and grew even bigger than before. At the same time, with the continuous energy output, the protective shield with a diameter of 5 million kilometers was recovering rapidly. In less than 3 minutes, the big hole would disappear. More than 40 million warships took advantage of this long time to launch several attacks on the planets on the back of the star system. However, all of them were blocked by the protective shield on the surface of the planet. Even the concentrated fire attack by the flagship of the 4th level civilization race only caused glass to splash on the surface of the protective shield, but it was not broken. Defense parameters have been collected, and the 1st level defense system of the star system defense circle has begun to counterattack. After the staff department finished counting the data, Ma Xian issued an order. In an instant, the energy of 10 stars was quickly drawn, and the Vine energy network that covered the entire star system was transmitted to the 1st level defense system. Various plant weapons and planetary fortresses on the planets at the edge of the star system began to explode. This attack was more spectacular than the concentrated fire attack of more than 40 million warships. Plant weapons on hundreds of planets, and defense weapons in the space at the edge of the star system. More than 300 million energy beams exploded, overwhelming the Avengers Alliance fleet and the Evolutionary Civilization Alliance fleet. For a moment, it seemed as if a star appeared outside the star system, and the light of the explosion affected the entire star system. When the light disappeared, the 2 million warships of the Evolutionary Civilization Alliance did not suffer much loss. After all, these 2 million warships were all from level 4 civilizations, and with the weakening of the most advanced fleet formation force field, more than 10 million energy beams only destroyed tens of thousands of warships in front of the fleet. However, the loss of the Avengers Alliance fleet was huge. Even the fleet formation force field formed by more than 40 million level 3 civilization warships could not resist the attack of more than 200 million energy beams, especially since these energy beams were fired by level 4 civilization weapons. In this attack, a huge blank area appeared in front of the Avengers fleet as if something had bitten it. In the middle of the blank area, there was no intact warship, only the wreckage of warships, and many warships were vaporized. The attack of the Earth Federation made the civilizations watching the battle speechless. In front of the Avengers fleet, except for the flagship of the 4th level civilization race, at least more than 8 million warships were destroyed by this attack. It can be said that the Avengers fleet did not achieve any success. It only suffered 2 attacks and lost more than 10 million warships. Then, as long as the Earth Federation launches a few more such attacks, the Avengers will basically have all their warships except for the flagship of the 4th level civilization race. The 2 battles between the 4th level civilization and the 3rd level civilization told all the civilizations in the Large Magellanic Cloud a fact, that is, no matter how many warships the 3rd level civilization has, they can only be targets and cannon fodder in front of the 4th level civilization and have no effect at all. Such cruel things also cast a shadow on the hearts of those civilizations that have dismantled the flagships of the 4th level civilization races, build genetic nuclear force weapons, and prepare to fight hard in the final battle. The battle continued, and the Avengers did not retreat even though they lost more than 10 million warships, and continued to attack the star system's protective shield. The Earth Federation did not continue the concentrated attack. After collecting data for the first time, it started the conventional attack. Basically, it maintained the frequency of more than 1 million energy attacks per second and launched attacks on the Avengers fleet. Among these more than 1 million attacks, 800,000 attacks were fired at the flagship of the Mill Clan's Level 4 civilization and the Evolutionary Civilization Alliance fleet. But even so, facing 200,000 attacks per second, the Avengers fleet's ordinary warships have been reduced by tens of thousands per second. Under the relentless attack of the Avengers and Evolutionary Civilization's fleets, the location where the star system's shield was previously broken was broken again. However, the energy buffer plants are also undergoing rapid changes in their genetic structure during their rebirths. If at the beginning, these energy buffer plants could only withstand 100 units of energy at most, then now, 200 units of energy are required to burst these energy buffer plants. This shows that plants are constantly evolving, and every time they die, the genes of these plants retain the cause of their last death. The plant genes are also adjusted based on the feedback information to make the body more adaptable to the impact of energy. This is the most terrifying part of biological civilization, evolution. As long as all the cell tissues are not destroyed in one blow, and these cell tissues are reborn, then these reborn plants will definitely become stronger and more adaptable to the environment on the basis of the previous ones. When the star system defense circle and the fleet led by the flagship of the Avengers 4th level civilization race were already in garbage time, the lead ball battleship that was fighting against the Green Star finally broke out the special attack method of the flagship of the 4th level civilization race. Chapter 293. The shot put warship just fought with the Green Star, and the battle was very conventional. Both sides fired one shot after another, just like playing house. But when the shot put warship was 5 million kilometers away from the Green Star, a huge burst of energy suddenly erupted. Hundreds of huge energy nozzles appeared on the surface of its hull, and these energy nozzles burst out and attacked at the same time. If it was like this, it would be nothing, but after these energy attacks were launched, the shot-put warship began to rotate rapidly, and at the same time, a super strong gravitational field was formed around it. The twisted space plus the gravitational field caused the 100 energy attacks to begin to bend. The bent energy circled with the gravitational field. Although it began to spread outward as a whole, it was not a straight line. Instead, it became a whip and swept outward under the rapid rotation of the shot-put warship. 100 light beams were swung outward by the shot-put warship like a whip. The rapid speed and rotation speed turned the shot-put warship into a chainsaw, and those energy light beams were the gears of the chainsaw. The Green Star was originally retreating, but under the super strong gravitational force, it could not move backward at all, and was instead approached by the shot-put warship little by little. The energy beam that was spinning out after images had now turned into chainsaw gears, a super large chainsaw with golden light, rapidly approaching the Green Star. Now the Green Star was like a piece of wood, and it was a target that was about to be sawed in half. Boom, boom, boom. The chainsaw gears finally touched the hull of the Green Star. The layers of fungi on the surface of the Green Star were attacked hundreds of times every second, and each time the attack was on the same spot. This is equivalent to the Green Star being attacked by hundreds of main guns of the flagship of the fourth-level civilization race every second. Faced with such an attack, even if the Green Star is the flagship of the fourth-level civilization race, it cannot withstand such a high-intensity attack. The fungi on the surface of the ship were consumed rapidly. Even if the Green Star kept promoting the growth of fungi in that position, it could not withstand such a fast consumption. In less than a few seconds, the fungi were completely consumed, and violent energy attacks began to hit the Green Star's hull. Seeing this, Xiang Qian was about to call on Rectros to attack, but before he could open his mouth, he was stopped by Lu Sun next to him. It's okay. If the Green Star can't even withstand such an attack, it would be a waste of so many resources of the Earth Federation, Lu Sun said confidently. Xiang Qian was stunned after hearing this. He didn't expect Lu Sun to be so confident in the Green Star. Perhaps seeing the doubt in Xiang Qian's eyes, Lu Sun smiled and said, "The Green Star has 5 layers of defense. The outermost fungi count as 1 layer, the surface of the ship is 1 layer, and under the surface of the ship is a layer of special material protection. Under it, there is a layer of protection specifically for energy attacks. Under the energy attack protection layer, there is also a layer of the harness physical attack protection layer. The attack that the Green Star is currently receiving can only break the first 2 layers of protection. When it reaches the 3rd layer of special material protection, such an attack will be useless. The seed of any plant is stronger than the plant itself, and the Green Star is now a seed. Although the Green Star was not designed to be a combat-type flagship of a 4th-level civilization race, in terms of defense, the Green Star is stronger than any combat-type flagship of a 4th-level civilization race." Xiang Qian finally put down his heart after hearing this, but he still looked at the big screen nervously, so that if there was any problem with the Green Star, he could remedy it in time. While Xiang Qian and Lu Gusan were talking, the Green Star had already been seriously damaged. The plant cell tissue on the hull was dividing crazily, but under the high-frequency attack, the surface of the hull continued to crack, and all the plant cells in the hit parts had died. In half a minute, the Green Star had been blasted with a huge scar of 20,000 kilometers long and hundreds of kilometers deep. As the lead ball battleship continued to attack, the selected energy gear finally broke the 200-kilometer thick hull shell, revealing a layer of gray cells under the hull shell. However, just after the gray cell layer was exposed, the surrounding space began to distort severely, and the super strong space force erupted. Even the gravitational field of the lead ball battleship was affected. The huge space force formed a bubble, which began to expand from the deep wound of the Green Star, and spread until it completely surrounded half of the Green Star's hull. The bubble wall of the space bubble was like a very powerful protective shield, allowing endless attacks to hit it, but it could not have any effect on the space bubble wall. Moreover, under the protection of the space bubble, the Green Star began to repair its wounds quickly. Countless cells divided, and new cells replaced the dead cells. The huge wound on the Green Star hull recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. The wound on the hull was still charred black in the previous second, but the charred black color faded a lot in the next second, and some brown tissue began to appear. After another 2 seconds, the charred black wound had all turned brown, and the wound began to slowly close. 5 minutes later, when the lead ball battleship's attack stopped, the scar that was as long as 20,000 kilometers was only more than 16,000 kilometers. Xiang Qian didn't want to say anything more about the Green Star's recovery speed. The strength of biological civilization was clearly revealed at this moment. Such a ship's recovery speed was something other civilizations could not even imagine. However, as long as the Green Star had enough biological energy stored inside the ship, such a wound was simply a minor injury. It would not take long to recover, and there would be no sequelae. When the Green Star was recovering from the ship's wound, it did not launch an attack, but took a defensive stance against the lead ball warship with the space bubble. Facing the space bubble with invincible defense, the lead shot warship rotated again to launch an attack. However, this rotation was different from the previous one. Just now, 100 beams of light penetrated the entire ship, and under the super strong gravity, it formed an oversized electric saw. And this time, the rotation formed a drill. The energy beam of the lead shot warship has some physical properties. That is, the beam it emits is not pure energy, but has some sense of energy materialization. Now this oversized drill formed by dozens of beams of light. If it is a planet in front of it, it will be penetrated instantly, but now it is a space bubble that is blocking the drill. The green star just stopped there, holding the space bubble, allowing the super large drill to drill into it. However, the seemingly indestructible energy drill could not do anything to the crystal wall of the space bubble. No matter how hard the lead ball warship tried, there was not even a trace on the crystal wall. 10 minutes later, the lead ball warship stopped attacking and slowly retreated. At this time, even a fool could see that the green star, which was holding the space bubble, was in an invincible state. If you want to destroy the green star, you must wait until the space bubble disappears. In this way, the green star stopped there to repair the wounds on the hull, and the shotgun battleship stared at the green star without attacking. The two flagships of the fourth-level civilization race stared at each other in the void of the universe. It seemed that two peerless masters were brewing the strongest attack. Compared with the plain, but endlessly dangerous confrontation between the green star and the shotgun battleship, the supernova and the cylinder battleship have been bursting with powerful attacks. The artillery fire between the two defenses has never stopped. Every moment, tens of thousands of attacks hit the protective shields of both sides. At this time, Xiang Qian also shifted his attention from the green star to the supernova. However, after such a long time, the supernova and the opponent were still like taking drugs, fighting madly. Xiang Qian couldn't figure out where the two races had such a big hatred, so why did they fight like this right at the beginning? At the same time, Xiang Qian didn't expect that the silver-winged civilization people who usually looked cute and adorable, who spoke coolly and answered questions word by word, would be so violent in battle. As expected, you can't judge a person by his appearance. Even aliens can't be judged by his appearance. Supernova requests to open the ultimate combat form. Do you agree? The general staff received the application from Supernova, but they had no authority at all, and they didn't know what the ultimate combat form of Supernova was, and what price it would cost to open such a star form, so they directly threw this question to Xiang Qian. Xiang Qian heard Zhang Lei's question, and turned to look at Sephiroth, who happened to look at Xiang Qian at the same time. You decide. Xiang Qian said to Sephiroth, who had been looking at him without saying anything. Okay, I agree to open it. Sephiroth was very sensitive. After Xiang Qian finished speaking, he immediately said to Zhang Lei, Yes, Deputy Commander. As Sephiroth gave the order of approval, Xiang Qian stared at the big screen. He also wanted to know what the ultimate combat form of the supernova battleship was like. Soon, Xiang Qian saw an amazing scene. The flat hull of the supernova suddenly began to deform, and countless wings, like wings, began to protrude on both sides. Although they were not long, each wing was like a sharp knife. Countless baffles and channels suddenly appeared above and below the hull. These densely packed baffles and channels were very regularly spread over the hull, looking like fish scales, and the channels behind the baffles looked like the patterns of fish scales. When countless channels emitted energy light, the entire supernova seemed to come alive, with a three-dimensional feeling. Although this feeling was an illusion, Xiang Qian looked at the big screen and felt that the supernova was moving. As the energy of the supernova channel was ejected, the space around it also fluctuated violently, and wave-like space ripples appeared around the supernova, which looked like the supernova swimming in the water. When the space fluctuations of the distance reached the peak, a layer of solid space energy like the crystal wall of the space bubble suddenly appeared on the surface of the supernova's hull. However, these solid space energies on the outside of the supernova were magnified according to the protruding parts on the supernova's hull. The overall view was that the supernova was surrounded by a layer of silver-white light, but this silver-white light was real space energy. This time, the supernova has opened its ultimate combat form. It is now a batfish covered with sharp blades, catching prey. The attack of the cylinder has no effect on the solid space energy. As a space technology that can only be used by a level 4 civilization, this ordinary energy is completely useless to it. I don't know if the opponent chosen by the supernova is really suitable or what. When the supernova just completed the ultimate combat form, and has not yet launched an attack, the cylindrical battleship also began to deform. The surface of the cylindrical race flagship began to twist, like twisting a twist, twisting itself into a screw shape. Then, on the raised surface of the thread, triangular blades appeared one after another, and at the same time, holes appeared in the sunken grooves. Then, violent space fluctuations occurred around the cylindrical warship. No, it was the screw-shaped warship. However, the space fluctuations around it were not like waves, but twisted in circles along the thread, rotating and spreading in all directions. When the space fluctuations exploded to the limit, silver-white solid space energy also appeared on the surface of the screw-shaped warship. Chapter 294. Both race flagships completed their transformation, and after that, they charged at each other instantly. It was a charge, not an attack. When the supernova moved, the surrounding space was like water ripples, especially the space behind the ship, which became extremely chaotic, like seawater stirred by a propeller. At the same time, in front of the ship, the blade of solid energy slowly grew larger as the space battleship moved. The entire supernova was like a giant ship riding the wind and waves, raising huge waves in the void of the universe. The spiral warship of the Evolver Civilization Alliance was not far behind, and it rushed towards the supernova in a rotation. The space around it also emitted circles of waves as the ship rotated. As the speed of the two race flagships became faster and faster, the space force they brought became stronger, but visually, the two race flagships seemed to be getting slower and slower. This visual difference made everyone who watched the battle between the two race flagships extremely uncomfortable, but they didn't want to miss such a good thing, so they could only endure the dizziness and continue to watch. 10 seconds later, the two race flagships collided fiercely. There was no earth-shattering explosion, nor the spectacular sight of billions of energy attacks. The two race flagships collided quietly. However, the two race flagships did not collide with their hulls, but the head-on collision was just the space energy in front of the two race flagships. At this time, the distance between the two race flagships was only 200,000 kilometers, and 100,000 kilometers in front of their hulls. The huge space energy was fluctuating in distance. However, this fluctuation was silent. Only the black cracks that appeared at the location where the two spatial energies collided could make everyone feel the danger. 100,000 kilometers in front of the two race flagships, the black cracks became more and more, and the entire space was like a broken mirror. Countless and tiny black cracks became longer and longer as the two spatial energies collided with each other. In the end, these spatial cracks even spread to the surroundings, and the diameter expanded to 500,000 kilometers. Crack. A small piece of space energy entity debris appeared in the dense cracks, as if a piece of mirror fell, revealing the situation behind the space. At this time, everyone can see that when the space debris fell, the space behind is actually no different from the space in front. The only difference is the distance. If the entire universe is regarded as composed of countless two-dimensional spaces, then each two-dimensional space is like a mirror. When countless mirrors are superimposed together, this universe is formed. But now the two race flagships broke one of the mirrors, leaving a hole in the middle of two of the countless mirrors stacked together. Now the thickness of this fragment is the distance between the two spaces. At this time, the scientists of the Earth Federation were boiling. They didn't care whether they were fighting or not. They desperately sent messages to the general staff, asking the supernova to control the energy collision with the opponent and keep the broken space. After all, such a situation is really rare. If you want to break the space, it is difficult to do it even with the technological power of the fourth-level civilization. Especially if you want to do this, break the space and not let it recover, especially if you only let one of the spaces be damaged, revealing the most original state of the space. For scientists, this is simply an unimaginable scientific feast. As long as the situation of the space is studied clearly, the improvement of technology will be rapid. However, this situation disappeared before it lasted for long, because the two race flagships finally couldn't maintain this state of confrontation, and the space was directly broken because the energy output of the two race flagships increased instantly. In an instant, the two race flagships seemed to have passed through an extremely short space channel, and then in less than a second, the solid space energy in front of the two ships collided fiercely. Crack! 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 The two race flagships passed each other at a rapid speed, and the collision of space energy on the surface of the two ships brought about a series of space annihilation scenes. At the moment of space energy annihilation, the surrounding space was also damaged, and the ships of both sides were also swallowed up by the annihilated space. The two race flagships stopped only after flying millions of kilometers. At this time, the hulls of the two race flagships were damaged. The edge of the hull on the left side of the supernova was completely damaged, and there were dense wounds from head to tail. These wounds were all round, some large and some small, as if they were bitten by countless insects. All these wounds were the result of the hull being swallowed by the annihilated space, after the space annihilation broke out. The opponent's fourth-level civilization race flagship was not much better than the supernova. The entire warship was scratched by the space annihilation with a long scar, from the front to the rear of the hull, across the entire hull. The spiral bulge also had countless gaps, which looked even more miserable. At this time, the space energy on the surface of the flagships of the two races had disappeared, and both sides were working hard to restore the damaged hulls. The supernova was not the green star, and it did not have such an abnormal recovery speed. The current supernova, relying on its modular hull, discarded the damaged exterior. Then it used robots to repair the remaining wounds. So now the left side of the supernova is obviously shorter than the right side. Notify Regtros to take action and destroy the damaged flagship of the fourth-level civilization race first, Xiang Qian said immediately when he saw this. Above the star, Regtros, who had not taken action until now, instantly flew to the outside of the star system after receiving Xiang Qian's order, facing the damaged flagship of the race. When Regtros moved, the fourth-level civilization flagship of the Avengers also moved, and the direction it flew was just in the way of Regtros' advance. Tell Regtros to ignore the Avengers' fourth-level civilization race flagship and deal with the damaged warship first. Xiang Qian did not take the Avengers' fourth-level civilization race flagship seriously. According to the data from the last time this fourth-level civilization race flagship attacked Kuya's civilization, it could not pose any threat to Regtros. However, no matter how rubbish the Avengers race flagship is, it is still a fourth-level civilization race flagship. It will take Regtros a long time to destroy it, and then this opportunity will be gone. After receiving Xiang Qian's order, space fluctuations also erupted around Regtros. The next second, his huge body rushed towards the damaged flagship of the fourth-level civilization race at a speed faster than the speed of light. At his current speed, even if the flagship of the fourth-level civilization race of the Avengers wanted to catch up, it would not be able to catch up. In this book, Regtros was able to use space power when he was at the peak of the third-level civilization, but at that time, he needed to use the equipment obtained in the civilization race hull to use space power. But after he broke through the fourth-level civilization, he could use space power by himself. With the help of equipment, his strength was definitely higher than all the flagships of the fourth-level civilization races at present. The fourth-level civilization races of the Avengers began to attack Regtros from hundreds of millions of kilometers away, but these attacks dissipated directly after touching the space ripples around Regtros, and could not even touch Regtros' body. And even if the energy attack hit Regtros, it would not have any effect. As an energy creature, Regtros, after becoming a fourth-level civilization beast, pure energy attacks no longer had any effect on him. Now if you want to deal with Regtros, you must use space technology. Other attacks have no effect on Regtros. However, the Avengers' fourth-level civilization race flagship has other attacks, but space weapons are not. The space distortion weapons against Kuya's civilization have no effect on any fourth-level civilization race flagship, because space distortion and space weapons are not at the same level. The difference between them is like a lighter and a flamethrower. Although they can both spray fire, the difference between them is known to even a fool. The Avengers Level 4 civilization race flagship failed to stop Regtros, but also chased after him. It seemed that the Avengers fought hard for their allies, but only they knew the actual situation. At this time, the wound on the left side of the supernova was almost repaired, with only a few hundred wounds left, but when it saw the Level 4 civilization race flagship of the Evolutionary Civilization Alliance was about to run, it immediately started and blocked the opponent in front. The supernova was not a defective product like the Avengers Level 4 civilization race flagship. After fighting the opponent several times, it directly blocked the opponent in the universe. And Regtros in the back was also approaching at a rapid speed, and he had already begun to gather energy for attack. Faced with such a situation, the Evolver civilization also knew that if it could not break through, this Level 4 civilization race flagship would basically be dead here. So the Evolver civilization gritted its teeth, and this screw battleship once again gathered space energy. The supernova was not to be outdone this time, and also began to gather space energy, but this time, the condensed space energy was mainly concentrated on the right side. 10 seconds later, the two race flagships collided again. The space was broken again, and the two race flagships were damaged again. However, after breaking through the interception of the supernova, the fourth-level civilization race flagship of the Evolver civilization immediately flew away. But unfortunately, it had entered the attack range of Reglos at this time, and the space domain instantly expanded, covering it. At this time, even if it started the engine, it was useless. It was covered by the space domain of Reglos, and the space around it was imprisoned. Then a huge energy beam with a diameter of 10,000 kilometers was launched from the body of Reglos, and this huge energy beam hit its hull fiercely. Boom! 10 seconds later, the flagship of the fourth-level civilization race of the Evolver civilization tried its best, but finally could not resist such a powerful attack when the hull was damaged. The whole hull exploded, and the wreckage of the warship was scattered everywhere. Chapter 295. The moment the flagship of the Level 4 civilization race of the Evolutionary Civilization Alliance was blown up, the artillery fire of the entire star system weakened. The spiral-shaped flagship of the Level 4 civilization race exploded, and the debris scattered everywhere. The largest debris had a diameter of 5,000 kilometers. And this debris was not like the other debris, with thick flames. There were no cracks on its surface, but a layer of gray-black light. After Xiangqian noticed this debris, he immediately asked Reglos to attack it. Because such a large wreckage is obviously the escape pod of the race flagship, the only difference is that this escape pod is a bit bigger. Reglos instantly imprisoned the escape pod, and then launched a fierce attack on the escape ship. But this escape pod was even stronger than the hull of the race flagship. Reglos' attack lasted for 5 minutes, and even the temperature of the void rose by several hundred degrees, and the gray-black light on the surface of the escape pod was broken. Boom! When the escape pod was broken, the people of the evolved civilization were finally seen inside. At this time, the flagship of the fourth-level civilization race was completely eliminated. At this point, the strength of the coalition forces of the Earth Federation and the two alliances finally began to open up. Although the left and right sides of the supernova were damaged, the damage was not very serious at that time. For the ship built with a modular structure, as long as the core is not destroyed, such damage can only be regarded as a minor injury. When transforming into the ultimate combat form, the supernova had already anticipated this situation. After all, the power of space annihilation is not something that the current race flagship can resist. So even if the supernova was damaged, its overall strength was much stronger than the Avengers' fourth-level civilization race flagship. And it was impossible for the lead ball battleship fighting the Green Star to defeat the Green Star and Reglos. They are going to escape. Xiangqian said a little strangely, when he saw the lead ball battleship retreating and the Avengers' fourth-level civilization race flagship approaching the lead ball battleship. After all, the Avengers and the Evolutionary Civilization Alliance did not gain any advantage at all, but lost a fourth-level civilization race flagship. In this case, they were going to retreat. This is totally unscientific. Without full preparation, they can't easily start a war. They just started fighting, and they want to withdraw. This is not right. When the lead ball warship retreated, the Green Star was moving forward at a rapid speed, ready to stop it. The scars on the Green Star's hull had completely disappeared at this time, and even the fungi on the surface of the hull had grown again. At this time, a strange plant grew on the top of the Green Star, and this plant was covered with countless diamond-shaped fruits. Hundreds of millions of diamond-shaped fruits, driven by the force of space, quickly shot towards the shot-put battleship. These diamond-shaped fruits ignored the protective shield of the shot-put battleship and directly penetrated the shield and hit the hull, but the weight of these fruits was too light and the speed was not very fast, so they could not penetrate the hull of the shot-put battleship. However, as more and more diamond-shaped fruits were embedded in the hull of the shot-put battleship, circles of strange fluctuations began to appear on the surface of the shot-put battleship. At this time, the movement speed of the shot-put battleship began to slow down. Boss, the fourth flagship of the fourth-level civilization race in the star system, where the Evolutionary Civilization Alliance is located, has been built and upgraded, and has just left the star system and rushed here. Starry Sky suddenly reminded. Yes, I know. Xiangqian didn't care. Even if the fourth-level flagship of the Evolutionary Civilization Alliance arrived, it was only equal to the Earth Federation in strength. It was absolutely impossible to break through the Earth Federation. As the lead ball battleship slowed down, the Green Star caught up with it and continued to attack. The lead ball warship had no choice but to fight with the Green Star and could not leave the battlefield. After a while, Reglos rushed to the Green Star and attacked the lead ball warship together, which suppressed the lead ball warship. However, it was impossible for Reglos to blow up the lead ball warship again like he did just now. After all, the flagship of the fourth-level civilization race was hit when it was damaged. Moreover, after using the space energy attack, the energy buffer system of the race flagship was still in overload operation, and the space protection system could not be used. Reglos took advantage of this opportunity to blow up the race flagship in one fell swoop. Otherwise, no matter how powerful he he would not easily blow up a Level 4 Civilization race flagship. After a while, the Level 4 Civilization race flagship of the Avengers also rushed to the battlefield to help the lead ball warship share the pressure. However, even so, the two race flagships were suppressed by the Green Star and Rectros, and they had little chance to counterattack and could only passively defend. The Supernova retreated to the star system. Countless equipment manufacturers had already manufactured new parts based on the design drawings of the Supernova, preparing to repair the two sides of the Supernova that were easily abandoned. Time passed slowly, and several hours passed. The Green Star and Rectros were still fighting each other, but the Avengers' fourth-level Civilization race flagship was about to fail. What was still supporting the Evolutionary Civilization Alliance was that reinforcements were about to arrive. As long as they held on until the reinforcements arrived, it would be impossible to destroy the Earth Federation, but they would be able to leave safely. As for the life and death of the Avengers, it had nothing to do with their evolutionary civilization. At the same time, the Evolutionary Civilization Alliance was also wondering why the Avengers' trump card had not been moved, but they also knew that the Earth Federation had a profit, so if the Avengers did not say what their trump card was, they would not be able to force them. If the Earth Federation is prepared because of the trump card, that would be bad. Anyway, given the relationship between the Avengers and the Earth Federation, they cannot unite together, and the Evolutionary Civilization Alliance is sure of this. As time goes by, 3 huge holes have appeared on the Avengers' fourth-level Civilization race flagship, and these holes were made by Reglos. At the same time, the Avengers also said that their fourth-level Civilization race flagship is about to fail, and now they are just waiting for reinforcements to arrive, and then they will end their mission after using their trump cards. When the Evolutionary Civilization Alliance heard that the Avengers would wait for reinforcements to arrive before using their trump card, they not only urged reinforcements, but also asked the shotgun battleship to replace the Avengers' Level 4 Civilization race flagship to resist the Earth Federation's attack. If the Avengers' trump card was not used, and they were blown up by the Earth Federation, they would have no place to cry. At this point, the pressure on the shotgun battleship increased instantly, but for the trump card mentioned by the Avengers, they could only do this. Fortunately, the speed of the Level 4 Civilization race flagship did not disappoint the Evolutionary Civilization. An hour later, the Evolutionary Civilization Alliance's new Level 4 Civilization race flagship arrived. At this time, inside the flagship of the Mill Clan's Level 4 Civilization, a message came from the dark screen. The main combat forces of the Evolver Civilization have gathered. Let's get started. Yes, Master. Soon the Evolver Civilization received a notice from the Avengers, asking the shotgun battleship to hold off for a while, as they were going to use their trump card. When the Evolver Civilization heard this, they immediately became excited and asked the shotgun battleship to hold on tightly to give the Avengers Level 4 Civilization flagship time to use their trump card. As a result, when the shot-put battleship just hit the front of the Avengers Level 4 Civilization race flagship, the Avengers Level 4 Civilization race flagship suddenly burst out with a huge repulsive force, directly pushing the shot-put battleship in front of the Rectros and the Green Star. Then the Avengers Level 4 Civilization race flagship burst out with the strongest speed, activated the space weapon, twisted the shot-put battleship's protective shield, and hit the shot-put battleship at the fastest speed. Boom! After the Avengers Level 4 Civilization race flagship hit the shot-put battleship, a huge energy burst out. If it was just a collision, it wouldn't have caused such an energy explosion, but in the end, the flagship of the Avengers' fourth-level Civilization race actually self-destructed, which really put the lead ball battleship in a terrible situation. This series of actions was so fast that by the time everyone reacted, the lead ball battleship had already hit. Looking at the tattered lead ball battleship, everyone's brains were not working for a moment. Chapter 296. What is going on? What are the Avengers going to do? This is the question that the Earth Federation and the Evolutionary Civilization Alliance are thinking about at the same time, and it is also the question that all the civilizations watching the battle are thinking about, except that the Evolutionary Civilization Alliance is even more collapsed. No matter what others think, Rectros doesn't care about that. Seeing that the shot-put warship is in tatters, he immediately uses space confinement to freeze it first, and then launches a violent attack. In less than 3 minutes, the shot-put warship was also blown up, and the 2 layers of armor inside could not resist Rectros' violent attack at all. From the attack of the Avengers race flagship on the lead ball warship to the explosion of the lead ball warship by Rectros, it took only 5 minutes, and the situation on the battlefield changed suddenly. The Evolutionary Civilization Alliance's fourth-level Civilization race flagship, which had just arrived on the battlefield and had not yet had time to join the battle, also collapsed directly in this situation. They came to rescue, not to fill the gap. Now let him have a 4th-level civilization race flagship that has just broken through to fight against the 3 4th-level civilization race flagships of the Earth Federation. Isn't that courting death? Boss, the Avengers sent a message saying that they want to work with the Earth Federation to destroy the Evolutionary Civilization Alliance. At the same time, they also said that their sincerity has been shown, and now it depends on the Earth Federation. Shin Kong suddenly appeared and said. At this time, everyone in the command hall looked at Xiang Qian, waiting for him to give the order to destroy the Evolutionary Civilization Alliance. Now this opportunity is too good. The Evolutionary Civilization Alliance has only one level 4 civilization race flagship, and the Avengers level 4 civilization race flagship has already self-destructed. Even if the Avengers still have a flagship of a level 4 civilization race, it is only one at most, which is nothing to the Earth Federation. As long as the Earth Federation destroys the Evolutionary Civilization Alliance now, the entire large Magellanic Galaxy will be the world of the Earth Federation, and no civilization can compete with the Earth Federation. Thinking of this, the top leaders of the Earth Federation couldn't sit still, and they all looked at Xiang Qian eagerly, waiting for him to give orders. However, not everyone expected Xiang Qian to give the order to destroy the Evolutionary Civilization Alliance. Many people, including the number 1 leader, kept frowning and thinking about something after hearing the news from Shin Kong. Xiang Qian was also thinking at this time, but he wanted to ask a question that was different from what everyone else was thinking. While others were thinking about the beautiful fantasy that after destroying the Evolutionary Civilization Alliance, the Earth Federation would sweep across the large Magellanic Galaxy and become invincible, he was thinking about what benefits the Avengers would gain from destroying the Evolutionary Civilization. Indeed, destroying the Evolutionary Civilization Alliance would be good for the Earth Federation, and it would be a great benefit. But the Avengers were not Lei Feng. So how could they give this benefit to the Earth Federation for no reason? Then the only possibility is that after the Earth Federation wiped out the Evolutionary Civilization, the Avengers got more benefits than the Earth Federation. But Xiang Qian thought for a long time, but he didn't find any benefits that the Avengers could get from it, which made him suspicious. The Avengers will definitely not get the resources controlled by the Evolutionary Civilization Alliance, and all the resources will definitely be plundered by the Earth Federation. The Avengers will not get this thing, either. All the civilizations of the Evolutionary Civilization Alliance will definitely be eliminated by the Earth Federation. Where will the population come from? The scientific and technological information must have been seized by the Earth Federation. Although it may not be of any use, it will definitely not be left to the Avengers. So after all this time, the Avengers paid a 4th-level civilization race flagship to help the Earth Federation deal with the Evolutionary Civilization Alliance, and they themselves did not gain anything, and also took a 4th-level civilization race flagship. Are the Avengers stupid? Absolutely not. So is this self-sacrifice the style of the Avengers? No. Then the Avengers went to such great lengths to destroy the Evolutionary Civilization Alliance, just to help the Earth Federation dominate the large Magellanic system, and then they didn't get any benefit at all, and they had to avoid being hunted down by the Earth Federation. Do you believe this? Anyway, Xiang Qian didn't believe it. Even if he couldn't figure out what the Avengers were up to, he didn't believe that the Earth Federation could benefit from this. Maybe this was a big pit. And on the other hand, does the Earth Federation lack resources? It is indeed lacking, but even if the resources of the Evolutionary Civilization Alliance were seized, the Earth Federation still would not have enough. You said it was not lacking, and it is really not lacking now. The Earth Federation does not plan to continue to build the race flagship. The remaining special rare metals are enough to make genetic nuclear force weapons. After that, there will be no manpower to control them. As for scientific and technological information, the Earth Federation really has no shortage of this thing. Even if all the scientific and technological information of the Evolutionary Civilization Alliance is bundled together, it is less than 1% of the total scientific and technological information of the Earth Federation. Why does the Earth Federation need the technological data of the Evolutionary Civilization? They are so bored. So, even if the Earth Federation destroys the Evolutionary Civilization, the benefits it can get are limited. As for the idea of dominating the large Magellanic Cloud, Xiang Qian didn't even think about it. How big is the large Magellanic Cloud? After the final battle, they will have to leave the large Magellanic Cloud. What's the point of letting the Earth Federation show off in the remaining time? After thinking for a long time, Xiang Qian decided to give up destroying the Evolutionary Civilization Alliance. After all, there would not be much actual benefits, and there is a possibility of falling into the big pit dug by the Avengers. If the Earth Federation and the Evolutionary Civilization Alliance were so poor now, they would decide to take action. But now the Earth Federation lacks everything. Even if it lacks resources, it cannot be made up by one evolutionary civilization, so it is almost the same as not lacking anything. As the saying goes, if you have no desires, you will be strong. If you are greedy for small gains, you will suffer big losses. This principle is applicable everywhere. Now the Earth Federation will not be greedy for this small gain, so even if it suffers losses, at most it will not get the resources of the Evolutionary Civilization Alliance. The Earth Federation can still afford this loss. Notify the Evolutionary Civilization Alliance and ask them to send someone to negotiate, otherwise you will be exterminated by the Earth Federation. Xiang Qian said to the starry sky. Okay, boss. Let Regtros and the Green Star come back, and send a spacecraft to clean up the garbage outside the star system. Everyone go to the conference room for a summary meeting. Xiang Qian said, got up and walked towards the door. Just like that, the huge race war ended in a farce. This made those civilized races, who were cheering for the Evolutionary Civilization Alliance and the Avengers Alliance at the beginning confused. What kind of thing is this? Even if they can't defeat the Earth Federation, they can still fight to the point where both sides suffer losses. Who would have thought that the fight would end just as it started? All the small races started to get restless, fearing that the Earth Federation would cause trouble for them. However, after half a month, the Earth Federation did not make any moves, which made the small races feel relieved. At the same time, it also made the small races determined that even if such a thing happened again in the future, they would definitely support the Earth Federation. As for other civilizations, they were too unreliable. During this half-month, the Earth Federation was busy negotiating with the Evolutionary Civilization Alliance. Xiang Qian did not participate in the negotiations, but only told the negotiators one request, which was to sign a treaty. The core meaning was that the Evolutionary Civilization Alliance and its affiliated races should not attack the Earth Federation before the end of the final battle. In other words, before the end of the final battle, the Earth Federation could attack the Evolutionary Civilization Alliance, but the Evolutionary Civilization Alliance could not attack the Earth Federation. Although this treaty was extremely overbearing and unreasonable, under the threat of force from the Earth Federation, the Evolutionary Civilization Alliance had to agree. Anyway, the expiration date of this treaty is after the final battle, not for a lifetime, so let's give the victory of the final battle to the Earth Federation in advance. Even if they don't give it, it is estimated that the victory of the final battle will also belong to the Earth Federation, so it doesn't matter whether to sign this treaty or not. At the same time, the Earth Federation also promised that as long as the Evolutionary Civilization Alliance does not cause trouble for the Earth Federation will not touch them. If you want to eliminate them, is there a better time than now? After the clan contract was signed secretly, the Earth Federation also restored its previous calm and began to develop rapidly. At the same time, in the entire large Magellantic galaxy, the Earth Federation also became a crab, and could walk sideways. After the Earth Federation signed a contract with the Evolutionary Civilization Alliance, inside a prehistoric civilization relic in the large Magellantic galaxy, in the Avengers base camp, a sigh was heard from a dark room. Time passed slowly, and 3 years passed in the blink of an eye. During these 3 years, the large Magellantic galaxy was very peaceful. All the major races were fully prepared for war. There was no war at all. Xiang Qian was very busy during these 3 years, busy signing contracts with all the races in the large Magellantic galaxy. Xiang Qian thought about the conspiracy of the Avengers 3 years ago for a long time, and he also talked about this issue with many people. Finally, he got the answer from the #1 leader, and figured out what the conspiracy of the Avengers was. At the beginning, the Avengers used the Earth Federation threat theory to tie most of the small races in the large Magellantic galaxy to the chariot, and oppress the Earth Federation. Does the Earth Federation hate those small races at this time? Of course it does, but it is suppressed by the 2 big mountains of the Evolutionary Civilization Alliance and the Avengers Alliance, so the Earth Federation cannot take action to eliminate those small races. Later, the Avengers and the Evolutionary Civilization Alliance joined forces to attack the Earth Federation. If they can defeat the Earth Federation at this time, they will directly attack it. If they can't defeat it, they will do what the Avengers did at the end and directly destroy the Evolutionary Civilization Alliance. At this time, the Earth Federation can destroy the Evolutionary Civilization Alliance. After all, the Earth Federation also knows that the Avengers Alliance has no resources. If a 4th-level civilization race flagship is destroyed, The Avengers Alliance will only have one fourth-level civilization race flagship left at most, and it may not have any. Without the threat of the Avengers, the Evolutionary Civilization Alliance is the meat on the chopping board of the Earth Federation. Normally, the Earth Federation will definitely destroy the Evolutionary Civilization. In this way, the Earth Federation will be the only one in the large Magellantic system, and can do whatever it wants. Those small races waving flags and shouting will definitely be retaliated by the Earth Federation. After all, at this time, even if the small races in the entire large Magellanic system unite together, they cannot beat the Earth Federation. If the Avengers arrange for the Wanderer civilization to publish a statement about the brutality of the Earth Federation, or a statement attacking the Earth Federation, then the Wanderer civilization controlled by the Avengers started to stir up trouble. With the Earth Federation's dominance, it would definitely send out the flagship of the fourth-level civilization race to eliminate these Wanderer civilizations, and it might even destroy some other Wanderer civilizations. If it were a little crazier, it would be possible to destroy more small races before the final battle. At that time, the Earth Federation would be at the forefront of the storm. All civilizations in the entire large Magellanic galaxy wished that the Earth Federation would die, but they couldn't beat the Earth Federation even if they were tied up, so they could only suppress their resentment and wait until the final battle to erupt. When it comes to the final stop, after the Earth Federation loses the advantage of the flagship of the Level 4 civilization race, the small races of the entire large Magellanic galaxy will attack the Earth Federation together under the connection of the Avengers. The consequences at that time can be imagined. If the Earth Federation destroys the Evolutionary Civilization Alliance, it will not be a matter of the tree standing out in the forest, but the entire forest will be covered by the big tree of the Earth Federation, and the nutrients of the Earth and the sunlight of the sky will all be absorbed by the big tree of the Earth Federation. What will happen to those small races at that time? They are just saplings, and they cannot compete with the Earth Federation for nutrients. They cannot get sunlight under the shade of the big tree of the Earth Federation. They can only wait for death, but rabbits will bite when they are anxious, let alone so many civilized races. At that time, in the battlefield of the final battle, the Earth Federation will fight against all civilizations in the entire large Magellanic galaxy, because they know that if they miss this opportunity, they will die after the final battle. After figuring it all out, Xiang Qian broke out in a cold sweat. Fortunately, he had been thinking about the motives of the Avengers at that time. Although he did not find them, he did not fall for them, because he did not want to be cheap and suffer losses. Otherwise, the final battle would be the time when the Earth Federation would perish. At the same time, Xiang Qian was also very curious. The rules of the final battle have not been released yet, and there are no specific rules of the final battle in the Fortress Control chip. So how did the Avengers know that the rules of the final battle were beneficial to the small races? Could it be that the mastermind behind the Avengers was also reborn? Xiang Qian thought about it, and felt that it was not the case. If he was reborn, he would not be in his current state. With the memory and special abilities of rebirth, it would not be a problem to unify the large Magellanic cloud. Why did he force him into this state? Boss, the time is up. We have to leave. The starry sky appeared to remind Xiang Qian. Well, let's go. Xiang Qian picked up the Civilization Ray Scepter, touched the Fortress Control chip in his pocket, and walked out of the office. At the same time, all civilizations in the entire large Magellanic cloud were rushing to the location where the space gate was opened. The battlefield of the final battle would open one planet later. This was the time jointly set by the civilizations in the entire large Magellanic cloud that had Fortress Control chips. Chapter 297. Outside the Earth Federation star system, more than 4 million warships were quietly parked there, the largest of which was the destroyer. The surrounding warships were the same ratio to the destroyer as aircraft carriers and kayaks. In this final battle, humans sent 15 billion evolvers, and took away all the genetic nuclear power liquid of the Earth Federation. The Green Star Civilization and the Silver Wing Civilization each sent 200 million evolvers and 300 million evolvers, but all of them were super controllers of the 4th level genetic nuclear power armed fortress. After all, if the evolvers of the 3rd level civilization overcontrol the genetic nuclear force of the 4th level civilization, they will soon fall into the dilemma of insufficient genetic nuclear force. The Earth Federation has no way to solve this problem. And the evolvers sent by the Mandi tribe are not small, as many as 10 billion. After all, as an evolver civilization, it has a much richer foundation in population than the Wanderer civilization, and the upper limit of the total population is many times that of the Wanderer civilization. So in this final battle, the main force of the Earth Federation is still humans and the Mandi tribe, and the Green Star Civilization and the Silver Wing civilization mainly copy the defense. Xiang Qian boarded the star battleship and entered the destruction. At this time, the destruction had completed the transformation of the 4th level technology, but all these transformations were focused on defense and attack. Other equipment had not been transformed too much. Otherwise, even if there were many evolvers in the population, they would not be able to withstand the consumption of the 4th level genetic nuclear force. The last self-inspection of all warships before sailing begins. When Xiang Qian came to the main control hall of the destruction, he just heard Zhang Lei giving this order. The self-inspection of the forward fortress has been completed. All systems are working normally, and can set off at any time. Yang Guang's voice came. The Blue Moon Fortress has completed self-inspection, all systems are working normally, and it can be set off at any time. Zhao Ming's voice came, and he seemed a little excited. Xiang Qian's mouth twitched when he heard this. After Zhang Lei came back, the Blue Moon Fortress was handed over to Zhao Ming. After all, as his best friend, it would not be a good idea if he did not have armed forces worthy of his status. He did not give it to him before because he was afraid that he would go out to explore the remains of prehistoric civilization. Now that the final battle has begun, the curse of the previous life has been broken, so Xiang Qian gave him the Blue Moon Fortress. All warships of the Earth Federation's First Fleet have completed self-inspection. All warships of the Earth Federation's Second Fleet have completed self-inspection. All warships of the Earth Federation's 10th Fleet have completed self-inspection, and can set off immediately. A series of reports sounded, and all warships of the entire Earth Federation that were going to the final battle had completed self-inspection. Open the gravity tunnel, Green Star, the head, and Regtros, follow up, and everyone will set off. Xiang Qian gave the order straightforwardly. The energy of the 15 stars was continuously extracted and transmitted to hundreds of planets through the plant channel. After that, the gravity traction equipment on the planet was activated, and a huge vortex appeared in the cosmic void in front of the fleet. The Green Star immediately started its gravity engine, connected to the gravity tunnel, and then entered the gravity tunnel first. The destroyer, with a huge fleet, followed the Green Star into the gravity tunnel, and Reglos followed the last battleship into the tunnel. The distortion of the universe stopped only after Reglos disappeared into the gravity tunnel. At this time, countless warships were parked densely around the star system that Xiang Qian had arranged for Zhang Lei to guard. Looking around, the number of warships within the surrounding 500 billion kilometers was at least 300 million. Moreover, in the distance, there are fleets rushing here every moment. A large fleet may have 100,000 warships. A small fleet may have about 20,000 warships. Anyway, there is no fleet like the Earth Federation with more than 4 million warships. Even the fleets in the evolutionary civilization closest to the star system, each evolutionary civilization's fleet is no more than 300,000 ships at most. Suddenly, the cosmic void outside the star system began to distort, and the fleets within the distorted space range evacuated immediately. Fortunately, the space distortion of the gravity tunnel is not offensive, but repulsive, otherwise the fleet within the distorted space range will be crushed by the distorted technology in the first place. The seed form of the Green Star logo appeared first, followed by the destruction, the Earth Federation fleet, and Regtros. The Earth Federation fleet is coming. Seeing this huge polar fleet, all civilizations thought of it in the first place. At the same time, the small race fleet in front of the Earth Federation fleet began to evade urgently after the Green Star appeared. If you don't let them. Hee, are you sure you have the guts? No matter how early these small races came and how good their positions were, they had to give way to the Earth Federation after it arrived. And this giving way was not just a matter of one civilization or two civilizations moving. In a dense fleet, any movement would interfere with the surrounding fleets. If it were normal times, any fleet that moved around would definitely become a public enemy. But now, even if the fleets that gave way to the Earth Federation fleet pushed hard to the side, and said nothing to no one, they had to cooperate and continue to push to the side. Such actions do not require the Earth Federation to issue a command, and all civilizations will act consciously. From this, we can see the status of the Earth Federation in the large Magellanic Galaxy. Now all civilizations admit that the Earth Federation is indeed the largest force in the large Magellanic Galaxy, and no civilization can compete with the Earth Federation. Xiang Qian stood on the bridge of the destruction, looking at the retreating fleet around him through the porthole, and felt indescribable excitement in his heart. In the previous life, humans struggled hard. Even in the final battle, they hid and did not earn anything at all. Even the final result of the final battle was heard from other civilizations. Humans didn't dare to go to the main battlefield, fearing that they would be destroyed if something went wrong. But now the ultimate goal of mankind is to be the first. It's not arrogance, but the strength is strong, so the heart is naturally big. To be honest, Xiang Qian himself didn't dare to imagine that mankind would have this day. After entering the large Magellanic Cloud, he worked hard to plan, just to increase the foundation of mankind and leave the large Magellanic Cloud safely. But step by step, he achieved a level that he didn't dare to imagine, and also made the foundation of mankind extremely deep. Now the large Magellanic Cloud has no attraction to the Earth Federation. The final battle is just to test the overall strength of the Earth Federation. At the same time, destroying the Avengers is also what the Earth Federation has to do in this final battle. A day later, the Earth Federation's fleet arrived at the edge of the star system, waiting for the moment to open the space gate. Chapter 298. In the blink of an eye, a week has passed. All races in the large Magellanic Cloud have reached the outer reaches of the star system, and the mighty fleet has occupied the cosmic void of hundreds of billions of kilometers around the star system. The races that came here basically brought all their own combat power, even if they were not armed with genetic nuclear power, to escort their own fleet. Tell them, start. After Xiang Qian finished speaking, the destruction battleship took the lead in entering the interior of the star system. At the same time, the other 8 civilizations with fortress control chips also drove their warships into the star system. Soon, the 9 warships arrived around the binary star system in the star system. Xiang Qian immediately took out the civilization ray scepter and placed the control chip on top of the civilization ray scepter. Suddenly, the civilization ray scepter burst out a burst of light and shot at the control chip. When the light hit the chip, lines appeared on the chip, and as the light of the civilization ray scepter shone, the lines on the chip became more and more, and soon the destruction spread out. The shining lines of the 9 warships slowly expanded, eventually enveloping the entire binary star system. After the small black hole in the middle of the binary star system was covered by the lines, huge ripples unfolded, and circles of space fluctuations, like huge waves, pushed the 9 warships to the outside of the star system. Under the wrapping of the lines, the 9 warships did not receive any damage. As the black hole spread, the 2 planets in the binary star system were gradually swallowed by the black hole, and then the planets inside the star system were also swallowed one by one. Even the stars were not spared. For a whole hour, all the civilized races in the large Magellanic Cloud watched the huge black hole swallow the entire star system, and finally turned into a huge silver-white space gate. When the space gate was formed, the light of the civilized race scepter slowly disappeared, and the chip returned to its original state. At this time, the ray scepters of all civilized races in the large Magellanic Cloud flashed, and a piece of information appeared in the mind of the controller of the civilized ray scepter. The space gate opened, and driving the genetic nuclear force weapon through the space gate can enter the battlefield of the final battle. Any non-genetic nuclear force weapon equipment will be wiped out after entering the battlefield. Only the alien beast civilization whose body swallowed 80% of special rare metals can enter the battlefield of the final battle. Single-type alien beasts cannot enter the battlefield of the final battle. During the final battle, war is prohibited in the large Magellanic Galaxy. Xiang Qian felt the information in his mind, and could only sigh. Reglos would not be able to participate in the final battle. In this way, the Earth Federation has lost a huge helper. I guess their civilization should be happy. When Xiang Qian thought of this, other civilizations also thought of it. Now which civilization in the entire large Magellanic Galaxy does not know Reglos? As a 4th-level single-type alien beast, it is stronger than the flagship of a 4th-level civilization race. If Reglos is allowed to enter the battlefield of the final battle, then other civilizations can only squat in the corner and draw circles. After all, there is no flagship of the 4th-level civilization race participating in the final battle. If Reglos is allowed to enter, it can completely sweep all civilization races. What kind of final battle is that? Just give the first place to Reglos. Notify the Green Star and Reglos to return to the Earth Federation, and move the star system according to the star map I left behind. Xiang Qian looked at the Evolver civilization entering the space gate, and said calmly that he was not in a hurry at all. Now everyone was at the same starting line. Even if they entered a few minutes earlier, what would happen? After saying goodbye to the Earth Federation fleet, the Green Star and Reglos left. At this time, all civilizations in the large Magellanic Cloud were scrambling to enter the space gate, fearing that they would be one step slower than other civilizations. Notify all warships, led by the destruction, to form a fleet formation, open the formation force field, and open the ship's protective shield. Xiang Qian gave the order. In an instant, the Earth Federation fleet began to change its formation. The Earth Federation's move was not a big deal, but it scared the surrounding fleets. These fleets that were about to enter the space gate also opened the fleet formation force field. "Let's go!" Xiang Qian gave the order after the formation force field of the Earth Federation fleet was opened. As for the surrounding civilized races that followed the fleet force field, Xiang Qian just smiled and said in his heart that they were smart. The Earth Federation fleet slowly entered the space gate. It was unknown whether it was a year or a second. Anyway, the whole time was disordered. When the starry sky appeared again in front of them, the Earth Federation fleet had already entered the battlefield of the final battle. However, the scene in front of them frightened everyone. The fleet that entered the space gate before the Earth Federation was now fighting a group of monsters. Many warships had become space garbage. These warships were caught off guard and exploded directly after entering here because they did not open the protective shield. After the fleet in front saw the Earth Federation fleet appear, they immediately began to gather around the Earth Federation fleet. In less than 10 minutes, the Earth Federation fleet had reached the front of the battlefield. There are all monsters here, like bugs. There are more than billions of them, rushing towards all the civilizations in the large Magellanic Cloud that have reached the battlefield of the final battle. Attack when the metal storm weapon is saturated. The target is 50 million square kilometers in front. The density is 1 bullet per 10 square meters, and it will be fired. Xiang Qian gave the order immediately. He still remembers the bugs this time. In the last life, when the final battle started, not all civilizations entered at the same time, so there were not so many bugs, but there were bug training teams in the entire universe. When humans entered here, the bugs around the space gate had been cleared, but there were still such bugs on major planets and deep in the galaxy. Each of these bugs is equivalent to the power of a third-level civilization warship, which is similar to the alien beast civilization. The only weakness is poor physical defense. As long as the electromagnetic railgun projectile hits these bugs, they can be solved in one shot. However, energy attacks have little effect, as if these bugs have energy shields on their bodies. Now the fleets of major races are using energy attacks, which are really mediocre for bugs. But it's not their fault. After all, no race would install many electromagnetic weapons on the genetic nuclear force weapons. Because the energy attack of the genetic nuclear force weapons is superluminal, and the smaller genetic nuclear force weapons move very fast. If the electromagnetic weapons cannot attack at superluminal speed, they will be useless against the genetic nuclear force weapons. Boss, the data analysis is out. Our current location should be in the Spider Nebula. At this time, the starry sky appeared, showing the star map in front of Xiang Qian. Xiang Qian didn't say anything when he saw the star map. Although the rules for opening the space gate had changed, the battlefield of the final battle had not changed. In this case, his memory was still somewhat useful, and could be used to its last bit of energy. After destroying the bugs in front of you, move forward to this position. Xiang Qian thought for a long time, and clicked on the star map. Chapter 299. As more and more civilized races entered the battlefield, the crazy bugs were suppressed. At the same time, after other civilizations saw the Earth Federation's attack method, warships with electromagnetic weapons or physical attacks also used the same method to attack. In less than half a day, hundreds of millions of bugs were wiped out. When all the bugs were wiped out, the civilized race scepter once again sent a message to the controllers of each race. Rules of the final battle. Any civilization is prohibited from attacking a planet, and will be wiped out if it destroys a planet. Eliminate a Zerg hive and get 1 point, and eliminate a civilization to get all the points of that civilization. After all Zerg hives are hunted down, the final battle ends. At the end, the last 3,000 civilizations will be wiped out according to the points ranking, and the top 10 civilizations will receive the final battle reward. Xiang Qian was stunned after receiving this information, because the rules of this final battle are different from those of the final battle in the previous life. The final battle in the previous life was also based on a point system, but there was no clause that the last 3,000 civilizations would be eliminated. If there was such a clause in the final battle in the previous life, the humans at that time would have died directly in it. Xiang Qian felt that this rule was designed to make all civilizations kill each other. As for why there was no such rule in the previous life, it may be that there were very few civilizations in the large Magellanic Cloud that could participate in the final battle in the previous life, so there was no need for this rule. But even though the large Magellanic Cloud was in chaos for a while, it was generally stable. There were no battles among the major alliances, and the battles between the three major forces, the Earth Federation, the Evolutionary Civilization Alliance, and the Avengers, rarely involved small races. Therefore, the number of civilizations in the large Magellanic Cloud may have exceeded the limit, causing forced intervention in the rules of the game. However, the only thing that comforted Xiang Qian was that the other rules had not changed, otherwise his plan to plot against the Avengers would have been completely ruined. Notify all warships, no attacks on any planets are allowed, and any attacks that may touch the planets must be avoided, Xiang Qian said to the starry sky. At this time, the fleets of the major civilizations that were piled together also began to disperse consciously. Although they didn't know where the Zerg mother nest was, a large group of civilizations gathered together, and even if the Zerg mother nest appeared, those small races would not benefit. So after destroying the Zerg Sea, the major races began to slowly disperse around. They didn't dare to move too fast, just for fear of encountering the Insect Sea just now. No small race could resist the Insect Sea just now. The Earth Federation's fleet was not like other civilizations. After Xiang Qian pointed out the coordinates on the star map, the entire fleet began to move, and moved quickly towards that location. Some small races, for some unknown reason, actually followed the Earth Federation's fleet. Xiang Qian ignored this situation, as they could not pose a threat to the Earth Federation. Moreover, the direction the Earth Federation is heading to is the core of the battlefield. Even if those small races catch up, they will not get any benefits, but may suffer losses. However, these have nothing to do with Xiang Qian. Soon, after flying out of a star system, a Zerg patrol was found in the void of the universe. The number of Zerg patrols is about 500,000, and the maximum number can be 800,000, and at least no less than 300,000. However, the Zerg patrol is much stronger than the Zerg that attacked just now. In a one-on-one fight, a genetic nuclear force armed ship can only deal with 5 Zergs at the same time. In less than 2 minutes, a Zerg patrol was killed by the Earth Federation fleet. Such a small number of Zerg did not require the concentrated fire of the entire fleet. Just sending hundreds of thousands of warships to attack in 2 rounds was enough to solve the problem. Soon, 3 days passed. The Earth Federation fleet had reached the depths of the battlefield. A huge planet was slowly rotating in the distance. This planet had violated the laws of physics because it was too big. According to the scan results, the diameter of this planet was about 70 billion kilometers. The outer atmosphere is more than 1 million kilometers away from the surface. Such a planet is simply a giant. According to normal physical laws, a planet with such a large mass is absolutely impossible to exist, because the pressure of the core inside the planet can definitely form molecular degenerate matter. Then the gravity generated by molecular degenerate matter will directly cause the planet to collapse, turning all the matter on the planet into molecular degenerate matter. Of course, the mass of this planet can completely form a black hole. But now this planet is floating in the universe without any instability. Outside this huge planet, there are 9 huge fortresses orbiting the planet. The size of each planetary fortress is more than 10 times that of the Earth, just like 9 huge satellites. Outside the 9 fortresses are densely packed insects, which fill the entire universe. Even with the power of the Earth Federation fleet, it feels a bit difficult to move forward. Notify Green Sun and Sephiroth to activate the space distortion force field at the same time with the destroyer, and have them protect the 2 wings of the fleet respectively, and we will rush directly over. Xiang Qian saw the sea of insects in front of him. No matter how many the Earth Federation killed, more insects would come. If this continued, even if all the genetic nuclear power fluids in the Earth Federation were consumed, it might not be able to eliminate these countless insects. So Xiang Qian prepared to activate the space distortion force field to isolate the sea of insects, and let the fleet rush directly into the fortress. 10 minutes later, the fleets of Green Star Civilization and Silver Wing Civilization ran to both sides of the fleet, and at the same time, under Xiang Qian's order, they activated the space distortion force field. In an instant, the Fleet Federation fleet turned into a sharp arrow, and under the protection of the surging space fluctuations, rushed towards the fortress surrounded by the sea. The Earth Federation fleet plunged into the sea of insects, and the small races behind the Earth Federation were in trouble. Without the Earth Federation in front, how could they withstand the attack of endless insects? In less than half an hour, the fleets of these small races were completely destroyed. It's not that they don't want to run back, but they can't turn back at all. There are countless bugs behind them that have surrounded them. Originally, this encirclement was prepared for the Earth Federation, but the Earth Federation fleet ran away, and they became the unlucky ones. No matter how these small races ask the Earth Federation for help, Xiang Qian has no intention of helping them. Not to mention that there may be puppet civilizations of the Avengers among these small races. Even if there are none, their life and death have nothing to do with the Earth Federation's destruction of the ocean. After those small races were eliminated, the Earth Federation also arrived outside the fortress. The huge fortress was as solid as a rock under the protection of the protective shield. Even though there were countless insects attacking the protective shield, there was no sign of any fluctuation on the surface of the protective shield. Xiang Qian took out the fortress chip, and under the illumination of the civilized race's scepter, the familiar pattern burst out again. When the pattern formed by the fortress chip touched the fortress protective shield, a dazzling light burst out on the protective shield. In an instant, all the insects attacking the protective shield turned into powder. The light from the fortress's protective shield shone on the bugs, just like sunlight shining on ice and snow, melting them quickly. Even those bugs that were not far from the shield turned into powder after the shield burst out. 3 seconds later, there were no bugs 3 million kilometers outside the shield. Tiny particles were floating in the universe, and these particles were the substances left after the bugs turned into powder. At this time, the shield opened a huge channel, which could allow the destroyer to drive directly into it. After the Earth Federation fleet entered the shield closed again, but this time the surrounding bugs did not surround and attack the shield. Instead, they called out 3 million kilometers away, but did not move forward. Suddenly, the fortress chip on the civilized race's scepter began to melt. After the entire fortress chip disappeared, the fortress gate in front of the fleet slowly opened, and at the same time a data began to connect to the destruction. Chapter 300. When the initialization setting starts. Scan the race. Scan the civilization level. Scan the technology type. Scan completed. Generate the living environment of the race. Generate the technology system of the fortress. Determine the resource recovery rate of the fortress. The overall setting of the fortress is completed. As a series of prompt sounds sounded inside the destruction, the interior and appearance of the entire fortress began to change. After the burst of light in the interior space ended, the overall style was close to the aesthetic standards of the Earth Federation, and the text descriptions of each area also became the text of the 4 civilizations of the Earth Federation. The external weapon system also began to change. The weapon system of the fortress itself disappeared, and was replaced by weapons corresponding to the technological level of the Earth Federation. Hello everyone, I am the number 1 fortress intelligence system. Now the fortress has been reset. The living environment inside the fortress fully meets the survival needs of all your races. You can move around freely inside. The original weapon system of the fortress disappeared, and was updated to the primary weapon system of the 4th level civilization. Using the weapon system consumes the internal energy of the fortress. Since the reserve energy is limited, please use it with caution. If you want to replace the fortress's intelligence system, please go to the fortress's main control hall to replace it yourself. All questions about the use of the fortress can be inquired inside the fortress hall. A cold mechanical synthesized voice sounded, and when it was finished, a structural diagram of the fortress was left. Scan the fortress for cleaning, I want specific data. Xiang Qian said after reading the fortress structure diagram. Soon, endless data was refreshed on the main screen. Among them, Xiang Qian cared most about the internal living environment of the fortress. He wanted to know what kind of data could allow the 4 major races of humans, Mandi, Green Civilization, and Silver Wing Civilization to be produced in the same environment. Although Green Star Civilization, Silver Wing Civilization, and Mandi Clan are all human-like civilizations, the 4 races have different requirements for the living environment. The simplest difference is the oxygen content in the air. Each race has different requirements for the oxygen content in the space. For example, humans cannot stay in the production environment of Green Star Civilization because the Green Star Civilization's oxygen content requirement is too high. If humans stay in the Green Star Civilization's living environment for a while, they will definitely get oxygen poisoning due to breathing too much oxygen. So after the Green Star Civilization and the Silver Wing Civilization broke through the 4th level civilization race, their bodies were transformed, and they ignored the harsh environment. Humans and the Mandi tribe could not meet such requirements. But the data displayed on the big screen now shows that the oxygen content is absolutely not enough for human survival. With only 5% oxygen content, humans will definitely suffocate to death. At the same time, the air pressure, gravity and other data are completely unable to meet the requirements of the human living environment. Not to mention humans, even the living environment required by the other 3 tribes is not the data in front of us. Tell Green Gissen to send someone outside to feel whether the environment here is suitable for the survival of Green Star Civilization. Xiang Qian said to Shinkong after reading the data in front of him. After all, in such an environment, only the people of Silver Wing Civilization and Green Star Civilization can go down to test without risking their lives. Okay, boss. Soon, a figure wearing biological armor appeared on the big screen. He stood in the isolation cabin and left the isolation cabin carefully after the isolation cabin was opened. But just as he left the isolation cabin, his body fell rapidly towards the ground. Fortunately, the 4th level civilization biological armor was powerful. After this happened, in less than 2 seconds, a pair of huge wings formed on the outside of the armor, preventing people from falling directly from tens of thousands of meters high. After he landed, he opened the mask of the armor and began to take a deep breath. Half a minute later, the data sent by Green Jerson showed that the tester said that the environment of the inner space of the fortress was the same as that of the Green Star civilization, and there was no difference. If you close your eyes, you can't feel that you are inside the fortress at all. Next, the Silver Wing civilization also sent people to conduct tests. The results of the tests were similar to those of the Green Star civilization tests just now, except that the Silver Wing civilization's test results felt that this place was the same as the production environment required by the Silver Wing civilization, with no difference. When humans sent people out to test themselves, the results they got were similar to theirs, and they all felt the same as the production environment required by their own race. Xiang Qian looked at the data report, and then looked at the testers who were intact and alive, and kicking on the ground, and he knew that the data inside the fortress was not the same. No matter how accurate the scan data is, the final result is different, which is completely contrary to reality. Xiang Qian also figured out the reason. It is probably because the game rules had changed the real physical data. After all, this is the battlefield of the final battle. The actions of all races are all under the supervision of the game rules. Then it is understandable that such a situation occurs. The more you know, the more you understand the horror of the rules. After figuring out all this, Xiang Qian asked people to park all the warships in the hangar in order, and then took the senior officials of the Earth Federation to the control hall of the fortress. After arriving at the control hall of the fortress, Xiang Qian replaced the fortress's intelligent brain core with the Starry Sky subsystem, and then began to check the information of the entire fortress. After Xiang Qian understood the information draft of the entire fortress, he knew that he had made a big profit. All the equipment inside the entire fortress needs to be driven by the genetic nuclear power liquid. The fortress itself has an energy core, but this energy core cannot be replenished by normal methods, and can only be replenished with genetic nuclear power liquid. And even if you don't replenish it, every day, the energy core will automatically restore 10% of its energy. As for what this 10% of energy can do, Xiang Qian counted it, and basically can only maintain the consumption of the fortress itself, but cannot provide attack energy. However, the bugs outside can provide genetic nuclear power fluid, and they can also be regarded as alternative evolutionary beasts. As for materials such as special rare metals, there is no such thing as daily recovery. If you want special rare metals, you can exchange them with points. It can be said that as long as the Earth Federation has something inside the fortress, there is nothing that cannot be exchanged with points. Seeing this, Xiang Qian completely understood that killing bugs to obtain genetic nuclear power fluid to maintain survival, and sending people to destroy the mother nest to get points. If the Earth Federation did not have a fortress, then this huge planet in front of them would not be a hunting ground for the Earth Federation at all. According to the information, 90% of the Zerg hives in the battlefield of the final battle were concentrated inside this huge planet. And inside the fortress, there was actually a transmission channel that directly transmitted to the planet. If there was no transmission channel, Xiang Qian would not take the fortress seriously, but with this channel, it would be different. The Earth Federation can ignore the endless sea of insects outside the fortress and directly enter the interior of the planet to hunt, which saves a lot of time. The next day, the mecha team that Xiang Qian had secretly cultivated for decades came to the outside of the transmission channel in an orderly manner. The mecha troops of 2 million people, wearing mechas that were at least tens of meters high, looked at the huge vortex of silver light flowing in front of them, waiting for the order to set off. Chapter 301. Let's go! Xiang Qian's voice rang out in all mechas. Bang, bang, bang. Following Xiang Qian's order, the front row of mecha troops marched in neat steps and quickly entered the transmission hall. At this time, the surface of the transmission hall began to reveal extremely complex patterns. When the first row of mecha soldiers entered the transmission hall, a faint white light appeared in the entire hall in an instant. The light disappeared in the next second, and the first row of mecha soldiers had disappeared in the transmission hall. Shinkong, can you detect the signal? Xiang Qian asked Shinkong with a serious expression in the main control hall of the fortress. Still trying to connect. The space interference is quite serious. So far there is no. Boss, the signal is found. The signal strength is increasing. The connection is complete. Shinkong replied immediately. Report to the commander. The 1st Battalion of the Destruction Legion has been transmitted. No danger is found around. The situation in the distance is being detected. The mecha systems are operating normally. The report is complete. A square-faced man appeared on the big screen and reported to Xiang Qian. Okay, follow the original plan. Xiang Qian nodded and cut off the communication. At the same time, he told Wu Wei to continue their journey. After receiving Xiang Qian's order, Wu Wei led the remaining mecha troops through the teleportation hall and came to the interior of the planet. The location where the mecha troops were teleported was also a place similar to the teleportation hall, except that the surrounding area was not a steel hall, but a rock cave. The 1st Battalion of the Destruction Legion reported the detection situation. Wu Wei asked immediately after being teleported to the interior of the planet. Report to the commander, the exit of the cave is 10 kilometers ahead, and there's a plane outside the exit. The 1st Battalion of the Destruction Legion is detecting the plane, and no danger has been found so far. However, due to unknown reasons, the scanning and detection equipment of the mecha has a working range of only 100 kilometers. Other equipment is normal. Report completed. Yes, continue to detect. 2nd Battalion, 3rd Battalion, you will detect in the left and right directions of the 1st Battalion respectively, with a detection distance of 1,000 kilometers. The rest of the battalions will be on alert at the cave entrance and take action. After Wu Wei finished speaking, all the mecha troops in the cave started to move. Wu Wei did not feel anything strange about the reduction of the mecha detection range, but just wrote it down and waited to report it to Xiang Qian when he returned. Under the change of rules, the detector that can scan 1,000,000 kilometers can only scan 100 kilometers, which is not a big deal at all. Even if the detector cannot be used at all, Wu Wei would not be surprised. But before Wu Wei and his team reached the cave entrance, the alarm of the 1st Brigade sounded, and at the same time, a dense red dot appeared on the information-sharing map connected to the system. Report to the commander, countless bugs were found 100 kilometers ahead. The 1st Battalion requests to retreat. Immediately retreat to the cave exit. The 2nd Battalion, the 3rd Battalion, and the 4th Battalion go to support, and the rest of the people start to deploy along the cave entrance. After seeing the map, Wu Wei's face changed instantly. The bugs were like a tide, and they were simply endless. Soon, one mecha after another removed the auxiliary weapon system on its back and installed it at the cave entrance. Although these auxiliary weapon systems also use genetic nuclear power, they do not need to be improved by the mecha pilots. The genetic nuclear power used by these weapon systems is all replenished in advance. In less than half an hour, millions of gun barrels were set up at the cave exit. At this time, the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd squadrons had all returned, all standing behind the auxiliary weapon system, quietly waiting for the arrival of the sea of insects. Attack! When countless insects were 10 kilometers away from the cave exit, Wu Wei issued an attack order. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. For a moment, the densely packed gun barrels fired 10,000 electromagnetic projectiles, like a downpour, covering the sea of insects in front. Crackling. The insects in the front fell to the ground instantly, like wheat cut by a sickle. However, the insects behind ignored such attacks. Even if they were smashed in the next second, they still charged towards their companions' bodies, not fearing life or death. Xiang Qian watched the live broadcast on the big screen in the main control hall, and instantly remembered a movie from a long time ago, Star Wars. The situation Wu Wei was facing now was the same as that faced by the Federation soldiers in Star Wars. Notify the logistics department to support Wu Wei, and notify the production department to immediately build a defensive fortress according to the size of the cave entrance. Xiang Qian said to the starry sky. Okay, boss. In fact, the current situation is not risky at all for Wu Wei and his men. As long as the logistics supply can keep up, no matter how many insects there are, they are just cannon fodder. Facing this endless sea of insects, there is no need for the mecha troops to take action. This is just like a tiger fighting against ants. Countless ants can bite the tiger to death, but the tiger has the power to kill ants in seconds, but the number gap is too large, and it cannot exert its power at all. The mecha troops are prepared for the powerful individual bugs. It is better to let ordinary weapons deal with these cannon fodders in front of us, otherwise it will feel like using anti-aircraft guns to kill mosquitoes. Following Xiang Qian's order, the post-production department immediately began to transport the auxiliary weapon system that had been prepared long ago to the transmission hall. A mountain of weapons and supplies quickly rushed into the cave through the transmission hall. After receiving these weapons, Wu Wei directly turned on the intelligent fire control system. After the weapons were placed around the cave entrance, The mecha troops only had to stand behind and watch the excitement, without even moving their hands. At the same time, the production department also began to manufacture defense fortresses according to the size of the cave entrance. These defense fortresses do not have any technical content at all, as long as they use special rare metals to condense into various graphic modular structures. In less than 3 hours, Wu Wei led the mecha troops to build a defense fortress at the entrance of the cave. All auxiliary weapons were also installed on the surface of the fortress. At this time, no matter how crazy the countless insects attacked, they could not break through the death zone 10 kilometers in front of the cave. On the second day after Wu Wei's conflict with the endless sea of insects, the sea of insects outside the planetary fortress also became less peaceful, as if they were ready to attack the fortress. Faced with this situation, Xiang Qian thought for a while, and organized 1 million warships to attack the insects around the fortress. This attack, combined with the firepower of the fortress, killed hundreds of millions of insects in an instant before the insects could react. By the time the insects began to fight back, the Earth Federation had already dragged countless insect corpses back to the fortress. Shinkong, how much difference is there between the genetic nuclear power contained in these insect corpses and the evolved beasts? After the insect corpses were pulled back, Xiang Qian immediately asked Shinkong to analyze and extract the genetic nuclear power liquid. Boss, the genetic nuclear power content in all insects is about the same as that of the third level of all beasts. It can be said that each insect is equivalent to a third level evolved beast. Shinkong immediately displayed the data and said. After listening to Shinkong's words, Xiang Qian looked at the countless insects that were attacking the fortress on the big screen, as if he saw bottles of genetic nuclear power liquid floating there. Although he didn't know how much genetic nuclear power a bug contained in his previous life, Xiang Qian now knew that the Earth Federation no longer lacked genetic nuclear power drugs. Shinkong, let the production department immediately make some gravity-generating devices, and pull all the bug corpses around the fortress into the fortress. At the same time, let them produce as many weapons as they can, so there is no need to worry about running out of genetic nuclear power. Xiang Qian said immediately. Okay, boss. Now Xiang Qian looked at countless bugs and didn't think they were disgusting anymore. He just regarded them as giving experience. With these bugs providing the genetic nuclear power fluid, he no longer cares about the energy problem. The only thing to be determined now is how strong the Zerd mother nest is. 3 days later, 2 million mechas were covered with auxiliary weapons and rushed to the sea of insects. Although there are still many seas of insects at this time, the density is much smaller than a few days ago. At least Wu Wei can clearly see the bugs that are constantly replenishing the sea of insects from afar through the radar. Now what Wu Wei has to do is to rush out of the sea of insects, find the location of the Zerd mother nest through the route these bugs come, and destroy it. Chapter 302. The mecha troops were like a pair of scissors, fiercely inserting into the sea of insects. The 4th and 5th battalions fired in unison, the 6th and 7th battalions prepared, the 3rd and 8th battalions stopped advancing alternately, and blocked the insects behind the team. Wu Wei commanded while looking at the map. The 1st and 2nd battalions opened the high-frequency oscillating blades, and charged after 2 rounds of salvos. In 15 minutes, the 80-kilometer sea of insects was broken by the mecha troops. After rushing out of the sea of insects, they found that the grassland in front of them had been destroyed by countless insects. The mecha troops led by Wu Wei attacked the rows of insects rushing towards the cave, while advancing rapidly. After more than 2 hours, the mecha troops led by Wu Wei finally saw a high mountain, and countless insects were crawling out of the insect cave. And above the mountain in front of them, countless insects also soared into the sky, directly rushed out of the atmosphere, and flew into space. Seeing this scene, Xiang Qian knew how the endless sea of insects around the fortress came about. At the same time, based on the situation of the endless sea of insects, it can also be inferred how many Zerd nests there are inside this planet. The mecha troops entered the cave. The huge cave can allow the mecha to walk upright, and there is also a certain amount of space. Such a cave is just an inconspicuous black dot on the mountain. If you don't reach this planet, you can't understand the hugeness of this planet. Now Wu Wei has such a feeling. The stone pillars hanging upside down inside the cave, although if you take one of them out on Earth, it can be called a mountain. If the mecha is not big enough, just letting humans walk in the cave, they will probably feel as small as ants. After half an hour of moving forward in the cave, the bugs in front suddenly disappeared. The bugs that used to crawl out of the cave continuously were gone now, and even the detectors could not detect the situation inside. In this way, we can only rely on the traces of the bugs crawling to find the Zerd mother nest. Move forward quickly. Wu Wei felt that the disappearance of the bugs was not a good thing, so after thinking for a while, he immediately gave the order. He didn't want to know what the Zerg mother nest was doing, he just wanted to find it quickly and destroy it directly. Moreover, the disappearance of the bugs also means that the Zerg nest is not far from here, otherwise such a situation would not appear for no reason. After advancing for several hundred kilometers again, the mecha troops finally saw a different situation. The cave in front was no longer straight ahead, but there were countless forks in the road. Before the scanning equipment could scan the situation inside these forks, hundreds of thousands of bugs suddenly crawled out from the inside of these caves. These bugs were not like the ones they had killed before, and overall they seemed to be stronger than the ones they had killed before. Fire! After seeing the bugs crawling out, Wu Wei immediately gave the order. As a result, he found that except for the joints, other parts were attacked by countless electromagnetic projectiles. Faced with this situation, Wu Wei immediately asked the mecha troops to switch the attack mode and start the energy attack. After the energy attack hit the bugs, it was found to be very effective, and its damage was much stronger than electromagnetic weapons. For this situation, Wu Wei didn't know why the bugs here were different from the bugs killed before, including those killed in space, with high physical defense and low energy defense. As the base slowly advanced, 50 kilometers ahead, a huge Zerg nest was finally seen. The Zerg nest was surrounded by caves, and countless bugs were crawling out of the caves and attacking the mecha troops. The dozens of tentacles of the Zerg nest were constantly spitting out round eggs, which would hatch in less than 10 minutes, and then eat the surrounding rocks to grow rapidly. After Wu Wei saw the Zerg nest would spit out hundreds of eggs every second. After these eggs hatched, they would become a combat-capable bug in less than 20 minutes. Seeing this situation, Wu Wei knew that he couldn't delay any longer and had to eliminate the Zerg mother nest as soon as possible. If the fight continued like this, by the time the Zerg were eliminated, the mecha troops' genetic nuclear power would be almost used up. The 9th Brigade aims at the Zerg mother nest, fire at full force, and the other brigade will provide cover. Wu Wei gave the order. The mecha troops stopped advancing, formed a circle, and began to attack the Zerg mother nest that rushed up, while the 9th Brigade turned its target to the Zerg mother nest that could not move in front of him. Energy attacks hit the surface of the Zerg hive, but they had no effect on the hive. Instead, they made the hive spit out eggs faster. Wu Wei immediately asked the 9th Squadron to switch to physical attacks, but they still had no effect on the hive. This made Wu Wei crazy. He didn't believe that the hive was invincible. If their mecha troops couldn't destroy the hive, then other civilizations could only stare blankly. In this way, the final battle was a joke. The only explanation was that they didn't find the right way to attack. The 9th Squadron once again began to attack the bugs, while Wu Wei was anxiously trying to find a solution. 10 minutes later, Wu Wei looked around the Zerg mother nest and finally found a strange place. That is, the more you go down, the more bugs there are, and above the Zerg mother nest, not only are there fewer caves, but even the number of bugs is much less than below. After discovering this situation, Wu Wei immediately led the mecha troops to advance below the Zerg mother nest, stepping on countless bug corpses along the way. After walking for more than 10 minutes, Wu Wei became more and more certain of his guess. After going down, the number of insects increased, and the attacks became more and more crazy. When the mecha troops went deep into the Zerg mother nest 30 kilometers below, the insects here were already approaching like a sea of insects. However, beyond the countless insects, Wu Wei seemed to see huge pipes that extended all the way underground. 9th Squadron, aim at the pipes behind the sea of insects and attack. When Wu Wei saw those pipes, he felt that they were the key points. Sure enough, after attacking those pipes, the pipes broke instantly, and some unknown mucus sprayed out of the pipes. After the pipes were broken, the bugs became even crazier. Wu Wei knew that those pipes were the weakness of the Zerg hive. As the pipes were broken one by one, the speed at which the Zerg hive spewed out eggs began to slow down. When all the pipes were broken, the Zerg hive finally stopped spewing out eggs and began to mobilize energy to the pipes and began to repair the pipes. Unfortunately, Wu Wei had been staring at the pipeline. After discovering this situation, he ordered the 9th Squadron to ignore the surrounding bugs and concentrate on destroying the pipeline. After 5 hours, the number of bugs rushing towards the mecha troops began to decrease, and the Zerg mother nest also gave up repairing those pipelines and began to shrink its body instead. Chapter 303. As the Zerg hive body shrank, the giant eggs inside the hive were also revealed. After the hive body shrank, the decomposed energy was madly transported into the eggs through thick tubes, and the huge eggs grew at a speed visible to the naked eye. Pop! The enlarged eggs exploded, and a giant bug with a body length of 800 meters appeared in front of the mecha troops. With a triangular head, a body full of barbs, and blade-like limbs, the mecha troops felt a chill as soon as this bug appeared. Aim for the key attack. Wu Wei gave the order immediately. This kind of bug is very powerful at first glance, and its entire body is covered with armor like shells, so it is estimated that attacking it will not be of much use. So after seeing its hideous joints, Wu Wei immediately thought of attacking its key points. As long as this bug loses its ability to move, the next thing will be easy. If this bug is allowed to attack the formation of the mecha troops, the barbs all over its body will cause great damage to the mecha troops. But after the mecha troops attacked its joints, they found that its joints were not so easy to break. After all, no matter how powerful the main weapon of the mecha is, it can't catch up with the secondary guns of the battleship. The caliber alone is much worse. Even though these mechas are made of the most advanced technology of the Earth Federation, their actual attack power is at most about the same as the secondary guns of the battleships of the second-level civilization. And the insects spawned by the mother nest with its own energy, not to mention reaching the level of the third-level alien beast, but still have the strength of the second-level alien beast. In this way, the mechas of the Earth Federation will not have any advantage. A few minutes later, the giant bugs attacked the mecha formation. Even with the command of commanders at all levels, the 2 million mechas were still a little panicked. 9th Squadron, turn on the combined tool mode. Seeing this situation, Wu Wei led the 9th Squadron to retreat a distance, and then issued an order. After the 9th Squadron received the order, 10,000 mechas gathered together instantly, and a crystal ball appeared in the palm of each mecha. 10,000 mechas connected in pairs, and the energy from the crystal balls in the palms of their hands connected in series. In less than 10 seconds, the 10,000 mechas were like a whole, with a huge energy field surging around them. Soon, each mecha fired an energy beam, which merged together under the regulation of the energy field and blasted towards the giant bug. Boom! The spiral energy beam hit the head of the giant bug at superluminal speed. The next second, an energy shock wave erupted, and the surrounding bugs and the dried body of the mother nest were destroyed by the energy shock in the first place. The frontmost squadron of the mecha troops was also thrown away by the huge energy shock wave and hit the stone wall of the cave. When the smoke cleared, half of the giant insect's body had disappeared, leaving only the back part, and the rest of the body was destroyed by the energy attack without leaving any residue. At the same time, Xiang Qian learned from the news from the civilization race scepter that human civilization destroyed a Zerg mother nest and scored 1 point. Humans in the entire large Magellanic galaxy are also the first civilization race to destroy the Zerg mother nest. In the ranking list sent by the civilization race scepter, humans ranked first. The ranking of the final battle is calculated by race, not by the Federation of Civilizations. Of course, civilizations with a civilization race contract can transfer points to each other. For example, several civilizations within the Earth Federation are all affiliated civilizations of humans, so humans can transfer points to other civilizations. This is also the reason why humans and the Mandi tribe brought a lot of ground attack troops, while the Silver Wing civilization and the Green Star civilization did not send many people. A few hours later, Wu Wei led the mecha troops out of the cave and returned to the fortress where the transmission channel was located. Let them come back and send people to guard the fortress. There is no rush to kill the Zerg hive. After watching the video recording of Wu Wei and his team killing the Zerg hive, Xiang Qian knew that the civilizations eliminated in the final battle were more than the 3,000 that they feared the most. Without powerful equipment and perfect equipment, and without the use of warships, many wanderer civilizations may not be able to kill a Zerg hive. On the contrary, they may be exhausted to death by a Zerg hive. Okay, boss. But General Wu Wei asked if we should bring back the specimens of the Zerg hive. Shinkong said. Bring it back, send it to the Green Star civilization, and let them study it. Understood. After the Earth Federation successfully killed a Zerg hive, all civilizations participating in the final battle already knew their rankings. Except for the Earth Federation, which had 1 point and was temporarily ranked first, all other races were ranked according to the potential and comprehensive values of the civilizations. So even though the Evolver civilization and the Pioneer civilization did not kill a Zerg mother nest, they were ranked much higher than the Wanderer civilization. According to the current ranking, many races were ranked last, and were directly in the range of being wiped out. I wonder how they feel. The Evolver Civilization Alliance and some powerful Pioneer civilizations are still working hard to eliminate the bugs outside the planets, and prepare to enter the planets to eliminate the Zerg mother nests. The Earth Federation has already eliminated a Zerg mother nest, which makes them feel a huge gap. Half a month later, the Earth Federation still did not move, but built the fortress at the teleportation location more solid, and went to kill the next Zerg mother nest. And other civilizations finally got their start. So far, 87 civilizations on the list have successfully killed the Zerg mother nest. In addition to the civilizations of the Evolutionary Civilization Federation, the most surprising thing is that there is a Wanderer civilization among them. Only civilizations that have killed a Zerg mother nest know how difficult it is to kill a Zerg mother nest, when all major civilizations are not prepared. Just look at the current rankings, and you will know that those who can kill the Zerg mother nest are all powerful evolutionary civilizations, and their affiliated pioneer civilizations. Even the Wanderer civilization of the Avengers has not appeared on the rankings yet. And the civilization on the list is really not a civilization under the Avengers, which is surprising. Only Xiang Qian sneered when he saw this ranking. This Wanderer civilization on the list is not a puppet civilization of the Avengers, that is, those small races would think so. He dared to bet that this Wanderer civilization is not only from the Avengers, but also very likely its real core civilization. However, now that this civilization has been exposed, the mastermind behind the Avengers must have moved away. Even if we find this Wanderer civilization and destroy it, we can't kill the mastermind behind the Avengers. However, Xiang Qian had already thought about this problem. In this final battle, the Earth Federation must not only be first, but also destroy the Avengers. There is no better opportunity than this final battle. If the Avengers cannot be destroyed here, then after leaving the Large Magellanic Cloud, they will never be able to destroy the Avengers again. As time went by, many civilizations began to dismantle warships and build ground forces. Because they could not use warships to fight against the Zerg Hive. No matter how many warships they prepared, they could not get points. Now many civilizations are no longer prepared to compete for rankings. They know that they can't compete with the evolutionary civilizations with deep foundations. Now their main task is to kill more Zerg Hives. As long as they rank above 3,000, they will be relieved. At least they will not be wiped out. Some civilizations have few warships. If they dismantle the warships to build ground forces, they will not be able to kill the Zerg guarding the outside of a planet, let alone land on the planet. But if you don't dismantle the warships, you can't kill the Zerg Hive. If you don't kill the Zerg Hive, you can't get points. If you don't have points, you will be wiped out. But if you dismantle the warships, you can't attack the next planet. If you only kill a Zerg Hive, you will still be the last one in the end. So under the pressure, these civilizations completely gave up on killing the Zerg Hive and turned to fight other civilizations with points to gain points. For a while, on the battlefield of the final battle, the civilizations attacked the Zergs, the civilizations attacked the civilizations, and the Zergs attacked the civilizations, and it was a mess. Chapter 304. Report to the headquarters. A special rare metal mine was found at W23Y563. The detected reserves are 12 billion tons. Captain, the report is complete. Should we continue to move forward or return to the fortress? Let's return to the base first. Today's harvest is already good. 10,000 mechas left the special rare metal mine with a whirring sound, leaving behind the corpses of insects all around. Such a situation is constantly happening on the giant planet. After killing the first Zerg mother nest, the Earth Federation began to send mecha troops to explore the surface of the giant planet to find Zerg caves and special rare metal mines. In a few months, within the 10 million kilometers around the transmission channel, the Earth Federation discovered a total of 3 small and medium-sized special rare metal mines. 2 of the mines have begun to produce special rare metals, and the remaining mine is still building a defensive fortress. On the giant planet, as long as the mecha troops appear, they will attract countless insect attacks. So far, the Earth Federation still does not know how these insects find the mecha troops. Every time we arrive at a place, we can see no bugs within 100 kilometers. But once the mecha troops stay there for more than 10 minutes, bugs will rush out from all directions. This has happened many times. There must be caves with Zerg nests around special rare metal mines. This has become an inevitable fact. At the same time, the larger the special rare metal mine, the more Zerg nests there are. With the power of the Earth Federation, if the Zerg nests are not destroyed, it is already the limit to rely on defense to withstand the bugs sent by 5 Zerg nests. Even if a special rare metal mine is discovered again today, the Earth Federation cannot organize personnel to mine it. Faced with this situation, Xiang Qian plans to launch an attack on another Zerg nest near the transmission channel after the third mine fortress is built. As long as this Zerg nest is destroyed, a lot of manpower can be freed up to mine special rare metals. Boss, General Zhang Lei notified that the fleet of the Evolved Civilization Alliance appeared in the distance, and is currently fighting with the outer insects. Kong appeared beside Xiang Qian and said, "So fast. Tell Zhang Lei not to worry about them. If they can rush in, let them in. There is no need to intercept them. Just stand by and watch the fun." Xiang Qian was stunned for a moment, then said lightly. As for the Evolutionary Civilization Alliance, Xiang Qian didn't need to pay attention to them at all. Anyway, they were bound by the Civilization Race contract, and they couldn't attack the Earth Federation. And without the support of a powerful fleet, whether they could rush through the endless sea of insects to reach the fortress was still a question. Now, the number of bugs that can be counted every day from giant planets flying into space has reached 8 million. This is without attack. If the Earth Federation attacks the bugs around the fortress, the number can double. Even so, Xiang Qian did not think that this was the limit of the Zerd mother nest inside the giant planet. Through such a long period of observation, the Earth Federation has discovered that those bugs that attack the mecha troops on the ground, if they do not die and evolve, can become advanced bugs, and then fly into space and join the big family of the endless sea of bugs. Therefore, before the Zerd mother nest on the giant planet is eliminated to a certain number, the endless sea of insects around it will never decrease. After discovering this situation, Xiang Qian did not order to continue attacking the Zerd mother nest. After all, the endless sea of insects around the fortress is, in a way, a barrier for the Earth Federation. With the barrier of the endless sea of insects, the Evolutionary Civilization Alliance is now blocked out, isn't it? In this case, the entire giant planet is the hunting ground of the Earth Federation, and all the resources on the giant planet belong to the Earth Federation. If other civilizations join in, then with the attraction of the giant planet, it is estimated that all civilizations in the large Magellanic Galaxy will rush here madly. In this case, even if there are more insects flying out of the giant planet every day, it is not enough to replenish the endless sea of insects. However, even if the Earth Federation wants to occupy the giant planet all the time, it is not realistic. Sooner or later, it will be exposed. The Earth Federation does not have such a good appetite to consume this huge cake. If it really wants to eat it all by itself, it will be stuffed to death. So when Xiang Qian discovered that the evolved civilization was rushing here, he dealt with it by not blocking or helping. If you have the ability, rush in. If you don't, stay outside. No matter what, it has nothing to do with the Earth Federation. Now Xiang Qian's main energy is used to calculate the Avengers. Every day, he discusses the final plan with a large group of staff. With his understanding of the final battle, the Earth Federation will definitely have a chance to kill the mastermind behind the Avengers with one blow. The reason lies in the rules of the game of the final battle. The civilizations ranked in the bottom 3,000 at the end are definitely not the masterminds of the Avengers. Many of them are puppet civilizations of the Avengers, which excludes 3,000 civilizations. Then before entering the battlefield of the final battle, Xiang Qian had already contacted countless civilizations and signed civilization race contracts with these civilizations. The content of the contract is only 1 day, swearing to the rules of the game that this civilization is not controlled by the Avengers. If it is controlled by the Avengers in the future, the information will be transmitted to the Earth Federation as soon as possible. But up to now, the Earth Federation has not received any such information, so the civilization races that have signed a contract with the Earth Federation can also be excluded. This leaves only a few thousand civilization races, and if the civilization races under the Evolutionary Civilization Alliance are excluded, there are less than 3,000 civilization races left. And the mastermind behind the Avengers must be hidden in these 3,000 civilizations. At the same time, according to the rules, even if there is only one person behind the Avengers, he himself is also considered a civilization race. According to the ranking data, the lower the potential of a civilization, the lower its ranking will be when the points are the same. So with the same score, all the civilizations ranked in the front can be excluded. There are not many civilizations left now. These civilizations are the last civilizations ranked with the same points, and there are only a few hundred at most. Although a few hundred civilizations are also very many, the Earth Federation still has the ultimate trump card, the true prophecy of the prophet. Only by using the true prophecy and predicting the ranking of the Avengers behind-the-scenes mastermind within a certain range, then as long as the civilization and race with the same points ranking at the bottom within that range are locked, the final answer can be obtained. And then continue to use the true prophecy to predict when and where the Avengers behind-the-scenes mastermind will appear. At that time, the Earth Federation can only concentrate its firepower to eliminate the other party. Although these things are easy to say, they are very difficult to do. Before determining what civilization and race the Avengers behind-the-scenes mastermind is, even the prophet cannot accurately predict his actions. Because there is no specific name, and the specific race is unknown, can the Prophet directly predict the mastermind behind the Avengers? In that case, there are many masterminds, and any civilized race that controls the puppet civilization within the Avengers is considered a mastermind. So to destroy the Avengers in this way, it is necessary to uproot the entire Avengers. However, in the special rules of the final battlefield, Xiang Qian was given a very good opportunity. It just so happens that the Earth Federation meets all the conditions, with 2 prophets who can use 2 true prophecies. Under such circumstances, if the Avengers cannot be eliminated, then the Earth Federation will be finished. While Xiang Qian was plotting against the Avengers, a fleet of 25 wanderer civilizations and more than 2 million warships was launching a fierce attack on the bugs outside a planet. And inside a very ordinary warship of this fleet, in a dim room, a man of a human race was holding a civilization race scepter without a top, gray and rough in a daze. This civilization race scepter is very similar to the civilization race scepter of Kuya civilization after its mother planet was destroyed. The symbol representing the civilization race type on the top disappeared, the whole body of the civilization race scepter became dim, and the civilization race potential star value was extinguished. However, even if the civilization race scepter has become like this, its overall appearance is not much more majestic than the civilization race scepter of Kuya civilization. Since the civilization race type symbol on the top disappeared, it is impossible to know what civilization it was before, but there is still a little trace of the civilization potential star value that has been extinguished. The trace of the 9 stars represents that this civilization race scepter, before it was destroyed, was owned by a civilization race with a civilization potential value of 9 stars. Moreover, the internal pattern representing the technology tree of the civilization race can still be vaguely seen to be complex, and it is almost spread to the top. As a third-level civilization, the traces of civilization inside the civilization race scepter only spread to the upper third of the bottom of the entire scepter, and the internal civilization of this civilization race scepter has almost reached the top. It can be imagined that this civilization race scepter was in the hands of a terrible civilization race before it was destroyed. Unfortunately, no matter how terrible the civilization race represented by this scepter was before, and how powerful the civilization race was, it is now just an ordinary stick, without any glory of the civilization race scepter. Don't worry. You will recover soon. A deep voice sounded. In the dim room, a hand gently rubbed the damaged civilization race scepter. Chapter 305. Endless flames erupted in the void of the universe around the giant planet, and countless insects died every moment, but the endless sea of insects did not decrease. Since the Evolver Civilization Alliance arrived at the periphery of the endless sea of insects, it would launch an attack on the endless sea of insects every 10 days and a half months. But 5 years have passed, and the endless sea of insects is still blocking the giant planet. Even though the Evolver Civilization Alliance has seen the fortress outside the giant planet, it cannot break through the blockade of the endless sea of insects. The Evolver Civilization Alliance also has the genetic nuclear-armed warships of the 4th-level civilization, but in terms of the use of Space Force fields, the several 4th-level civilizations of the Evolver Civilization Alliance cannot compare with the Earth Federation at all. In addition, there are not enough 4th-level genetic nuclear-armed warships, and the Evolver Civilization Alliance can only rely on brute force to break through the endless sea of insects. However, as time goes by, more and more civilized races reach the outside of the giant planet, and the Evolver Civilization Alliance also sees the dawn. Now there are more than 1 million warships attacking the endless sea of insects at every moment. Especially after the Evolutionary Civilization Alliance broadcast the situation of the giant planet to the battlefield of the final battle, many civilized races arrived here every day to join the team attacking the endless sea of insects. Boss, the fleet of the Avengers Alliance has arrived outside the endless sea of insects. Shinkong said to Xiang Qian. Well, continue to monitor. Xiang Qian nodded to Shinkong and ignored him, continuing to pick up the chess pieces in his hand and put them on the chessboard. Xiang Qian just put down the chess piece and suddenly felt something was wrong. He immediately raised his head, pointed at the chessboard and said to Leng Ning, "No, you cheated. My white piece was clearly here just now." "Who said that? Do you have any evidence?" Leng Ning said with a smile, as if he was cheating. "What can you do to me?" "Of course I have evidence." "Shinkong, bring up the video just now," Xiang Qian said to Shinkong. "Sorry, boss, the optical sensor in the room is broken, and we haven't had time to repair it yet, so we can't provide the video," Shinkong said seriously. You are so cruel." Xiang Qian looked at the proud Leng Ning and the serious Shinkong, and he knew that he was fooled by them. But what can he do? He can only admit defeat. As the saying goes, If you get serious with a woman, you lose. The housework for the next week will be handed over to you, Lung Ning said happily. Okay. Xiang Qian was helpless, but he was still very happy in his heart. These years were the most relaxing years for him. After the plan to deal with the Avengers was formulated, he had nothing to do. Before the action started, he didn't need to intervene in all the preparations. The people below would do the job well. Only the tasks of killing the Zerg hive and mining special rare metal minerals were handed over to Zhang Lei and his team. So Xiang Qian had been very free in the past few years. He would play Go with Lung Ning when he had nothing to do, and the stakes were a week's housework. But the results of the past few years were simply terrible. Basically, he had to do more than a month's housework, while Lung Ning would only do a week's work. Recently, he had not won many times. After all, Lung Ning was not playing chess alone. Sometimes Zhang Ning would help predict, and Shinkong would also be there to make a little black hand. Facing such a situation, it would be very difficult for Xiang Qian to win the game. Although such a life is good, Xiang Qian and Lung Ning both like it very much. One does not have to work, and the other does not have to study. They are happy together every day. But both of them know that such a life will not last long. As more and more civilized races arrive outside the endless sea of insects, sooner or later they will break through the endless sea of insects and enter the fortress. Then it will be the beginning of a busy life. In the blink of an eye, a year has passed. In the endless worm ocean, more than 30 million warships gathered together. These warships are the combined strength of warships from more than 500 civilizations. In the battlefield of the final battle, even if the Earth Federation faces such a fleet, it must flee at the first time. Not to mention the 4th level civilization warships of the Green Star Civilization and the Silver Wing Civilization. Even the 5th level civilization warships cannot withstand the siege of such warships. After all, genetic nuclear force weapons consume genetic nuclear force. Without the genetic nuclear power, no matter how many warships there are, they are just scrap metal. So in the battlefield of the final battle, the number of warships is the key. The level of civilization has been weakened a lot here, which is also the rule to give the Wanderer civilization and the 3rd level civilization a relatively fair environment. Otherwise, if it were outside, even if the number of these warships increased tenfold, the Earth Federation would not take it seriously. Soon, after these warships were assembled, they launched an attack on the endless sea of insects. After the huge fleet opened the simplest fleet formation, it also burst out with powerful power. After seeing this huge fleet attacking the endless sea of insects, like a sharp arrow, Xiang Qian knew that the endless sea of insects could no longer stop these civilized races. The Earth Federation is no longer the only one on the giant planet, and the dispute is about to begin. Notify Wu Wei and let them start the attack. First, kill all the detected Zerg mother nests, and then occupy all the special rare metal mines that have been explored. Xiang Qian said to the starry sky. Although the Earth Federation has not destroyed many Zerg nests in recent years, it has explored all the Zerg nests and special rare metal mines within 420 million square kilometers around the transmission channel. Now, with Xiang Qian's order, all the Zerg nests can be cleared in at most 3 months. By then, the points of mankind will once again return to the top of the rankings. An hour later, the huge fleet finally approached one of the fortresses. After the fortress control chip came into contact with the fortress's protective shield emitted a dazzling light. Its effect was the same as when the Earth Federation came into contact with the fortress. All the bugs within 3 million kilometers were turned into ashes. Seeing this scene, Xiang Qian had to sigh again about the horror of the rules. As the huge fleet entered the fortress, Xiang Qian turned off the big screen. There was no need to watch what happened next. Half a month later, the huge fleet set out again, rushing from one fortress to another, and once again eliminated countless bugs when the fortress was activated. After activating a fortress, the huge fleet did not stop and continued to the next fortress. In this way, one fortress after another was opened, and countless insects were eliminated at the same time. Just in this round of the fleet, after opening all the fortresses, the number of insects inside the endless sea of insects was obviously reduced by 3 layers, and the entire endless sea of insects was reduced by 2 circles. After this action, the huge fleet never went out again. Only the civilization occupying the fortress occasionally dispatched warships to eliminate the insects around the fortress to obtain the genetic nuclear power fluid, and the lively endless sea of insects was calmed down. However, at this time, all civilizations were frantically looking for the Zerg mother nest. Because all civilizations were stimulated by the Earth Federation, the points of the Earth Federation increased wildly in just half a month, with more than 10 points added every day. Now the points of the Earth Federation have reached 248, far exceeding the points of the second place by several times. If the Earth Federation had gained so many points slowly, it would be fine, but the points increased so wildly every day in half a month, which put too much pressure on other civilizations. Especially for several evolutionary civilizations. Even if they cannot attack the Earth Federation after the final battle, it does not mean that they will not fight with the Earth Federation in the final battle. On the contrary, they are determined to surpass the Earth Federation. In this way, under the stimulation of the Earth Federation, the scores of major civilizations and races began to grow wildly. For a time, the rankings changed drastically, and many civilizations and races rose by thousands of places in one day, and some civilizations and races fell to the bottom 3,000 in one day. But strangely, the hundreds of civilizations at the bottom of the list are still very calm. The scores of other civilizations are rising crazily, but the scores of these hundreds of civilizations have not moved at all. After seeing this situation, Xiang Qian sighed leisurely. He knew that the Avengers were not easy to deal with. Even if half of these hundreds of civilizations were puppet civilizations of the Avengers, the number of warships of the Avengers would definitely exceed tens of millions, which was definitely very bad news for the Earth Federation. Xiang Qian felt a headache when he thought about facing more than 10 million warships in the future. Fortunately, according to the plan of the Earth Federation would not face the Avengers alone. As civilized races came to the giant planet one after another, the points of each race were constantly rising. Especially after the discovery of the special rare evolutionary mine, the conflicts between various civilized races became more and more acute. Every day, many civilized races fought because of the Zerd Mother Nest and special rare metals. On this day, a fleet of 300,000 warships slowly sailed into a fortress. At the core control center of the fortress, hundreds of clan leaders of civilized races stood respectfully inside, waiting for someone to arrive. A small shuttle slowly stopped in front of the control center. Hundreds of clan leaders of civilized races were shocked and quickly ran to both sides of the shuttle hatch, neatly lining up in 2 rows. Click! The hatch opened, and a man in a black robe came out with a gray-black civilized race scepter in his hand. "Welcome, Master!" Hundreds of clan leaders of civilized races shouted in unison. The man in black slowly walked towards the control center, ignoring the patriarchs on both sides, who were saluting. His eyes were fixed on the hall of the control center, and there was a hint of excitement in his eyes. "It's all passed, Ange, let's execute the plan." The man in black walked into the control center, and said in a hoarse voice. "Yes, Master." Chapter 306. "Boss, General Wu Wei wants to see you." "Wu Wei? Let him come." Xiang Qian put down the documents in his hand, and said to the starry sky. He really didn't know why Wu Wei came to him. Now he didn't need to worry about the mecha troops. Whether it was logistic support or combat plans, they were all completed by the general staff. Wu Wei wouldn't come to him even if he had something to do. "What's the matter? Why are you so flustered?" Xiang Qian asked curiously when he saw Wu Wei rushing in. Today, when the mecha troops were destroying the Zerd Mother Nest, they found a cave that led to an underground world. The bugs there are more than twice as strong as the ones we have destroyed so far, and we also found a special rare metal mine there. So I think there is probably a very large underground world there, not much smaller than the surface of this planet," Wu Wei said excitedly. After listening, Xiang Qian frowned and thought for a while before speaking. "It's impossible. You know how big this planet is. There are already enough Zerd Mother Nests on the surface of such a large planet for us to hunt. It is impossible to create an underground world of similar size. That would be completely unnecessary. I don't know if you have ever thought about a question. Although some rules give the rules of the final battle, there is still no answer as to how the final battle will end. According to speculation, there are 2 possibilities for the end of the final battle. One is that all Zerd nests are destroyed. Without the Zerd nests, the points of all civilizations can be determined, and then the final battle will naturally end. The second possibility is that the number of civilizations has dropped to a certain level, although it is unknown what the ultimate purpose of this game involving the entire universe is. But it is absolutely impossible to exterminate all civilized races. Instead, it is a bit like the legendary raising poisonous insects, letting countless poisonous insects fight each other to cultivate the strongest. In any case, the existence of the underground world is unreasonable. The surface of this planet is completely sufficient for the needs of the final battle, and there is no need to create an underground world. I have not considered these issues, but according to the scanning of the mecha equipment, the scope of the underground world that has been explored is already more than 6 million square kilometers, and this is only a small range we have explored. There is still endless space around that has not been explored. By the way, I also brought the scenes I took when exploring the underground world. Wu Wei continued, but he disagreed with Xiang Qian's point of view. Play it and see. Xiang Qian did not get angry because of Wu Wei's rebuttal, but asked him to play the content of the filming. Soon, the big screen showed a gray and dilapidated world that seemed to be shrouded in thick fog. Compared with the plants and rivers on the surface of the planet, the underground world was completely made up of rocks. At first glance, it was gray and black with no other colors, which looked very depressing. The video showed a battle between a mecha unit and a new type of bug. Compared to the weak bugs on the surface, the individual strength of the bugs in the underground world was much stronger. Xiang Qian asked Shin Kong to fast forward the video, and except for slowing down and watching carefully at the key points, the rest were fast forward. In less than an hour, he finished watching the video. At this time, Xiang Qian somewhat agreed with what Wu Wei said, but he still couldn't figure out the significance of the emergence of this underground world. In his previous life, Xiang Qian had heard of giant planets, but he had never heard of the underground world. It stands to reason that even if humans were relatively weak at that time, they would not be unable to receive any news of such a major event. And just like he said, what is the significance of the underground world? He doesn't believe that the underground world is just an accident discovered by Wu Wei. Let's focus on exploring the underground world first. It would be best if we can find a Zerg nest, and see what the difference is between the Zerg nest in the underground world and the one we destroyed. The rest can be discussed after we have more data. Xiang Qian thought for a while and said, okay, then the plan to clean up the Zerg nest needs to be changed. Wu Wei said, it's okay, I tell the staff department, you go back and make an appointment, and then set off tomorrow. Well, I go back first. After Wu Wei left the office, Xiang Qian rubbed his forehead. He suddenly felt that the situation of the final battle was a little beyond his control. Especially the appearance of this underground world made him very uneasy. Although he was not a prophet, he knew that the rules of the game would not allow a completely useless thing to appear on the battlefield of the final battle. The underground world is not a meteorite in space. A few more or fewer will not have any effect on the final battle. The appearance of the underground world will definitely change the situation of the final battle. Starry Sky asked Zhang Ying to come over. Xiang Qian decided to let Zhang Ying predict the future situation. After a while, Zhang Ying came to Xiang Qian's office and also predicted the situation in the next 3 years. But no matter what Xiang Qian decided, the Earth Federation was not in any danger. As for the situation of the underground world, Zhang Ying also predicted that the mecha troops led by Wu Wei would also suffer some major losses. This puzzled Xiang Qian. Could it be that he was wrong? Just as Xiang Qian was thinking about the situation in the underground world, the Avengers began to act. This time, the Avengers did not attack other civilizations or provoke other civilizations to fight. Instead, they honestly killed monsters, upgraded and occupied territory. Although there were several conflicts with other civilizations during this period, this was already very low-key for the Avengers. Until one day, a puppet civilization of the Avengers reached the underground world through a cave. Master, the underground world has been discovered. And said respectfully to the man in black, since it has been discovered, let's proceed with the second phase of the plan. Yes, Master. In the following time, the Avengers were like crazy, constantly sending fleets to attack the endless sea of worms, accumulating a large amount of genetic nuclear power fluid. The troops on the surface of the planet also madly attacked the Zerg mother nest regardless of casualties. At the same time, all the special rare metal mines discovered by the Avengers were frantically mined. After the mining was completed, the Avengers began to use these special rare metals to build fortresses around the transmission channel. The scale of the fortress is so large that even the underground is wrapped by the fortress. The surface of the fortress is densely packed with gun muzzles, and the whole fortress is like a hedgehog. For the series of actions of the Avengers, not to mention other civilized races, even Xiang Qian can't figure out what they are going to do. Even Zhang Ying predicted that they would go in, and did not find anything abnormal. However, in the next few years, the Avengers have been building fortresses, and filling the fortress with gun muzzles. The Avengers' actions have been going on. Xiang Qian has been watching for a whole year. Zhang Ying's predictions have been predicted for several years, but the Avengers still have not taken any action, just building fortresses. It's like the Avengers are facing attacks from all civilized races, and they have been setting up defense lines. Faced with this situation, Xiang Qian discussed with the general staff for half a month, and finally the Earth Federation began to build large defense fortresses around the transmission channel. Originally, the special rare metals mined by the Earth Federation were used to build warships. But in this year, the fleet of the Avengers not only did not expand, but also suffered a lot of losses. However, the density of insects around the fortress occupied by the Avengers is much less than that around the other fortresses. This is the result of the Avengers' investment of at least 1 million warships a year, although it is a bit inexplicable. Xiang Qian saw that the Avengers were hoarding the genetic nuclear power fluid, but such an action was too crazy. Considering the Avengers' arrangement around the planet's transmission channel, and the action of stockpiling the original liquid of genetic nuclear force, Xiang Qian felt that the Avengers seemed to be going to fight a large-scale and long-term war. But no matter how Zhang Ning predicted, she did not predict the arrival of the war. This made Xiang Qian very conflicted. The one who knew him best was the enemy, and Xiang Qian knew the methods of the Avengers very well. Don't think that they seem to be doing stupid things now, but if you really think so, you can only say that you are stupid. Throughout the Avengers' emergence, except for the first loss at the hands of the Earth Federation, they have never suffered any loss since then. Even if the Avengers suffered heavy losses, other civilizations would not have an easy time. If you underestimate the Avengers, you will be killed by them sooner or later. So Xiang Qian also issued a ridiculous order, which was to learn from the Avengers. Anyway, as long as the attack rhythm is controlled, the Earth Federation will not lose anything. At most it will waste some time. This time, other civilizations were speechless. They simply couldn't understand what the Avengers and the Earth Federation were doing. However, after the Evolutionary Civilization Alliance did the same thing as the Avengers and the Earth Federation, other civilizations also felt that something was wrong. But they didn't have a fortress, and they didn't need to guard the transmission channel. But they also sent warships to attack the bugs around the fortress, and began to stockpile genetic nuclear power fluid. For a while, the Zerg Mother Nest seemed to have lost its appeal to all civilizations, and everyone's attention was focused on the endless sea of bugs and special rare metals. But as time went by, except for the Avengers and the Earth Federation, which continued to stockpile special rare metals and build defensive fortresses, other civilizations gave up, and even the Evolved Civilization Alliance's momentum slowed down. After all, it was enough to have enough genetic nuclear force liquid, and there was no point in stockpiling too much. Besides, killing bugs every day would give you genetic nuclear force prophecy. Even if you didn't have enough genetic nuclear force liquid, you could get it by killing bugs. There was no need to stockpile so much. In this way, time passed little by little, and 8 years passed in the blink of an eye. Chapter 307. In 8 years, the surface of the giant planet has been explored by all the major civilizations. Now there are small fortresses everywhere on the giant planet. These fortresses are built on special rare metal mines, but they are not for defending against insects, but for the troops of other civilizations. As the areas explored and occupied by the major civilizations become larger and larger, the friction between them becomes more frequent. At least 90% of the civilizations in the battlefield of the final battle have come to the giant planet. Now the endless sea of insects in the outer space of the giant planet has almost disappeared. After 8 consecutive years of attacks, no matter how many insects there are, they are not enough for tens of thousands of civilized races to kill. Now there are warships everywhere in the outer space of the giant planet, and the positions occupied by these warships are the gathering places of insects flying out of the giant planet. These insects were basically killed by countless artillery fire as soon as they flew out of the atmosphere. At the same time, as the Zerg Mother Nest inside the giant planet was constantly killed, the number of insects flying out of outer space became less and less. It is estimated that in a few years, there will be no insects flying out of the giant planet. All Zerg nests will use their energy to produce ground Zerg to deal with the encirclement and suppression of the ground forces of major civilizations. During these 8 years, the Avengers were very low-key, honestly occupying territory, honestly upgrading and fighting monsters, without any abnormal actions. But all these behaviors were very abnormal in Xiang Qian's eyes. Even if Zhang Ning predicted that the Avengers would not make any big moves, he thought that the time had not come yet. And the Avengers' preparations for so many years, once they erupted, it would be very terrifying. Boss, Wu Wei said they wiped out an Avengers team in the underground world. Xing Kong appeared beside Xiang Qian and said, "How many times has the Avengers team been wiped out this year?" Xiang Qian asked after listening. 372 times. In the past month, the frequency of the Avengers sending marine teams into the underground world has increased. Did you find any useful information? All the information recorded in the system of the Avengers marine team's armor is still patrol orders. There are no special instructions. Okay, tell Wu Wei and the others to be careful, and not to go too far from the underground fortress. Okay, boss. Shin Kong's figure disappeared, and Xiang Qian continued to ponder while looking at the three-dimensional simulation sand table. A year ago, the Earth Federation discovered the Avengers' defense fortress in the underground world, and since then Wu Wei has begun to hunt down the Avengers' troops in a planned manner. This was also Xiang Qian's instruction. After all, it has been 8 years, and Xiang Qian has not figured out what the Avengers are doing. So he was ready to provoke the Avengers and expose their true colors. But the Avengers seemed to have taken the wrong medicine. No matter how Wu Wei killed their patrol team, the Avengers did not react at all, which made Xiang Qian very speechless. Moreover, the Avengers arranged a patrol team in the underground world. Xiang Qian also couldn't figure out why. Due to the restrictions of the rules, no matter what level of detection equipment, the detection range inside the giant planet can only reach 100 kilometers. Then it would be enough to place a detection device within 100 kilometers, and there would be no need to arrange a Marine Corps to patrol. But the Avengers not only did it, but also continuously sent Marine Corps to patrol under the attack of the Earth Federation. Such behavior is simply speechless, but the Avengers are just like addicted. Facing the abnormal behavior of the Avengers, Xiang Qian was extremely vigilant. He was sure that the Avengers were brewing a very big conspiracy. Time passed by little, and in the blink of an eye, half a year had passed. At noon that day, Shin Kong suddenly appeared beside Xiang Qian and said, "Boss, there is a Zerg tide in the underground world. Currently, all special rare metal mines are attacked by Zerg. How are Wu Wei and the others?" Xiang Qian frowned and asked after hearing this. "They are on their way back. The mecha troops were originally preparing to kill the second Zerg mother nest, but they encountered a Zerg tide that had just broken out halfway. Wu Wei immediately led the mecha troops to break through. They are currently in the passage leading to the surface, and will be able to return within 3 hours." Shin Kong said immediately. "Have you calculated the scale of the insect tide?" Xiang Qian was relieved to hear this news, and then continued to ask. "It is impossible to calculate. All the detection equipment deployed in the special rare metal mines have shown countless insects. The number of insects detected so far exceeds 28.7 billion. Are there any signs of insect tides on the surface? No large-scale gathering of insects has been found on the surface so far. Notify all mecha troops to return to the transmission channel fortress for defense. Notify the logistics department to immediately replenish the materials of the transmission fortress channel, and abandon the special rare mines in the underground world. All special rare mines on the surface should immediately transport the materials that have been mined back, and then start the defense mode. Notify all staff members to come to the conference room for a meeting in half an hour, and tell Zhang Ying to come to my office immediately." Xiang Qian pondered for a while, and immediately issued a series of orders. "Okay, boss." After Shin Kong's figure disappeared, Xiang Qian looked at the insect tide on the big screen with a very bad face. Such an insect tide is not something that the Earth Federation can stop. To put it bluntly, if such an insect tide continues to erupt like this and rushes to the surface, the consequences will be unimaginable. Soon, Zhang Ying came to Xiang Qian's office. Xiang Qian didn't hesitate and asked directly, "Predict how big a threat the insect tide in front of us will be to us?" Zhang Ying closed her eyes and started the prophecy. 5 minutes later, she still hadn't opened her eyes, and her face became paler and paler, with sweat running down her forehead. "It's very dangerous, not only for us, but also for other civilized races. I saw countless insects attacking the transmission channel, and several outer fortresses were captured." Zhang Ying opened her eyes and said breathlessly, "How long will the insect tide last?" Xiang Qian's eyebrows twisted into a shape and asked seriously, "I don't know. I predicted that 3 years later, the insects will still be endless. One of the transmission channels will be broken by the insects. The insects enter the fortress through the transmission channel. All the civilized races in that fortress will be destroyed." "All destroyed? Didn't they make warships to leave?" "They can't run away. There are all insects in outer space. Countless insects are attacking the fortress. The warships will be destroyed by countless insects if they leave the fortress." "Okay, I understand. You can go back and rest first." At this time, Xiang Qian finally understood why the Avengers had been preparing for so long. The Avengers knew from the beginning that there would be an insect swarm, so they built a huge defensive fortress around the transmission channel. In this way, many actions of the Avengers can be explained, but Xiang Qian couldn't figure out why the Avengers knew something that the Prophet could not predict, and started preparing 8 years ago. At this time, Xiang Qian suddenly thought of another question, which was what the patrol team arranged by the Avengers in the underground world was used for. If he had known about this 8 years ago, he would have arranged countless backups, so the patrol team was sent to the underground world, which must have a deep meaning. But Xiang Qian couldn't think of what the Avengers' purpose was. After thinking in the office for half an hour, Xiang Qian came to the staff department, told Zhang Ying's prophecy, and began to work together to think of a solution. At this time, the patrol teams of the Avengers in the underground world were like lighthouses, quickly leading the endless insects to the passage leading to the surface. If the Avengers had not intervened, it would take at least a few days for the insect tide to appear on the surface. After all, the passage leading to the surface is very complicated. If there is no one to lead, even if countless insects fill it, it will take a few days to find the real passage. But now, with the guidance of the Avengers patrol team, the crazy insect tide surged to the surface like a tsunami. At this time, few civilized races knew that their disaster was about to befall them. Master, the plan is complete. Anger played the picture of countless insects from the underground world pouring into the surface on the big screen, and said respectfully to the man in black, "Finally, I have waited for this day." The man in black stood up and said slowly, "Let everyone transfer all the points to me. I want to see how the rules of the universe work and how to help such a stupid civilization defeat me. Congratulations, great master. The final victory will always belong to the master." After saying this, and slowly left the room, leaving the man in black standing alone in the room. 10 minutes later, the gray-black civilized race scepter in the black man's hand suddenly began to emit a little bit of weak light. If the room was not completely dark, the light emitted by the civilized race scepter would not be visible at all. But in the dark room, its light spread throughout the room. It was like a little flame of hope, small, but able to bring light to people. However, the light emitted by the scepter of the civilized race lasted less than a minute before it went out again, and the room returned to darkness. Humph! The rules of the universe. No matter how powerful you are just a program without consciousness. I really want to know what you will do when two completely opposite programs are intertwined. Will you continue to ban my race permanently, or restore our glory according to the rules of the final battle? In any case, I have finally broken the shackles of the rules of the universe, so you wait. This era is the moment of your demise. The man in black snorted coldly and roared with a crazy emotion. Chapter 308. I think there are too many bugs, so we must shrink our defenses. According to our current conditions, the best way is to use the transmission channel fortress as the core, and set up defenses within the surrounding 5 million square kilometers. At the same time, we should pull the fortresses of the two special rare metal mines into the defenses, and then, in the meeting hall of the General Staff, every staff officer expressed his or her own opinions. The people below also expressed their opinions from time to time, or raised opposing views. Xiang Qian listened to their author's plan, looked at the constantly changing simulation sand table in front of him, and was also thinking in his mind. Suddenly Xiang Qian's face changed, and his eyes stared at the front without focusing. How is it possible? After a while, Xiang Qian muttered to himself, with an expression of disbelief on his face. Stop, there is something you need to know. The Avengers just gathered all the points of all the puppet civilizations together. Now our points can only rank second. Moreover, the gap between our points and the first place is 1,192 points. If the insect tide continues, we will not be able to catch up with the Avengers, Xiang Qian said with a gloomy face. Suck. For a moment, the entire conference hall was extremely quiet. The news that Xiang Qian said was really too surprising for them. You know, the points of human civilization have always been at the top of the list. Even the points of the second place are twice as much as those of human civilization. But now, the Avengers have been so extreme that they have concentrated all the points together. That basically means that the Avengers have already secured victory. No matter how powerful human civilization is, it cannot destroy more than 1,000 Zerd nests when the Zerd tide breaks out. Xiang Qian ignored the surprise of the crowd. He closed his eyes and communicated with the civilization race scepter. In an instant, a huge ranking list appeared in his mind. At this time, the civilization race ranked first. The name of the race is called Holy Light Civilization, and the total score is 32,652. Human civilization ranked second, with a total score of 31,460. The third place was an Evolver civilization in the Evolver Civilization Alliance, with a total score of only 15,758. Originally, it was basically no problem for human civilization to get the first place, but now that the Avengers Alliance has done this, especially when the insect tide broke out, Xiang Qian can't catch up at all. In particular, there are no other civilized races inside the fortress where the Earth Federation is located, and it is impossible to destroy other civilizations to gain points. However, The only good news is that the mastermind behind the Avengers Alliance has finally appeared. Holy Light Civilization, a name Xiang Qian had never heard of in his previous life, made its first appearance in this way. It is estimated that all civilizations and races have remembered the name of Holy Light Civilization at this time, and they also know that Holy Light Civilization is the actual controller of the Avengers. In fact, at this time, several civilizations and races of the Evolutionary Civilization Alliance also had the same expression as Xiang Qian. In fact, their points so far are only the points obtained by their own civilization, and the points of the affiliated races have not yet been counted. They have been waiting for the point to surpass human civilization, and then surpass it in an instant. But the current situation caught them off guard. Unexpectedly, before they made a move, the Avengers had already made a move and directly pulled human civilization off the altar. Zhang Ying, can you predict this Holy Light Civilization? Xiang Qian said to Zhang Ying seriously. He couldn't wait to know the information of this Holy Light Civilization. Okay. Zhang Ying nodded and closed her eyes to start predicting. As a result, Zhang Ying's face turned pale, and then a mouthful of blood spurted out within less than 10 seconds after she closed her eyes. Unable to predict, Zhang Ying fell on the chair, opened her eyes very reluctantly, said 4 words to Xiang Qian weakly, and then fainted. Send her to the treatment room immediately, hurry up. Xiang Qian reacted immediately and shouted immediately. After sending Zhang Ying to the treatment room for examination, Xiang Qian was relieved. At present, Zhang Ying just consumed too much energy for a moment, and her vitality was not damaged. She will be fine after a few days of recovery. But what puzzled Xiang Qian was why the Holy Light Civilization could not predict. Could it be that the Holy Light Civilization had a protector, but the protector could only block the prophecy, but could not cause any harm to the prophet? Then why did Zhang Ying become like this? Since she could not predict, how did she get hurt? Since Zhang Ying became a prophet, her predictions have basically not been wrong. The only 2 times were when there were mistakes in the recent predictions of the Avengers. The first time was when predicting future changes. Zhang Ying did not predict the outbreak of the insect tide. The second time was when the monkey predicted the Holy Light Civilization, but it failed to predict and injured itself. For such abnormal performance, Xiang Qian was a little suspicious that the Holy Light Civilization had the means to restrain the prophet, so after Zhang Ying fell into a coma, he did not plan to continue to let the Mandi prophet take action. When Xiang Qian returned to the meeting hall of the general staff to continue the meeting to discuss the battle plan, a bloody storm was set off on the surface of the giant planet. The underground Zerg that reached the surface by tracking the Avengers spread like locusts. Compared with the colorful body colors of the surface Zerg, the body colors of the underground Zerg are basically cold colors, and most of the bodies of the insects are black. So from a distance, countless underground Zerg are like black waves, rushing in all directions like a tsunami. A special rare metal mine of a small race is simply unable to resist the huge Zerg tide. In less than 10 minutes, it was overwhelmed by the insect tide. It was not that the defensive weapons around the mine were useless against these insects, but the attack speed could not keep up with the speed of the insects rushing towards the mine. Even if the defensive weapons fired and killed a few insects, more insects would approach. In the end, the entire mine was overwhelmed by insects, and the defensive weapons were destroyed by the insects in the first place. From outer space, it seemed that a black spot appeared on the surface of the giant planet, and then this black spot turned into a black line, which gradually widened and finally formed a black curtain. After this month, 1/3 of the surface of the entire giant planet has been covered by the black curtain, and as more and more bugs pour into the surface, the black curtain is expanding faster and faster. At the current speed, the entire surface of the giant planet will basically fall in half a month. Now all major civilizations have organized people to guard the fortress inside the transmission channel, or in the defense line composed of special rare metal mines. It is basically impossible to kill the Zerg mother nest. So in the past half month, the rankings on the leaderboard have not changed at all. So far, the happiest ones are those civilizations that were previously ranked in the bottom 3,000. After all, after the Avengers gathered all the points together, except for the Holy Light Civilization, all the points of all the civilizations under the Avengers were reset to 0. Of all the civilizations that are now ranked in the bottom 3,000 on the leaderboard, 2,300 are puppet civilizations of the Avengers. In this way, the civilizations that were ranked last before have successfully escaped from the scope of being wiped out. How could they not be happy in this situation? Who gets the first place has nothing to do with them, but now someone has taken the blame, and they don't have to be wiped out, which is the happiest thing for them. Now all the civilizations are hiding inside the fortress, defending against the insect tide, while waiting for the end of the insect tide. But only the Earth Federation knows that the insect tide will not end. Only after the final battle, the insect tide will disappear. Shinkong, calculate the material consumption in the past half-month. With our material reserves, how long can we last according to the current attack intensity? As early as half a month ago, endless insects had already begun to attack the fortress of the Earth Federation's transmission channel. Facing the endless insect tide, Xiang Qian's order was to minimize material consumption while ensuring the safety of the fortress. Boss, according to the current material consumption rate, with our material reserves, we can last 1,643 days. Shinkong answered immediately. More than 4 years. Xiang Qian stopped talking after hearing this, and just leaned back in his chair to think quietly. The most important issue now is not how to defend against the Zerg attack, but how to deal with the attack that the Avengers will launch. He didn't believe that the Avengers had planned for so long just to win first place. If it were him, he would definitely destroy the Avengers. It is estimated that the Avengers also think so now, but it is unknown what actions the Avengers will take next. The reason why they didn't act now was probably because the timing was not right, not because the Avengers had forgotten the Earth Federation. As time went by, countless bugs continued to attack the fortresses of the major transmission channels, and all civilized races helped defend. On this day, the warships of all civilizations of the Avengers began to assemble. In just one day, more than 50 million warships appeared in space. In response to the actions of the Avengers, all the major civilized races moved their warships back to the fortresses to guard against the Avengers' fleet. But after the Avengers' fleet assembled, they did nothing but stayed around their fortress. All civilized races didn't know what the Avengers were doing, but all civilized races followed the Avengers' instructions. When the Avengers started building the defensive fortress 8 years ago, everyone understood, but now 8 years later they understand. Now seeing the Avengers doing something they don't understand, their first reaction is to do it. No matter what the Avengers are guarding against, it's not a waste to assemble the warships. If something happens and their fleet is not assembled, it will be a big disadvantage. Master, the second phase of the plan has been completed. Do you want to implement the third phase plan? Anger asked respectfully. No hurry, it's not time yet. The man in black looked at the big screen, as if expecting something. Chapter 309. General, if Fortress Number 3 can't hold on, Fortress Number 2 and Fortress Number 5 are seriously short of genetic nuclear-powered drugs, and can only hold on for 3 days. Evacuate, everyone gather at Fortress Number 1 and prepare to break out. But General, can we get out? It doesn't matter whether we can get out or not. Staying here is waiting for death. Okay, General, I go and notify them now. A medium-sized base consisting of 5 fortresses of a pioneer civilization finally couldn't hold on after a month and a half of holding out against the insect tide. Originally, the troops of this pioneer civilization were hunting the Zerg mother nest outside, and they had a chance to return to the transmission channel when the Zerg tide came. However, in order to protect this medium-sized base, and at the same time, they had no clear estimate of the harm of the Zerg tide, so they were trapped in the medium-sized base. Now the gene nuclear power original liquid of several fortresses is seriously insufficient. Even if they hold on, there is no way to survive. At most, they can only survive for a few days. Soon, the troops of this pioneer civilization were assembled, and after the last round of attacks on several fortresses, the troops began to break out. However, facing the endless insects, this army rushed into the insect tide and advanced less than 30 kilometers before being submerged. This situation basically happened every moment. After the insect tide broke out, those civilized race troops that did not withdraw to the transmission channel fortresses were buried with their fortresses one after another in a month and a half. Now on the surface of the entire giant planet, except for the 9 transmission channel fortresses that can still resist the insect tide, the other fortresses have basically been destroyed by the insect tide. Even the remaining fortresses can only hold on for a while at most, and the final result has long been determined. 3 months later, a small race ranked in the last 3,000 finally couldn't stand it anymore, and decided to leave here and return to the universe to find the Zerg mother nest. After all, if they stayed here, they could only face countless bugs, and they couldn't leave the transmission channel fortress to enter the giant planet to kill the Zerg mother nest. In this way, if the final battle ends one day, according to the rules of the game, they will be wiped out at the first time. Therefore, the evacuation of this wanderer civilization was not stopped by the evolutionary civilization that controlled the fortress. After all, to defend the transmission channel fortress, what is needed is the genetic nuclear force fluid, not the troops of the civilized race. But after the 20,000 warships of this wanderer civilization left, the Avengers suddenly took action. The Avengers sent out 500,000 warships, and directly destroyed the 20,000 warships of this wanderer civilization in the cosmic void not far from the fortress. All civilizations could see it clearly. Master, many wanderer civilizations are ready to leave here, especially the civilizations ranked in the last 3,000. They are afraid that we will send a fleet to attack them, so they are contacting each other privately and preparing to leave together. Well, notify the Earth Federation and the Evolutionary Civilization Alliance, and ask them to gather the leaders of all civilized races, and you go and tell them how the final battle will end. Yes, Great Master. After Eng left, the man in black looked at the big screen, and the smile on his mouth became more and more obvious. Boss, the Avengers notified all civilizations to hold a meeting, saying that they know how to end the final battle. Shinkong appeared beside Xiang Qian and said, "Finally, the fox's tail is about to be exposed. Notify all the senior executives to gather at the Fortress Control Center to see what the Avengers say." Xiang Qian thought for a while and said to Shinkong, "Okay, boss." After a while, the senior executives of the Earth Federation and Green Sun arrived at the control center of the fortress. Shinkong, turn on the communication equipment and contact the Avengers signal. Xiang Qian saw that everyone was open, and sat in his seat and said to Shinkong, "Okay, boss." Instantly, the big screen lit up, and a man of a human-like race appeared on the screen. "The people from the Earth Federation have arrived, so I will represent the Master to tell the Masters of all civilizations about the situation of the final battle. Oh, let me introduce myself first. My name is Eng, and I am the most loyal servant under the Master." When the big screen lit up, Eng said with a smile. Next, Eng began to unlock the situation of the final battle. After Xiang Qian heard it, he knew in his heart that there was basically no possibility of destroying the Avengers. The reason why there was a warm tide in the final battle, according to Eng, was because before the final battle began, a fourth-level civilization entered the battlefield. The setting of the insect tide is to test the fourth-level civilization and help the fourth-level civilization to take the lead. As for whether this statement is true or not, let's not consider it for now, but Eng said that since the insect tide has appeared, it will not disappear and will continue until the end of the final battle. Zhang Ying has already predicted this information, which means that Eng did not lie on this issue. Of course, if it was just because of this, Xiang Qian still had the confidence to destroy the Avengers, but when Eng said the conditions for the end of the final battle, Xiang Qian gave up. The end of the final battle is similar to what Xiang Qian thought before. It will end only after a part of the civilizations are eliminated. However, the number of civilizations to be eliminated is too large. According to Hong, 1/3 of all civilizations currently on the battlefield of the final battle must be eliminated. That is, the final battle will end only when the number of civilizations on the battlefield is only 2/3 left. However, On also said another method, which is to destroy all Zerg nests on the surface of the giant planet, and then the final battle will naturally end. But now the number of Zerg hives left on the surface of the giant planet is at least tens of thousands. If there is no Zerg tide, they can eliminate all Zerg hives in 2 years at most and end the final battle. But now the surface of the entire giant planet is swept by the Zerg tide. Not to mention sending troops to eliminate those Zerg hives, it is a problem whether they can protect themselves. Under such circumstances, the Earth Federation wants to eliminate the Avengers, which is basically impossible. On the other hand, they also need to guard against the attack of the Avengers. After all, according to the style of the Avengers, they will definitely contact those civilized races that are within the elimination range, and then attack them together. At that time, it will definitely turn into a confrontation between the two civilized races. Then, before anyone is sure to destroy the other side, they can only continue to consume until everyone is unable to resist the Zerg tide and is hunted down by the Zerg. Now the Zerg tide on the surface of the planet is still the bugs inside the planet. According to Anger, in a few years, these bugs will evolve into space Zerg. At that time, you can imagine what consequences these countless bugs will cause when they rush into space. At that time, all civilized races were forced to leave the fortress and hide in the battlefield of the final battle. If they were lucky, they would avoid the Zerg's pursuit and wait until there were only 2/3 of civilized races left. The final battle ended, and they left the battlefield of the final battle safely. Those who were unlucky were chased by the bugs and finally destroyed. The Earth Federation had the confidence to drag it out until the end of the final battle without being destroyed, but 70% of the civilizations in the entire battlefield did not have such confidence, so when Anger finished speaking, all the major civilizations were silent. Everyone knows what kind of people you Avengers are, And who knows whether what you say is true or false. Maybe this is a conspiracy you made up. A pioneer civilization suddenly said. This pioneer civilization belongs to the Evolutionary Civilization Alliance, so they are not afraid of offending the Avengers. It is not me who says whether it is true or false. I just tell you the story according to the Master's order, so you can choose to believe it or not. Anger continued to smile, not angry at all. You said so much. If things are really as you said, the final result is that we are hunted by the Zerg. Can you, the Avengers, still solve the Zerg tide? We can't solve the insect tide, but it is possible to end the final battle. Ange said confidently. At this time, Xiang Qian finally spoke. To end the final battle, according to what you just said, there are only two ways to end the final battle. The first way is to eliminate 1/3 of the civilized races. According to the rankings, 1/3 of the civilized races in the battlefield are about 5,500 civilizations. In addition to the 2,500 puppet civilizations controlled by your Avengers, 3,000 civilized races need to be eliminated before the final battle can end. At the end of the final battle, the last 3,000 civilizations will be wiped out by the rules, which means that if the final battle is ended according to the first method, at least 8,500 civilizations will perish. Then I want to know which 8,500 civilizations the Avengers are going to destroy. As for the second condition, I don't think that with the combined strength of all our civilizations, we can break out of the endless Zerg ocean and destroy the remaining Zerg nests. Then can you tell us what methods you, the Avengers, have to resolve the final battle? After Xiang Qian finished speaking, the leaders of other civilizations nodded subconsciously. After all, what he said was true. Especially the 8,500 civilizations at the back, who looked at anger vigilantly at the first moment. In their opinion, the Avengers were preparing to attack them and eliminate them to end the final battle. At the same time, all civilizations thought of another problem, which Xiang Qian did not clearly say. That is, who will eliminate these civilizations? After all, if the points obtained by these civilizations are distributed to a civilization, then the points of this civilization will instantly surpass all civilizations and rank first. Hee. Mr. Xiang Qian's words make sense, but our Avengers do have the strength to destroy those Zerg nests on the surface. As for the method of ending the final battle by destroying the number of civilized races, our Avengers will not use it. What method? Ange asked immediately after he finished speaking. I can tell you the method, but if you want us to use this method, you must sign a civilization race contract with us. The content of the contract is that before the battlefield of the final battle and the large Magellanic Cloud, no civilization can attack the Holy Light civilization. Of course, the Holy Light civilization will not attack you. Simply put, you are required to sign a non-aggression treaty with the Holy Light civilization. I think this should be no problem. Signing this treaty is no problem, but how can we be sure that you, the Avengers, really have the strength to destroy all the Zerg nests? Xiang Qian asked with narrowed eyes. After listening, Ange smiled and said, if... Chapter 310. After listening to this, Ange smiled and said, if all the civilizations of the Avengers use warships to launch main gun attacks on the surface of giant planets and bombard all unexplored areas, do you think those Zerg nests still have hope of survival? Suck. Although Ange said it with a smile, his words made all civilizations shudder. Using warships to attack giant planets will result in direct annihilation. But with the attack power of warships, they can definitely penetrate the surface and kill the Zerg nests underground. All civilized races know this, but no one would think about it, because all civilized races are normal people, not perverts like the Avengers. Such a method can only be done by the Avengers. Other civilized races, even the Evolved Civilization Alliance, will not let their subordinate races do such a thing. This is a completely mutually destructive approach. Although the Zerg mother nest is destroyed, any civilized race that attacks the planet will be wiped out. As for the Avengers, they can come up with such a method, and they will really do it. At this time, no one doubted whether the Avengers had the strength to accomplish such a task. After all, with the Avengers' 50 million warships, they really had the strength to do so. Shinkong, calculate the number of gun barrels of all the Avengers' warships, and then calculate the attack power of these main guns, and the total area of the giant planet's surface that has not been explored, and see if the Avengers have the strength to attack all the unexplored areas. Xiang Qian whispered to Shinkong. After a while, Shinkong finished his calculations and reported the results to Xiang Qian. After listening to Shinkong's calculations, Xiang Qian said, this method is indeed feasible, but I want to ask a question. The total unexplored surface area of giant planets is now 738 billion square kilometers, and the total number of warships of your Avengers is 53.28 million. According to the calculation of 2,000 gun barrels per warship, the warship attacking the planet will be wiped out after one shot, which means that your Avengers can attack at most more than 106 billion times. According to the energy attack, the effective killing range of the Zerg Hive after penetrating the surface is 5 square kilometers. Even if all the warships of your Avengers are destroyed, your final total killing range is more than 530 billion square kilometers. In other words, even if all the warships of your Avengers are destroyed, there are still 200 billion square kilometers of area that cannot be attacked, and there are also individual fish that slip through the net. So unless you have 10 million more warships, you can't complete this idea at all. Haha, Mr. Xiang Qian's calculations are indeed accurate. No wonder the master often says that human civilization is indeed unusual. An said with a smile. But Mr. Xiang Qian may not know that the erasure effect of violating the rules is not completed in an instant. If we follow Mr. Xiang Qian's statement, we, the Avengers, have no way to complete this idea. But the rules also have loopholes, and we, the Avengers, know this better than any civilization. According to the rules of the final battle, no civilization may use warships to attack planets or destroy planets. I don't know how Mr. Xiang Qian interprets this rule, but according to our understanding of the rules of the Avengers, this rule should be that after the warship attacks the planet and causes damage to the planet, the power of the rule will be activated to wipe out the civilized race that attacks the planet. In other words, before the warship's attack hits the planet, even if the warship attacks the planet, it will not be wiped out by the rules. I wonder if Mr. Xiang Qian agrees with my statement. Well, it makes sense. Please continue. Xiang Qian was stunned for a moment, then nodded. Mr. Xiang Qian agrees, then according to what I just said, if our Avengers drive the warship to a distance of 1 billion kilometers from the giant planet, we will first launch a physical attack on the giant planet at 0.75 times the speed of light. Then the warship should have a buffer time of about an hour before the electromagnetic projectile hits the giant planet and is obliterated. In an hour, a warship can launch hundreds of attacks. I wonder if Mr. Xiang Qian has any questions based on this calculation. After Eng finished speaking, he still had a faint smile on his face. Xiang Qian was silent now. In fact, he just spoke just now to make trouble. He knew that since the Avengers dared to say such a thing, they must be very sure. But he didn't expect that the Avengers even took into account the loopholes in the rules of obliteration, and Eng was speechless. But from this, it can also be seen that the Avengers have been planning this for a long time. Finding the loopholes in the rules of obliteration is something that ordinary people really dare not even think about. Even if they think of it, they can't experiment. But the Avengers use special means to find a loophole to erase the rules. In fact, it is not a loophole, at most it is just a time difference. No matter how nice you Avengers say, no matter how feasible the plan is, we, the Evolutionary Civilization Alliance, will never sign a civilization race contract with you. Who knows if we will be controlled by you, the Avengers, when we sign the civilization race contract. As soon as the Evolutionary Civilization Alliance said this, other civilization races also woke up. If we are controlled by the Avengers when signing the civilization race contract, then we might as well try our luck and see who can hold out to the end. Don't worry about this, it is me, not my master, who signed the civilization race contract with you. After completing the plan, the Avengers will command the remaining spaceship, which has no attack power. When we sign the civilization race contract, we can write this clause in. I think in this way, our Avengers should not be a threat to you. Anger's expression remained unchanged, and he continued to smile. Who knows when the insect tide will end? Anyway, we are not under any pressure to resist the insect tide at present, so let's wait and see. There is another question for everyone to consider, that is, the Avengers control 2,500 civilizations. After these 2,500 civilizations are wiped out in the attack on the giant planet, according to the rules of the final battle, the civilizations ranked at the bottom 5,500 will definitely be wiped out. Okay, I've finished what I want to say. If all civilized races support this plan, then our Earth Federation will not object. Shinkong, turn off the communication. Xiang Qian asked Shinkong to turn off the communication after he finished speaking, and no longer participated in the discussion. Why do I feel that the Avengers' plan is not what they said? Although this plan is very feasible, as you said, how to deal with the 3,000 civilized races. They can't agree to this plan, because that means they can only wait to die. Grisun said immediately after the communication was closed. We will know in a while. Now we will see how the Avengers will deal with the 3,000 civilized races that will be wiped out. Xiang Qian nodded. Well, if this problem is not solved, this plan is just a joke. Greensun nodded. No, the Avengers cannot have thought of this problem. But those 3,000 civilized races will never agree to the Avengers' plan. Even with the strength of the Avengers, they cannot force them to wait for death. So at this time, if most civilizations choose to agree to the Avengers' plan, what will happen? Xiangqian frowned and said, You mean the Avengers want to win over those 3,000 civilizations? But even if the strength of the Avengers plus those 3,000 civilizations, they still can't compete with most civilizations. So what are they doing now? Ludgerson also frowned. After Xiangqian closed the notification, the 7 fortresses controlled by the Evolutionary Civilization Alliance also quickly closed the communication. At the same time, those civilizations currently ranked in the bottom 5,500 also began to clamor, firmly disagreeing with this plan. And those civilizations that would not be wiped out were also wary of the Avengers, so they didn't really want to act according to the Avengers' plan. In this way, all the major civilizations expressed their opinions, saying that they would not agree with the Avengers' plan. However, the hearts of the 3,000 civilizations began to be wary of most civilizations. Then, these 3,000 civilized races, led by some of them, suddenly gathered together and formed a loose alliance. In less than a day, this resistance alliance composed of 3,000 civilized races quickly gathered warships. At one time, more than 80 million warships gathered in space, forming a super-large fleet.